Uchiha Wenchuan, a twice-orphaned youth, felt he had little left to care about, even though he was born into the Uchiha clan in this life. And even though the fate of the Uchiha was one of ruin, it mattered little to him. After all, as long as the destruction didn't fall upon his own head, he was indifferent. Starting life as an orphan with a cheat was standard from a young age. He possessed an SS rank sage body, and by the age of 10, he had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, making him nearly unrivaled across the entire shinobi world. Uchiha Wenchuan mused. I laugh at Madara Uchiha's lack of foresight, Hashirama Senju's limited wisdom, Hiruzen Sarutobi's hypocrisy, and Danzo Shimura's foolishness. The vast shinobi world is riddled with schemes and deceit. Yet, to be fair, the quality of the ladies in this world is truly exceptional. The 51st year of Konoha, early autumn. The village of Konoha in early autumn was shrouded in nightfall, the moon bright and the stars sparse. The moonlight cast shadows upon the Hokage rock, sketching dark patches across its surface. Less than a year removed from the ravages of war, Konoha had already regained its former prosperity. This peaceful night was no different from any other. Lights glimmered from the scattered houses, adding a touch of warmth to the tranquil darkness. Occasionally, the silhouettes of patrolling shinobi flitted above the treetops, only to vanish once more into the night's embrace. The streets at this late hour saw few passers-by. A drunken villager staggered unsteadily, casting a casual glance at a solitary figure, only to have his drunken stupor abruptly sobered. Muttering curses, he quickly distanced himself. What terrible luck running into that guy here. The drunkard's words drifted on the breeze to the figure's ears, but he appeared oblivious, his stride unwavering. On a nearby rooftop, two patrolling shinobi halted, looking down at the slender youth below. The moonlight illuminated his face, revealing a grave expression. Is it him? Yeah, it's definitely him. The Uchiha anomaly. At this hour, an Uchiha kid still wandering outside. Should we go check on him? Are you mad? Don't you know how dangerous he is? Don't meddle. If you see him again, just pretend you don't. Avoid trouble. Got it. Having spoken, the two patrolling shinobi swiftly vanished in a flash. From their demeanor, it was clear they were reluctant to confront the boy below. On the street, the youth remained alone, though their voices were low. He had heard their words clearly. Under the moonlight, the boy lifted his head. He was about 13 or 14 years old, with a slim, upright frame. His black hair was loosely tied at the back, with a few strands falling over his smooth, full forehead. His face was strikingly handsome, with sharp eyebrows, a high straight nose, and deep black eyes as calm and still as a tranquil lake. This youth was named Uchiha Wenchuan, born an orphan of the Uchiha clan, and from early on, aware of his uniqueness. He possessed memories of a past life. In truth, he was a transmigrator, fully aware of where he had crossed over to. Though an orphan in his former life, in this one, he had once known a happy family. Alas, it was cruelly taken from him when he was 6 years old. It was the 43rd year of Konoha. The Second Great Ninja War had ended several years prior. His parents had gone on a mission together, but only their corpses returned. Since that day, Uchiha Wenchuan had known he was disconnected from this world. To him, this world was but a game arena. The shinobi world, Konoha, the ninja, all these terms held novelty for him. Yet, having been special from birth, they were neither strange nor significant. He simply went through each day in orderly fashion, neither joyful nor sorrowful, just ordinary. Sometimes, on a whim, he would do something unusual, like tonight, when he fancied a late-night snack and went out to buy ingredients. Now carrying a basket home, Uchiha Wenchuan glanced up at the moon, silently admiring the fine moonlight. A perfect night for moon viewing. He also looked toward a certain direction in the village. Judging by the extra shinobi patrols tonight, he had already guessed what was about to unfold. Is the child of prophecy about to be born? He shook his head. Never mind, it's none of my concern. He quickened his pace, and with a thought, a translucent screen appeared before him, visible only to himself. Host Uchiha Wenchuan. Abilities Sage, Body SS Infusion. Mangekyo Sharingan S Water, Release A. Fire Release A. Earth, Release B. Lightning Release A. Wind Release B. Yin, Release A. Yang Release S. Superhuman Strength. Draws remaining 0. A simple system panel, present since Uchiha Wenchuan's birth. Its use was equally straightforward. A lottery to draw various abilities existing in the shinobi world, such as Sage, Body Sharingan, the 7 chakra natures, and so forth on, draw per year. Most of Uchiha Wenchuan's current powers were acquired through this lottery, which explained his uniqueness from a young age. At only 1-year-old, he had drawn the Sage body, and not just any, but ranked the level of the Sage of the 6 Paths, equivalent to that of Sutsuki Hagoromo's Sage body. Imagine a 1-year-old child possessing such a physique. What consequences would ensue? Since then, natural energy had flowed into Uchiha Wenchuan ceaselessly, as if without cost. Yet, at that tender age, his body was still in the earliest stages of development, utterly incapable of digesting or mastering such vast amounts of natural energy. But the system bestowed power was absolute. In other words, though the infant could not fully control the natural energy, once it entered his body, it could not escape. The result was accumulation. Yet the absolute nature of the system's power meant that the amassed natural energy could not harm Uchiha Wenchuan, and as he grew and developed, he would gradually gain mastery over it. This process should have proceeded smoothly, but as everyone knows, human growth takes time, while the accumulation of natural energy increased daily. The consequence was that the natural energy stored within Uchiha Wenchuan reached an extreme, almost absurd degree, yet his body still immature, could not enter Sage mode to expel the excess energy until the age of 6, when his parents died and he reached the age to enroll in the academy. At the entrance ceremony, 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, after speaking of the will of fire, gave the first lesson to the new ninja academy students, the refinement of chakra. Uchiha Wenchuan attempted it for the first time. Then, he exploded, literally exploded. At that moment, sensing something was amiss, he barely managed to channel the chaotic, natural energy skyward. That day, a new sun rose in Konoha, named Uchiha Wenchuan. That day, the Ninja Academy, standing for decades since shortly after the village's founding, was destroyed. That day, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Hokage's advisors, many parents sending their children to school, and even the accompanying Anbu, went mad. Afterward, Uchiha Wenchuan was expelled. Fortunately, Hiruzen Sarutobi was in his prime and reacted swiftly. It was fortunate that the golden radiance of Konoha had already begun to establish its renown, and that many formidable ninjas were present. In any case, there were no casualties among personnel. Only the Ninja Academy's buildings and other structures were reduced to ruins, necessitating reconstruction. Since that time, the entire village of Konoha became aware of Uchiha Wenchuan. Naturally, Wenchuan's expulsion from the academy was not without its own trials. With the Ninja Academy destroyed, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Hokage, donated an old ancestral land of the Sarutobi clan to serve as a temporary school building. On the first day of classes, Hiruzen Sarutobi and other village elders were present. Again, chakra refinement was attempted, and once more it was Uchiha Wenchuan who caused an explosion. The people of Konoha witnessed the emergence of a sun-like blast once more, not as exaggerated as before, yet still powerful enough to reduce the Sarutobi clan's ancestral land to rubble. The village's high-ranking officials were utterly shaken. Some rejoiced, others felt uneasy, and yet others were terrified. But above all, they sought to understand the cause. Thus, after a series of successive explosions, the Konoha elders finally discerned the truth. Uchiha Wenchuan was born with the innate ability to absorb natural energy, but was incapable of wielding it. Whenever he refined chakra, his own natural energy spiraled out of control, triggering an explosion. This outcome left both the village elders and the Uchiha clan deeply helpless. Ultimately, for the safety of the Ninja Academy's students, Uchiha Wenchuan was compelled to withdraw from the academy and return to the Uchiha clan to self-study. From that moment onward, Uchiha Wenchuan grew increasingly averse to social interaction. Reflecting on these events, Wenchuan felt no particular emotion. Though his steps quickened, they remained steady and purposeful as he made his way toward the Uchiha clan's territory. The night was as tranquil as flowing water. Beneath its veil, Konoha grew even more serene. Yet, in the very next moment, a thunderous roar shattered the silence within Konoha, accompanied by a sweeping gale. Simultaneously, A resounding beast's howl echoed like a clap of thunder. Roar, boom, 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 like the passage of a hurricane. An area in the southern reaches of Konoha was instantly reduced to ruins. Countless buildings destroyed. Numerous villagers, already asleep, were abruptly awakened, gripped by terror. A colossal beast howled skyward, its 9 tails whipping violently, shaking the earth and mountains. The roaring and beastly howls ruptured the stillness, plunging all of Konoha into panic. Countless people were roused from their slumber. Many lost their lives in their sleep. The enormous beast bellowed and roared, its 9 long tails thrashing about, producing tremendous commotion. Houses beneath those tails, fragile as paper, were effortlessly torn apart. The villagers inside did not even have time to scream before being shredded by the savage onslaught. One by one, ninjas leapt onto rooftops, reacting swiftly, their gazes immediately drawn toward the source of the sound. But upon seeing the enormous beast, their faces rapidly contorted with horror. No, that is the 9 tails. Damn it. Why would the 9 tails appear inside the village? For every ninja or villager who recognized the 9 tails, their hearts filled with boundless dread and despair in that moment. This scene was like a nightmare from which they could not awaken. Yet the duty of the ninja compelled them to act. The bravest charged forward first, recklessly unleashing jutsu in an attempt to repel the 9 tails. But the disparity was overwhelming. Their jutsu could barely graze the 9 tails' fur. The fierce winds whipped up by the 9 tails' movements sent the approaching ninjas flying. Fortunately, this spectacle was witnessed by those still in a daze, effectively rousing them from their stupor. Some swallowed nervously, others trembled. Many were overtaken by terror, yet at least some took action. We cannot allow the 9 tails to remain in the village. Right. We must find a way to drive the 9 tails out. Shouts erupted from all directions as more and more ninjas mobilized. To the north of Konoha, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the 3rd Hokage, had donned his battle attire. Several Anbu operatives knelt around him. What is happening outside? One responded immediately, Hokage-sama. It's the 9 tails. For some unknown reason, it has appeared within the village. Hiruzen's expression shifted, his tone growing urgent. This is bad. Biwako, suppressing his unease, he swiftly issued orders. Dispatch personnel to organize the villagers' evacuation. Summon all the clan ninjas. Mobilize every ninja in the village. We must stop the 9 tails from wreaking havoc. Yes, sir, the Anbu responded in unison. Then vanished instantly. 9 tails. Hiruzen's expression grew grave. Without hesitation, he departed from his position. The scene unfolded before Uchiha Wenchuan's eyes, causing him to pause momentarily and glance sideways. With his keen vision, he could clearly see the Sharingan within the 9 tails' eyes. Possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan himself, he naturally understood this was the result of a Genjutsu overlay. In other words, at this moment, the 9 tails was being controlled by someone through the Sharingan's Genjutsu. TCH Konoha really is beset by misfortunes, Wenchuan muttered, casting a few more glances without further thought. Whether it was the 9 tails rampage or the birth of the child of prophecy, it bore little relevance to him, so long as it did not disrupt his peaceful life. After all, the 9 tails would be driven out, the chaos would pass, and Konoha would be rebuilt. Once this night was over, life would return to its usual tranquility. That was enough for him. As for having the power to save others, don't be ridiculous. When he was young, no one had come to save his parents. People die sooner or later, it makes no difference. With these thoughts, Uchiha Wenchuan withdrew his gaze and continued walking toward home, as if the tremendous commotion behind him concerned him not at all. Only he was soon stopped in his tracks. Uchiha Wenchuan, by order of the 3rd Hokage, you are forbidden to approach the 9 tails. Before him stood a squad of ninjas, each masked and donned in Anbu attire. He halted and looked at their leader. Who the hell are you? He demanded. The leader showed no sign of emotion, but paused briefly before answering. I am a subordinate of the Anbu deputy captain, codename Axe. And who the hell is he? Wenchuan retorted. The man paused again. The Anbu deputy captain. His words were cut off by Wenchuan. Whoever the hell you are, move aside. With that, he brushed past and proceeded forward. Instinctively, the men reached for the ninja swords at their waists and closed in to encircle him. But Wenchuan seemed oblivious to their movements and continued onward. You all stand down At that moment, several figures emerged from the shadows of a nearby alleyway. Their leader had chestnut hair, neatly trimmed sideburns, and his head and right eye wrapped in bandages. The only visible eye was slender, and a fork-shaped scar adorned his chin. As his words fell, the others parted to let him approach Wenchuan. The identity of the approaching figure was instantly recognized by Uchiha Wenkawa, Shimura Danzo, the Konoha Hokage, known as the Shadow of Darkness. Uchiha Wenkawa, I command you in my capacity as the Hokage's advisor and the leader of Root. Wenkawa's footsteps did not falter. He pressed onward, steadily closing the distance between them, seemingly unprepared for such a response from Wenkawa, who did not even pause in his stride. Danzo's words faltered, a sinister glint flashing in his eyes. Scoundrel, get lost. Don't make me slap you when I'm bored. Wenkawa spared Danzo no courtesy, for there was a long-standing grudge between them. Given Wenkawa's unique nature, there was no way that old dog Danzo could have overlooked it. What followed was only natural. Danzo had once harbored intentions toward Wenkawa when he was merely 8 years old. Danzo sent men to abduct him and bring him to the Root base. Then, when Danzo revealed himself, intending to do something to Wenkawa, the latter exploded. In that instant, Danzo was grievously wounded, one arm blown off, and the Root base was destroyed. Afterward, Wenkawa walked out of the ruins of the Root base with calm composure. Facing the arriving Sarutobi Hiruzen and his men, he simply explained the reason for his presence. That old dog Danzo sought to violate me. I dealt him a harsh lesson. If you go in now, perhaps that old dog can still be saved. With that, he departed. Since that day, Danzo had never appeared before him again, until this very moment. Hearing these words, Danzo's expression abruptly darkened. Stop right there. It was clear that Danzo was growing angry. As soon as his voice fell, the previously scattered Anbu swiftly closed ranks. Sigh. Wenkawa finally halted, letting out a gentle sigh. Why is it that the old dog never listens to what I say? It was like this last time, and it's the same now. I told you, if you harbor any more intentions, you'll regret it. Why won't you believe me? As his words fell, Danzo's face shifted, and he instinctively took a step back. He was sufficiently wary of Wenkawa's power, especially that ability to self-destruct at will, a devastating force beyond anyone else's control. Perhaps sealing techniques might work, but how could one seal an explosion comparable to a tailed beast bomb? This was precisely why he feared Uchiha Wenkawa. Mind your station, Uchiha Wenkawa. Danzo's face darkened. I suspect the appearance of the Ninetales is related to your Uchiha clan. You are the most exceptional among them, and must be investigated. His reasoning was grandiloquent, yet Wenkawa merely turned his head to look at him. I hope you won't regret this. Before the words could fully leave his mouth, a tremendous beast's roar echoed from afar, accompanied by trembling earth and thunderous rumbling. A dreadful shockwave swept through. The Ninetales had somehow charged in their direction. The immense commotion interrupted Wenkawa's speech. Danzo's face instantly changed without hesitation. He vanished from the spot in a flash, as did the other Anbu, retreating decisively. Only Uchiha Wenkawa remained, standing resolute before the oncoming Ninetales. I told you. Wenkawa's figure disappeared. The next instant, he reappeared beneath the Ninetales, striking the ground with a powerful kick. Boom! The earth collapsed and cracked open. Wenkawa's form shot upward like a lightning bolt, his long leg lashing like a whip, twisting as he struck the massive lower jaw of the Ninetales from below. Crash! A painful roar erupted. The Ninetales' enormous head was struck as if by a heavy hammer, lifted high into the air along with its upper body, and then the entire massive frame was flung 30 to 40 meters skyward before crashing backward. Don't come to disturb me. The remainder of the sentence was finally uttered from Uchiha Wenkawa's lips at that moment.
The roar of thunder, the screams of terror, the cries of anguish. All these sounds converged, rendering the night in Konoha unbearably chaotic, as if the apocalypse itself had descended. At this very moment, nearly every shinobi in Konoha had their attention fixed upon the Ninetales. The dreadful beast, which none could hope to restrain despite their utmost efforts, was suddenly sent soaring into the air by a single, unexpected kick. The impact of this scene was beyond the power of words to convey. Anyone with sight witnessed it in stunned silence, as if ensnared by an illusion. Break the illusion. Indeed, some attempted to form hand seals to dispel the supposed Jinjutsu. Yet, to their astonishment, it was not an illusion but stark reality. An impact and shock all the more profound. Fear and unease gave way to disbelief, which was swiftly replaced by ecstatic joy. Who was that? How could it appear to be just a child? The one from the Uchiha clan. Who? The very one who, several years ago, had devastated the ninja academy. A hiss escaped the crowd. Amidst their shock, the shinobi felt a surge of exhilaration. Since the Nine-Tails' emergence, only a brief moment had passed, yet the destruction wrought upon the village was incalculable, and the toll in civilian casualties remained unknown. No matter how fiercely they fought, the shinobi could not halt the Nine-Tails' advance. But now, finally, someone had appeared who could make the Nine-Tails pause. With a whoosh, several figures landed upon a rooftop. Leading them was Hiruzen Sarutobi, followed by Mito Uzumaki, Koharu Uchiha, and others, each clad in combat attire. Their brows furrowed as they gazed toward the Nine-Tails. It's Uchiha Wataru. Koharu Uchiha spoke gravely. How could he be there? No one answered her. Now is not the time to ponder that. I will use Enma to drive the Nine-Tails from the village. You each lead your squads and coordinate accordingly. The others understood there was little time for debate and nodded in agreement. Another whoosh announced the arrival of several more figures, root operatives led by Danzo Shimura. Sarutobi, Danzo said directly, I have ordered Root to relay the command. No Uchiha are to engage. Sarutobi's hands continued their motions unabated. He bit his finger and quickly formed hand seals as he inquired, What have you discovered? The Nine-Tails is being controlled by the Sharingan, Danzo revealed. At these words, everyone present changed expression. Sarutobi's brow furrowed deeply. Are you certain? It's confirmed. The Jinchuriki gave birth tonight. I had taken precautions early on, but unfortunately, the Uchiha slipped through. His words, laden with implication, cast blame upon the Uchiha. Mito Uzumaki exchanged a glance with Koharu Uchiha. The former remarked if it is the Uchiha, then early prevention was indeed necessary. Koharu nodded in agreement. Danzo acted correctly. A faint, almost imperceptible curl appeared at the corner of Danzo's lips, which was soon replaced by a somber expression. I sent Uchiha Wataru back, but that brat refused to listen. After tonight, both he and the Uchiha shall face punishment. Sarutobi slammed a hand upon the ground, chanting as a white mist exploded outward with a resounding boom. Emerging from the smoke was a towering humanoid summoned beast. Over 2 meters tall, the king of monkeys, Enma. Let us first deal with the Nine-Tails, Sarutobi said with concern. Something has gone wrong with Kushina. Minato has yet to appear. He must have encountered trouble. Addressing Enma, Sarutobi commanded, Vajra staff. With a guttural sound, Enma leapt high, transforming midair into a black staff as he descended toward the Nine-Tails. Everyone, engage! The staff extended rapidly, striking toward the Nine-Tails. The others dispersed, and even Danzo and his root operatives swiftly departed to provide support elsewhere. The Nine-Tails was descending. Directly beneath it, Uchiha Wataru landed and leapt once more, this time soaring higher than the Nine-Tails. One fell, the other rose, their paths intersecting midair. Wataru twisted his body as if shedding a shell, spinning rapidly twice before delivering a devastating kick, akin to a mighty hammer strike. A dull thud echoed alongside the Nine-Tails' roar as Wataru's leg struck its cheek. With all his monstrous strength, harnessed through his S-rank sage body, Wataru unleashed a force that was nothing short of terrifying. The Nine-Tails' massive form was sent flying backward once again. But this was not the end. Wataru landed upon a nearby rooftop, gathering strength for another leap. With speed surpassing the Nine-Tails' backward flight, he swiftly pursued. Danzo's old dog has fled. He must find something to vent his rage upon, and the Nine-Tails is the perfect target, invincible and silent, an ideal punching bag. Wataru cared little for many things, but he was no pushover. Anger demanded release. Landing atop the Nine-Tails' head, he grasped its fur and prepared to strike, determined to let the Nine-Tails taste the iron fists of a time traveler. At that moment, a long, black staff darted from the side, stabbing fiercely into the Nine-Tails' flank. The immense force caused the Nine-Tails to roar in pain. Its colossal form, still midair, was forcibly pushed backward. With a thunderous crash, the Nine-Tails smashed through Konoha's outer wall, tumbling beyond the village boundaries. A brief cheer erupted within the village. All the shinobi knew who had acted, and seeing the Nine-Tails driven out, their spirits soared. Wait, I haven't dismounted yet. Perched atop the Nine-Tails' head, Uchiha Wataru frowned, sensing something amiss. Yet there was no time to ponder as the Nine-Tails rolled upon landing. He clung tightly to its fur to maintain his grip. A furious roar burst forth from the Nine-Tails as it planted all 4 limbs and howled skyward. Spotting the tiny figure atop its head, it shook violently, attempting to dislodge him. Wataru felt as though trapped inside a washing machine, battered relentlessly. Without hesitation, he began delivering punches to warm up. Thud, thud, thud. Blow after blow landed solidly, each strike at the zenith of his monstrous strength. The heavy impacts against the Ninetales' head produced a deep, muffled sound, accompanied by a powerful vibrational force. The Ninetales was truly suffering. Though Wataru appeared diminutive compared to the beast, his fists were far from light. Even the partially crippled sage bodies of the Kinshaku and Ginkaku brothers had managed to harm the Ninetales. Wataru's sage body, rivaling that of the Otsutsuki Hagoromo, inflicted even greater damage. 3 punches per second was not Wataru's limit, but by now the Ninetales was howling in pain. The Tomo-shaped Sharingan patterns within its eyes trembled, a testament to the devastating weight of Wataru's blows. A wild howl erupted as the Ninetales frantically shook its head, struggling to break free from Wataru's grip. Yet, Wataru's small stature made it impossible to be shaken off. The beast opened its maw, heedless, and directed a massive gathering of natural energy toward Konoha. A glowing orb began to form inside its mouth. That orb flared brilliantly, expanding rapidly amid a fierce gust of wind. The tailed beast bomb. Danger! Hiruzen Sarutobi, racing toward the Ninetales' location, saw this and his face darkened. At the same moment, Uchiha Wataru witnessed the scene. The nature and power of the tailed beast bomb were well known to him. No one understood its destructive capacity better than he did. Very well, so this is how you want to play. Uchiha Wenchuan also grew resolute. With a single thought, he instantly began to refine his chakra within his body. Given his abilities, such a feat was almost instinctual. It was merely a matter of willingness. Possessing a sage's physique, his chakra refinement speed far exceeded that of ordinary men. In the blink of an eye, his chakra reached the level necessary to invoke his own natural energy. At that moment, Uchiha Wenchuan transformed into light. The radiance was by no means weaker than a tailed beast bomb. Wait! Hiruzen Sarutobi shouted loudly, attempting to halt Uchiha Wenchuan. Though he had witnessed Wenchuan's self-detonation before, each encounter left him deeply unsettled. No one could predict whether Wenchuan's next self-explosion would cost him his life. And now, this was precisely the scene Hiruzen Sarutobi dreaded the most. The next instant, rumble, a thunderous roar reverberated across the land, preceded by a blazing light that instantly filled the eyes of nearly all who beheld the scene. Under the moonlit night, the entire village of Konoha witnessed a sun beyond its walls. The brilliance was so dazzling that even the darkness was transformed, bathed in a light akin to daylight. Especially in Konoha, directly in the line of fire, it appeared as though noon's sun shone down, illuminating everything beneath its glow. Those facing the radiance could even feel an intense heat emanating from it. This alone was enough to demonstrate how astonishing Uchiha Wenchuan's self-detonation truly was. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The light reached the villagers of Konoha before the sound, followed by the earth-shattering roar and the tremors that shook the ground. At that moment, it was as if heaven and earth had lost their luster, and all that filled the view was a blinding white. The shockwave from the explosion was ferocious, instantly obliterating everything in the vicinity of the Ninetales' location. Whether soil or trees, all were pulverized into dust in an instant. Driven by the fierce wind, the trees at the edge of the blast were uprooted and hurled skyward, while vast swathes of earth were torn up like waves surging forward. Hiruzen Sarutobi and the others were at some distance from the Ninetales, having just crossed beyond Konoha's outer walls. They barely had time to react or evade the explosion's light before the raging gale swept over them, tossing them about like heavy objects cast into the air. Some crashed into the high walls, others were flung dozens of meters away, while a few barely managed to steady themselves, avoiding complete disarray. With a swift roll, Hiruzen Sarutobi drove the Vajra-Rui staff, transformed from the Monkey King, deep into the ground, regaining his footing as he fixed his gaze ahead. There, where the Ninetales resided, flames soared into the sky. Following the colossal explosion lay a sea of fire, resembling a massive fireball engulfing the Ninetales. From Hiruzen's vantage point, he could clearly see the Ninetales howling upward amidst the flames. 2 of its 9 tails had already been severed by the blast, yet it still swung them like whips, whipping up fierce winds. What about that child? Though he was an Uchiha, Hiruzen Sarutobi still hoped that Uchiha Wenchuan remained unharmed, for the innate sage's physique was extraordinarily rare. To Konoha, Uchiha Wenchuan was a valuable asset, one of immense worth. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed once more as the Ninetales burst forth from the center of the explosion, its body marred by burn marks and scars from the blast. Yet, it lived. Such was the vitality of a tailed beast. Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes found Uchiha Wenchuan still perched atop the Nine-Tails head. Compared to before, he appeared somewhat disheveled now. His clothes were torn, hair unbound, and his body bore signs of smoke and scorch marks, yet he seemed unharmed. This was the formidable strength of an SS-class sage's physique. The eruption of natural energy coursing through his body was like igniting hot oil. The explosion that followed was from within outward. Uchiha Wenchuan was the core, because only when the natural energy left his body would it ignite. The shockwave radiated outward. Thus, though the explosion appeared terrifying, the very center was comparatively unscathed, at worst suffering considerable impact, an inconsequential matter for a sage's physique of Wenchuan's caliber. Seeing Uchiha Wenchuan, Hiruzen Sarutobi visibly exhaled in relief, then without hesitation swiftly charged toward the Nine-Tails. Enma. Hiruzen Sarutobi hurled the Vajra-Rui staff, which rapidly expanded as he formed hand seals. Ugh! The staff responded with a resonant sound before inflating rapidly. Bang! 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 A series of explosive sounds rang out as the Vajra-Rui staff split into two, then four until it became a vast array descending upon the Nine-Tails. At this moment, each staff, transformed from Enma, resembled massive pillars that spread out quickly, as if endowed with eyes, each landing firmly beneath one of the Nine-Tails' forepaws. Ninjutsu. Vajra prison wall. Hiruzen Sarutobi landed and completed the hand seals. Click, click, click. Amid a cacophony of brittle sounds, the staffs interlaced and stacked, firmly sealing the Nine-Tails' forepaws as if locked by unbreakable shackles. Roar, roar, roar. The Nine-Tails struggled, howling as it raised its head. Quiet down. Uchiha Wenchuan, still atop its head, was mercilessly unyielding, delivering a fierce punch that struck the Nine-Tails' head with a resounding thud, momentarily stiffening it. 5 ninjutsu. Continuous elemental barrage. Bang, 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 bang. Another series of explosive sounds erupted as 4 shadow clones of Hiruzen Sarutobi appeared beside him, all forming hand seals in unison. The next moment, 5 distinct ninjutsu techniques, fire, lightning, water, earth and wind, were unleashed simultaneously by Hiruzen and his clones. Flames surged, winds howled fiercely, giant stones shattered forth, lightning crackled, and water dragons swept through. Representing the pinnacle of the 5 elemental chakra natures, this was a step beyond ordinary ninjutsu, verging on the threshold of Kekkei Genkai. Together, their convergence was aimed squarely at the Nine-Tails. Beneath the multicolored radiance, the 5 elemental ninjutsu struck the Nine-Tails side, precisely at its flank, all converging on the same spot. The mingling of 5 different chakra natures, beyond the destructive force of the techniques themselves, triggered a chain reaction. Like ignited gasoline, the flames erupted instantly, concentrated within a small area, resulting in a powerful explosion. Rumble. The fire blazed fiercely, smoke billowing. The tremendous blast erupted beside the Nine-Tails, forcing its massive frame to topple sideways. Yet, restrained by the shackles on its paws, its body remained in a precarious state, on the verge of collapse but not quite fallen. Though this explosion paled in comparison to Uchiha Wenchuan's earlier self-detonation, credit must be given where due. The title of ninjutsu master was well earned. This single technique alone was enough to demonstrate Hiruzen Sarutobi's formidable strength as Hokage. Yet clearly, it was insufficient to subdue the Nine-Tails. Uchiha Wenchuan steadied himself, preparing to act, when out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the Nine-Tails' eyes. The triple tomo pattern that once adorned them had vanished, replaced by the Nine-Tails' original gaze. Wenchuan understood immediately. This was clearly not caused by the 5 ninjutsu continuous barrage. Had Minato Namikaze already dealt with Uchiha Obito? As this thought surfaced, a sharp rushing sound pierced the air. In the next moment, a figure clad in the Hokage's sacred robe appeared atop the Nine-Tails. The newcomer bore golden hair and delicate features, though his expression was grave. It was none other than Minato Namikaze. Wataru-kun. Upon Minato's arrival, he too spotted Uchiha Wataru standing on the Nine-Tails' head. What are you doing here? Perhaps still reeling from his recent battle with Uchiha Obito, Minato's first instinct upon seeing another wielder of the Sharingan was suspicion. The coincidence was simply too striking. Alright, I'm satisfied, Uchiha Wataru said. Seeing Minato Namikaze and detecting the doubt in his eyes, he lost the will to continue. It was a pity, really, that he would miss the iconic scene of the second Raikage fiercely beating Uchiha Obito. Since the principal figure had arrived, he naturally had no desire to linger any longer. Not out of any other reason, but simply because he was too lazy to explain. You handle the rest yourself, he said, intending to leave. Wait, Minato Namikaze was about to call him back. But Wataru spoke first. Don't look at me. This has nothing to do with me. If you want answers, ask the third Hokage. I'm leaving. At that moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi had just arrived. Seeing that Sarutobi did not attack Uchiha Wataru, Minato realized he had somewhat wronged him and chose not to speak further. There was no time to say much anyway. Minato merely nodded towards Sarutobi below, then bit his finger and swiftly formed hand seals. Summoning technique. Boom! A colossal toad descended from the sky, crashing forcefully onto the Ninetales, pinning it to the earth. Seizing this opportunity, Minato formed another set of seals and said to Sarutobi, Lord Third, I will find a way to reseal the Ninetales. I entrust this to you. Sarutobi hurriedly asked, what happened to Kushina? Minato's expression darkened. Someone possessing the Sharingan appeared and attacked Kushina. With a few words, he explained the cause and effect. Then, seeing the Ninetales already struggling, his face changed instantly. There's no time to waste. With that, he pressed his hand down on the Ninetales. In the next moment, whoosh! A tremendous gust of wind roared as the massive form of the Ninetales vanished along with Minato. Boom! The giant toad landed with a thunderous roar, then exploded into a cloud of white smoke, concluding the summoning. Uchiha Wataru landed atop the outer wall of Konoha, gazing distantly in the direction where the Ninetales had disappeared. The chaos within the village behind him did not affect him in the least. He shook his head, as if sighing. As expected, good men do not live long. He knew well what was about to unfold next, but had no intention of involving himself. The reason was simple. It was none of his concern, that was all. Even if Minato Namikaze were to die, the sole Hokage in the village harboring goodwill toward the Uchiha clan, thereby worsening the clan's predicament, he cared little. To be honest, after losing his parents in this world, Uchiha Wataru had once entertained thoughts about the Uchiha and even harbored intentions to change them. But the Uchiha clan was truly lamentable. From the clan head Uchiha Fugaku and the hawkish elder Uchiha Setsuna, to the many clan members yet to awaken their eyes, every single one was possessed of a fanatical confidence, nay arrogance, in themselves and the clan. Despite being fully aware of the clan's predicament and the village's attitude toward them, they lived steeped in Uchiha pride. It was utterly exasperating. Wataru had offered his opinions to Uchiha Fugaku several times, but was dismissed as a child and ignored. Since then, he had completely abandoned such hopes. Love and death. It was no longer his concern. At this moment, Konoha was a scene of utter chaos after the Ninetales rampage. Fires blazed everywhere within sight. Cries and screams mingled, painting the entire village in the image of apocalyptic destruction. Uchiha Wataru leapt down from the high wall and strode through the streets, now unrecognizable in their ruin. Casually, he propped up a crumbling wall and pulled out a dirt-smudged child from beneath. He pointed toward the direction of Kageyama. Go there to seek refuge. Without looking back, he continued forward. Along the way, he performed similar acts several times, saving a handful of people. He was indifferent to Minato Namikaze's potential death because it was Minato's own choice, one he respected. However, he felt a modicum of sympathy for these ordinary villagers suffering because of the Ninetales. Not because he was particularly kind-hearted or unwilling to see human suffering, but simply because saving those he stumbled upon required only a little effort on his part. It was nothing. As always, he was willing. Just that simple. Still here. Returning to the former street, he found the bag he had dropped in a corner. The vegetables inside were surprisingly undamaged, saving him the trouble of buying more. Uchiha Wataru picked up the bag and was about to leave when, swish, swish, several figures descended around him. The leader was none other than Danzo Shimura, who seemed to have been watching Wataru from the start and immediately showed himself upon his arrival. Are you never going to stop, you damn brat? Wataru set down the bag, tilting his head slightly as he stared at Danzo. Yet his gaze was fixed on Danzo's neck. Danzo's face darkened. The appearance of the Ninetales is inextricably linked to your Uchiha clan. Tonight, you appeared alone in the village. I have reason to suspect you are involved. Now, you'd better come with me for investigation. Wataru clicked his tongue and said nothing further, because in the next instant, his figure abruptly vanished from where he stood. No one expected Uchiha Wataru to be so direct, unwilling even to utter a single word before taking action. The root shinobi surrounding him reacted immediately. Some formed hand seals, others hurled kunai at Wataru, while some charged directly to intercept him. Protecting their leader had become second nature. But Wataru was too swift. His sprint tore through the night air. The simultaneous shuriken volley from the root shinobi brushed against his clothing's hem. But with a sudden thrust of his left foot, the boy shattered the cobblestones beneath him. His figure blurred as he slipped through the gaps between the weapons. The foremost root shinobi swung his blade downward, but only cut through empty air. Wataru's form flickered, becoming a fleeting shadow beneath the moonlight. Yet his knee collided with a man's jaw. The crack of bone and the dull thud of a body smashing through a wall exploded in unison. Danzo's single eye narrowed sharply. Fast, too fast, he thought. Caught unprepared. One root shinobi failed to complete his hand seals before Wataru twisted and delivered a spinning kick, the gust of his leg sweeping across the man's neck. Amid the air's explosive roar, the man collapsed like a marionette with severed strings into the rubble. A third man charged, his blade flashing, but his wrist was crushed by an iron-like palm. Wataru used the momentum to vault skyward, his shoe sole landing on the crown of a fourth root shinobi's head, propelling himself upward. 10 meters. Finally, Danzo raised his right hand. A mighty fireball jutsu tore through the air, slicing through the wind, yet Wataru defied inertia and plummeted downward midair. A scorching wave of condensed chakra brushed past the tips of his hair as he landed, both feet exerting force, causing the tiles within a 3-meter radius to collapse in a spiderweb pattern. Utilizing the recoil, he shattered the last 2 earthen barriers like a cannonball. 5 steps. Shursui Danzo's fingers, forming hand seals, were abruptly severed by the gust of a fist aimed at his face. Arrogance. As Shursui Danzo retreated fiercely, a kunai slid from his sleeve to block. Amid the metallic wails, the blade forged from refined steel was shattered by the knuckles. Uchiha Togikawa transformed his fist into claws, slashing toward the throat. Danzo hastily stepped back, flinging out a wooden substitute. His true body was already forming hand seals several meters away. Amid the splintering fragments of the wooden stake, Uchiha Togikawa pursued like a phantom, skimming the ground. Wind release, vacuum. Before Danzo could even utter the name of the technique, the youth's whip-like kick, rebounding off the wall, swept toward his temple. Danzo hurriedly raised his arm to block, feeling as if struck by lightning. His arm seemed to fracture, and the overwhelming force sent him staggering back several paces. Meanwhile, Uchiha Togikawa's elbow strike followed like a shadow, piercing beneath the ribs, eliciting a crisp cracking sound from Danzo's chest bones. 7 consecutive strikes. The fists tore through the air, relentless and unbroken. Danzo's forearms, used to block, gradually numbed. Each collision felt like being hammered by a battering ram, leaving only searing pain and numbness. When Uchiha Togikawa spun and swept his leg downward, Danzo was finally driven back into a corner. Dust fell from the brick wall under the impact, and a metallic sweetness welled up in Danzo's throat. The fierce glint in his one eye finally ignited into raging fury. Enough! Amid his roar, the response was a sharp slap. Smack! This slap was especially crisp and forceful, sending Shursui Danzo flying backward. His body spun several times midair before crashing to the ground. Such a result was, in truth, self-inflicted. Perhaps after long years in high positions, Danzo had grown complacent, believing everyone would obey him out of respect for his status. Yet he had forgotten that the one standing before him was Uchiha Togikawa, a man utterly indifferent to Danzo's rank or identity. In the end, it was simply Danzo's underestimation that led to this. It was true that Uchiha Togikawa refrained from using ninjutsu, but his taijutsu was formidable. Coupled with his S-rank sage physique, capable of overpowering even the Ninetales, there was no need to mention Danzo, who had long since withdrawn from frontline combat. Stop! Just as Uchiha Togikawa prepared to advance and deliver a few more harsh blows to Danzo, the sound of rushing air arrived once more. The voice was familiar. Without turning, Uchiha Togikawa knew instantly who was approaching. Sarutobi Hiruzen. But none of his concern. Uchiha Togikawa's steps did not falter. In an instant, he stood before Danzo, grasping his neck and hoisting him up before finally turning around. Indeed, it was Sarutobi Hiruzen. Not only him but also Mito Uzumaki, Tazuna Koharu, and others of Hiruzen's generation were present. In addition, a dozen or so Jonin-level ninja from various clans within the village surrounded them. Under such scrutiny, an ordinary person would naturally feel nervous, even uneasy. Yet Uchiha Togikawa remained indifferent. Bang! Without a word, he slammed Shursui Danzo onto the ground with such force that cracks spread across the surface. Fwa! Danzo spat a mouthful of blood. Uchiha Togikawa, I order you to cease. This time, the speaker was Tazuna Koharu, her face already flushed with anger. In contrast, Sarutobi Hiruzen's cheeks twitched slightly upon witnessing the scene. To be honest, arriving only to see Joji beating up Laifu no, rather, Uchiha Togikawa mercilessly pounding Shursui Danzo, this Hokage felt nothing but absurdity. Had Tazuna Koharu not spoken, Hiruzen might have maintained some composure. But once she did, his heart sank, and he muttered silently, "This is bad." Sure enough, Uchiha Motokawa showed no regard for the village elders present. With one hand, he lifted Danzo off the ground again, raising him high above. What do you want to say? That I should release this old dog? Uchiha Motokawa sneered coldly at Tazuna Koharu, then turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Third Hokage, is that your stance as well? The truth proved that when a person is unburdened and wields overwhelming power, only one word suffices to describe him: invincible. Both Tazuna Koharu and Shursui Danzo clung to outdated mental habits when facing Uchiha Motokawa. They assumed he would be cowed by their rank and status, that he would obey their commands. Alas, Uchiha Motokawa understood these rules better than anyone in the shinobi world, and he cared nothing for them. Put Danzo down, child. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. Tonight's events were many, each more painful than the last. Seeing his old comrade held like a lump of rotten meat by Uchiha Motokawa only deepened his sorrow. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew all too well what was in Danzo's heart. Especially now, with the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze dealing with the Nine Tails, the outcome was uncertain. Any further turmoil here would spell disaster for Konoha. Uchiha Motokawa's lips curled into a smirk. Since everyone is here, I'll take this chance to ask properly. With that, he flung Shursui Danzo to the feet of Sarutobi Hiruzen. This old dog laid hands on me when I was just 6 years old. Don't tell me you didn't know. You saw the result back then. He said this with a cold smile. Now this old dog is using the Nine Tails incident to persecute me again. What, does he think I'm easy to bully? At this moment, Danzo was battered and bruised, several ribs broken, his body stiff and immobile. His forehead was soaked with blood, rendering him utterly disheveled. Though he was the village's leader and of Sarutobi Hiruzen's generation, still formidable, his current state was due to Uchiha Motokawa's tampering. Simply put, moments ago, Uchiha Motokawa infused a bit of natural energy into Danzo's body. Not much, but enough to immobilize him. This act was partly personal vengeance, but also a test. The test revealed something genuine. Danzo had begun modifying his own body, incorporating Hashirama's cells. Perhaps not in great quantity, but Hashirama's cells were immensely powerful and required special means to neutralize. Thus, Danzo's body must also harbor Sharingan. The two elements maintained a delicate balance. In this state, the natural energy Uchiha Motokawa introduced was insufficient to immobilize a normal person. Yet Danzo was affected. This meant the fragile equilibrium within his body was disrupted by even a small amount of natural energy. Fully aware of the situation, Uchiha Motokawa understood everything. Upon hearing this, Mito Uzumaki, Tazuna Koharu, and the others' expressions darkened considerably. His words were tantamount to a direct accusation. Yet Uchiha Motokawa was exceptional. Though of the Uchiha clan, he was an anomaly among them. Orphaned and never having received formal ninja academy training in the will of fire, he rejected that doctrine entirely. They were powerless against him. The recent Nine Tails incident was proof. Detonating at will, who could endure that? No more words. Uchiha Wenchuan stepped forward, and the surrounding shinobi instantly tensed. Some had already drawn their kunai, while others produced various ninja tools. Yet, Uchiha Wenchuan appeared as if oblivious to it all, fixing his gaze directly upon Hiruzen Sarutobi. Third Hokage, I am about to show you something remarkable. Having spoken, he approached Shimura Danzo. Under Danzo's astonished and furious glare, he unceremoniously tore away the bandages that concealed half of Danzo's face. Stop! Mito Inazuma bellowed, stepping forward in an attempt to intervene. Although unsure of what Uchiha Wenchuan intended to reveal, Inazuma's knowledge of his old comrade Shimura Danzo assured him it could be nothing favorable. But Uchiha Wenchuan had already lifted Danzo's right eyelid. A hush fell over the scene. Everyone beheld the eye within Danzo's socket. Its iris a vivid crimson resembling fresh blood, adorned with 3 Magatama. Sharingan. Inazuma's movements froze. Kurenai Koharu's already gloomy expression deepened by several degrees. Even Hiruzen Sarutobi's face grew grave at this moment. Uchiha Wenchuan showed no courtesy. He plucked that very eye from Shimura Danzo's socket. Hehehe, everyone saw it, right? Now I want to know, where did this eye come from? It surely wasn't granted by the Uchiha clan, was it? He opened his palm, which was stained with blood, and there lay the eyeball, resting silently in his hand. Having done this, Uchiha Wenchuan retrieved a roll of bandages from his ninja tool pouch, carefully wrapped the eye, and secured it. Now I demand an explanation. Uchiha Wenchuan spoke again. The atmosphere was thick with silence. Logically, someone who had just had an eye gouged out should be racked with unbearable pain. Even if he could endure it, there should have been some reaction. Yet Shimura Danzo remained silent. He seemed utterly numb, voiceless. but the contorted expression on his face betrayed the agony inflicted by Uchiha Wenchuan's act. It was simply unclear why he could not vocalize it. "What have you done?" Kurenai Koharu hurriedly inquired, naturally referring to Danzo's present condition. Of course, there was also an intention to divert the topic, to avoid the crux of the matter. However, Uchiha Wenchuan paid no attention and instead fixed his eyes on Hiruzen Sarutobi. "Send for Clan Chief Fugaku immediately." Finally, Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke. "Yes." An ANBU shinobi promptly took the order and departed. Sarutobi, Maito Iman Inazuma and Kurenai Koharu's expressions shifted subtly. Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed and waved his hand. "Treat Danzo for now." At once, an ANBU shinobi stepped forward and administered the palm sage technique to Shimura Danzo. If it had failed, it would have been one thing, but the treatment only brought complications. "Ah!" Danzo's mouth snapped open, releasing a piercing scream of agony that was particularly distressing. The ANBU, startled, assumed Danzo could not withstand the pain and intensified the treatment. Unexpectedly, this only amplified Danzo's cries. The ANBU hurriedly withdrew his hand, and the faint green glow of the palm sage technique vanished. Danzo suddenly ceased his screams, though his face remained twisted in pain, once again silent. This unnerved not only the ANBU but also Hiruzen Sarutobi, who sensed something amiss. Uchiha Wenchuan smirked inwardly. The fragile balance had already been shattered with the removal of the Sharingan. The Hashirama cells within Danzo's body had yet to erupt, evidently suppressed by some other method he possessed. In such circumstances, the palm sage technique's foreign chakra interference further disrupted the balance. Moreover, with natural energy remaining within the body, Danzo's inability to move only served to magnify his suffering. "This is retribution." Uchiha Wenchuan laughed heartily. "What did you do to Danzo?" Kurenai Koharu stepped forward, demanding. Uchiha Wenchuan ignored her. Hiruzen Sarutobi did not grow angry either. Instead, he knelt down to inspect Danzo, his expression turning stern. "It is natural energy." Truly a shinobi scholar, Hiruzen's vast knowledge and a fleeting connection to Uchiha Wenchuan's unique nature quickly led him to discern the anomaly within Danzo. Now, there was no mistaking Uchiha Wenchuan's methods. Sighing, Hiruzen Sarutobi addressed Maito Iman Inazuma and Kurenai Koharu. "You lead the ANBU to find the fourth Hokage. I will handle matters here." Sarutobi. Inazuma was about to protest but was cut off by Hiruzen. "Do as I say. This is an order." Thus, Inazuma and Kurenai had no grounds to argue further. Given the extraordinary circumstances, the fourth Hokage's whereabouts unknown and the village suffering such a blow, the third Hokage naturally held the authority to manage these affairs. Kurenai cast a warning glance at Uchiha Wenchuan. "What are you looking at, old hag?" He smiled. Kurenai's fury flared, and she opened her mouth to retort but held back, snorting coldly. Together with Inazuma, she swiftly departed with their squad. Soon, only Hiruzen Sarutobi, a few ANBU shinobi, and the still prone Shimura Danzo remained. "Take Danzo and the root members down for medical treatment." Hiruzen issued another command, then looked at Uchiha Wenchuan, seemingly wary that he might interfere. Yet Uchiha Wenchuan did not intervene, much to Hiruzen's surprise. "Surely the third Hokage does not believe I would kill the old Danzo here?" Uchiha Wenchuan retorted. Hiruzen sighed again. "Child, I know you harbor grievances against the village, but some matters are not as simple as you perceive." Uchiha Wenchuan smiled bitterly. "So, Shimura Danzo's actions were your doing, third Hokage?" Hiruzen shook his head. "It was not under my orders." He earnestly explained. "Danzo governed root, his duty to maintain the village's stability." Uchiha Wenchuan raised an eyebrow. "You mean to say that harming my clan and targeting me was all necessary? Calm yourself, child. With your intelligence, you should discern the truth. The power of the Uchiha clan has always been a source of unease. Your clan is too extraordinary." Hiruzen sighed deeply, the wrinkles on his face deepening. "Moreover, the rift between the Uchiha and the village is palpable. No need for me to elaborate, you live within it." Danzo's methods were extreme but born from a desire to protect the village. "Protect?" Uchiha Wenchuan's laughter dripped with scorn. "By bathing in my clan's blood? I understand your grievances and your anger." Hiruzen's voice was weary. "But now is not the time for reckoning. Konoha cannot withstand internal strife, and the Uchiha least of all." He looked at Uchiha Wenchuan with pleading eyes. "Give Konoha a chance. I promise you Danzo will pay the price, and the village will reevaluate its relationship with the Uchiha." Uchiha Wenchuan raised his hand to interrupt. "Enough. These words are not meant for me." He shook his head and smiled faintly, uninterested in debating further. After all, he was not the head of the Uchiha clan. Such matters were beyond his jurisdiction, and he had no desire to meddle. His current demeanor stemmed solely from personal animosity toward Shimura Danzo. Hiruzen Sarutobi was momentarily speechless at this display. The scene was steeped in silence, yet fortunately, this quietude did not linger for long. Soon, several figures descended, led by Fugaku Uchiha himself. At this moment, Fugaku's countenance was far from pleasant. Such a monumental event had unfolded tonight, plunging the entire village into chaos, and yet the Uchiha shinobi had been expressly forbidden from intervening. As the clan head, there was no way he could reconcile with such blatant targeting. Brought here by the Umbu operatives, Fugaku found himself face to face with Uchiha Wataru and the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. The atmosphere between the two was palpably tense, resembling a silent standoff. Fugaku cast a glance toward Wataru, seeking some form of response. The latter merely shrugged and averted his gaze, ignoring him entirely. Having long been accustomed to Wataru's temperament, Fugaku was unsurprised. Finding no answers from Wataru, Fugaku turned his attention to Sarutobi. Third Hokage he addressed respectfully. Sarutobi nodded, forcing a faint smile. Fugaku, I have summoned you under grave circumstances to relay some critical information. Fugaku's expression immediately grew solemn. Please go on. Sarutobi took a deep breath. You have witnessed the emergence of the Ninetales. For the village, this is a calamity. After tonight, the extent of the damage to the village remains uncertain. Fugaku fell silent, unsure how to respond. The resentment he had harbored upon arrival was somewhat dissipated by these words. Yet what followed caused a subtle shift in his expression. The appearance of the Ninetales was no accident, but a deliberate act. The Jinchuriki gave birth tonight. Someone took advantage of his weakened state post-delivery to seize control of him, breaking the seal, thereby subjugating the Ninetales. Sarutobi paused here. Wataru glanced at Sarutobi, then at Fugaku, suddenly finding the situation somewhat amusing. At this moment, Fugaku's unease was unmistakable. Sure enough, Sarutobi continued, the one who controlled the Ninetales is an Uchiha. This is witnessed firsthand by Minato, who fought that individual but remains unaware of his true identity. Fugaku, as head of the Uchiha clan, you surely understand the gravity of this implication. Within a few words, Fugaku's complexion had drastically changed, from mild anger upon arrival, to subtle unease, and now shock. No doubt, the third Hokage, who had wielded authority over Konoha for decades, was adept at delivering such preemptive blows. Wataru, observing this, could already anticipate Fugaku's reaction. Third Hokage, all Uchiha shinobi are currently within the clan compound tonight. Moreover, ordinary Sharingan Jinjutsu cannot achieve control over the Ninetales, Fugaku hurriedly explained. This matter is indeed grave, he continued. If it goes poorly, the entire village might turn hostile towards the Uchiha. Though confident, I am not arrogant enough to believe the Uchiha alone could withstand the entire village. Sarutobi responded, I naturally trust you. Then, shifting tone, he added, however, the former advisor Danzo clashed with Wataru over the Ninetales incident. Fugaku quickly interjected, third Hokage. That is of no consequence. Wataru's expression turned peculiar. Clearing his throat twice to interrupt, he tossed a bandaged eyeball to Fugaku, saying, Clan head, you should examine this first before deciding what to say. Wataru was not angry. On the contrary, he found the sight of Fugaku's urgency intriguing. So this was the head of the Uchiha clan? Truly a hopeless case. Fugaku took the bandaged orb, a dark premonition stirring within him. He had seen this before, on the battlefield, when retrieving the eyes of fallen clansmen under rudimentary conditions. This was the usual method. Fresh blood stained the cloth. He knew all too well. Unwrapping it, he found a Sharingan. His face darkened. At this moment, Wataru spoke. I plucked this from Danzo Shimura's eye socket. Fugaku's gaze snapped to Sarutobi, his earlier tension vanishing, replaced by a surge of anger. Third Hokage, I demand an explanation for this Sharingan. Sarutobi sighed once more, this time a particularly long exhalation. Fugaku, I will explain the matter of the Sharingan after tonight's events. But I also require an explanation regarding the control of the Ninetales. He met Fugaku's eyes, his expression gradually softening. Fugaku hesitated. Wataru suddenly smiled. Clan head, you'd better think carefully before speaking. Clearly, Sarutobi was applying pressure on Fugaku, and Wataru was complicit in this. Thus, the atmosphere grew awkward. Fugaku had arrived brimming with anger, but now was inexplicably anxious. Sarutobi's words, coming from the third Hokage, carried an implicit but unmistakable accusation. Yet Wataru countered, Don't be foolish. Instinctively summoning his authority as clan head, Fugaku first addressed Wataru, then replied to Sarutobi. Third Hokage, I am not yet privy to the specifics. As clan head, he could not be cowed by a few words and naturally intended to delay the matter. Sarutobi nodded slightly. Very well. Now is indeed not the time to discuss this. We shall address it once tonight's affairs are settled. Fugaku visibly exhaled in relief. Witnessing this, Wataru chuckled, giving Fugaku a thumbs up. Fugaku, you are truly something. Without waiting to see if Fugaku understood, he picked up the bag he had set down and strode back toward the clan grounds without looking back. Fugaku opened his mouth to speak, but Sarutobi stopped him. Let the boy return. Danzo was at fault tonight and caused him some grievance. Fugaku, when you go back, be sure to comfort him. Fugaku nodded. Understood. With Wataru gone, he no longer concerned himself with the scene. Nearby, he could still overhear discussion focused on the Sharingan in Fugaku's hand, but Wataru was amused to the point of laughter. The Uchiha clan was truly blessed to have such a clan head, some blessing that had been sought for generations. Tonight's events were an unexpected turn for him. Had the Ninetales not struck directly, he would not have intervened. Now, having effectively self-destructed, consuming nearly all the natural energy stored within, he would need to recuperate. Having witnessed Fugaku's hesitation, Wataru fully abandoned any thoughts he should not have entertained. Whoever cares. As Wataru entered the clan compound, he observed the chaotic scene within. It was not truly disorderly, merely the collateral damage wrought by the Ninetales. The stone steps bore fresh bloodstains, sparse and unattended. Several clan members who had awakened their Sharingan stood upon the wall, gazing toward the direction where the Ninetales had previously appeared. Along the road, children formed two orderly lines, holding hands with the elder clan members, swiftly making their way toward the northern gate. No one wept, nor did anyone inquire why. Do not look back. Move faster. A middle-aged man whispered sternly, his Sharingan eyes glowing crimson in the flickering firelight. A few awakened clansmen leaned against the torn-down wall, searching beneath the rubble for any injured, their Sharingan still illuminated. They said nothing, merely fixing their gaze on the distant Hokage building. Why won't the village let us go out and help? A young boy asked, his voice low. What other reason could there be? They fear the power we wield. Another responded, his tone laced with clear dissatisfaction. Was it an order from the Hokage himself? Someone else inquired. Who knows? The directive came from the Umbu, came the reply. Damn it, we are Uchiha, not prisoners. Silence. An elder interrupted sharply. Focus on your own tasks. The young man who had been reprimanded looked visibly resentful but, upon seeing the chaotic scene within the clan territory, wisely fell silent. Uchiha Wataru strode past them without pausing, seemingly indifferent to everything unfolding before him. Naturally, such behavior did not go unnoticed. Where have you been? Someone called after him. Went to buy groceries, Uchiha Wataru replied simply, as if the Ninetales had never appeared moments ago. Witnessing his nonchalant demeanor, others could not help but express their displeasure. Didn't you see what condition the clan territory is in? Uchiha Wataru halted and looked toward the speaker. So what? Taken aback by Wataru's attitude, the young man's Sharingan beads spun faster with anger as he stepped forward, closing the distance between them in a few strides. Is that the attitude befitting an Uchiha? The clansmen need help, yet you stand by coldly? His words drew the attention of many nearby, causing them to pause their steps or halt their tasks, all casting glances toward the confrontation. Upon seeing Uchiha Wataru among the disputants, some faces darkened immediately. Some eyes bore cold indifference, others disdain. The reactions varied, but it was abundantly clear, even within the Uchiha Wataru was an anomaly. SNT that so? Wataru retorted, glancing at the others before fixing his gaze on the young man before him. Do they need my help? Haven't you all always been indifferent? With that, he spoke no more, pushing past the youth with a shove of his shoulder. Enough, Tetsuhi, an older Uchiha interjected, trying to calm the young man, his expression inscrutable as he watched Uchiha Wataru's retreating figure. Uncle Yatsushiro, look at that guy. The youth, known as Uchiha Tetsuhi, was clearly vexed by Wataru's response and demeanor, itching to confront him immediately. Ignore him. Uchiha Yatsushiro shot a stern glance at Tetsuhi, who reluctantly fell silent. Meanwhile, Uchiha Wataru continued his unhurried walk down the clan territory street. On both sides, ordinary clansmen, adults and children alike, moved in slight panic alongside awakened clansmen who had paused. Without exception, all eyes were fixed upon him. Under the moonlight, the eyes of the awakened Uchiha glowed a blood-red hue, emitting an eerie radiance in the pale lunar glow. To be stared at by so many pairs of eyes would unsettle most, perhaps even instill fear. Yet Uchiha Wataru seemed utterly oblivious, carrying his bag as he strode forward, dismissing the gazes flanking him. That man, whispered voices along the street hissed. He doesn't deserve the Uchiha name. That wretched fellow ought to be cast out of the clan. Truly disgusting. Murmurs echoed on both sides of the street, all aimed squarely at Uchiha Wataru. Yet he paid no heed, dismissing the words as if they were mere wind. This alone laid bare his standing within the Uchiha clan. Isolated. No, more accurately, Uchiha Wataru had deliberately isolated himself from the entire Uchiha clan. Across the whole of Konoha, Wataru was a palpable anomaly, reclusive and self-absorbed in the eyes of outsiders. Within the Uchiha clan, he was also an outlier. Aloof, cold, lacking the pride inherent to the Uchiha name. Over time, the clan's resentment toward him had grown considerably. Yet none dared openly confront him. Only a rare few, like the headstrong Uchiha Tetsuhi, dared to challenge him. The root of this estrangement lay in Wataru's unwillingness to contribute to the clan's cause. The reason was simple. When he was 6, after the incident that destroyed the Ninja Academy, the Uchiha clan recognized his talent, believing him to be a divine gift bestowed upon them. The entire clan pinned their hopes on him, expecting him to become the clan's sharpest spear. But Uchiha Wataru harbored no interest whatsoever. Thus, the rift between him and the clan only deepened, growing increasingly irreconcilable. However, Wataru was formidable in combat. Though unable to wield ninjutsu, his terrifying strength and powerful physique made him a formidable thorn in the side of the clan's troublemakers. Anyone who dared provoke him invariably felt the full weight of his fists, with consequences that needed no further explanation. The more this happened, the less he was accepted by the clan, culminating in the present state of affairs. Suddenly, Uchiha Wataru came to a stop, and the murmurs ceased instantly. "Do you have nothing better to do?" he asked, his voice laced with disdain. Some flinched but avoided his gaze. Others lowered their heads, refusing to look at him. Yet some faces flushed with anger. "A bunch of useless fools," Wataru remarked coldly before resuming his stride, no longer sparing them a glance as he headed toward his home. Once he had gone, the whispers resumed. "Damn him. Look at that attitude. That wretched man. One day, I'll make him pay. A disgrace to the Uchiha." Uchiha Wataru ignored these voices entirely. Having heard such things since childhood, they no longer stirred any emotional response. He merely found them amusing. To expect him to harbor affection for such Uchiha was, frankly, asking too much. Had it not been for Danzo Shimura tonight, he would not have bothered with this trivial matter at all, which explained his earlier brusque departure. Uchiha Wataru returned to his residence amidst the strange gazes trailing him. Fortunately, all was well. His home was a courtyard of modest proportions, neither too large nor too small, an archetypal Japanese-style residence with a touch of elegance. The courtyard was enclosed on 3 sides by black lacquered stone walls, with the 4th facing north, bordered by a low fence surrounding a few withered bamboo stalks. A stone lantern leaned askew in the corner, its lampshade cracked halfway, collecting fallen leaves. The bluestone path, polished smooth by countless footsteps, stretched straight from the gate to a low, humble tea room. On the doorframe remained a scratch, etched by his kanai when he was 4 years old. Within the courtyard lay a pond, scarcely more than a dozen paces wide, its waters shallow and clear. At the bottom, a few white stones were scattered as if haphazardly cast chess pieces. There were no flowers, no koi fish, no adornments whatsoever. Beneath the eaves hung a string of faded wind chimes, long since silenced. Everything bore an air of antiquity, further marred somewhat by tonight's encounter with the Ninetails. Fortunately, the damage was minor and could be remedied with a bit of tidying and repair. This courtyard, even within Konoha, would be considered respectable. Among the Uchiha clan, it was quite distinguished. After all, most ordinary Uchiha dwellings were modest 2-story wooden houses or simple bungalows. Estates of this caliber numbered only about a dozen throughout the entire Uchiha territory. This was thanks in large part to the lineage of his father in this life. To put it plainly, he was related to Fugaku Uchiha. They were cousins within the 5th degree of kinship, their great-grandfathers having been brothers, making them collateral relatives of the 5th generation. Strictly speaking, he ought to address Fugaku as his cousin. Of course, it was a distant cousin, yet one belonging to the main branch of the clan leadership. His father in this life, Uchiha Wataru, was a capable shinobi in his 20s, a jonin with 3 Tomo Sharingan, an elite within the family. Thus, Wataru left Wataru Uchiha this estate along with a considerable inheritance. As a result, after becoming an orphan, Wataru Uchiha had enough funds to support himself, freeing him from reliance on the Uchiha clan or even the village for sustenance. Returning indoors, He set down his bag and tidied up briefly before beginning to prepare a late-night meal for himself. Regardless of what had transpired earlier, since his interest was piqued, he intended to see it through. This was a long-standing habit. Wataru Uchiha quickly calmed his mind, focusing intently on the task at hand, as if the earlier battle with the Ninetales and the incident of gouging out Danzo Shimura's eye had never occurred. Outside, there remained some noise, but it no longer disturbed him. After roughly half an hour, the late-night meal was ready. 2 small dishes accompanied by a small bottle of sake. The dishes were simple, 1 meat and 1 vegetable. The sake, however, was not something one of his age ought to drink. But as an orphan, no one was there to forbid him. Moreover, it was a habit he had picked up since the age of 12 in his previous life. Sometimes loneliness made a drink welcome, helping one to sleep more soundly. Just as he poured himself a cup of sake, a knock came at the door. Wataru Uchiha furrowed his brow slightly but rose to answer. As expected, standing at the threshold was none other than Fugaku Uchiha. Compared to earlier, Fugaku's brows were now knit tightly, his face stern. Perhaps he had been reprimanded by Hiruzen Sarutobi. "Is there something you need?" Wataru asked bluntly. Fugaku, accustomed to his nephew's manner, wasted no words. "Yes, there is something I need to discuss with you." The street outside was deserted, yet Wataru stepped aside. The two entered the courtyard silently. Fugaku was led into the room and noticed the 2 small dishes and sake on the low table. "You're still young, you shouldn't be drinking. Besides, it's forbidden for ninjas." Fugaku's words were immediately cut off. "Is that why you came to talk to me?" Wataru placed another pair of chopsticks and a small sake cup before Fugaku. Though he often displayed a casual indifference, even toward the Uchiha clan, he was not without manners. He treated others with basic courtesy. After all, Fugaku was a guest. Fugaku paid no mind to Wataru's attitude. There was an age gap between them, yet they were of the same generation and related. Since Wataru's talents had become evident, Fugaku had long harbored intentions of nurturing him seriously. However, years of interaction had made Fugaku well aware of Wataru's temperament. He had long since lost patience but was powerless to change him. Their current relationship was thus defined by this dynamic. Fugaku settled cross-legged, poured himself a cup of sake, downed it in 1 gulp, and then looked toward Wataru. "The 3rd Hokage has promised me that once tonight's incident is over and the village stabilizes, Danzo Shimura will be punished." Wataru lifted his eyes briefly, silently continuing to eat. "Also, you came into contact with the Ninetales tonight. I need you to tell me, is it truly being controlled by the Sharingan?" Wataru set down his chopsticks and regarded the solemn Fugaku calmly. "The Ninetales is indeed being controlled by a Sharingan Genjutsu. I have confirmed this." "Damn it!" Fugaku slammed his fist onto the low table, causing the items atop to tremble. "Be careful. If you break it, you'll have to pay. This is Korakaniji, you know." Wataru wiped the spot struck by Fugaku's fist, expression full of disdain. Fugaku inhaled deeply, ignoring the remark, though his face was tinged with anger. To control the Ninetales, the Sharingan's power must be formidable. He left the rest unsaid but had already reached his conclusion. The Mangekyo Sharingan. Feigning ignorance, Wataru asked, "So, who do you think it might be?" Fugaku fell silent. "Can't be Madara Uchiha, he has been dead for so many years." Wataru chuckled lightly. Fugaku's expression darkened further. He exhaled deeply and poured himself another cup of sake before turning his gaze back to Wataru. "This incident will place the Uchiha clan in a very precarious position. Compared to the matter with Danzo Shimura, the Ninetales' appearance and its control by the Sharingan are far more serious." He fixed Wataru with a steady look. "You should understand what this implies." Wataru leisurely took a sip of sake before facing Fugaku. "So what is it you want to say?" "Wataru, stop being so headstrong. Your talent should not be wasted. If you become strong, you will undoubtedly bring greater confidence to the Uchiha clan." A smirk curled Wataru's lips. "And then fight the village to the death?" Fugaku's expression shifted slightly. "It's not come to that yet. So you mean once I become strong, I'll be the Uchiha's weapon against the village?" Fugaku remained silent. "Boring." Wataru pouted. "You're like that, and so is the Uchiha clan, arrogant and oblivious, wanting to change the status quo but fearing trouble. Always hesitating and wavering, inviting mockery." "Wataru, enough!" Fugaku interrupted sharply. Wataru raised a hand. "Finish your sake and leave quickly. No one decides what I do, not you, not the village. As for whether the Ninetales matter affects the clan, that's for you as clan head to consider. I'm just an ordinary member. Such matters are beyond me, and I have no interest in them." The atmosphere fell into silence. Looking at Wataru, Fugaku seemed to have many things he wished to say but ultimately said nothing. In the end, Fugaku departed, the scent of alcohol lingering. After all these years, he knew Wataru's character well. No matter how much authority he wielded as clan head, Wataru would simply ignore his orders. Such situations had occurred before, always leaving Fugaku in an awkward position. Thus, even though Fugaku Uchiha had many words he wished to utter before arriving, upon witnessing Wataru Uchiha's demeanor, he realized that no amount of speech would bear fruit. Heh, the Uchiha truly are a perplexing breed. With a light chuckle, Wataru Uchiha promptly cast Fugaku Uchiha from his thoughts, finished his meal and drink, performed his ablutions, and slipped into a peaceful slumber. In the midst of his sleep, at one moment Wataru's brow twitched slightly, as if sensing some alteration within his body, yet he did not awaken. Had anyone possessed the ability to perceive natural energy, they would have noticed that during the latter half of the night, the continuous flow of natural energy that usually surged into his body abruptly ceased. After a night of sound rest, upon opening his eyes in the morning, Wataru Uchiha felt an unburdening lightness throughout his frame, as though a heavy weight had been lifted from him, bringing an indescribable comfort. He wondered if perhaps he was too carefree. Despite all that had transpired the previous evening, he appeared utterly unaffected, as if nothing had happened. Stretching languidly, the crackling sounds from his body heightened his sense of well-being. As he rose and prepared to take a step, his body suddenly stiffened. Hiss! Something was amiss. Wataru Uchiha halted abruptly, eyes wide with shock, and in his heightened emotion, his Sharingan activated. Lowering his gaze to his hands, he then ran his fingers over his body. Was the natural energy gone? At this moment, Wataru was fully awake and had entirely grasped the difference within himself. In the past, his body had absorbed external natural energy every moment to remodel itself. This process had commenced ever since he had drawn the SS rank sage body and had never ceased. Moreover, the natural energy S transformation of the body was a prolonged procedure, intricately tied to his own developmental state. Wataru had initially estimated that the process would only conclude upon the completion of his physical maturation. Yet now, with a mere thought, the system panel materialized before him. Host: Wataru Uchiha. Abilities: SS rank Sage Body, S rank Mangekyo Sharingan, A rank Water Release, A rank Fire Release, B rank Earth Release, A rank Lightning Release, B rank Wind Release, A rank Yin Release, S rank Yang Release, A rank Superhuman Strength. Draws: 0, as expected. The fusion inscription that had once followed the SS rank Sage Body had vanished, indicating that he was now capable of wielding ninjutsu. With this realization, Wataru could no longer contain his excitement and immediately settled into a cross-legged position on the spot. He was determined to refine his chakra. This task was not arduous. It was well known that chakra was the energy generated from the fusion of body and spirit, drawn upon as needed, unlike the internal energy he had known in his previous life. Such energy could not generally be stored. It was extracted on demand, requiring a process. Of course, sealing techniques such as yin seals were exceptions. Speaking of which, extracting chakra necessitated a certain procedure. Novices typically needed to calm their minds and concentrate to accomplish this step, whereas seasoned practitioners had reduced the process to instinct. Due to his innate nature, Wataru could extract chakra instantaneously, yet he chose to approach it earnestly for the moment, fearing he might be mistaken. This demonstrated his profound respect for chakra and ninjutsu. After all, having spent over a decade unable to wield ninjutsu, Wataru had endured considerable hardship. The result was unsurprising. He smoothly completed the chakra extraction. Initially, only a modest amount was drawn, as he cautiously avoided triggering any self-detonation. The appearance of chakra caused no adverse effects. Everything proceeded smoothly. Emboldened, he increased the intensity, and soon a layer of chakra flames flickered across his body's surface. After some time, Wataru finally opened his eyes, a radiant smile impossible to suppress. For over 10 years, possessing the sage body and a full array of elemental affinities yet unable to master chakra or ninjutsu had been a torment. This was the ninja world, where chakra was nothing short of miraculous power. Anyone would be tempted. Now, at last, his desire was fulfilled. Rising, Wataru swiftly moved to a corner of the room and lifted the tatami mat, revealing a chest beneath. Opening it, he found more than 40 scrolls of varying sizes, ninjutsu passed down through his lineage. Great Fireball, Phoenix Fire, Crimson Phoenix Claw, Dragon Fire, Flame, Great Dragon Fire, Great Fire Extinguishing, Great Fire Vanishing. Wataru counted them one by one. Fire release techniques formed the majority, accompanied by 4 other elemental releases, with sealing techniques the scarcest, only 3 types, One thread light formation, sealing illusion technique, and ice stealing seal, all rudimentary. The other 4 elemental releases were similarly mostly C rank. Were there higher-level ninjutsu among those the Uchiha commanded? Certainly. Alas, those were either held by the clan head or elders. To learn them, one had to first exhibit sufficient talent and make considerable contributions. Though these requirements were lower than learning from the village, they remained out of Wataru's reach due to his solitary past. Nonetheless, he was unconcerned. These techniques were more than enough for him to study for some time. Never underestimate his talent. The system panel S listing of A rank water release, A rank fire release, B rank earth release, A rank lightning release, B rank wind release, A rank yin release, and S rank yang release represented his aptitude in each elemental release. More precisely, they reflected his mastery over the nature and transformation of chakra, his control and command over chakra. Over the years, Wataru had also roughly aligned the system S ranks with real-world ninja tiers. C rank roughly equated to genin level, B rank to chunin, A rank to jonin, A rank signified elite jonin, and S rank corresponded to kage level. Beyond that, S plus denoted super kage, while SS and SSS represented 6 paths and Otsutsuki wielders of the 10 tails. This comparison stemmed from Wataru's experience. It might contain discrepancies or inaccuracies, but he found it reasonably close. Presently, he was a warrior of 7 elemental releases, a truly all-round attribute. Even his weakest earth and wind release chakra nature transformations were at chunin level. Not to mention his super kage yang release and elite jonin in release, with the others at least jonin level. Given his current talent, should he unleash himself in training, mastering these ninjutsu would not take long. Then, Wataru selected a scroll, stowed the rest away, and planned to freshen up before breakfast, after which he intended to train outdoors. He was brimming with energy, like a child with a new toy, eager to explore ninjutsu. In the washroom, Wataru hummed softly, luxuriating in a thorough cleansing. At that moment, the door opened, and a gentle figure entered, carrying a basket. "Wataru-kun, are you not in?" Wataru naturally heard the voice from outside. Apart from himself, only one person held a key to the entire courtyard, Mikoto Uchiha. Just then, having finished washing, he casually draped a robe over himself and stepped out. In this lifetime, he has developed quite well. Though only 13 or 14 years of age, his height has already surpassed 1.70 meters, towering half a head above Mikoto Uchiha. "Hurry and put your clothes on," Mikoto Uchiha said, placing the items on the low table before averting her gaze. However, Gensuke Uchiha paid no mind and plopped down boldly beside the table. "When I was little, you often bathed with me. You saw everything early enough," Gensuke remarked carelessly. Mikoto lightly swatted him, her cheeks tinged with a gentle blush as she chided, "Don't speak nonsense. Back then, you were alone, and it was Kumikone's sister who took care of you." Gensuke scoffed. "You also said you'd marry me when I grew up. Now look, you've married first, your word means nothing." This made Mikoto's complexion deepen further. "You child, don't say such things. At that time, you had just become an orphan. Of course, I had to comfort you, and those words were only to soothe you." She feigned indifference as she took the items from the basket and arranged them on the table. "Besides, I am already married to Fugaku-kun now, a wedded woman. You can look at the other girls of our clan your age," she added. Gensuke propped his elbow on the table, resting his face on his palm with a mischievous grin. "A married woman, huh? Married women know how to care for others. I don't mind at all." Mikoto's cheeks flushed even more at his words, and she couldn't help but swat Gensuke again. This time on the head, with enough force to produce a sharp clap. Yet Gensuke still smiled as if unfazed by the pain. "Eat your meal," she said with a hint of exasperation. Seeing his carefree demeanor, Mikoto's irritation deepened. Gensuke merely chuckled lightly and began enjoying the breakfast she had brought. The meal was abundant, for Mikoto knew well his appetite. "What brings you here today?" Gensuke asked. To speak of their relationship, in truth, it was closer than that between Gensuke and Fugaku Uchiha. More precisely, among the entire Uchiha clan, Mikoto was the person closest to Gensuke. This was because she had a past with Gensuke's mother in this life, and the two shared a close bond. Thus, after Gensuke's parents passed away, Mikoto took it upon herself to care for him for a considerable time, only ceasing when he was nearly 10 years old. Had it not been for Mikoto's presence, who knows if Gensuke would have resolved to become a rogue ninja. After all, the Uchiha clan was visibly doomed, a ship near sinking, and naturally Gensuke would not go down with it. Moreover, at that time his mindset was peculiar, colder than now, even viewing others as mere NPCs. The Sharingan hanging over him drove him toward a somewhat unhinged state. Fortunately, Mikoto was a gentle woman, exuding a sense of harmony and maternal warmth that could soothe the heart, slightly turning his attitude around. Alas, their age difference was too great. By the time Gensuke was under 10, Mikoto was already married, and his hopes had to be abandoned. After all, one cannot expect a colt to pull a heavy cart alone. Of course, it was not impossible. Gensuke considered himself a fine horse, even if not yet fully grown. "Why can't I come here?" Mikoto retorted. Gensuke smiled and replied directly. "After such a big incident last night, Fugaku must be busy today. You also have 2 sons to look after." Although he left the rest unsaid, the implication was clear. Mikoto's expression faltered at his words, her smile gradually fading into a hint of melancholy. After a moment of silence, she spoke. "Are you blaming me?" Gensuke did not cease his actions and replied, "Not at all. You had your own difficulties and I was too young at the time. It's not your fault." There was no ambiguity in their relationship, no romantic tension. What he had said before was merely a jest. Yet as Gensuke grew and Mikoto married, their closeness gradually waned. This was a deliberate choice by Gensuke. He did not want to leave himself vulnerable, not even emotionally. He refused to be threatened. No one understood the depths of the ninja world better than he. He was grateful for Mikoto's care in his youth and would never stand idly by if she were in danger. But that was about all. Others did not fall into this category. Thus, Gensuke maintained a relationship that was neither distant nor intimate, hovering in a state of delicate balance. Mikoto, as if recalling something, eyes glistening with unshed tears, pressed her lips lightly and said, "I'm sorry, Gensuke. I should have cared for you more back then." Gensuke's smile remained unchanged. "Mikoto-ne, you worry too much. I never blamed you. Besides, you weren't responsible for me. You only acted out of your bond with my mother. Honestly, I'm quite grateful." This was no empty sentiment. Mikoto's marriage to Fugaku Uchiha was merely a union of 2 factions within the Uchiha clan. Since Mikoto's side belonged to the moderate faction, it was natural to seek influence over the clan through Fugaku, the clan head. Therefore, Mikoto's marriage was not her own choice. This was a common occurrence among ninja clans. Yet, it seemed that even with her marriage, the moderate faction had little sway over the clan, as the hardliners still held the majority. "Enough, Mikoto-ne. Let us talk about why you came today." Gensuke shifted the subject. Mikoto wiped away the moisture gathering in her eyes, took a deep breath, and fixed her gaze on him earnestly. "Gensuke, please don't blame Fugaku, alright?" Gensuke paused his movements, surprised. "Why would I blame that guy?" Mikoto's hands clenched slightly on the table as if wrestling with her thoughts. He promised the 3rd Hokage not to pursue the matter of Danzo Shimura possessing the Sharingan. Gensuke chuckled. "Is that so? Did he gain anything from the 3rd Hokage in return?" Mikoto fell silent, seemingly unsure how to respond. Seeing this, Gensuke's mind was made up. "I must say that Fugaku is quite patient to endure such a situation." "So he agreed in my name?" Gensuke asked. Mikoto remained silent again. Gensuke set down his chopsticks, poured himself a cup of sake, and drank it without regard to the astonished look she gave him. "I don't care about the Sharingan matter. It isn't even my eye. I'm not the clan head. Let him handle it however he likes, as long as he can convince the others." But Gensuke fixed Mikoto with a calm gaze. "If he thinks I won't pursue Danzo Shimura's matter either, he's in for a disappointment." Seeing Mikoto seemed about to speak, Gensuke smiled once more. "Mikoto-ne, this is between Danzo and me, nothing to do with the clan. Fugaku can't control me." Mikoto naturally understood Gensuke's resolute nature. Once he made up his mind, there was no turning back. Since these words were spoken by him, there is absolutely no possibility of alteration. Even Uchiha Fugaku himself, the clan head, would find it impossible. In the past, the 2 of them were not without disputes over certain matters, yet each time, it was Uchiha Fugaku who yielded. As I have said before, Uchiha Genjen is extraordinarily unique within the Uchiha clan. So unique that even the clan head, Uchiha Fugaku, has no effective means to manage him. Grateful for the breakfast sent by Sister Mikoto, its flavor was as exquisite as ever. Evidently, Uchiha Genjen had no intention of prolonging the conversation any further. Moreover, he was not inclined to engage in more discussion with Uchiha Mikoto, for he yearned to commence his ninjutsu training as soon as possible, a pursuit he had awaited for over a decade, naturally holding far greater importance. Yet, in Uchiha Mikoto's eyes, it appeared that Uchiha Genjen's demeanor had grown cold and distant. The one she regarded as a brother was now deliberately creating a rift between them. A sudden pang struck her heart, and lowering her head, her tresses cascaded down to obscure much of her face. Her voice came out muffled and somber. "I understand. I am sorry. From now on, I shall no longer trouble you. Uchiha Genjen responded in surprise. Huh? What do you mean? Uchiha Mikoto paused. Didn't you say you never wanted to see me again? When did I ever say that? Well then Uchiha Genjen's expression turned peculiar as he remarked. After all these years, Sister Mikoto, haven't you realized? You are a wife, but to me you are you and he is he. Then he smiled wryly. What I mean is, I finished the breakfast. It's as simple as that. Really? Hope glimmered in Uchiha Mikoto's eyes. Uchiha Genjen nodded. Would I lie to you? But Sister Mikoto, next time you come, could you change your outfit? That mesh shirt and short skirt you wore when you were a ninja. Very nice, quite a pleasant texture. An inexplicable blush rose to Uchiha Mikoto's cheeks. Back in her youth, she had been quite daring, and her attire was naturally much more revealing than it was now. But at her current age and status, if she were to don such clothing again, she dared not imagine the scene. It would be utterly shameful. Uchiha Mikoto departed, her complexion flushed crimson. Watching her graceful figure fade into the distance, Uchiha Genjen smacked his lips and sighed quietly, reflecting on his own age. He was still too young. At this juncture, whatever he did lacked a sense of immersion. Quickly, Uchiha Genjen cast aside thoughts of Uchiha Mikoto's visit. He now had more pressing matters to attend to. After changing into a fresh set of clothes and tidying himself, he stepped outside. His destination was a training ground situated on the outskirts of the village. Nestled within a dense forest, the training ground was seldom visited in the past and had long been abandoned, making it perfectly suited for his current purposes. Having been a ninjutsu novice for so long, now finally attempting to cultivate ninjutsu, Uchiha Genjen maintained a calm exterior, yet his heart brimmed with excitement. I recall that the body flicker technique involves concentrating chakra in the legs and feet to enhance speed. It is one of the most fundamental ninjutsu techniques, yet remarkably practical, enabling swift movement or instantaneous displacement. Building upon this foundation with various elemental chakra allows for the development of diverse body flicker variants. For example, the illusionary body flicker of the land of water, the lightning release body flicker of the land of clouds, and the water release body flicker of the land of water are all representative forms. Naturally, Uchiha Genjen understood the principles of the body flicker technique well. His household possessed scrolls of this technique, which he had studied and memorized previously. A brief trial now and he quickly grasped the key. For him, it was quite simple. With a swift motion, Uchiha Genjen leapt over a distance exceeding 30 feet. The entire process appeared effortless and serene, barely stirring the air. This was his first attempt, yet the effect rivaled that of seasoned Chunin proficient in the body flicker technique. Unlike before, this movement did not crack the ground beneath him, nor did it produce a loud rushing sound. Instead, he merely concentrated chakra along the meridians of his legs and feet, naturally elevating his speed. An impressive technique, worthy of deeper exploration. Satisfied with his evaluation, Uchiha Genjen's figure flickered once more, accelerating further. To an observer, he seemed like a wisp of smoke, vanishing from one spot and reappearing in another in the blink of an eye, with increasing speed and diminishing noise. His skill was improving, and his mastery of the body flicker technique was deepening. Practicing such a low-level ninjutsu now gave him a commanding perspective. This was the advantage of superior chakra control. Uchiha Genjen's actions inevitably drew the attention of others. After all, the village had endured a recent incident the previous night, and all of Konoha remained on high alert, sensitive to any disturbance. Yet he showed no intention of concealing himself, swaggering openly before those ninja. Is that's the Uchiha kid? Yes, the one who confronted the Ninetales last night. That power reminded me of Lady Tsunade. Don't even mention it, seriously. Everyone naturally recognized Uchiha Genjen's identity and felt no anxiety, for many had witnessed his deeds firsthand the previous night. To put it plainly, while the Uchiha clan had been despised by the villagers, this no longer applied to Uchiha Genjen. Previously, opinions might have differed, but since last night, numerous people had begun to change their perceptions of the Uchiha, especially one as young as Uchiha Genjen, who had dared to engage directly with a terrifying force like the Ninetales. This astonished countless onlookers. Such respect for strength was a sentiment deeply ingrained among shinobi. Uchiha Genjen's gaze swept across the village, noting numerous damaged streets. Some areas leveled entirely, others strewn with collapsed and crumbling houses. Villagers could be seen weeping before their homes, while others actively participated in reconstruction efforts. In some, the populace exhibited a variety of reactions. Uchiha Genjen paid no heed. Whether rebuilding or mourning, it was of no consequence to him. His sole focus was mastering ninjutsu. Soon, he arrived at the village's eastern edge. The abandoned training ground was modest, occupying no more than 5 or 6 acres. The earth was overgrown with weeds, while the original targets and other equipment lay broken, some already decayed. Uchiha Gengen paid no mind to these. He was not here to practice taijutsu. Retrieving a scroll from his bosom, he examined it carefully. The characters emblazoned upon it read Great Fireball and others. Clearly, it was the scroll for the Great Fireball technique. This ninjutsu was classified as Grade C, belonging to the intermediate tier, and was among the most emblematic fire release techniques. As an Uchiha, even though he harbored little fondness for his lineage, Uchiha Gengen felt there was no fault in beginning his training with the Great Fireball technique. This was what one called inheritance. Si Wei Shin Hai Wu Yin. Having roughly noted the content and understanding the chakra manipulation method, he almost instantly completed the transformation of chakra nature and form. Taking a deep breath, his gaze fixed upon the abandoned target ahead. A warm sensation welled in his throat, swiftly spreading throughout his oral cavity, compelling an urgent release. Fire release, Great Fireball technique. In the next moment, a blaze of orange-red flame burst forth from his mouth. Initially a narrow stream of fire, its tip rapidly swelled and coalesced, transforming into a spherical mass in the blink of an eye. The sphere was composed of pure flames. It was not a perfect circle, yet it blazed fiercely with astonishing heat. The transformation of chakra nature supplied the blazing fire for this technique, while the alteration of form granted it shape. Thus, the Great Fireball technique took form. Whoosh! A fiery orb, nearly 6.5 feet in diameter, erupted violently, hurtling toward the discarded targets ahead. Boom! A thunderous roar followed, accompanied by sparks and swirling smoke. The abandoned targets were reduced to ashes almost instantaneously beneath the flames, and the ashes were subsequently blasted apart by the intense shockwave. This technique was mockingly referred to as a merciful art, a nickname that, though tongue-in-cheek, revealed certain shortcomings. The casting speed was not swift, and the destruction was confined to a limited area. However, the Great Fireball technique performed by Uchiha Wenchuan far surpassed the typical scope of ordinary C-rank fire release ninjutsu. As the smoke cleared, a large crater appeared on the ground ahead, about 1.5 feet deep, with upturned soil scorched black. The weeds and discarded targets had long since vanished without a trace. Due to the extensive nature transformation and the exceedingly high temperature of the fireball, combined with the subconscious compression of chakra to enhance its power, its destructive force likely reached the level of a B-rank ninjutsu. Uchiha Wenchuan observed with satisfaction, pleased that his attempt had succeeded so quickly and with such potency. Now, he had a rough understanding of his current abilities. Though he had mastered few techniques, his foundation was solid. His transformation of chakra nature and form across various elements was commendable, enabling him to learn ninjutsu at a pace far exceeding that of ordinary individuals. Having thus mastered the Great Fireball technique, the remainder was simply a matter of practice, improving hand seal speed, then simplifying the seals until he could summon anything with a mere snap of his fingers. If Senju Hashirama could do it, why couldn't Uchiha Wenchuan? Impossible. He had full confidence in himself. By the way, what was the principle behind Minato Namake's S technique? Using advanced chakra form transformation to shape a sphere akin to the tailed beast ball, thereby creating an insane ninjutsu. Intrigued, Uchiha Wenchuan decided to give it a try. He extended his hand, mobilizing chakra, which soon gathered in his palm. As a ninja traverser, the Rasengan was an indispensable skill that Uchiha Wenchuan naturally would not overlook. Quickly, a chakra cyclone appeared in his palm. Too little. The chakra cyclone rapidly transformed into a swirling vortex in his palm. Too much. The vortex diminished. Next came directional changes. The chakra could not simply spin in one direction. Then compression. Yes, fine control was required to prevent deformation. The speed needed to be faster. The shape was correct. Compress once more. After more than 10 minutes, a pale blue chakra sphere appeared in Uchiha Wenchuan's palm, nearly half the size of his hand, spinning rapidly and stirring the surrounding air into a whirlwind. It was complete. The Rasengan. Swish. In a flash, Uchiha Wenchuan appeared before a tree and pressed his palm forward. A low hum first, then a thunderous blast. The tree trunk, nearly 2 arms in circumference, was instantly pierced with a large hole beneath the Rasengan's force. The sphere then exploded, releasing an intense spiraling energy that sliced forward like a blade, expanding along the direction of his press. The trunk was torn open, and amidst swirling dust, the tree was split in two. Ha ha ha! Uchiha Wenchuan laughed heartily, immensely satisfied with the Rasengan's destructive power. The sensation was exhilarating. Chakra was inherently difficult to control, yet Uchiha Wenchuan's mastery had reached a certain level, making everything flow naturally. He had too few scrolls left. Next time, He should learn several techniques at home before coming here again. Well, the great fireball technique was learned. All that remained was accumulation of experience and refinement. The same applied to the Rasengan. Originally, he intended to stay here the entire morning, but only half an hour had passed. He could not afford to waste time and resolved to familiarize himself further with the body flicker technique. Among basic ninjutsu, this was the only one he truly valued. As for transformation and substitute techniques, he would learn them briefly but not delve deeply, for better alternatives existed. But the body flicker was indispensable. It was the technique that defined a ninja's entire life. Strictly speaking, the Flying Thunder God technique also counted as a form of body flicker, underscoring its immense importance. In the following hours, Uchiha Wenchuan exerted himself fully, training the body flicker technique in the dense forest, his experience accumulating at a rate unattainable by ordinary people. Konoha, Hokage Tower, Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind his desk, gazing absent-mindedly at the office before him. Since the village had appointed the fourth Hokage, he had not visited here for a long time. Yet today he returned once again as the Hokage. There was no joy, only sorrow. Last night, the Nine Tails appeared, bringing tremendous calamity to Konoha. The exact number of casualties remained unknown. His wife, Bawako, was dead. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had perished. The Jinchuriki, Kushina Uzumaki, was also deceased. These losses were unbearable for him. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt aged beyond his years. Click. The door opened, and Mito Mondo and Tizune Koharu entered. Outside, Umbu operatives stood guard. The two took seats on the office sofa, their expressions heavy. According to the rules established by the first Hokage when founding the village, until the fifth Hokage was chosen, I will serve as Hokage temporarily. After this matter is handled, I will set out for the Land of Fire to meet the daimyo. Mito Mondo and Tizune Koharu nodded silently, offering no objections. Then, tell me, how severe are the village's losses this time? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. Mito Mondo sighed before speaking. We've done a preliminary count. Go on. Sarutobi Hiruzen clenched his fingers. The death toll nears 2,000, including 213 ninja, 27 jonin, 156 chunin, 30 genin, and the remainder villagers. Tizune Koharu added, the damage to infrastructure is even more severe. 1/3 of the residences in the western district collapsed. The outer wall of the south gate was completely destroyed, and 20% of the granaries were burned. The hospital's medical supplies are currently sufficient, and the wounded continue to be transported there. What about the Uchiha clan? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired. Their territory lies in the village center and suffered minimal damage, Mito Mondo replied. However, their members remain guarding their own domain. Let that be for now, Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand. We must expedite reconstruction. Tizune Koharu adjusted her glasses and said, funding is an issue. The daimyo's budget for this year is already mostly spent. We cannot secure more funds at present. Sarutobi Hiruzen considered this, then said, withdraw a portion from the Hokage's treasury first. I will later apply to the daimyo for additional funds. He continued, have the Umbu inventory supplies and gather everything usable. What about the wounded? Mito Mondo asked. The medical squad is currently understaffed. Summon the members of the Nara clan to assist. They are more accustomed to dealing with herbs and should be able to offer some help in this regard. Hiruzen Sarutobi rose and moved to the window. Additionally, dispatch another group of students from the Ninja Academy. You must also inform the villagers that Konoha will not abandon them. Tsunade Koharu nodded in agreement. I will make the arrangements. Hiruzen Sarutobi turned to him. Do not send anyone to the Uchiha for the time being. But last night, the Nine Tails was clearly controlled by someone from the Uchiha. Vitamin N frowned. I understand. Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice grew solemn. But that does not necessarily mean the Uchiha clan is responsible. The fourth Hokage already briefed me on the events last night. From my perspective, the Uchiha would not act in such a manner. Moreover, the situation with the Nine Tails has yet to be fully investigated. We cannot afford any more chaos. Vitamin N and Tsunade Koharu exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. They harbored no objection. After all, the foremost priority remained the village's reconstruction. Furthermore, dispatch the village's shinobi to the border. Vitamin N furrowed his brow. Sarutobi, are you suggesting? Yes. The truth about the Nine Tails cannot remain concealed, and the death of the Jinchuriki will inevitably become known to other villages sooner or later. We must prepare in advance. Though the third great ninja war has ended, once news of the Nine Tails spreads, the other great ninja villages will undoubtedly take action. The two men's expressions darkened at his words. As advisors, Such thoughts naturally crossed their minds, and indeed, they had contemplated matters even more deeply. Very well, I will take responsibility for this matter, Midaman declared. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded, then sighed deeply. How is Danzo holding up? Tsunade Koharu's voice was grave. He has a fractured sternum, injuries to his right arm, and his right eye was gouged out. His condition is severe. This topic was even more somber. Uchiha Wataru lacks ninjutsu skills but defeated Danzo with sheer taijutsu alone. His talent demands greater attention from the village, Midaman remarked. Indeed, Tsunade Koharu nodded. Uchiha Wataru's taijutsu alone was sufficient to stand against the Ninetales. Danzo's lapse in judgment cost him dearly, evident from his grave injuries. It seems unlikely he will be active for some time. She added thoughtfully, perhaps Danzo should rest for a while, and Rude's operations should be temporarily suspended. At that moment, the office door swung open. No need. A voice called from the doorway, followed by a figure being supported as he entered. It was none other than Shimura Danzo, though he looked rather disheveled. Bare-chested, his upper body was swathed in bandages, and despite his right eye being bandaged, blood still seeped through the cloth. I do not require rest. Root operations are unaffected. I will participate in the village's reconstruction. But Sarutobi, this time we must teach the Uchiha a lesson. It cannot be allowed to pass so easily. His lone visible eye fixed on Hiruzen Sarutobi. His gaze swept over the desk. Though his expression remained impassive, only he truly knew the thoughts within. Midaman and Tsunade Koharu exchanged looks once more, the former saying, I agree with Danzo. Regarding the Uchiha, mere caution is no longer sufficient. We must take a definitive stance. Tsunade Koharu concurred, yes. Even if the Uchiha were not directly responsible for last night's incident with the Ninetales, they are undoubtedly involved somehow. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Danzo. How did you acquire that Sharingan? Shimura Danzo fell silent. Such matters could not be openly discussed. The four men sat together, tacitly understanding one another without explicit words. All adhered to the ideals of the second Hokage, their teacher, harboring an innate aversion toward the Uchiha clan. Yet, despite their disdain, protocol had to be observed. One could not simply act against the Uchiha without clear proof of wrongdoing, especially when the evidence was held against them. Mishandling such an issue would not only affect the Uchiha but also other ninja clans within the village, particularly the Hyuga. If you dare to extract a Sharingan from the Uchiha today, will you dare to act against my Hyuga tomorrow? That would be utterly unsettling. Although Uchiha Fugaku was willing to overlook your responsibility, we still owe the Uchiha clan an explanation. Punishing them under these circumstances would be unjustifiable, Hiruzen Sarutobi stated. Midaman and Tsunade Koharu both furrowed their brows. Their wariness of the Uchiha was instinctive, and after last night's events, it had only intensified. However, now that Shimura Danzo had been compromised, if they wished to penalize the Uchiha, they must take a clear stance. Hiruzen Sarutobi's gaze shifted to Shimura Danzo. His voice calm. Danzo, you should rest for the time being. All of Rude's personnel will be reassigned to the Umbu. Sarutobi. Shimura Danzo immediately became agitated. SNT, this undermining me? How can this be allowed? Midaman and Tsunade Koharu pondered briefly before nodding in unison. I agree. Me too. Danzo's expression darkened as he looked at them. You may be comrades and old friends, but both of you believe it is right to discipline me at this moment. No other reason. Danzo had been caught with incriminating evidence. Tsunade Koharu said, this way, punishing the Uchiha clan will be justified. Midaman nodded. Indeed. Danzo's actions cannot remain concealed. Once the Hyuga clan learns of this, they will become wary, and other ninja clans will watch closely. We must adopt a firm stance. Hiruzen Sarutobi declared, so be it. Danzo, you have gone too far this time. Shimura Danzo felt like a fool, wounded and arriving only to receive such treatment. He stood without a word and walked toward the door. You will regret this, Sarutobi. For some reason, upon hearing those words, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt a sense of relief. Felt right. That familiar sensation had returned. Ahem, I am the Hokage. Danzo. Hiruzen Sarutobi waved his hand, signaling those supporting Danzo to assist him out. Shimura Danzo departed, frustrated yet without many options. As for his true thoughts, likely only he himself knew. Danzo's arrival was swift, and his departure swifter, as if he had never entered at all. The three remaining men were not particularly surprised, for Danzo had always been such a character. Tsunade Koharu spoke. Let us leave Danzo's matter as it is for now. Sarutobi, how shall we handle the Uchiha? Hiruzen Sarutobi fell silent. To be honest, he had no definitive solution. The scenes from last night still lingered vividly in his mind. Uchiha Wataru's presence gave him pause. He was extraordinary. A natural prodigy. Though currently unable to use ninjutsu, should he truly mature, what heights of strength might he reach? Could he become another Hashirama Senju? No. More likely another Uchiha Madara. Yet, why must he be an Uchiha? At the same time, he was aware that pretending last night's events never happened was absolutely impossible. So many had died, and the village had suffered such devastation. Without a proper response, many would harbor resentment. Mitaman En's face remained impassive. Excessive punishment is unacceptable, but neither is doing nothing. Danzo's situation conveniently silences the Uchiha. Accordingly, since the matter of the Nine Tails warranted punishment, they had no grounds for objection. Hiruzen Sarutobi cast a glance at him. What if they deny it? Mitomayan responded calmly. It is an undeniable fact that the Nine Tails was controlled by the Sharingan. Many within the village witnessed it. They cannot refute this. Tenten Koharu nodded in agreement. Exactly, Hiruzen. We must seize this opportunity to impose restrictions on the Uchiha. Hiruzen Sarutobi fell into silence once more. Regarding this matter, he habitually wished to postpone it. But before he could finish speaking, Tenten Koharu interrupted him. Hiruzen, the Nine Tails incident cannot be concealed. Soon, other ninja villages will learn of it. We must stabilize the village beforehand. The Uchiha clan is the most unstable factor in this situation. We cannot afford any delay. Her words were grave, yet as an advisor, it was only natural for her to voice them. Hiruzen Sarutobi furrowed his brow, seemingly deep in thought. Then convene a meeting of the Jonin and solicit their opinions. Mitomayan's eyes brightened. Yes, that approach is feasible. I shall notify them immediately. With that, he rose and moved toward the exit. Wait, Hiruzen Sarutobi called after him, adding, inform the Umbu as well and have them dispatch a squad to summon Jiraiya back. Understood, Mitomayan replied promptly before departing. Within the village, the number of those harboring discontent toward the Uchiha clan was plentiful. The ninja themselves might be more understanding, at least recognizing the Uchiha's importance to Konoha's well-being. However, among ordinary villagers and even among ninjas of commoner origin, those holding negative attitudes toward the Uchiha were by no means few. There was no other reason than the Uchiha clan's own transgressions. The question of right or wrong was irrelevant here. What mattered was that most of these negative perceptions were self-inflicted by the Uchiha themselves, a fact no one could deny. Simply put, every Uchiha who had awakened their eyes was arrogant. One or two might be excused, but the majority exhibited such pride. It was a wonder the Uchiha clan maintained any good reputation at all. Now that Hiruzen Sarutobi had brought the Uchiha's involvement with the Nine Tails into the open, the outcome of the Jonin meeting was all but certain. Whether the punishment would be severe or lenient was immaterial. What mattered was that there be punishment. That was the crux of the matter. 2 days had passed since the night of the Nine Tails, and throughout these days, Konoha had been bustling. The chaos had subsided, but reconstruction efforts continued. Many were engulfed in sorrow, yet more had already begun to look toward the future. Life, after all, must go on. Today, however, Konoha was steeped in grief, for the funeral of the fourth Hokage and his wife was being held. Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, had served less than 2 years in that role but was highly esteemed among the common folk, universally acknowledged as a worthy Hokage. This time, the Nine Tails rampage had cost Konoha dearly. The loss of this young Hokage was an unbearable price. On the western side of Konoha village stood the memorial monument. Many had gathered there today, from Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, down to the humblest villagers, all clad in black, enveloped in somber silence. Among them was Uchiha Wataru, his expression composed amid the Uchiha contingent. His interactions with Minato Namikaze had been few, and thus his feelings toward him were indifferent. His presence here was more a gesture of respect for the departed. As for why he did not save Minato that night, it was impossible, because he was an Uchiha. The village's upper echelons would never have allowed him to be involved in sealing the Nine Tails. It was that simple. Therefore, the deaths of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki were, to him, merely the passing of two individuals worthy of respect, and he attended with that mindset. At the forefront of the group, Uchiha Fugaku bore a heavy expression, his brow unrelaxed, his thoughts inscrutable. Uchiha Wataru found this amusing. With Minato's death, the Uchiha's predicament would only worsen. Rumors had already begun to spread over the past 2 days linking the Nine Tails' appearance to the Uchiha. One could only imagine the immense pressure weighing on Fugaku, the clan head. But none of this concerned Uchiha Wataru. One by one, people stepped forward to lay down chrysanthemums in remembrance. Uchiha Wataru moved with the crowd, placing a flower with equal solemnity. Yet, his keen senses detected several gazes fixed upon him within the assembly. Turning, he saw one figure smiling at him. The man's complexion was pale, his long black hair framing golden eyes, with purple eyeshadow extending to the sides of his nose. Orochimaru. Had this man not yet defected? It was no wonder Uchiha Wataru entertained such thoughts, for Orochimaru had been exceptionally low profile in recent years, especially since Minato assumed the Hokage mantle. He was almost never seen in the village, and no news of him had surfaced. Uchiha Wataru had even suspected that the village leaders might have concealed Orochimaru's defection. Now, however, it was clear that was not the case. Here stood Orochimaru, calmly among the people, showing no sign of fleeing. Indeed, at this moment, it was likely he was colluding with Danzo Shimura. Danzo's recent changes were also related to him. Though these thoughts crossed his mind, Uchiha Wataru paid them little heed, casting only a cursory glance before withdrawing his gaze. The farewell ceremony for the fourth Hokage and his wife continued, the atmosphere solemn and silent. After offering his flowers, Uchiha Wataru retreated into the Uchiha group. The entire ceremony lasted over half an hour, culminating in Hiruzen Sarutobi stepping forward. Whether bidding farewell to the fourth Hokage and his wife or announcing his own resumption of authority, Hiruzen's presence was a declaration that he would once again take the reins. Officially, he remained a provisional leader until the fifth Hokage was chosen, after which he intended to retire fully. The villagers were moved, and with Hiruzen Sarutobi's return, those unsettled by the Nine Tails chaos quickly found calm. After all, Hiruzen had served as Hokage for decades, enduring the second and third great ninja wars, maintaining Konoha's stability with great skill. The villagers had grown accustomed to his leadership. His reemergence felt natural and reassuring. As for Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, he was a hero, but alas, now gone. The villagers' desires were simple: stability and a sense of security. Watching Hiruzen Sarutobi deliver his impassioned speech on the will of fire, Uchiha Wataru's expression remained unchanged. He believed that Hiruzen's return was not motivated by a thirst for power. Otherwise, Minato's ascension would not have been so smooth. Yet none of this concerned him. Detached, observing the emotionally charged scene, his thoughts drifted elsewhere, dwelling on the jutsu he had learned over the past 2 days and mentally sketching new techniques. Of course, these were mere concepts not yet developed. Uchiha Wataru knew he had some distance to cover before reaching that stage. For now, mastering his clan's jutsu was paramount, then seeking to acquire more techniques to build a solid foundation for future ninjutsu development. Knowledge was essential. As he returned to the present, the ceremony had concluded, and people were dispersing in small groups. The Uchiha clan members also withdrew, but Uchiha Wataru did not accompany them. He walked away alone. His very presence was inherently conspicuous. During the earlier farewell ceremony, it had been tolerable, but now, seeing him once again disregarding everyone as usual, the members of the Uchiha clan naturally began murmuring among themselves. That guy is at it again. Humph. Truly a disgrace to the Uchiha, possessing such innate talent, yet unwilling to contribute to the glory of the clan. He is nothing short of a humiliation to the Uchiha name. Indeed, how does someone like that even have the nerve to remain within the clan's territory? Keep your distance. That fellow's mind is clearly disturbed. Though the whispers were low, with Uchiha Wataru's keen abilities, he could still catch every word. He had heard such remarks countless times before. First, they would anger him, but after he had taught several lessons, no one dared to speak openly in his presence anymore. Yet, what needed to be said was still said. Uchiha were stubborn enough that, though they wouldn't say it face to face, they still dared to mutter behind his back. His gaze shifted toward them, his expression serene. The few Uchiha engaged in low conversation immediately stiffened, as if their throats had been suddenly constricted. Uchiha Wataru raised his hand, dragging his thumb from the left side of his neck to the right in a gesture mimicking a throat-slitting motion. A cold smile curled at the corner of his lips, cast in the direction of those few. At once, their faces changed drastically. Stop scaring them. A female voice sounded from behind. It was Uchiha Mikoto. She had witnessed the entire scene and naturally saw Wataru's intimidation of those individuals. While others might not understand Uchiha Wataru, she knew him intimately. No one was more familiar with the true character hidden beneath his cold exterior. Wataru turned his head and saw Uchiha Mikoto clad in simple black attire that hugged her figure, outlining her slender yet gentle waist. The neckline dipped slightly, revealing a sliver of her fair neck. Her long lashes fluttered, a hint of reproach gracing her expression, her shoulders subtly drawn in, exuding the tender grace unique to a married woman. It must be said, Although she was already a mother of 2 children, she carried herself with even greater charm than before. Especially now, dressed entirely in somber black, she bore an air reminiscent of a widow, such that even Wataru, with his usual aloofness, could not help but steal a few lingering glances, appraising her from head to toe. "What are you looking at?" she asked. "Looking at a beauty," he replied. As they spoke, Uchiha Mikoto had already come to his side, walking forward alongside him. Upon hearing his words, she cast him an exasperated glance. "Don't be ridiculous. Mind your manners." The faint scent of a unique fragrance, something both subtle and musky, caught Wataru's attention, prompting an impulsive question. "Did you feed Sasuke before coming here?" Mikoto's cheeks flushed immediately, and she hastily tapped his head. Wataru only lamented silently that he was too young to partake in many things. Truly a pity. "Where is he?" Wataru deliberately shifted the topic. Mikoto naturally understood whom he referred to, lowering her eyelids slightly. "He's in the back, discussing matters with the clan." "Ah, so diligent. SNT that neglecting your feelings." "Mikoto, don't say that. Fugaku has many responsibilities." Wataru pursed his lips and bluntly remarked, "If you ask me, you might as well split from him and come to me. I've been longing for the feeling of holding you while sleeping, just like when we were kids." Mikoto smacked him again. "Stop talking nonsense. You're already a big boy. So what if I'm a big boy? Does that mean I'm no longer a child? Big boys need comfort too, and they have their moments of weakness." Wataru then made a playful triple hand gesture. Cough, cough. Suddenly, a heavy cough interrupted. Wataru glanced over to see Uchiha Fugaku standing nearby, flanked by several elite clan members. Fugaku's expression was grim, shadowed with a hint of menace. "TCH. Wataru scoffed and waved to Mikoto. "I'm off now." Mikoto opened her mouth as if to say something but ultimately remained silent, watching him depart. Fugaku advanced with a stern face. "Is this the obedient child you speak of?" There's not a trace of composure in him. Mikoto wanted to offer an explanation but found herself unable. She knew her husband harbored grievances against Wataru and that Wataru looked down on Fugaku. She had never thought much of it before, trusting she could mediate between them. But as Wataru matured, she realized how naive that belief was. It was not merely that Wataru despised Fugaku personally. He despised the entire Uchiha clan. This troubled her deeply, leaving her utterly at a loss as to how to alter Wataru's view of his own family. Wataru, naturally, paid no heed to Fugaku's judgment. By now, he had arrived at the previous training ground and commenced his daily regimen. However, after a short while, he halted, standing still without looking back as he spoke. "Since I'm here, how long must I continue hiding?" "Lord Orochimaru." He then turned his gaze toward a distant tree. From behind it emerged a figure clad entirely in black, none other than Orochimaru himself. "Long time no see, Wataru-kun. You've surprised me today. It seems you have already mastered ninjutsu." Wataru did not respond directly, instead asking, "Lord Orochimaru, did you come here solely to inquire about me?" Orochimaru licked his lips, his long tongue flicking out in a somewhat unsettling manner. "Of course not. I merely came to see you, Wataru-kun." Wataru remained silent, quietly observing Orochimaru. Orochimaru smiled and met his gaze. Neither spoke further. The atmosphere gradually shifted from silence to a heavy tension. Wataru's expression remained lax, standing there with an air of casual ease. After all, he had only just arrived at the training ground, and the few exercises he had done barely counted as a warm-up. Orochimaru continued to smile. Time passed second by second. Finally, Orochimaru was the first to break the silence with a light chuckle. "It seems, Wataru-kun, that my arrival was no surprise to you." Wataru's expression remained indifferent, but he sneered, "Are you here just to toy with me?" "Not at all." Orochimaru's smile did not waver as his long tongue flicked out again, licking his chin. "Your actions that night did not escape my notice. Truly, you are a natural prodigy, able even to suppress the Nine Tails. Quite impressive." Faced with Orochimaru's praise, Wataru merely raised an eyebrow. As expected, a character like him could not remain indifferent to the appearance of the Nine Tails. Wataru even suspected that Orochimaru had been lurking in the shadows that night. Had the Nine Tails not manifested within the village, and instead elsewhere, Orochimaru might have already made his move. After all, to someone like Orochimaru, a tailed beast was a research subject not to be missed. "So, Lord Orochimaru, is there something you wish to accomplish by seeking me out?" Wataru asked in return. "Hehehe, naturally I came to invite you, Wataru-kun." Wataru tilted his head slightly but did not respond, signaling him to continue. Orochimaru appeared unfazed by his attitude and stepped closer as he spoke. "What do you think of Konoha now, Wataru-kun?" Wataru pondered briefly before offering a candid assessment. Not bad. The situation is stable, and the villagers' happiness surpasses that of many other villages. Orochimaru paused, seemingly taken aback by his reply. Is that truly your sentiment, Watarikawa-kun? Uchiha Watarikawa nodded solemnly, affirming that it was indeed his genuine belief, and said, Indeed, that is how I see it. After all, this world is one of decline. Yet, when compared to other ninja villages, Konoha is undeniably superior in many respects. Pausing for a moment, he added, One cannot dismiss this village simply because I am an Uchiha and the upper echelons harbor covert antagonism against us. Compared to the makeshift troops of other ninja villages, Konoha truly stands out as commendable. At this, Orochimaru appeared perplexed. No, wait. If you put it like that, what else am I supposed to say? This script doesn't really unfold well. Observing Orochimaru's reaction, Uchiha Watarikawa smiled. What is it? Does Lord Orochimaru not see it the same way? He turned to face Orochimaru, resting one hand against his chin, fingers lightly tapping as if deep in contemplation. Let me think. Could it be that Lord Orochimaru feels targeted by the village? No, that can't be right. A few years ago, during the Third Great Ninja War, Lord Orochimaru was initially the commander of the Western Front, but ever since the Fourth Hokage emerged, it seems Lord Orochimaru withdrew from the front line. Uchiha Watarikawa paced slightly, as if speaking to himself. Yes, since then, Senior Minato Namikaze has shown brilliantly, earning the title of the Yellow Flash, driving back Iwagakure and Kumogakure with ease, firmly establishing his renown. After the war's conclusion, it was only natural that he ascended to become the Fourth Hokage. Yet I recall that before this, Lord Orochimaru was the leading candidate for that position. Watarikawa nodded, confirming his recollection. It appears that Lord Orochimaru recognized the potential in this junior, Minato Namikaze, and graciously stepped aside. Truly magnanimous. Orochimaru halted in his tracks, standing still. Although a smile lingered on his face, it bore a hint of stiffness, betraying unease. At that moment, Uchiha Watarikawa lifted his gaze to meet Orochimaru's eyes and inquired, Lord Orochimaru, am I accurate in my assumptions? A hoarse laugh escaped Orochimaru. The carefully maintained smile shattered with the laughter, replaced by an eerie and inexplicable sensation. Quite exceptional, Watarikawa-kun. Are you attempting to provoke me with such methods? Uchiha Watarikawa shook his head, his smile unwavering. How could I? Lord Orochimaru, you are one of the legendary three, renowned throughout the ninja world. I am but an ordinary Uchiha. How could I dare to anger you? With that, his smile grew even brighter. I am merely driven by simple curiosity. Lord Orochimaru, is the reason you did not become the Fourth Hokage because you did not desire the position? Orochimaru's smile faded. Does Watarikawa-kun harbor hostility towards me? Uchiha Watarikawa shook his head. Hostility is not the right word. It is just that Lord Orochimaru seems to regard me with some ill intent. Orochimaru's purpose for coming here might be unknowable, but with a bit of insight, Watarikawa suspected it was connected to his own innate sage body. After all, in the original narrative, Orochimaru developed the cursed seal based on the sage body's properties. It would be unreasonable for him not to be intrigued by the village's possession of an innate sage body at this juncture. The sole reason Orochimaru refrained from acting might be that he has not yet defected, and the village still affords him conveniences. Now, with Shimura Danzo likely to face punishment, the support from the village's high command for Orochimaru would inevitably dwindle, which would be detrimental to his research. So, are you planning to defect from the village? Uchiha Watarikawa did not grant Orochimaru the chance for further evasion, and directly voiced the question he was most curious about. Orochimaru was utterly unable to maintain his composure this time. His once narrow, half-closed eyes involuntarily widened. Seems you have guessed correctly. Uchiha Watarikawa nodded to himself, continuing as if speaking aloud. Though I do not know why you have come now, I understand you somewhat. From what I know, you seem to fear death immensely and seek eternal life. Is that so? Orochimaru once again extended his tongue, this time even longer, a sight somewhat repulsive. Watarikawa-kun truly understands me. Reciting the standard answer, Uchiha Watarikawa naturally grasped Orochimaru's mindset and said, So, you have set your sights on me. Orochimaru appeared no longer inclined to feign ignorance, stepping forward once more, closing the distance to Watarikawa. Then, Watarikawa-kun, are you not afraid? Uchiha Watarikawa did not respond directly, seemingly indifferent to Orochimaru's approach. Afraid? No. But being the object of your attention is somewhat repugnant. So, you desire my body, is that it? A hoarse laugh came from Orochimaru, his meaning unmistakable despite the lack of direct reply. Understood. Uchiha Watarikawa sighed. Truly troublesome. I only wish for a peaceful life. Yet why does trouble always seek me out? His words were answered by a serpent, which suddenly lunged from the shadows beside him, biting at his neck. At that moment, Orochimaru's figure abruptly vanished as well. Uchiha Watarikawa's eyes instantly turned a vivid crimson, and he too disappeared at that moment, evading the serpent's fangs and reappearing atop a tree more than 30 feet away. At the spot where he had stood, Orochimaru had just landed. Watarikawa-kun's body flicker technique is swift indeed. Orochimaru seemed unsurprised by the failed sneak attack, tilting his head to look at Uchiha Watarikawa. Deliberately harming comrades of the village is an act of desertion. A cold smile curved Watarikawa's lips. Perfect timing. I intend to thoroughly experiment with the techniques I have mastered over the past 2 days. Undoubtedly, Orochimaru was an excellent opponent, strong enough to challenge him. Though only 2 days had passed, Uchiha Watarikawa had mastered numerous jutsu, essentially learning all the ninjutsu his family possessed. While these techniques were not particularly powerful, having a formidable adversary like Orochimaru as a sparring partner would greatly enhance his combat experience. Taking the initiative, Uchiha Watarikawa brushed his hand over his pouch of ninja tools, producing 2 kunai in his grasp. In the next instant, he hurled 1 kunai swiftly toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru remained composed in the face of this probing attack, merely tilting his head slightly as the kunai grazed his earlobe and embedded into the tree trunk. At that moment, Watarikawa activated his body flicker technique, moving like a gust of wind, utterly devoid of any human trace. His knee struck at Orochimaru's abdomen but only collided with a residual afterimage. Orochimaru's voice came from behind. The Uchiha's body flicker technique is indeed more polished than the rumors suggest. Watarikawa-kun, you have mastered it quite well. Uchiha Watarikawa spun and kicked, but Orochimaru bent down to evade while simultaneously throwing 3 shuriken. Watarikawa raised his hand to block. The metallic clash rang sharply as his fingers caught a kunai, which he thrust straight at Orochimaru's throat. A swift reaction. Orochimaru sidestepped, commenting, "You clearly hold back against me. The kunai only grazed my sleeve. But the power of the sage body should not be reserved for such trivial matters." With those words, Orochimaru formed a hand seal with one hand, his 5 fingers blurring into a residual afterimage. Suddenly, an earth-style dust wall erupted beneath Uchiha Watarikawa's feet, propelling him into midair. His reflexes were equally swift. He quickly formed a seal. Fire-style, Great Fireball Jutsu. A towering blaze erupted, over 10 feet in diameter, hurtling directly toward Orochimaru. Yet, Orochimaru had already vanished from the spot. The moment Uchiha Watarikawa landed, a rush of wind sounded behind him. He rolled on the spot, a jet of water brushing against his back before crashing into the ground, splashing mud that soaked the hem of his garment. Amidst the thunderous roar, the earth itself was gouged into a sizable crater. Cascades of water surged forth, and in the blink of an eye, the entire training ground was submerged. Water Dragon Jutsu? Uchiha Genjen raised an eyebrow. The 3 legendary ninja truly lived up to their reputation. Orochimaru's voice echoed from all directions. Your mastery over fundamental ninjutsu surpasses even my expectations. Whether it is the body flicker technique or the precise control of your fire release, each is executed to perfection. Suddenly, Uchiha Genjen formed hand seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. A fierce gale swept up the scattered stones on the ground, hurling them toward the source of the voice. Orochimaru's figure emerged amid the flying debris, his shuriken already closing in on Genjen's face. The suddenness and silence of his appearance were as if he had melded entirely with the wind itself, truly astonishing. Though startled, Uchiha Genjen remained composed, swiftly turning his head aside to evade, simultaneously driving a fist into Orochimaru's chest. Orochimaru raised his hand to block. The collision of their forces sent surrounding fallen leaves swirling in the air. Genjen's strength is indeed formidable. A sinister smile curled at Orochimaru's lips as he licked them. But how much does Genjen truly understand about the secret of the sage body? That's none of your concern, Uchiha Genjen replied curtly, immediately activating the body flicker technique once more, materializing behind Orochimaru. With a clenched fist he swung out. The sound of a rupture pierced the air, a sharp crack as if he had shattered the very atmosphere. Orochimaru's previously jocular expression abruptly shifted. He spun around instantly, crossing his arms to block the strike. In the next moment, Orochimaru felt as though he had been struck by a massive boulder, his body uncontrollably hurtling backward. A sharp pain radiated through his forearm, as if the bones had fractured. Whoosh! Uchiha Genjen vanished again, employing the body flicker to pursue the airborne Orochimaru. Twisting his body, he threw a punch. Orochimaru's face showed surprise as his body suddenly went limp midair, as if devoid of bones, narrowly evading the blow. Is this Tsunade's monstrous strength? As they spoke, Orochimaru twisted midair, passing by Uchiha Genjen. Upon landing, he snapped his arms, producing a series of crisp cracking sounds, as if breaking bones within. Yet immediately, Orochimaru grasped and pulled at his arms, restoring their original supple form. All of this transpired within an instant. Having completed these movements, Orochimaru drew a scroll from his lower back, placing his palm upon it. Bang! A puff of white smoke dissipated, and a blade appeared in his hand. It was a straight sword, lacking a guard, its blade polished like a mirror, the edge gleaming with a cold light. Orochimaru grinned widely. I have already experienced your body flicker technique, taijutsu, and ninjutsu. Now, Genjen, would you care to test my swordsmanship? Though he spoke thus, he showed no courtesy, immediately closing the distance. Uchiha Genjen had just landed, each hand gripping a kunai, eyes focused intently on the advancing Orochimaru. Clang, clang, clang. The gleaming sword flashes came at him like chains, a relentless storm of strikes. Genjen's kunai deflected several blows but were soon shattered or severed amid the sharp clangs. Evidently, the straight sword in Orochimaru's hand was no ordinary weapon. It might well be a Kusanagi sword. The Kusanagi sword is not a single blade's name but a term for a class of swords, each differing in form. To Genjen's knowledge, the original Orochimaru had wielded no fewer than 4 Kusanagi swords. Ha! Uchiha Genjen discarded his broken kunai, dodging repeatedly with movements measured to the finest fraction. Unconsciously, his Sharingan had already activated, the 3 tomo spinning rapidly in his eyes. Upon witnessing this, Orochimaru's smile deepened, yet his hand movements slowed not a whit. If anything, they grew more ruthless. No denying it, the 3 legendary ninja truly had no weaknesses in any aspect. Though Genjen's confidence was bolstered by his external enhancements, facing Orochimaru now, he could not help but sense the latter's overwhelming power. He could unleash more potent ninjutsu at will. Powerful fire release techniques such as Great Fire Annihilation and Great Fire Extinguishment, enhanced by his abundant chakra, would surely yield astonishing effects. Yet such a display would cause too much commotion. He thought thus, and Orochimaru undoubtedly thought the same. Consequently, their battle had remained confined to taijutsu and standard ninjutsu, with swordsmanship now merely an added element. Undeniably, Uchiha Genjen found himself at a disadvantage under these conditions, yet he had already made his calculations. In the next instant, Orochimaru thrust his sword straight forward. Genjen, who had been preparing to evade, suddenly froze, allowing the blade to pierce his right abdomen. Orochimaru appeared taken aback by the successful strike, a flicker of surprise momentarily delaying his reaction. It was precisely this moment that Uchiha Genjen seized, instantly grasping the wrist holding the sword with both hands. Orochimaru was equally resolute, discarding the sword without hesitation. But Genjen had anticipated this move. In the following moment, blood spattered. With a cold flash, Orochimaru's arm was severed at the root and cast high into the air. The blood spilled was Orochimaru's. At that very instant, Uchiha Genjen vanished toward Orochimaru, the distance between them shrinking despite Orochimaru's recoil. Genjen, having seized Orochimaru's hand, drew the long sword and slashed upward in a fluid motion. Simultaneously, he glanced casually at Orochimaru. The 3 tomo in his eyes spun rapidly. Orochimaru faltered briefly, then swiftly regained composure. Yet even with his swift reflexes, he could not evade the loss of an arm. Both landed. Orochimaru leapt backward several times, creating distance, clutching the severed limb, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on Uchiha Genjen. In contrast, Genjen grinned broadly, not looking at Orochimaru but scrutinizing the sword in his hand. A fine blade, a truly exquisite blade. The following instant, the sword was enveloped in a layer of chakra. Clearly, this blade was forged from chakra-infused metal, unmatched in hardness, toughness, and chakra conduction. Indeed, this was the very Kusanagi sword wielded by Sasuke in the original storyline. Meanwhile, Orochimaru's gaze remained fixed on the wound in Genjen's right abdomen. There, the fabric torn by the blade revealed skin beneath. The gaping wound had already begun to crust over, faint warmth rising from it, the injury visibly healing before their eyes. This must be the sage body. No wonder Genjen was so unafraid. Orochimaru's face paled, sweat beading his brow, yet he still smiled, though that smile appeared strained. Clearly, Genjen's strike had caught him off guard, inflicting a grievous loss. As a seasoned veteran of the 3 legendary ninja, Orochimaru felt a twinge of unwillingness. What was meant as a test had evidently failed. Uchiha Genjen withdrew his gaze and looked toward Orochimaru, his smile sincere. Lord Orochimaru, I find this blade most exquisite. Orochimaru licked his lips. Since you fancy it, I shall present it to you. Unlike the original narrative where he changes bodies, this deviation gave Uchiha Wenchuan some cause for speculation. At this juncture, it appears Orochimaru has yet to develop the reanimation technique. It seems he has only completed the softening modification of his body. Thank you. As a token of reciprocity, I suggest, Lord Orochimaru, that you enhance your training in genjutsu resistance, particularly against Sharingan illusions. In this aspect, Lord Orochimaru, your weakness is rather conspicuous. The corner of Orochimaru's eye twitched slightly. In times past, he would scarcely have paid heed to such remarks. After all, he was one of the legendary Sannin renowned throughout the ninja world. But now was different, especially since these words came from a mere youth of only 13 or 14 years, who had just bested him using Sharingan genjutsu. Under such circumstances, Orochimaru naturally felt a sting of displeasure. In truth, their recent encounter was but a trial. The skirmish was not fierce, employing only standard ninja techniques. Given Orochimaru's abilities, there were many talents he had yet to reveal. Were he to exert his full strength, he was confident he could subdue the youth before him. Yet defeat was defeat, and there was no use in disputing that fact. Simultaneously, Orochimaru grew wary of the Sharingan. His recent loss was but a fleeting moment, yet it was precisely that instant when Uchiha Wenchuan unleashed the Sharingan genjutsu that sealed the outcome. As a seasoned veteran of warfare, Orochimaru was well acquainted with genjutsu and had slain many shinobi skilled in illusions. Yet with Wenchuan he had suffered a setback. Even a momentary influence of genjutsu had cost him an arm, a consequence not to be taken lightly. Hehehe, in that case I owe you my thanks, Wenchuan-kun. Orochimaru's voice was hoarse. Uchiha Wenchuan merely smiled. No need for thanks. It was my duty. Orochimaru took a deep breath, lowering the hand that clasped his severed arm. The wound had ceased bleeding. He said, it seems seeking you out this time was a mistake. So then, Lord Orochimaru, what is it that brings you to me? Uchiha Wenchuan asked knowingly. Orochimaru fixed his gaze upon Uchiha Wenchuan, a fiery glint burning within. Could it be that Wenchuan-kun does not yearn to unravel the secrets of the sage's body? As he spoke, he licked his lips once more, resembling a famished man beholding a sumptuous feast. Uchiha Wenchuan pondered for a moment, then shook his head. What secrets could my own body possibly hold? The sage's body is no mystery to me. No one understands it better. He remained utterly unmoved by Orochimaru's enticements. Orochimaru offered no direct reply but instead formed a hand seal with one hand while pressing the other to the ground. Bang! White smoke erupted, and a scroll as thick as a thigh materialized on the floor. Wenchuan-kun, these are some of the ninjutsu I have mastered. Wind, fire, water, earth, and lightning chakra nature transformations are all included. Consider it compensation for earlier. As he spoke, Orochimaru tossed the scroll toward Uchiha Wenchuan. Wenchuan narrowed his eyes but did not retreat. Instead, he extended a hand and caught it steadily. He said nothing, nor inquired as to why, merely watching Orochimaru. The latter chuckled softly. I can see clearly that Wenchuan-kun harbors little allegiance to Konoha, nor to the Uchiha clan. You and I, we share a curiosity for ninjutsu and the secrets of chakra. Some things may not manifest now, but there will come a day when they do. Looking directly at Uchiha Wenchuan, he said, you and I are, by nature, the same kind of person. Having spoken, he retrieved his severed arm and began retreating slowly, the smile never leaving his face until he gradually melted into the shadows of the dense forest. Wenchuan did not obstruct him, merely watching silently. As Orochimaru's figure was about to vanish entirely, he suddenly called out, wait, what of the scabbard? Wenchuan saw Orochimaru's last trace pause briefly before disappearing completely. TSK. He gave me the ninjutsu scroll but was too stingy to part with the scabbard. A sharp whoosh sounded from where Orochimaru had vanished. Wenchuan raised his hand and caught a jet-black scabbard. He chuckled. That's more like it. Clang. The blade slid smoothly into its scabbard. Uchiha Wenchuan fastened the scabbard to his belt, flicked his foot, and caught the scroll as it soared upward. Upon unrolling it, a delighted smile spread across his face. Just as Orochimaru had said, the scroll contained a wide array of ninjutsu, ranging from the lowest C rank to the highest A rank. As for why Orochimaru had come here, what schemes he harbored or what he intended to do, Uchiha Wenchuan cast all such thoughts aside. They were of no consequence. Nothing was more important than mastering new ninjutsu. What a generous fellow. Gifting both a blade and ninjutsu, it made him somewhat embarrassed. Though he thought thus, should he encounter Orochimaru again, he would strike without hesitation. As long as the other party did not relinquish designs upon him, he would fight. Deep within the northern reaches of Konoha, beyond Kajiwa, in the depths of a dense forest, lay a subterranean chamber. Orochimaru pushed open a heavy door, and the scent of rust mingled with damp mold assaulted his senses. The underground space was vast yet dim, illuminated only by oil lamps spaced along the walls, their yellow light casting long shadows. Along the corridor's sides were tightly shut wooden doors, each bearing iron plaques whose inscriptions had faded. Orochimaru's footsteps were measured, the soles of his shoes striking the floor with a monotonous rhythm. He appeared intimately familiar with the place. Turning the third corner, the passage narrowed, and the overhead rock transformed into a neat ceiling. Proceeding further, the space suddenly opened wide. In the expansive chamber stood a stone table and a high-backed stone chair upon which sat a figure shrouded in shadow, his face half concealed. It was Shimura Danzo. Danzo looked as disheveled as ever, battered and bandaged from head to toe, with the largest swath of bandage wrapping from forehead to jaw, exposing a single bloodshot eye. Orochimaru halted before the table, fixing his gaze on the shadowed Danzo. Danzo's eyes dropped to Orochimaru's missing arm, and his expression darkened instantly. Defeated? His voice was hoarse, like sandpaper scraping wood. Orochimaru licked his lips but remained silent. The flickering oil lamp light danced across their faces, highlighting Danzo's clenched jawline. The only sound was the steady drip of water, each drop striking with an unnerving rhythm. Useless. At last, Danzo could contain himself no longer and spat the insult. Orochimaru did not take offense. Instead, he smiled. The root was dissolved, and all personnel absorbed into the umbu. If anyone was useless, it was Lord Danzo himself. Danzo's face twitched, eyes fixed fiercely on Orochimaru. So what of your arm? Orochimaru chuckled lightly. Ah, the arm? That brat severed it. He added kindly. That little devil is not as simple as he seems. One must not be careless, or the consequences will be dire. After finishing his words, he seemed to recall something and licked his lips once more. I had forgotten. Lord Danzo has already made the attempt, hehehe. Initially, he had expected Shimura Danzo to become angry, but contrary to that expectation, Danzo endured the mockery with composure. Orochimaru, have you come here merely to witness my humiliation? Orochimaru's smile faded. Of course not. I have come to Lord Danzo to negotiate a transaction. Shimura Danzo appeared to hear something amusing, casting a cold, piercing gaze at his counterpart. I sent you a message, yet you did not come to me immediately. Instead, you sought out that brat. So, have you finally realized that in all of Konoha, only I can support you? Orochimaru did not respond directly but instead inquired, can you still afford the cost of this transaction? Danzo snorted coldly and rose to his feet. I am the leader of Root. Though Root is temporarily restrained by Hiruzen Sarutobi, I still hold power in my grasp. Hehehe, that's good to hear. Orochimaru chuckled softly. Danzo stepped out of the shadows, his single eye glinting with hatred. Orochimaru, I require your assistance to complete the transplantation of Hashirama's cells. At these words, Orochimaru finally faced Danzo squarely and asked, are you certain you wish to do this at such a time? He then added, the transplantation of Hashirama's cells is far from perfect and carries great side effects. Danzo's voice grew grave. I cannot afford to care about that now. Orochimaru seemed to have realized something. So, you have not given up on your dream of becoming Hokage. Danzo's expression immediately darkened. He had no desire to hear the word Hokage. Every time he did, it stirred unpleasant memories and an unrelenting tide of regret within him. If only back then, regrettably, that is not your concern. Danzo's tone hardened as he fixed Orochimaru with a steely gaze. Do not entertain unnecessary thoughts. This is part of our transaction. Orochimaru chuckled lowly. Of course, I will honor our deal. But Lord Danzo, have you forgotten something? You are no longer the leader of Root. Transplanting the cells of the first Hokage is no trivial matter. It demands substantial resources and absolute security. You should understand the cost involved. Danzo's facial muscles twitched. Drawing a deep breath, his voice became hoarse. Those are not your concerns. Orochimaru's smile remained unchanged. He licked the corner of his mouth before saying, in that case, I have no objections. But before that, you must wait a few days. What do you mean? Lord Danzo, please do not misunderstand. Orochimaru shrugged his severed shoulder. Surely you would not expect me to perform the transplantation in this state, would you? Danzo inhaled deeply. How long do you require? Not long, just a few days. Lord Danzo should not underestimate my skill. Humph, better be so. Disregarding Danzo's attitude, Orochimaru turned and strode toward the exit, speaking as he went. Then, Lord Danzo, prepare yourself well. Danzo made no move to detain Orochimaru, or rather, in his current state he trusted no one. Watching Orochimaru's departing figure, a flicker of venomous resentment crossed Danzo's gaze. Just wait, Sarutobi and that brat. I will obtain what is rightfully mine. The reconstruction of Konoha village had entered its 6th day. The morning sun filtered through the partially repaired outer walls, casting light upon the rubble-strewn streets. Several ninjas stood atop elevated ground, directing Earth-style ninjas as they compacted the foundations, while Wind-style ninjas stirred the dust to clear the air. Ordinary villagers bore loads upon their shoulders, ferrying various supplies as they hurriedly navigated the ruins. Amidst the comings and goings, the entire village resembled a vast construction site, bustling with the clamor of voices, hammering, and the rumble of machinery, creating an overwhelmingly noisy atmosphere. Yet, the residents had grown accustomed to this cacophony. Indeed, the noise itself brought a sense of reassurance. The villagers possessed abundant enthusiasm for rebuilding their home, and the entire Konoha now thrummed with a spirit of positivity and progress. Uchiha Wenchuan stood atop his family's rooftop, gazing distantly upon the scene. His home had suffered only minor damage. The courtyard wall bore cracks, a few roof tiles were broken, and some furnishings in the yard were askew. He had not participated in the reconstruction. These days, his attention was wholly absorbed by the scroll left by Orochimaru. Retracting his gaze, as usual, he prepared a simple meal before retreating indoors to sit cross-legged on the tatami, unfurling the scroll before him. The scroll was densely inscribed with nearly 100 ninjutsu techniques, ranging from C rank to A rank, encompassing all 5 chakra nature transformations. His fingers traced the paper's surface, which detailed not only the hand seals and chakra flow paths but also Orochimaru's annotations. Those insights were concise yet profound, illuminating many points and bringing sudden clarity to his understanding. It must be said, Orochimaru truly deserved his reputation as one of the legendary Sannin, and among them, the most comprehensive master of ninjutsu, proficient in all 5 nature transformations, a fact evident even from a glance at the notes on the scroll. These were precisely what Uchiha Wenchuan needed most at this moment. As is well known, Uchiha Wenchuan had never attended school. Yes, he had never enrolled in the ninja academy. Thus, compared to other academy students, while he might excel in mastering the nature and transformations of chakra, he lacked in some foundational areas. Not that he was deficient per se, but rather, he had never systematically reviewed these fundamentals. He could perhaps grasp a technique quickly, approaching from a high vantage point, but that gradual exploration from basic to advanced often best shaped one's own method of study. Now, this scroll filled that gap, because the ninjutsu inscribed, whether C rank or A rank, was annotated from shallow to deep, from simple to complex, a complete record of Orochimaru's learning journey. Perusing this scroll, Uchiha Wenchuan even felt as if he stood beside Orochimaru, watching him master the simplest substitution jutsu first, then gradually accumulate more ninjutsu knowledge, enriching his foundation and understanding the characteristics of each technique. Truly, the notes were those of a scholarly prodigy. Therefore, over these past days, Uchiha Wenchuan had become utterly engrossed, oblivious to the world beyond his room. Fortunately, no one disturbed him. The village was rebuilding, and so was the Uchiha clan's territory. Although the Ninetales had not burst into the Uchiha estate that night, the area had still suffered some collateral damage, necessitating repairs, with most of the Uchiha clan involved in the effort. Bang! 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 Immersed in the knowledge of the ninjutsu scroll, Uchiha Wenchuan was startled by persistent knocking at the door. He set the scroll aside and concealed it, frowning as he rose and crossed the courtyard to answer. Opening the door, he found a middle-aged man standing outside. The man was named Uchiha Yada, appearing about 33 or 34 years old, with short brown hair, narrow eyes, and high cheekbones presenting a lean frame. What is it? Uchiha Wenchuan asked. Without wasting words, Uchiha Yada explained his purpose directly. At 8 o'clock tonight, a clan meeting will be held at the clan shrine. All clan members who have awakened their Sharingan must attend. The clan leader has instructed me to notify you. Uchiha Wenchuan raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Initially, he intended to decline, but after some thought, he nodded instead. Understood. With that, he closed the door without giving Uchiha Yada a chance to speak further. Outside the door, Hakadai Uchiha's fingers twitched slightly, yet he still drew a deep breath, suppressing the irritation within his heart before turning away. Behind the door, Watarikawa Uchiha pivoted and strode toward the room, his mind swirling with thoughts. Convening the clan meeting at this hour surely meant something significant was afoot. A knowing smirk curled at the corner of his lips as anticipation quietly blossomed within him for the gathering that was to take place tonight. Returning to his chamber, Watarikawa once again devoted his attention to the scroll of ninjutsu before him. The Uchiha clan was well aware of his shortcomings, his limited time spent studying ninjutsu, and naturally, he needed to focus on remedying this deficiency. When Naruto Uzumaki, the prince, and the second pillar were barely 15 or 16, they were already locked in fierce battles against Madara Uchiha and Kagaya Otsutsuki. In contrast, he had only faced the Nine Tails in combat. The disparity was vast, and he knew he must strive harder. When one is engrossed, time always seems to slip away swiftly. Before long, the sun had dipped low in the western sky. Watarikawa carefully rolled up the scroll, stretched his limbs, and after securing the scroll away, prepared a few simple dishes for himself, indulging in a leisurely meal. The hour was still early. There was no need to rush. Only when the sky had fully darkened did he tidy up, still clad in his short-sleeved shirt and mid-length trousers, before stepping outside. Within the clan grounds, groups of clan members gathered in twos and threes, making their way toward the shrine at the heart of the estate. Naturally, Watarikawa's appearance did not go unnoticed. Numerous pairs of eyes soon fixed upon him. In the darkness, countless pairs of crimson eyes gleamed with an eerie radiance beneath the moonlight. As the one being observed, Watarikawa's expression remained unchanged, seemingly indifferent, paying no heed as he proceeded alone toward the shrine. The onlookers, long accustomed to this demeanor, bore their unease silently, each refraining from provoking any misfortune upon him at such a moment. Thus, the journey was marked by a heavy silence. Undeterred by the many red eyes upon him, Watarikawa entered the shrine and casually settled into a corner. The crowd gradually swelled, yet the atmosphere remained hushed, as no one knew the reason behind this clan meeting, and all awaited the arrival of Fugaku Uchiha. Fugaku did not keep them waiting long. Soon, he emerged from the rear hall of the shrine and took his seat at the head of the assembly. His gaze swept over every person present, and upon resting briefly on Watarikawa in the corner, his eyes flickered momentarily before diverting as if nothing had occurred. Esteemed members, Fugaku's voice rang out. This assembly is convened to deliberate upon a matter of great importance. At his words, murmurs rippled through the crowd. Could it be related to the Nine Tails? Quite possibly. Lately, I have sensed the other ninja clans within the village casting suspicious glances toward us. Surely the village's upper echelon is scheming again. Damn it. I heard rumors these past days claiming that the Nine Tails' appearance that night was controlled by our clan's Sharingan. Someone is slandering us. It had been a long time since a clan meeting had been held, and this one stirred an ominous premonition among many. The timing was too coincidental. How long had passed since the Nine Tails night? Calling a clan meeting now was clearly connected to that event. Silence! Fugaku commanded sharply, his eyes flashing red light. Suddenly, his eyes transformed into the Sharingan, the three tomo slowly turning within his irises. A hush fell over the assembly. Faced with Fugaku's gaze, many shivered, uneasily lowering their heads. To be frank, as clan leader, Fugaku Uchiha was formidable in personal combat. He had even earned the fearsome title of Demonic Eye on the battlefield. His Sharingan's power far surpassed that of the others present, even those who also possessed the three tomo, for there were distinctions in quality. As the atmosphere settled, Fugaku's expression grew more solemn. After a deep breath, he spoke in a grave tone. Our Uchiha clan faces a serious predicament. No one responded aloud, but many faces shifted noticeably. If such words came from the clan leader's mouth, the matter was undoubtedly grave. Sure enough, Fugaku continued. The village's upper echelon has decided to relocate our Uchiha clan to the western side of the village, where a new territory will be designated for us. The crowd seemed stunned, many bewildered. Relocate the clan? Such a rare phrase. They were the Uchiha, founders of Konoha alongside the Senju. How could the village leaders dare such a thing?
Impossible, utterly impossible.
One person leapt to his feet, eyes blazing crimson as he fixed his gaze on Fugaku. Clan leader, how can this be? We are the Uchiha. How could the village's leadership make such a decision? Others rose as well, their expressions twisted with fury. Damn those leaders. What are they plotting? On what grounds can they treat us this way? In an instant, the assembly erupted with indignation. Every individual present, whether usually mild-mannered or those who often boasted of Uchiha pride, refused to accept this humiliation. Yes, the village's upper echelon must give an explanation. What is their true intention? Our Uchiha will never accept such disgrace. Indeed, if need be, we will wage war against the village. Exactly. The village leaders have always restrained us. Now is the time to show them the true might of the Uchiha. It was clear to all that the village's leadership was blatantly targeting the Uchiha clan, an affront none could tolerate. Fugaku's expression darkened. But rather than lose his composure, he spoke calmly. This resolution was passed by the Jonin Council. At these words, the uproar ceased abruptly. The Jonin Council was a unique institution within the village. Though often unnoticed, their influence was immense when it mattered most. High-risk missions, those rated A and S, required their approval before deployment. The Jonin Council also deliberated on matters such as the succession of the Hokage and wartime mobilization. Other significant village affairs likewise passed through their chambers. While the Hokage wielded supreme authority over the village and could issue decisions on routine matters unilaterally, certain issues required the Jonin Council's endorsement to ensure fairness. In other words, any decision ratified by the Jonin Council represented the consensus of the vast majority within the village, for each Jonin either represented a family or a clan. The importance of the Jonin Council, composed of so many influential figures, was self-evident. This explained why the assembled Uchiha fell silent upon hearing the matter had been approved by the Jonin Council. They understood all too well that the opposition they faced was no longer just the village's leadership but the overwhelming majority of Konoha itself. No matter how strong the Uchiha were, none dared claim they could overpower the entire village. Why? Some stammered, bewildered. Fugaku inhaled deeply and solemnly declared. We all know the Ninetales appeared that night, but the cause of its appearance and the reason behind its assault on the village remain unclear to most. A heavy silence fell upon many hearts, a foreboding unease settling in. Then Uchiha Fugaku spoke again. The Ninetales was controlled by someone, and the one controlling the Ninetales was an Uchiha. His words hung in the air, rendering the scene utterly still. Even the sound of each breath was distinctly audible. One individual clenched both fists tightly and, with a hoarse voice, exclaimed, "Impossible. That is absolutely impossible. That is the Ninetales. Who here possesses the power to control such a beast?" Many nodded in agreement at these words. Yet, inexplicably, some cast their gazes toward Uchiha Gensui, who sat quietly in the corner. Gensui, who had been watching the unfolding drama, sensed the attention and looked up to see Uchiha Yashiro, who had summoned him to the meeting earlier that morning. "Are you daydreaming, you fool?" Gensui spat out loudly, immediately drawing the focus of everyone present. Yashiro's eyes betrayed his suspicion clearly, his gaze laced with doubt toward Gensui. But Gensui refused to yield an inch. Hearing this, Yashiro's face twitched uncontrollably several times before he finally averted his eyes. The others, unwilling to single out Gensui, the outlier among them, soon redirected their attention back to Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku paid no mind to the interruption and continued, "I understand your disbelief, but this is the truth. Many witnessed that night with their own eyes. Even the third Hokage personally confirmed it, including Uchiha Gensui." At these words, all eyes once again turned to Gensui. They suddenly recalled that it was this very youth sitting in the corner who had first come into contact with the Ninetales that night. Previously, they had subconsciously ignored him, more accurately, deliberately overlooked him. Because that night, Gensui had fought the Ninetales alone and had driven it out of the village by himself, an undeniable testament to his formidable strength. It was precisely this strength that most present were unwilling to acknowledge. After all, Gensui had always been an outcast within the clan, and their feelings toward him were profoundly complicated. Indeed, the Ninetales is controlled by the Uchiha. How about that? Aren't you all delighted? Fugaku said, a confident smile curling the corner of his lips, refusing to indulge their doubts. What's the matter? Usually, you all brim with pride, boasting Uchiha whenever you speak. Controlling the Ninetales. What an immense honor. Imagine the prestige it brings. Why are you not pleased? Gensui stood up deliberately and stepped to the center of the room, meeting the crowd's gaze as he spoke again. Laugh then. Why have the smiles vanished? Are you no longer fond of laughter? If eyes could possess warmth, Gensui's would have surely melted under the piercing scrutiny of every Uchiha present. The looks they cast upon him seemed as if they wished to tear him apart limb by limb. Enough! Uchiha Fugaku thundered, descending from his seat and stopping before Gensui. What do you intend to do? Faced with the challenge, Gensui's smile did not falter. Nothing really, just reminding everyone that this is the honor of the Uchiha. After all, the Ninetales is famed as the most powerful tailed beast. To control it is no small feat. The sarcasm embedded in his words was unmistakable, and the others, far from naive, heard it loud and clear. The more so, their anger flared, yet they found themselves unable to refute Gensui's assertions. Fugaku, too, grew somewhat furious, fixing Gensui with a sharp glare and speaking harshly. I know you have long harbored grievances against the clan, but this is not the time for such remarks. Seeing his reaction, Gensui's smile brightened even further. So, what do you expect me to do? This question seemed to stump Fugaku momentarily. He stared at Gensui before finally uttering a single sentence and returning to his seat. Be quiet. Upon hearing this, Gensui shrugged and smiled, settling back into his seat and propping his chin on his hand as he quietly observed the scene. At this moment, many were seething with rage, yet when it came to Gensui, none had a suitable response. Some had understood the meaning behind Yashiro's earlier glance, speculating whether the Ninetales was controlled by Gensui, but reconsidered that possibility as unlikely, thus deeming Yashiro's scolding well-deserved. As for Gensui's battle with the Ninetales, they chose to ignore it. Though it was a deed that benefited the village and showcased the Uchiha's strength, they deliberately refused to acknowledge it. Their mindset was thus intricately tangled. So when Gensui resumed his seat, these individuals treated his words as if they had been mere illusions, as if nothing had transpired, and turned their attention back to Fugaku. We cannot agree. Yes, if we consent to such matters, the prestige of the Uchiha clan will suffer a severe blow. The assembled Uchiha erupted in indignation, clearly unwilling to accept the proposition. Fugaku's expression darkened, but he maintained a stern composure. This is the decision of the Jonin Council. It is irrevocable. This single decree was already a tremendous burden to bear. The Uchiha present were indeed proud and disdainful, but that did not mean they were fools. Opposing the entire village would bring no benefit. Yet they would never acquiesce so easily. Let the village produce evidence that the Sharingan controls the Ninetales. Exactly. Even if the Ninetales is truly controlled by the Sharingan, the one controlling it need not be among us. After all, it is a tailed beast. No matter how powerful the three Tomo may be, it cannot be fully controlled. Indeed, the village is blatantly targeting the Uchiha clan. We cannot agree. After all, we, alongside the Senju, forged the strongest shinobi clan in Konoha. Would the village not fear inciting chaos by pushing us too far? In short, voices clamored from all sides, but the essence was one. The village had no reason and no right to single out the Uchiha thus, or else they would be forced to revolt. The scene descended into chaos, voices overlapping with no clear resolution. Or rather, once Fugaku declared that the Ninetales was controlled by the Sharingan, they had no viable recourse. Unless the individual controlling the Ninetales was found, the Uchiha clan's punishment was inevitable. Their protests amounted merely to an inability to accept this fate. Gensui yawned, rose from his seat and began to walk out. This action instantly drew renewed attention. Though Gensui had remained in the corner, seemingly ignored, many had been watching his every move in secret. Where are you going? A young Uchiha called out. Gensui's footsteps did not falter. Back to sleep. This clan meeting is utterly boring. His refusal to even glance back angered the questioner, who stood and strode over to confront him. Do you have no ounce of Uchiha pride? Pointing around the room, he shouted. Do you not see how many are worried for the clan's future? And you? What have you done? A heavy silence fell. Gensui halted and placed a hand on the other's shoulder. If I recall correctly, your name is Uchiha Kasumi. Yes? Kasumi stared intensely, his eyes blazing crimson, the three Tomo in his Sharingan slowly spinning. A young bearer of the three Tomo, quite the talent, Gensui remarked, causing Kasumi's face to twitch in irritation. There was no other reason. At this moment, Uchiha Wenchuan also manifested the Sharingan, three Tomo identical to those of Uchiha Yakumi, yet appearing notably younger, for there was a 3-year age difference between them. Had these words come from any other Uchiha, Uchiha Yakumi might have taken them to heart. But since they were spoken by Uchiha Wenchuan, it left Uchiha Yakubi somewhat unable to hold back his feelings. I am young, and my talent is commendable? Then what about you? Wenchuan patted him on the shoulder. You're still too inexperienced. Learn from clan leader Fugaku. Endure for the sake of the entire clan. Keep your head down and don't draw attention to yourself. Otherwise, you'll only expose your weaknesses. Some had already bowed their heads, while at the front, Uchiha Fugaku clenched his fists involuntarily. Uchiha Wenchuan, the clan meeting is not yet over, he said. Wenchuan shoved Uchiha Yakubi aside and strode out without looking back. You carry on then. I'm an outlier in the Uchiha clan. My presence or absence makes no difference. No one dared to stop him this time. Upon reaching the doorway and opening the gate, just as he was about to leave, Wenchuan's footsteps faltered. He turned his head back. By the way, just to make it clear, I'm quite comfortable living here. So regardless of whether the village intends to relocate the Uchiha clan, I will not be moving. With a casual wave of his hand, he exited. The gate closed behind him, severing both inside from outside and the sight of Wenchuan's departing figure. A brief silence enveloped the scene before it erupted into a roar. That damned fellow, how dare he behave like this? Someone rose to shout, anger plainly etched across his face. Indeed, this is a clan meeting. How could he act so arrogantly? Riding on his talent, blatantly disregarding clan rules. I say, his surname should be revoked. What a despicable individual, truly a disgrace to the Uchiha name. Such words echoed repeatedly. For a moment, it seemed as though everyone present vented the frustration they harbored toward the village authorities onto Uchiha Wenkawa. Unfortunately, they had said nothing while he was present. Only after his departure did their grievances explode. The implication was unmistakable. Uchiha Yakumi watched this scene with a heavy heart. He had summoned the courage to confront Uchiha Wenkawa, expecting to be beaten, as was often the case with those who provoked Wenkawa. Those who had crossed Wenkawa before, regardless of age, had all been bested by him. Uchiha Yakumi was no exception, yet this time was different. Observing the clan members' reactions gave Yakumi a certain realization. Beyond venting their emotions privately, the clan was powerless, whether facing the village authorities' decisions or confronting Wenkawa himself. Was this still the Uchiha clan? When had they become so hypocritical? Could it be that Wenkawa's repeated warnings about the clan's demise were true? Meanwhile, Uchiha Wenkawa paid no heed to any of this. To him, such matters seemed utterly inconsequential. Leaving the shrine, he returned home and immediately noticed a figure reclining on the low table within the room. The posture was graceful, accentuating alluring curves, and combined with the aura of a married woman, exuded an undeniable charm. Sensing the commotion outside, Uchiha Mikoto opened her eyes and propped herself up, only to see Wenkawa entering. Before she could speak, his voice was heard. "Mikoto, have you finally decided to come live with me?" It was evident that Uchiha Mikoto was still drowsy. Upon seeing Wenkawa, she seemed momentarily dazed, rubbing her eyes before sitting upright. "Wenkawa-kun, you're back," she yawned, covering her mouth, fatigue visible on her face. Wenkawa nodded and took a seat at the low table, gazing at the woman before him. The weariness was apparent on her face, dimming her former radiance. Yet as a beauty, her mature allure remained undeniable. "Why have you come here now? Shouldn't you be at home, spending time with the child?" Uchiha Mikoto shook her head and reached into a basket beside her, placing several small dishes on the table. "I went to warm up some food for you." She attempted to rise but was stopped by Wenkawa. "Norus." Obediently, Mikoto sat down again, looking at Wenkawa but remaining silent. For a moment, the atmosphere fell into a heavy stillness. "Are you here to speak on behalf of Uchiha Fugaku?" he asked. Mikoto pursed her lips, silent still. "It seems so." Wenkawa nodded and continued. "So, you've come to persuade me. You must be aware that the village intends to relocate the entire Uchiha clan from our current territory to a new location. Since you know this and have come here, your intentions are clear. Fugaku has his difficulties," Mikoto could only explain. Wenkawa nodded in understanding. And then, Mikoto lowered her gaze, her hands clutching the fabric on her lap tightly, as if struggling to voice her thoughts. "Wenkawa-kun, could you consider the clan? The Uchiha are truly in a difficult position now. We have no other choice." Wenkawa simply nodded, quietly observing her. After finishing, Mikoto scrutinized him carefully, hoping to discern some reaction from his face. Unfortunately, Wenkawa's gaze remained as calm as ever, unaffected by her words, as if hearing something irrelevant. "Married women really do change," Wenkawa muttered inexplicably. Mikoto lowered her head, her eyes reddening slightly. She recalled the early years of her relationship with Wenkawa. Though younger then, he had not yet become so unapproachable. Despite his naturally aloof demeanor, their relationship had been close, far from the coldness he now displayed. But after her marriage and rise to clan matron, something had shifted. At some point, a distance had grown between them. Although Wenkawa still joked with her as before and sometimes made her blush, she knew deep down that was merely a facade. Something within had changed irreversibly. "Mikoto, I'm glad you came today, but I am displeased with what you just said." Wenkawa produced a cup of sake, poured himself a drink, and began eating the dishes on the table without further ado. "The affairs of the Uchiha clan are none of my concern. Whether the clan suffers or thrives, I remain indifferent." "Wenkawa-kun, please allow me to finish," Mikoto urged. Wenkawa gently set down his chopsticks, fixed his gaze on Mikoto, and resumed speaking. "When Konoha was established, the first Hokage bore no ill will toward the Uchiha clan. At that time, the Uchiha sought peace and stability, which in turn propelled Konoha's development. When the second Hokage ascended, having witnessed Uchiha Madara's defection and the first Hokage's premature death, distrust toward the Uchiha became ingrained. By the time the third Hokage took power, lacking the second's abilities and having ascended abruptly, he was unable to command full respect and thus had to disperse authority. Alas, the few Hokage advisors who held power were all disciples of the second Hokage, and thus they strictly adhered to his principles, harboring considerable wariness toward the Uchiha clan. With every word spoken by Uchiha Wenkawa, Uchiha Mikoto's complexion grew progressively paler. She found it difficult to fathom how a child like Wenkawa, who had never even attended the ninja academy, could perceive matters with such clarity. The more she pondered this, the deeper her unease became. Then Uchiha Wenkawa continued, until the Ninetales incident, the Ninetales, controlled by the Sharingan, inflicted tremendous harm upon the village, which only intensified the village's dissatisfaction with the Uchiha. This ultimately led to the precarious situation the Uchiha clan finds itself in today. Instinctively, Uchiha Mikoto inquired, Wenkawa-kun, if you hold such an understanding, then why? It is Mikoto-ne who wishes to ask me why I do not aid our clan, is it not? Wenkawa interjected. Uchiha Mikoto was left speechless. The answer was simple. Instead, Uchiha Wenkawa smiled wryly. Because the Uchiha are a bunch of lunatics, every single one of them is a shockwave. Having spent time with Wenkawa, Mikoto naturally understood what shockwave implied, and despite the unusual atmosphere, she couldn't help but blush. The insult was rather crude. Of course, this was not a fault unique to the Uchiha. The Hyuga clan was similarly composed of shockwaves, and the greatest shockwave in Konoha was none other than Danzo Shimura. As he spoke, he shook his head. In such an environment, given the current manner in which the Uchiha conduct themselves, there is no future to be had. The village will gradually impose restrictions upon the Uchiha, ultimately driving them into an abyss from which there is no return. So rather than trying to persuade me, it would be better to urge our kin to abandon the security force, to relinquish unnecessary pride, and genuinely integrate with the villagers. From there, by exerting pressure upward, perhaps there is still some hope to compel the village's leadership to change. Having finished speaking, Wenkawa found it amusing and shook his head again. Forget it, as if I said nothing. Mikoto-ne, just consider it a joke. Yet, within Uchiha Mikoto, her emotions were complex and deeply shaken. The youth before her was truly astonishing. How did you come to think of these things? She asked. Wenkawa did not conceal his method. Simple. Observe more, think more, analyze from small details, then extrapolate to the broader picture. My family has kept many records, from the village's founding to various matters spanning over a decade ago. Mikoto's gaze toward Wenkawa carried an inexplicable new meaning. This was the mindset of a Hokage. Wenkawa shot her a look, dumbfounded. It's just straightforward situational analysis. Why talk about Hokage thinking? That's one of the shortcomings of the ninja world. The atmosphere fell silent again. The room filled only with the sounds of Wenkawa eating and drinking. Mikoto watched him, her delicate brows furrowed as if lost in thought. Time passed slowly. Wenkawa had consumed half his meal when she seemed to resolve something. Quietly, she moved to his side and nestled close to him. Wenkawa was somewhat surprised but said nothing. Then Mikoto, using another pair of chopsticks, picked up some side dishes and, cupping her hand beneath, offered them to Wenkawa. This left Wenkawa utterly bewildered. What's this? A beauty trap? Testing an officer with this? Who could endure such a test? Without hesitation, Wenkawa opened his mouth and ate, then felt Mikoto leaning into his embrace. Mikoto-ne, you've finally come to your senses? Realized following that Uchiha Fugaku fellow leads nowhere? As she spoke, the faint, pleasant scent emanating from her reached him, mingled with a subtle milky fragrance that was utterly delightful. At that moment, a faint noise came from outside. Both turned their heads toward the sound and saw that an unexpected figure had appeared in the courtyard, his face ashen as he stared at them. Uchiha Fugaku. He had somehow scaled the wall quietly, clearly wishing to remain unnoticed. Considering his words at the clan meeting and the current plight of the Uchiha, his presence here did not surprise Wenkawa. This was clearly a private matter he wished to discuss. Yet Mikoto's body stiffened. Wenkawa then recalled their current state. This scene was indeed prone to misunderstanding. It was no wonder Uchiha Fugaku reacted as he did. Anyone seeing their wife nestled in another man's arms would likely respond no better than Fugaku. It was only human nature. Though Wenkawa was only 14 and technically still a boy, he stood over 5 feet 7 inches tall, handsome, fair-skinned, and slender. Though youthful, his keen swordsmanship was already deadly. Mikoto, at 23 or 24, was fair and beautiful, gentle, kind, considerate, and bore long, straight black hair. As a mother of two, she emanated a maternal aura that was especially alluring to a boy like Wenkawa. In that room, the two were the perfect match of youth and vigor. Uchiha Fugaku dared not imagine what might have transpired between them had he not appeared at that moment. Unexplainably, his head felt heavy, as if something weighed upon it, and his scalp itched unpleasantly. Darling, my dear. Mikoto's body trembled slightly, as if recalling something, her face growing paler. Hastily, she disentangled herself from Wenchuan's embrace, stood, and began to approach Fugaku. But Fugaku remained standing in the courtyard, his form barely visible in the darkness. The light from the room illuminated his face, yet no expression betrayed his thoughts. Mikoto's steps faltered, her trembling intensifying. She looked at Fugaku with pleading eyes. My dear, it's not what you think. Fugaku glanced at her. Why are you here? What about Itachi and Sasuke? Don't they need care? Mikoto was at a loss for words. She took a deep breath and replied, Itachi is at home. Sasuke is with Itachi. There won't be any problems. Is that so? You expect a 4-year-old to look after a baby? Fugaku asked, his face impassive. Mikoto was rendered speechless. Wenchuan could no longer stand it and clicked his tongue. Clan leader Fugaku, what a temper you have. What, Mikotone can't come to me. He was naturally brimming with confidence. Even if there were something between him and Mikoto. So what? If he were not so young, there would be no chance for an old man like Fugaku. This was Wenchuan's honest thought. But Fugaku was clearly angered, his face twitching. Wenchuan, enough, Mikoto quickly interrupted, then hurriedly explained to Fugaku, I sought out Wenchuan hoping he could contribute to the clan. I understand how hard things have been for you lately. I only want to help. Upon hearing this, Fugaku's expression softened somewhat. Having known Mikoto for many years and lived with her after marriage, he was well aware of her character. However, as a man, he could not tolerate his wife displaying overly intimate behavior with another man, even if that man was still a minor. This is not a place you ought to come to. From now on, don't come here unless there is a pressing matter. I can handle the clan's affairs myself. When Fugaku Uchiha uttered these words, it was undeniably a warning directed at Mikoto Uchiha, and he said it openly in front of Wataru Uchiha. How could Wataru possibly tolerate that? Oh my, the clan head truly exudes profound authority, he sneered coldly. What is this? I've known Mikoto since we were young, and she took care of me for years. Just because she married you, does that mean she has to obey everything you say? How come I never realized the clan head was so overbearing before? If you're really that tyrannical, why haven't you managed the clan well or handled the relationship between the clan and the village properly? So you're only good at putting on airs in front of women, huh? At this moment, Wataru felt someone tugging at his sleeve. Naturally, he knew who it was, so he turned and clasped Mikoto's hand. Don't worry, Mikoto. He patted the back of her hand reassuringly, then looked toward Fugaku Uchiha and continued without any regard for Fugaku's ashen complexion or the Sharingan that had already manifested in his eyes. You say you can manage the clan's affairs yourself? That's laughable. Aren't you fully aware of the clan's current disgrace? Don't you have any idea what conclusion the clan council ultimately reached? Why did you come here so late? Could it be that you specifically sought me out to win me over? The council couldn't agree on a strategy, right? The clan members are hard to appease. Aren't they? Are you hoping I'll step forward and negotiate with the village's upper echelon? See, even now you hesitate to make a decision. Some people and some matters you can fool your buddies, but don't deceive yourself. If there was anyone whose opinion mattered most to Wataru within the Uchiha clan, it was naturally Fugaku Uchiha standing before him. No one else, because Fugaku was Mikoto's husband, the one who had failed to handle the clan's relationship with the village, the one who was foolish yet oblivious to his own shortcomings. Wataru, stop it. I beg you. Mikoto's eyes brimmed with tears. Caught between Fugaku and Wataru, she was deeply anguished. At this moment, Wataru also revealed his Sharingan. Though at hearing these words, his eyes almost rolled back like the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. You're useless too. He poked Mikoto's forehead in exasperation. You've got a handsome face but not a shred of sense. What, now that you're married, you see him through rose-colored glasses? Don't you know what kind of temper he has? Then he directly pointed at Fugaku. I saw it long ago. This guy is indecisive, confused, and blind to reality. With him in charge, the Uchiha clan has no future whatsoever. Wataru. Mikoto shook her head at him, her expression mournful. Forget it. Forget it. Wataru was speechless. He glanced back at Fugaku, who was staring daggers at him. After a moment, Fugaku said nothing and turned away. Dear. Mikoto hurried after him. Wataru did not stop her. Quarreling was fine. After all, he bore no guilt about it. He cared little for the fate of the Uchiha clan. If something truly went wrong, all that mattered was rescuing Mikoto. His earlier assessment of Fugaku was sincere. In his eyes, Fugaku could not perceive the reality any better than those enlightened clan members. He viewed matters superficially, lacking resolve and ability, limited in every way. Yet this man still liked to posture as the clan head, especially in front of Wataru, which greatly displeased him. In the past, without Fugaku's indulgence as clan head, Wataru wouldn't have endured the antagonism he faced. He had tolerated it out of consideration for Mikoto, but today openly berating Fugaku was meant to snap that man out of his stupor. Fugaku paused mid-step as he walked away, turning around with his eyes blazing scarlet. Wataru, I will remember your words. Wataru laughed, nodding. Good. Just remember them. If you act foolishly again, I'll scold you to your face once more. Fugaku said nothing further, then vanished in an instant. Mikoto hurried after him, casting a glance back before leaving, her eyes filled with unease. Wataru clicked his tongue, somewhat speechless, but still said, if that guy dares to abuse you when he gets home, Mikoto, tell me, I'll stand up for you. At this, Mikoto finally reacted, understanding that Wataru's behavior was deliberately to provoke Fugaku. She could only poke him with her finger. You're going to get me killed. After saying this, a glimmer appeared at the corner of her eye, but her expression returned to normal, with no trace of weakness on her face. She disappeared in an instant as well. After all, she became a jonin at 16. Who would she be pretending to be weak for? Wataru muttered, then chuckled softly. Well then, starting tomorrow, the clan grounds will be lively. There will be quite a show to watch. That night, Wataru slept soundly, not burdened by any guilt over the impact on Fugaku and Mikoto's marital relationship. He slept until broad daylight, then followed his usual routine of washing up and eating. Fortunately, the inheritance left by his parents in this lifetime was considerable. Besides money, it included several street-facing shops in the village. Because of this inheritance, he had never needed to rely on the clan's support while growing up. Otherwise, if he were too entangled with the clan, he wouldn't be able to observe coldly as he did now. He had anticipated what would happen today, and as expected, the Uchiha clan grounds were bustling. Many ordinary clan members who had heard about the clan council's discussions last night had already gathered at Fugaku Uchiha's residence, clamoring for an explanation. The Uchiha clan was large, numbering in the thousands. Aside from the enlightened members, most were unawakened, no different from ordinary people. Because they couldn't become ninja, these clan members naturally had less resilience against unforeseen events. Their lives were somewhat better than ordinary villagers solely due to the privilege of bearing the Uchiha name. For instance, the current clan grounds. The Uchiha's present territory lay at the heart of Konoha, sharing the prime area with the Senju clan, including several commercial streets. This was the convenience they enjoyed. Ordinary clan members benefited from this and naturally did not want their current way of life disrupted. If the clan grounds were relocated, these ordinary members' futures would inevitably be affected. Anyone with a sane mind would not agree to that. Ninja could manage by taking on more missions. Their lives wouldn't be drastically impacted. But for these people it was uncertain. On his way to the training ground in the morning, Wataru passed by Fugaku's residence and observed this scene. He merely chuckled quietly and did not pay much heed. The crowd fell silent as he passed, but someone couldn't help but speak up. Wataru-kun, you're the genius of the clan. Now that the village wants the clan to relocate, do you agree with it too? This question voiced the thoughts of many. Wataru held little affection for the Uchiha clan, primarily directed at the ninja elite within it. He bore no particular ill will toward these ordinary members. Ordinary clan members might harbor a pride associated with the Uchiha name, yet because they are not shinobi, their pride stems more from their surname than from personal merit. Thus, from a young age, the common folk treated Uchiha Wataru, the anomaly within the clan, far more kindly than the shinobi did. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Wataru smiled faintly and waved his hand. Of course, I disagree. Whoever agrees can just move away. This remark immediately garnered considerable agreement from the crowd. Indeed, it was unacceptable. Yes, we have lived here for decades, ever since the village was founded, and it has always been this way. Why should we be forced to leave now? That's right, Wataru is a genius. His words must be correct. As the crowd grew increasingly boisterous, Uchiha Wataru simply shook his head and ceased to pay them any mind. Lacking deep resentment was one matter, but he equally refrained from entangling himself too closely with these ordinary clan members. It had been this way since his youth. In the current circumstances, Wataru was even less inclined to be like them. With so many new jutsu awaiting his favor, he would not squander his energy here. At that moment, the gates of Uchiha Fugaku's mansion swung open. Fugaku emerged with a stern expression, just as Uchiha Wataru was passing by. Without a word, Fugaku's face darkened further. TCH. Feeling a surge of ill luck, Uchiha Wataru curled his lips in disdain and instantly vanished using the body flicker technique. Observing the direction Wataru had departed, Fugaku's pupils constricted sharply. As a seasoned jonin, he naturally perceived the truth. Wataru had just used the body flicker technique to leave. It is well known that this technique requires channeling chakra into the legs. This scene immediately led Fugaku to a startling thought. Could it be that Uchiha Wataru had already learned to harness chakra? Once this notion took hold, the current chaotic situation seemed far less significant. Yet by then, Wataru had already gone, and even if Fugaku had thoughts, he was unable to voice them. Moreover, the events of the previous night had only worsened his impression of Wataru, making him even less inclined to seek him out. Meanwhile, Uchiha Wataru remained utterly oblivious to Fugaku's inner turmoil. He and Fugaku could be said to detest each other, but he had no interest in speculating on what Fugaku might be thinking. At the abandoned training ground, Uchiha Wataru devoted himself to mastering new ninjutsu. To be frank, given his current capabilities, his speed of learning was truly far beyond that of ordinary men. Typically, a common C-rank jutsu could be mastered after merely 2 or 3 practice sessions. Not to say he was proficient, but he could use it competently. What remained was simply refining the techniques through diligent practice, gradually incorporating his own understanding into the jutsu to develop a unique style. This was merely a matter of time, and Uchiha Wataru was supremely confident in this regard. Thus, after several days, he had already mastered nearly half of the jutsu inscribed on the scroll left by Orochimaru. The remainder consisted of B-rank and A-rank jutsu, which required far more time to familiarize and master. During these days, the clan's territory was a scene of great turmoil. It was not only the ordinary clan members who were protesting. Among the enlightened shinobi of the clan, there were also some who were causing unrest. Their grievance was simple. They refused to relocate from the clan's land. After all, this territory had belonged to the Uchiha since the village's inception. After so many years, for the village's upper echelons to demand the Uchiha clan vacate this land was naturally unsatisfactory. Yet some enlightened clan members chose silence. These individuals had deeper thoughts. Considering the damage the village suffered during the Ninetales incident, the Ninetales being controlled by the Sharingan, if one were to apportion blame, it would hardly be unjust to hold the Uchiha clan responsible. That was why no concrete evidence had been found. Otherwise, the outcome would not have been a mere forced relocation of the entire clan. Perhaps the entire Uchiha clan would have been subjected to the village's punitive measures. Such a result would have been far more intolerable. Hence, a peculiar phenomenon emerged. The shinobi class within the clan harbored resentment toward the village, naturally blaming it for denying the Uchiha a voice, but more so, they resented the individual who had controlled the Ninetales. It was that person who had implicated the entire Uchiha clan. Yet, the outcome was irrevocable. The Uchiha relocation was a resolution passed by the Jonin Council, representing the collective will of the entire Konoha shinobi community. No matter how arrogant or reckless the Uchiha might be, confronted with the hostility of nearly all the village's shinobi, they could not remain indifferent. Finally, the first person to pack and leave the Uchiha territory appeared. This event, like cold water dousing hot oil, instantly sobered the remaining dissenters, forcing them to confront reality. The village was not joking on this matter. Consequently, more people resigned themselves to fate. Yet, Uchiha Wataru seemed entirely unaware of these developments, continuing with his own affairs. One morning, as usual, after preparing to depart, Uchiha Wataru was intercepted by 2 members of the Umbu. Uchiha Wataru, by the order of the Hokage, you are hereby notified to vacate your residence within 3 days. Uchiha Wataru appeared indifferent, brushing past one of the Umbu's shoulders and proceeding onward. After a few steps, he paused, turned his head, and fixed his gaze on the 2 Umbu. Go back and tell the Hokage this. I don't care whether the others move or not. I for one will not. What expression lay beneath the Umbu's mask was unknown, but upon hearing Wataru's defiance, their voice lowered in tone. This is an order from Lord Hokage. Uchiha Wataru nodded. I understand. And then, I'm not a shinobi. Why should I obey him? A little-known fact. In the current shinobi world, only those registered as shinobi in the various hidden villages are recognized as such. These individuals constitute the legitimate shinobi of the village, authorized to undertake missions and possessing all the rights accorded to shinobi. Uchiha Wataru is exceptional. He even fought the Ninetales head-on during the Ninetales incident, so to ordinary eyes, he should be powerful, right? But strictly speaking, he is not a shinobi. Firstly, he never attended the academy and did not receive formal shinobi training. Secondly, he is not registered. By definition, he remains a common villager. The relationship between the village and its civilians is uniquely complex in the shinobi world. Counterintuitive as it may seem, the true ruler of the Land of Fire is the daimyo, who holds legal sovereignty. Under the one nation, one village system, the daimyo governs civil affairs, while the Hokage controls military power. Strictly speaking, although not in a subordinate relationship, their connection is effectively one of employer and employee. In other words, the Hokage is the leader of the shinobi village employed by the daimyo. This is why the Hokage must obtain the daimyo's approval before assuming office. Although this approval is often a mere formality, it is essential to legitimize the daimyo's rule. As for the villagers of the hidden village, strictly speaking, they do not fall under the Hokage's jurisdiction, as his authority extends only over the shinobi class. Legally, the villagers belong to the daimyo's governance. Such is the paradoxical nature of the matter. Therefore, when Uchiha Wataru spoke thus to the two Umbu, he was not mistaken. His words left the two Umbu momentarily stunned. Clearly, they found themselves at a loss for how to respond, for Wataru's argument was sound. Seeing Wataru intent on leaving, one of the Umbu could not restrain himself any longer. Stop right there. As the words fell, he had already stepped forward to block Uchiha Wenchuan's path. Another person advanced as well, obstructing Uchiha Wenchuan's way. Uchiha Wenchuan merely let out a light chuckle and fixed his gaze upon the other party. Do you intend to make a move? The man fell silent. If you're not going to act, then move aside. Don't force me to slap you when I'm in a good mood. These past few days, his mood had actually been quite pleasant, mainly due to his rapid mastery of ninjutsu, which greatly fulfilled his long-held expectations of such arts. As for the Uchiha clan being relocated, it did not affect his mood in the slightest. Uchiha Wenchuan had long ago understood a fundamental truth. As long as one has few attachments, life can be remarkably enjoyable. Just as he was now. Though bearing the Uchiha name, he did not view the clan as a burden at all. His entire being was clear and unburdened. Those two seemed unprepared for Uchiha Wenchuan's bluntness and his difficult demeanor, hesitating for a moment. Move along. Saying this, Uchiha Wenchuan directly pushed the person before him aside and walked outward. The two Umbu operatives had no choice but to stand in place, watching Uchiha Wenchuan depart. Their orders were merely to deliver the notice with no other tasks. Strictly speaking, whether Uchiha Wenchuan agreed or not, their mission was complete. Their earlier conduct had merely been a reaction to Uchiha Wenchuan's excessively hostile attitude. The two exchanged a glance, the first speaking in a low voice. Let us report back. Uchiha Wenchuan paid no heed to the arrival of those two Umbu operatives. As for moving, who was forcing anyone? Was he some dog to be chased around? Therefore, he continued with his own affairs, intent on thoroughly mastering the ninjutsu inscribed on the scroll. This was the only thing in the entire shinobi world worthy of his dedication. Meanwhile, the Uchiha clan's territory had begun to grow disorderly. Because someone had taken the lead, more and more people were starting to move away. Those unwilling to relocate still persisted, but those who understood the matter was irreversible had resigned themselves to fate. The village had designated a new land to the west, larger than the current Uchiha territory, accompanied by numerous promises. Moving there was not without certain benefits. When a matter cannot be helped, people always find ways to persuade themselves. Yet those who still held out had their own reasons for doing so. Clearly, the matter would not end so simply. But when Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader, began handling his own family's relocation, those still resisting began to despair. Naturally, Uchiha Fugaku had words to say on this. This is the decision of the entire village. If you believe the Uchiha clan can stand against the whole village, then remain here. It was evident that at this time, Uchiha Fugaku clearly wished to avoid igniting conflict between the clan and the village, choosing to compromise instead. With the clan leader taking the lead, others' resistance naturally appeared laughable. Thus, the relocation of the Uchiha clan's territory was firmly settled. When Uchiha Wenchuan returned that evening, he witnessed such a scene. A crowd, laden with bundles large and small, driving horse-drawn carts or pushing wagons brimming with various belongings, was moving out of the clan's lands. Uchiha Wenchuan happened to be walking in from the outside, meeting them face to face. This was not everyone. After all, the Uchiha clan was numerous, and the move would have to occur in batches. Watching this, Uchiha Wenchuan felt nothing particularly special, glancing casually before preparing to turn back. But someone called out to him. Uchiha Wenchuan. The speaker was none other than Uchiha Hakadai. His narrow eyes were now wide open, his face stern as he looked at Uchiha Wenchuan. Do you think the clan relocating is the right thing to do? The question was somewhat unexpected. Uchiha Wenchuan pointed at himself. You're asking me? Uchiha Hakadai nodded, his expression still grave. You are the clan's prodigy. No matter how much you clash with the clan, you remain a member. What is your stance on this matter? Uchiha Wenchuan was genuinely taken aback. Looking again at the Uchiha members present, all cast glances his way. their expressions complex. Among them were many who had previously disliked Uchiha Wenchuan, yet now found he was the most steadfast, which caused considerable ideological upheaval. I have no stance. It's not my concern. I'm not moving anyway. With that, Uchiha Wenchuan ceased engaging with them and headed straight home. Seeing this, Uchiha Hakudai spoke to his retreating figure. I understand now, you are the true Uchiha. Uchiha Wenchuan paused, turned back, his expression peculiar. Are you sick? Looking at the others, they each lowered their heads at this moment. Uchiha Wenchuan's expression grew even stranger. No, what are you ashamed of, damn it? Upon closer observation, he naturally discerned that these lowered heads were due to shame, some even shedding tears, looking regretful. But what exactly were they ashamed of? When Uchiha Wenchuan saw a young man in his 20s, overcome with emotion and opening his eyes, he truly could not hold back. He recognized the youth, a clan member with little ninja talent, still a chunin in his 20s, who had never awakened the Sharingan. Yet now, moved to such emotional extremes by mere words, he had manifested the Sharingan. It was difficult to judge. What exactly were these people thinking? What were they so ashamed of? Uchiha Wenchuan wanted to ask directly, but seeing their state, it was clear they had fallen into a collective emotional mindset, having accepted a certain belief. Under such circumstances, no amount of explanation would help. Fine, be as happy as you like. No wonder the Uchiha were known as a bunch of lunatics. It was precisely because he saw through this that Uchiha Wenchuan wished to avoid entanglements with his clan. He feared being influenced himself. The delusions of these people before him were proof of that. Regardless of what these people were thinking, it was none of his concern. Uchiha Wenchuan went straight home. At the doorway stood several people, with one in the center clad in the Hokage's robe and wearing a straw hat. None other than Hiruzen Sarutobi. Wenchuan-kun, you're back. Want you invite the old man in for a seat? Uchiha Wenchuan glanced at him, immediately discerning Hiruzen Sarutobi's intention. Third Hokage is here to persuade me to move as well? He asked directly. In the hearts of most in Konoha, Hiruzen Sarutobi might be considered a good man, perhaps even a good Hokage. But to Uchiha Wenchuan, he was no different from other politicians. Politicians had dirty hearts, that was the same in any world. One could not deem Hiruzen Sarutobi a good man merely because of his amiable demeanor. Some matters required dialectical consideration. Without Hiruzen Sarutobi's indulgence, there would be no darkness of Danzo Shimura. Without Danzo's darkness, the subsequent tragedies of the ninja world would not have unfolded as they did. Although even without Danzo Shimura, the ninja wars would have persisted, and tragedies would have occurred, Danzo's evil was the most difficult to assess. And all of this stemmed from the Hokage standing before him. Wenchuan-kun, I know you are a good child. I hope you will consider the village more. Hiruzen Sarutobi perceived the young boy's resistance before him. Yet he did not grow angry. Instead, he spoke with a tone tinged with gentle admonition. He continued, You have battled the Nine Tails and understand well the circumstances that led to its appearance. The one who unleashed the Nine Tails and caused the deaths of the fourth Hokage and his wife was none other than Uchiha. This is an undeniable fact. Under such circumstances, we must offer an explanation to the rest of the village. If it were within my power, I too would wish none of this had transpired. But the Uchiha must be held accountable, a sentiment shared by the vast majority of the village. Uchiha Wataru's expression remained composed, as if he were unaffected by the conversation. So, you mean it suffices to exile the Uchiha to the outskirts of the village? He inquired. Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed deeply. Such a decision is, in truth, a form of protection for the Uchiha. At the very least, it is a cold form of handling the matter. Uchiha Wataru nodded. Very well, I understand. A slight relief washed over Hiruzen Sarutobi's heart, and he said, In that case, you also concur with this point, do you not? Uchiha Wataru replied, Yes, I do. It's quite reasonable. Just as Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression visibly softened, Uchiha Wataru added, But this has nothing to do with me. I bear the Uchiha name simply because my parents bestowed it upon me. The Uchiha are the Uchiha, and I am myself. Thus, whatever punishment you elders impose upon the Uchiha has no bearing on me. With that, he showed no interest in further disputing matters with the old man and began to walk toward his home. Punish them however you wish, so long as I am not implicated. Several members of the Umbu gathered around Hiruzen Sarutobi, encircling Uchiha Wataru. Some had already placed their hands upon the hilts of their blades, while others crouched into an attacking stance. Yet Uchiha Wataru passed by Hiruzen Sarutobi without hesitation, his words flowing ceaselessly. Since the time of the second Hokage, the village's elders have targeted the Uchiha. This ideology has been inherited by you all. I can already foresee that if this continues, the fate of the Uchiha is doomed to destruction. So before that destruction comes, spare me the disgust. At these words, Hiruzen Sarutobi's face changed abruptly. He had never anticipated hearing such words from the mouth of this Uchiha youth. These statements pierced through the very convictions long upheld by the village's elders, and the fact that the speaker was not yet 14 years old was all the more unsettling. Uchiha Wataru, Hiruzen Sarutobi, unusually stern, turned around to fix his gaze upon the youth's back and spoke in a grave voice. Such words should not be uttered by someone your age. Tell me, who taught you this? Was it Uchiha Fugaku? Uchiha Wataru halted and turned to face them, paying no heed to the few figures surrounding him. Uchiha Fugaku? He scoffed. Don't make me laugh. If he could truly speak such words, the Uchiha would not have fallen into the state they are in now. What? Does the third Hokage believe that someone of my age should not possess this understanding? Or that I should be one of those mindless Konoha shinobi who blindly believe in the will of fire and think only of sacrificing themselves for the village, becoming a mere tool in the hands of the elders? He smiled wryly and continued, or is it that someone like me, an aberration, is not a normal Uchiha, and thus poses a threat to you elders? Come on, third Hokage, tell me, what should I do? Is it because I haven't been brainwashed that you find me difficult to accept? Hiruzen Sarutobi met his gaze, seemingly seeking something deeper within those eyes, but all he found was tranquility. In that moment, he truly realized the exceptional nature of the young boy before him. It was a mixture of good and ill. On the one hand, the boy's insight far exceeded that of ordinary people. His perspective was not confined to a single family or clan but was remarkably lucid and comprehensive. On the other hand, this youth harbored animosity not only toward the Uchiha clan but also toward the village's elders, and he harbored no allegiance whatsoever to the will of fire. He was an absolute outlier, not only in regard to the Uchiha but also in relation to the village itself. The latter was particularly pronounced. This posed a grave challenge. According to Hiruzen Sarutobi's original plan, he hoped that through dialogue, this unique Uchiha might become a bridge between the clan and the village, thereby preventing further division or even conflict. If, in the process, he could be swayed to side with the village, all the better. After all, possessing a natural senjutsu body was quite rare, and if he could be won over, the village's future would surely boast formidable strength. Yet, as matters stood, such a plan seemed untenable. The boy held his own convictions and was unlikely to be swayed. As Hiruzen Sarutobi gathered his thoughts, endeavoring to avoid provoking further resistance, the youth spoke once more. Didn't the Umbu inform you of what I said earlier? I am not a shinobi, and I am under no obligation to obey the orders of the village elders, least of all yours. If others choose to relocate, that is their affair. This is my home, my house was left to me by my parents, and I am the rightful owner. He laughed lightly. So, if you want me to move out like the other Uchiha, it's simple, go to the daimyo and have him issue the order. Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression shifted subtly at these words. At that moment, he profoundly grasped the obstinacy of Uchiha Wataru. His words laid bare the very essence of the Hokage's authority. If Hiruzen Sarutobi and the village elders forced Uchiha Wataru, they would have no legal standing. He was not a shinobi but an ordinary civilian. They had no right to command or coerce him. Should they proceed, the matter would escalate, breeding resentment among the common villagers and stirring unfavorable suspicions among other shinobi clans. After all, the majority within the great shinobi clans were still ordinary people without ninja talents. But if, as Uchiha Wataru suggested, they sought an order from the daimyo, then Hiruzen Sarutobi's standing with the daimyo would suffer greatly. How could he be trusted as Hokage if he could not even manage a mere Uchiha brat? How could the daimyo entrust him with the safety of the entire land of fire? Having spoken thus, Uchiha Wataru paid no heed to Hiruzen Sarutobi's displeased expression, turned his back, and forcibly pushed aside the two men blocking his path. What are you playing at? Move aside. If you've got the guts, then make your move, you trash. Without looking back, he strode away, opened the door, and without a word, shut it firmly behind him, leaving Hiruzen Sarutobi and the others outside. At this moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi's countenance was extremely grim. He now fully comprehended the difficulty of dealing with Uchiha Wataru. Strangely, he found himself feeling a measure of sympathy for Uchiha Fugaku. With such a son, one could only imagine how many hairs Fugaku must have lost in frustration. Shaking his head to dispel these meaningless thoughts, Hiruzen Sarutobi gazed at the firmly closed door and furrowed his brow. Lord Hokage, shall we take action? One of the Umbu spoke up tentatively. The others shared a similar attitude. Uchiha Wataru's earlier conduct had left them no face at all. Though shinobi were tools, they still grew angry at such blatant defiance. Hiruzen Sarutobi glanced at the man and shook his head. Do not take any unnecessary measures. He sighed once more. That brat is truly troublesome. Very well. Let us deal with the others first. For the time being, do not come here. Yes. The men lowered their heads in unison. Hiruzen Sarutobi turned around and shook his head helplessly, seemingly unprepared for matters to have escalated to this extent. His mood momentarily weighed down with gravity. Uchiha Madara, however, paid no heed to the situation. Upon returning, he continued with his usual routines as if nothing had transpired. As time passed, the inhabitants of the Uchiha clan's territory dwindled steadily. One household after another relocated. Those who remained in the later days were merely a handful of elderly individuals. Among these were retired shinobi and ordinary villagers who had lived here for decades and had grown emotionally attached, naturally reluctant to depart. The village made no further attempts to hasten their departure, for the remaining few numbered less than 20 souls, scattered across several households. The clan estate lay cold and desolate, no longer echoing with the lively bustle of days gone by. While others might find this change unsettling, Uchiha Madara felt at ease. Whether in his previous life, accustomed to solitude, or in this one, having briefly tasted familial affection only to lose it swiftly, returning to his former monotony seemed hardly a change at all. One morning, as dawn broke anew, Uchiha Madara stepped out and headed towards the training grounds. Unhurried by any pressing schedule, he strolled at a leisurely pace. Walking through the seemingly deserted clan estate, the sight of shuttered doors and windows on either side intensified the pervasive sense of abandonment. Yet, the streets were not entirely void of life. Some elderly clan members who opposed relocation chose this hour for a leisurely walk. Not far ahead, a stooped old man leaning on a cane ambled slowly in his direction. Uchiha Madara glanced briefly but paid no further attention, until, just as they were about to pass one another, his wrist was grasped firmly. Turning his head, the elderly man, whose face bore the marks of age yet broke into a smile, presented a paradoxical aura. His gaunt frame and sunken cheeks imbued that smile with an inexplicable fierceness. "Is there something you need?" Uchiha Madara asked, meeting the old man's gaze. This old man was no ordinary figure. Uchiha Madara perceived this instinctively. Moreover, the man's face seemed familiar, yet his name eluded him. This was unexpected. Uchiha Madara's memory was far from poor. Though he could not claim to recall every member of the Uchiha clan, his recollection was fairly comprehensive. The fact that this elderly man was undoubtedly an Uchiha, yet his name escaped him, suggested they had met before, albeit long ago. So long ago that the exact occasion had faded from memory. "You are the child of Yujin and Kumiko, correct?" the old man inquired. Frowning, Uchiha Madara nodded nonchalantly. "Of course," the elder said with certainty. "From the very first moment I saw you, I was convinced. After all, even among the entire Uchiha clan, your father and mother were renowned for their striking handsomeness. Your bearing is only natural." "So?" Uchiha Madara pressed. "Do you have business with me? And by the way, who are you?" Expecting Uchiha Madara to show filial respect was unrealistic. This was the shinobi world, where elders or children often signified danger. Thus, with a slight effort, he wrenched his wrist free from the old man's grip, fixing him with a steady gaze. "Heh. The elder chuckled, unfazed by the gesture. After scrutinizing him a moment, he revealed a toothless grin. "Who I am matters little. But if you're interested, you can come with me. I have something for you." Uchiha Madara's expression remained impassive. "Make yourself clear. We're strangers." The old man shook his head and turned to walk away. "Little one, caution is wise, but you must discern whom to trust. Count back a few generations, and your parents would have called me grandfather." Taking a few steps forward and hearing no sign of pursuit, the old man halted and glanced back. "You're quite a stubborn boy. Come now. What I have for you concerns your parents." Curiosity piqued, Uchiha Madara followed. Having come this far, his intrigue was naturally aroused. The two walked deeper into the clan estate, heading toward the shrine. The shrine was not situated at the estate's center but rather at its periphery. Owing to its presence, few buildings clustered nearby, just a handful of houses beside the shrine. The old man's destination was among them. Only then did Uchiha Madara realize that the elder must reside here, explaining the familiarity of his face. The shrine itself was seldom used by the clan. Only occasional visits from some members occurred, and for someone like Uchiha Madara, visits since childhood were exceedingly rare. Perhaps he had glimpsed this old man once in his youth but had paid little attention, quickly forgetting. Upon entering one of the houses, the modest courtyard and sparse furnishings made clear that the old man lived alone. "Have a seat," the elder invited, pouring a cup of tea before slowly retreating into an inner room. Uchiha Madara surveyed the room's simplicity, seeking any clues or peculiarities. Yet, it appeared to be nothing more than the humble abode of a solitary elder. On the living room wall hung a shinobi blade and 2 calligraphy scrolls. A low table stood nearby with nothing else of note. Here, Uchiha Watarikawa found himself unhurried, refraining from pressing the matter, settling cross-legged by the table to wait quietly. Fortunately, the old man did not tarry long. Upon his return, he cradled a cloth bundle in his hands. The fabric, faded and dust-specked, bore the marks of age. As the elder dusted it off, sunlight streaming through the window illuminated the airborne particles, turning them into golden motes dancing in the air. "Child, thank you for waiting," the elder said, sitting opposite Uchiha Watarikawa, carefully placing the bundle upon the table before unwrapping it. Uchiha Watarikawa's gaze followed the motion, settling on the contents within the cloth, a scroll and several books. The elder handed the scroll to Uchiha Watarikawa and spoke. "This is a special jutsu. I entrust it to you now." Suppressing the elder's hand along with the scroll, Uchiha Watarikawa regarded him coolly. "So why give me this scroll? Can't be merely because you think I have talent, can it?" Determined to understand the reason behind this, Uchiha Watarikawa was unwilling to come here in ignorance. Hehehehe. The old man emitted a low chuckle, maintaining eye contact without withdrawing his hand. "You're quite the imaginative little brat," he teased. Uchiha Watarikawa tilted his head slightly. "Don't think just because you're older that I one-slap you. Keep this up and I'm leaving immediately." The elder's eyelid twitched as he suppressed his smile. A brief silence fell between them before the elder resumed. "This is a technique called izanagi. Have you heard of it?" Uchiha Watarikawa's expression remained unchanged. Naturally, he was familiar with it, and well-versed in its nature. The mere presentation of such a jutsu signaled that the old man's standing was far from ordinary. "This was promised to your father," the elder explained, "to be bestowed upon you once you have mastered sufficient strength." Uchiha Watarikawa narrowed his eyes, the crimson hue of his Sharingan flickering into view. "Don't be nervous, child," the elder said gently. "Your father, strictly speaking, was once one of my subordinates. His death, however, is tied to the village's upper echelons." Lowering his gaze, Uchiha Watarikawa asked softly, "So, what exactly happened back then?" The elder fixed him with a gaze now stained a deep crimson, 3 magatama spinning within his eyes. "They went to assassinate Danzo Shimura." Uchiha Watarikawa's fingers twitched slightly as he lifted his eyes to meet the elder's. "No need to look at me like that." The elderly man spoke with a crooked smile. "I am known as Senju. Perhaps you have heard of me." Hehehe. Uchiha Wenkawa asked with an expressionless face. "So you're saying I am a descendant of the clan's radicals?" Uchiha Senju's smile broadened. "Ha ha ha. Indeed. When it comes to radicalism, your father surpassed even me. So, kid, are you frightened? What do you feel inside? Feelings?" Uchiha Wenkawa found it all rather melodramatic. He was a transmigrated soul, possessing memories from the womb. Yet, no matter how many memories one has, adapting to a new world requires time. Hence, he spoke later than most children because with memories from a past life, learning the language of the ninja world was akin to acquiring a foreign tongue. Moreover, being young, his parents certainly could not say everything in front of him. This resulted in his understanding of his parents in this life being limited only to what he personally knew. That portion was quite ordinary. For example, his father, named Uchiha Yuto, was a typical Uchiha. Handsome by appearance, he awakened the 3 Tomo Sharingan during the Third Great Ninja War, was an elite ninja within the clan, and enjoyed a good reputation among his peers. His mother's name was Uchiha Kumiko, not an outsider by marriage, but a true member of the Uchiha clan. A beauty, also possessing the 3 Tomo Sharingan, likewise an elite ninja, and well regarded within the clan. Such a family, even among the Uchiha, belonged to the upper echelon. This was not only because both were elite ninjas, but also due to their blood relation to the clan leader's lineage. In sum, all these factors combined granted Uchiha Wenkawa a prestigious background from an early age and a rather comfortable childhood. Alas, all of this vanished when he was 6 years old. Therefore, when Uchiha Senju asked him about his feelings, Wenkawa merely found it absurd. So, after all this, he was actually a legitimate descendant of the Uchiha radical faction? Seeing his silence, Uchiha Senju assumed his words had struck a chord with the youth before him and said, "Do you know why your parents sought to assassinate Danzo Shimura?" Uchiha Wenkawa glanced up at him but remained silent. Unperturbed by his attitude, Uchiha Senju continued, "The Uchiha clan actually had opportunities to improve relations with the village. Though we Uchiha are extreme, we are not fools. We also acknowledge that we are part of Konoha. However, there was someone who refused to see this happen, and that person was Danzo Shimura." Without giving Wenkawa time to respond, he unfurled a book and pointed to it. "This book records the life of a man named Uchiha Madara. You should know him, the one who defected from Konoha, known as the Azura of the ninja world. Ever since he rose, the Uchiha's standing in Konoha plummeted. During the tenure of the first Hokage, things were tolerable. He was more forgiving towards the Uchiha. But when the second Hokage ascended, it was a different story. A truly sinister man who guarded against the Uchiha at every turn. He opened another book, or rather, a booklet, detailing another person's life. Unfortunately, this individual died too young. Had he lived, perhaps the Uchiha clan could have genuinely mended relations with the village. Uchiha Wenkawa glanced at the booklet's first page, which bore the name Uchiha Kagami. Uchiha Senju went on. Kagami was a few years younger than me, a contemporary, and also a disciple of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. He seemed lost in memories, exhibiting the rambling characteristic of old age. Kagami was gifted and of good character, a rare anomaly among the Uchiha. After being chosen by Tobirama as his student, his status in the clan changed. At that time, we all believed he would be the bridge between the clan and the village. Unfortunately, he died too soon, and under suspicious circumstances. At this point, Uchiha Senju's smile grew cold. Given your intelligence, you should find it easy to deduce who was involved in his death, yes? Uchiha Wenkawa, expressionless, uttered a name, Danzo Shimura. Uchiha Senju's grin grew even more chilling. Exactly that man, though there is no direct evidence. Kagami was an elite jonin who survived the first great ninja war. He could not have died without a trace. Yet he died during a routine mission, a mission alongside Danzo Shimura. Uchiha Wenkawa nodded lightly, harboring no doubt about the veracity of these claims. Danzo Shimura had been the scapegoat for decades. It was only fitting this burden fell upon him. The bridge between the clan and the village was gone, possibly slain by a comrade. Can you imagine the consequences? Wenkawa's reply was succinct. Someone did not want to see the Uchiha and the village reconcile. Uchiha Senju laughed heartily. Indeed, that is the truth. Well done, Wenkawa-kun. Your intellect impresses me. His tone remained steady. You could conceive of this at your age, yet no one believed it then. Can you understand the fury I felt, knowing this in such a situation? Before Uchiha Wenkawa could respond, Senju hissed bitterly. I and the hawkish faction in the clan planned to seize that opportunity to challenge Konoha's leadership, especially to exact revenge on Danzo Shimura. Shaking his head, Uchiha Senju sighed. Unfortunately, the plan was leaked. The village leadership was prepared and dispatched ANBU operatives to detain me. The corner of Uchiha Wenkawa's mouth twitched. Such a pathetic revenge. Do you find me laughable, kid? Wenkawa nodded and bluntly critiqued. Your carelessness made failure inevitable. Shouldn't you be the one mocked? Uchiha Senju choked on the retort, glaring fiercely at Wenkawa, the tomo in his eyes spinning faster. Humph. In the end, he merely snorted coldly. Do not underestimate Danzo Shimura's methods. That man even developed spies within the clan, something I could never have imagined at the time. And then, enough with the nonsense. Uchiha Wenkawa interrupted his self-justification without ceremony. Senju twitched at the corner of his eye twice but ultimately restrained his temper. And then, I was released. But because of this, the clan knew what I had done. The hawkish faction fractured and fell silent. I was stripped of my elder status and relegated to living at the shrine. So what about my parents? Your father was talented and gradually sensed the village's hostility toward the Uchiha. He found me, and I told him everything that had happened. Then he planned to assassinate Danzo Shimura. Uchiha Senju suddenly felt a chill and instinctively explained. I did try to dissuade him, but alas his tone was inexplicably somber. As an Uchiha you should understand the clan. Any Uchiha who fixates on a point will never change. Uchiha Madara was like that, I am like that. Uchiha Kagami was like that, and so were your parents. The implication was clear. Every Uchiha is stubborn to a fault. Uchiha Wenkawa's tone remained even. So, he and my mother went to assassinate Danzo Shimura, and they failed? Uchiha Senju nodded. Yes, they failed, without a doubt. But so as not to further provoke the Uchiha, the village leadership chose to conceal the truth. As he spoke, he slid a scroll forward. Before that, your father hypothesized that if they failed, I should entrust Izanagi to you. Certainly, it is only after one has amassed sufficient strength that such matters can be undertaken. And now, I believe the time has come. Uchiha Wenchuan wasted no words. He simply grasped the scroll and tucked it securely into his bosom. To be candid, his emotions were somewhat tangled at this moment. Feelings that defied easy description. To him, his parents in this world had been adequate, providing him with ample affection and care. Yet now, he discovered that his parents were no different from those Uchiha he despised, and it would be unnatural if his heart remained untroubled by this revelation. So, young one, Now that you have learned the truth, what is your choice? Uchiha Setsuna fixed his gaze intently upon Uchiha Wenchuan, as if striving to peer straight into his soul. Will you continue as you have, feigning ignorance, unaware of your parents' demise, oblivious to the plight of the Uchiha clan, and carry on with your life as it is? Or will you inherit your parents' will and dedicate your strength to the family's cause? Their eyes met, and in that silent exchange, it seemed as though each sought to discern something deeper within the other. Regrettably, Uchiha Wenchuan's expression remained serene, showing no sign of emotional upheaval upon hearing the reasons behind his parents' deaths. This surprised Uchiha Setsuna, though what he felt most was an inexplicable sense of admiration. At such a tender age, to conceal one's true feelings, especially as an Uchiha, was indeed a rarity. As time passed and Uchiha Wenchuan refrained from offering an immediate reply, Uchiha Setsuna felt his heart sink. He had come forward today, stood before Wenchuan, and unveiled everything with the resolve to support him wholeheartedly should he choose to embrace it. Yet, it seemed all this was merely self-delusion. Indeed, Uchiha Wenchuan's next words shattered his illusions utterly. I refuse. Uttering this with a calm countenance, Wenchuan displayed no trace of emotional fluctuation. He pushed the books and scrolls across the table toward Uchiha Setsuna and rose to his feet. I am grateful that you have shared all this with me, and I understand your intentions. But the affairs of the Uchiha clan are neither my responsibility nor should they fall upon the shoulders of a child who has yet to reach adulthood. With that, Uchiha Wenchuan turned without a backward glance and strode toward the exit. Uchiha Setsuna's complexion darkened abruptly. Uchiha Wenchuan, he bellowed lowly, the crimson hue in his eyes intensifying as the three tomo spun rapidly, faintly converging as if to merge into a single form. Wenchuan halted but did not turn around. Instead, he slightly tilted his head. His own eyes gleamed with a similar scarlet, yet his gaze did not rest upon his interlocutor. Do not presume that my youth makes me a child you can command. Your methods of subjugation will not work on me. For the sake of your dignity, I advise you against any needless actions. Observing the three tomo in Wenchuan's eyes and sensing the latent threat emanating from his ocular power, so potent it unsettled even himself, Uchiha Setsuna forced himself to regain composure. Only now did he faintly grasp the formidable strength of the young man before him. This was no longer a matter of mere talent. It was a genuine threat. Who was Uchiha Setsuna? He was the bearer of Uchiha Madara's will within the clan, a seasoned ninja of the Uchiha lineage. Despite his advanced years, to underestimate his capabilities would be a grave error. Yet, at this moment, he found himself cowed by the penetrating gaze of Uchiha Wenchuan. The deeper one delved into the Uchiha heritage, the clearer it became how the ocular power signified true might. Feeling the power radiating from Wenchuan's eyes, Setsuna's previously somber expression unexpectedly blossomed into a smile. Heh. Ha ha ha. At first, it was a light chuckle, but soon it escalated into unrestrained laughter, as if he could no longer contain himself. Uchiha Wenchuan merely regarded him as a madman and paid no heed, continuing toward the door. After all, Uchiha were no strangers to such moments of eccentricity despite their usual composure. Just as he reached the threshold, Uchiha Setsuna's voice called out from behind. The clan's people are truly laughable, all thinking you merely possess a unique talent, yet none have considered your eyes closely. If I am not mistaken, those are Mangekyo Sharingan without a doubt. Though Wenchuan had only revealed the three tomo state, as a veteran of the Uchiha and one who had witnessed the Mangekyo Sharingan firsthand, Setsuna knew exactly what that power entailed. The true powerhouse is right beside them, yet they exclude you from the clan. How utterly ridiculous. Seeing that Wenchuan remained unmoved, Setsuna added, Uchiha Wenchuan, I shall await you. You will come to wield my strength. Alas, Wenchuan was unmoved, departing without a glance back. Once the door closed and silence reclaimed the room, Setsuna's smile faded gradually. His crimson eyes flickered as the three tomo merged completely, forming a pattern reminiscent of a four-bladed pinwheel. Then, the pattern dissipated, the Sharingan receded, and his eyes returned to their usual aged haze. How fascinating. I wonder what expressions those fools will wear when they learn this secret. I am quite eager to see. Uchiha Wenchuan paid no mind to Uchiha Setsuna's affairs. Truth be told, he was aware of Setsuna's intentions, but such matters were irrelevant to him. Parents were parents. Their ideals were their ideals. As a transmigrator, after the death of his parents, his connection to the Uchiha clan had already grown exceedingly tenuous. After all, the cause of all this did not lie with him. Danzo Shimura coveted his talent and even his body, leading to conflicts between them. But was the Uchiha clan any different? They merely transformed their covetousness into an attempt to control him as an individual, employing the name of family and bloodline honor as a guise for their abduction. During that period, the clan spared no effort in attending to him, offering personal care and emotional bonding, all aimed at brainwashing him into becoming a proper Uchiha. To put it plainly, before Uchiha Mikoto appeared, he had two caretakers, both dispatched by the clan. These women bore the clan's mission, subtly instilling the glory of the Uchiha lineage under the pretense of concern, but it was nothing more than indoctrination. In the end, he drove them away. Only afterward did Uchiha Mikoto come to his door, never mentioning those matters again. To replace them? No. Any normal child, unformed in their worldview, subjected to such education, would easily mold into the shape desired by those with designs upon them. But Uchiha Wenchuan was a transmigrator. He already possessed a complete worldview and mature personal understanding. He could clearly discern who harbored what intentions and the purpose behind each action. Fortunately, Uchiha Mikoto was a gentle soul, and gradually he came to accept her. Regrettably, no matter how kind Uchiha Mikoto was, she bore the Uchiha name. This was the root cause of his ultimate estrangement from the Uchiha and his solitary residence. Returning home, he cast these matters aside and focused his attention on the scroll.
Izanagi.
This is undoubtedly the most wondrous technique within the Uchiha clan, an existence akin to a glitch in the shinobi world, making it nearly impossible not to be captivated. As for the fact that this technique was bestowed by Senya Uchiha, who harbors his own ulterior motives, so what? Only what is in one's hands is truly real. The rest is of no concern to him. Whether he is called cold-blooded or unfeeling matters little. Considering that the time-traveling shinobi did not become the fourth great ninja war-esque calamity, the Uchiha should be grateful, and all beings in the shinobi world ought to be thankful. Izanagi is one of the ultimate ocular jutsus of the Uchiha clan, capable of nullifying any adverse events that occur within a certain period, rendering them as if they never happened, while selectively transforming only those favorable to the user into reality. Its effect is undeniably godlike, yet its cost is equally extreme. Upon use, the wielder's Sharingan will be blinded, making it a perilous technique. Typically, each Uchiha who awakens the eye can employ it twice, but if they undergo an eye transplant, they can activate it again. This is the true glitch of this ability. Within a shinobi world where ocular hot-swapping technology exists, combined with Izanagi, it often manifests terrifying potential. This was demonstrated with Danzo Shimura in the original storyline, though sadly, Danzo himself was too inept to fully exploit the technique's true power. However, placing this jutsu in the hands of Wataru Uchiha, he is confident it could bring about a grand finale. The difficulty of mastering this technique is considerable, yet for an Uchiha with awakened eyes, it is not insurmountable. As evidenced by Wataru Uchiha, he mastered it in less than half a day. The essence of this jutsu lies in using the Sharingan to record the user's current state, a fixed state that, as long as there is chakra, will not fail. Indeed, once activated, it functions as a passive skill virtually invincible. At noon, Mikoto Uchiha paid another visit, carrying a lunchbox and bringing Wataru Uchiha a message that left him speechless. What's the meaning of this? Inviting me over as a guest? Wataru Uchiha was puzzled. Does she not realize the nature of his relationship with the Uchiha? Inviting him over now is pure nonsense. Mikoto Uchiha nodded. Yes, it was a suggestion from the eighth head of the Uchiha and the others. Wait, don't explain just yet. I'm a bit overwhelmed. Wataru's expression grew strange, numerous thoughts circling in his mind, yet he still couldn't grasp why. Seeing this, Mikoto smiled and said, "They believe you are the most steadfast among the Uchiha." Wataru opened his mouth to speak but ended up smiling instead. Forget it. Let them think whatever they want. Don't bother telling me about such things anymore. I'm not going. Mikoto seemed to have anticipated his attitude, treating the matter as a joke without taking it seriously. Among the entire Uchiha clan, she was the one who understood Wataru best. By the way, won't the clan head be angry if you come over? Mikoto was tidying up freshly washed clothes nearby. Upon hearing this, her hands paused, and for a brief moment, her expression turned slightly uncomfortable. Why would he be angry? Don't overthink it. Wataru nodded. That is true. After all, he is the clan head, he should have the grace for this. Mikoto fell silent. Alas, I can't help you in that regard. All I can do is pity my sister here. Though she spoke earnestly, Mikoto knew him too well to miss the mischievous thoughts brewing in him. Eat your meal. Seeing her furrow her brows, Wataru chuckled softly but fell silent afterward. The two chatted idly, deliberately steering clear of clan matters, discussing trivial topics instead. At last, as Mikoto prepared to leave, she suddenly asked, Wataru-kun, could you do me a favor? Wataru was picking his teeth and nodded upon hearing this. Speak. What favor? You have to promise me first. Wataru paused, raising an eyebrow. What is this? Begging me now? That is unlike you. He looked her up and down, lingering particularly on her chest and waist a few extra times, causing her to blush and swat him lightly. Will you promise or not? Wataru hesitated, sensing something odd about her demeanor. Tell me what it is first. You have to promise me first. She said no more, merely gazing at him. Wataru remained silent, unwilling to speak. The two seemed locked in a stalemate, waiting for one to give in. Clearly, Mikoto was the first to break. I have taken care of you since you were 6 or 7 years old, for several years. Remember how you loved the meals I made. I washed your clothes. When others spoke ill of you, I stood in front of you. When you were upset, I comforted you. She listed each thing she had done for him, growing increasingly tearful as she spoke. Unspoken but understood, as a married woman, Mikoto had somehow naturally resorted to this tactic on such a handsome young man. Though fully aware of her intent, Wataru could not bear to look away. He was estranged from the Uchiha and deliberately distancing himself from Mikoto, but it had not reached that point yet. Seeing her ready to continue, Wataru shook his head helplessly. Let me be clear, if it's something that makes me uncomfortable, I will refuse. Mikoto finally stopped and said directly, I want to ask you to be Itachi's teacher. Wataru pointed at himself. Me? She nodded. To be Itachi's teacher. Wataru fell silent. Itachi was just over 4 years old, nearly 5, a little boy, but thinking of what he was destined to do in the future gave Wataru a headache. This kid was a thunderstorm. With that thought, he immediately shook his head. But Mikoto seemed genuinely hurt by his refusal. Her eyes reddened instantly, and tears began to fall. Why? She asked, her voice trembling, perhaps unable to accept it. In her heart, she regarded Wataru as family, and yet, when asked to teach her child, he outright rejected her, leaving her feeling defeated, as if years of emotional investment in Wataru were somewhat in vain. You troublemaker. Wataru hated seeing women cry the most. Instantly, guessing her feelings, he felt a headache coming on again. Others might not know what Itachi would become, but Wataru surely did. Yet, by normal standards, it was only proper for him to be Itachi's teacher now. That was Mikoto's belief, hence her distress upon rejection. Wataru faltered but, seeing her expression, could not harden his heart further. Let me be clear. I'm not yet an adult. Being a teacher is inappropriate, but I can be like an uncle, helping to look after the child in my spare time. Upon hearing this, Mikoto's sorrow eased somewhat. Then Uchiha Togikawa spoke again. I cannot guarantee that I can properly teach Itachi. After all, you yourself are well aware of my current condition. As long as you are not afraid that Itachi will become too familiar with me and pick up my temperament, eventually growing to detest the clan, that will suffice. Uchiha Mikoto wiped the corner of her eye and replied, to despise the Uchiha is better than harboring unrealistic fantasies about the clan, just like the others. Uchiha Togikawa raised an eyebrow. It seems, Mikoto-san, that you have a very clear understanding of these matters. Mikoto paid no heed to his remark and said, then it's settled. I will go back and inform Itachi. Aren't you afraid the clan head will refuse? He won tea. With that, Uchiha Mikoto departed without delay. One could tell she was somewhat eager. Shaking his head, Uchiha Togikawa did not ponder further. This matter was somewhat sudden for him, though not entirely unacceptable. Reflecting on her earlier words, it was evident that, as a mother, Uchiha Mikoto did not wish for her child to become like the others in the clan, easily swept away by the clan's emotions. To allow that would be to fail as a mother. However, becoming Itachi's teacher, that was quite a challenge. Hopefully, Uchiha Fugaku would hold firm to his principles and decline Mikoto-san's request. Yet, the outcome of this matter truly exceeded Uchiha Togikawa's expectations. For on the third day after that conversation, Uchiha Mikoto returned once more, bearing news that left him somewhat bewildered. Fugaku has agreed, and this is his token of gratitude for you. She presented a ninja sword embedded with chakra metal, unmistakably a masterpiece. How could he agree? Uchiha Togikawa was perplexed. As a father and especially as clan head, Uchiha Fugaku should have firmly declined. After all, not only the Uchiha clan but the entire village knew of their discord. Was this reasonable? No, it was not. Uchiha Mikoto smiled faintly and delivered a decisive remark. You do not understand the love parents have for their children, nor the importance parents place on their offspring. She went on to explain. Perhaps from your perspective you and Fugaku do not see eye to eye. But from Fugaku's standpoint you are a genuine prodigy. Guiding Itachi from your vantage point is actually a blessing for him. Is that so? Watarikawa asked. Mikoto nodded. Therefore, 6 days from now, I will bring Itachi to meet you. Why 6 days later? Because there are still a few days of miscellaneous matters to handle in the new clan territory. Very well. At this juncture, there was nothing more to say. He was indeed curious to meet Itachi, the very perpetrator of the Clan-S massacre in the original storyline. It proved that, in some matters, outsiders might be more proactive than those directly involved. Such was the case with Uchiha Fugaku. Despite his considerable grievances against Uchiha Watarikawa, he compromised on his eldest son's matter. Not exactly a compromise, but rather he supported the idea of his eldest son becoming Watarikawa's pupil, even personally escorting him to Watarikawa's presence. Considering their relationship, which was basically one of mutual disdain, this was notable. Fugaku could sense that Watarikawa held him in contempt. Not outright denigration, but he regarded Fugaku as an unworthy clan head. After years of interaction, this was abundantly clear. Similarly, Watarikawa understood Fugaku's attitude toward him. Fugaku desired for Watarikawa to become a true Uchiha, to place the clan first and contribute wholeheartedly. But upon realizing Watarikawa's stance toward him, after many events, he abandoned that hope. Moreover, due to Watarikawa's actions, he grew increasingly displeased. Such was their dynamic. It was better if they did not meet, for when they did, trouble invariably ensued. Generally, Watarikawa would initiate with a cutting sarcasm, followed by Fugaku's rebuttal and reprimand. More or less, that was the pattern. However, this time was different. Fugaku brought Itachi before Watarikawa. Though his face remained stern, the slight upward curve of his lips indicated he was making an effort to show goodwill. Uchiha Mikoto stood nearby, smiling gently, leading Itachi forward to Watarikawa. At this moment, Watarikawa's face was equally impassive. Yet upon seeing the 4 or 5-year-old Itachi, he forced a smile.
Watarikawa-kun.
We have brought Itachi to meet you today. He will require your guidance going forward, Mikoto said. Watarikawa nodded, his gaze settling on Itachi. It must be said that the 4 or 5-year-old Itachi was an utterly adorable little boy, with delicate features and a clear visage. It was hard to imagine that this child would later commit such deeds. It was truly astonishing. Watarikawa nodded. Itachi looked up, locking eyes with Watarikawa, his small face filled with profound confusion. Normally, he would be at home caring for his newborn younger brother. But today his father and mother had brought him here. At his age, he could not discern much, but he knew this was the clan territory, the old clan land. He had thought that after moving, he would not return here, yet unexpectedly, they had come back so soon. He had seen this man before, but only when he was quarreling with his father, and every time he would anger his father greatly. If these two men hated each other so much, why were they standing together now? He did not understand but wished to uncover the truth behind this. I am Uchiha Itachi. Please be kind to me. Itachi bowed politely, displaying good manners. Uchiha Watarikawa said, My name is Uchiha Watarikawa. I am the teacher your parents have chosen for you. The teacher? Itachi glanced at his parents. His mother's eyes were encouraging, while his father's expression was solemn. Accustomed to this, he looked back at Watarikawa and asked, So, what must I do? Watarikawa glanced at Fugaku and Mikoto. Seeing their silence, he contemplated briefly before replying, You need not do anything else. Just remember what I teach you from now on. Yes, Itachi responded respectfully. At that moment, Fugaku took the initiative to speak. Watarikawa-kun, I entrust Itachi to you. Rarely did he show any leniency toward Watarikawa at this time. Watarikawa first glanced at Mikoto, then nodded calmly. I understand. But I must say beforehand, my abilities are limited. I cannot guarantee what he will learn from me. As expected, upon hearing this, Fugaku frowned briefly but then relaxed. I can sense you already have a stable chakra. That means you have mastered ninjutsu. Watarikawa did not deny this. Such a thing was undeniable. His constitution was unique, and due to the system, others saw him as a naturally gifted immortal. Because of his development, his immortal body was incomplete, causing his body to be entirely saturated with natural energy, and extracting chakra would cause an explosion. The prerequisite for becoming a ninja was to be able to extract chakra and thereby master ninjutsu. Within the ninja world, there exists a myriad of ninja archetypes. Some excel in ninjutsu, others in sealing techniques, some in taijutsu, and naturally there are those adept in sensory perception. Yet, no matter how feeble a ninja's sensory abilities may be, they remain invariably sensitive to chakra. At present, Uchiha Wankawa's sage mode has stabilized, enabling him to consistently refine chakra. Possessing the sage mode, his chakra reserves naturally swell with each passing day. While he may not yet rival those monstrous reservoirs of chakra in the short term, His chakra capacity far surpasses that of ordinary ninjas. Under such circumstances, it is only natural that Uchiha Fugaku would perceive the vast chakra coursing through him. A person who originally could not wield chakra and thus could not master ninjutsu now possesses chakra, which inherently signifies that he is capable of using ninjutsu. This is easily understood. From Uchiha Wankawa's perspective, perhaps it is precisely for this reason that Uchiha Fugaku was willing to send his eldest son over. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku continued, with your talent, learning ninjutsu should not be difficult. Though I have had many grievances with you in the past, there is one thing I do not deny. Your vision and cognition have already transcended the limitations of our clan. I hope Itachi can learn this as well and not confine himself to the family's present state. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Wankawa's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Aren't you afraid he'll end up like me? He asked. As expected, Uchiha Fugaku, ever the clan leader, darkened his face upon hearing this. Fortunately, at that moment, Uchiha Mikoto intervened smoothly, saying, you and Fugaku merely differ in philosophy, and I believe you lead Itachi astray. Led him astray? Uchiha Wankawa chuckled softly, not dwelling on the matter, and then nodded. Very well, I understand. Saying this, he extended his hand toward Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku was puzzled. What is this? He wondered, as it was clearly a gesture requesting something from him. Uchiha Mikoto seemed to realize something but remained silent. Money? You don't expect me to treat this as a favor, do you? Uchiha Fugaku's eye twitched. He wanted to say that the chakra-infused kunai he had already provided should suffice, but he refrained. Instead, he was not surprised by Uchiha Wankawa's action. After all, knowing him well, such behavior was entirely in character. I will have Itachi bring it next time, Uchiha Wankawa said with satisfaction. That's more like it, Uchiha Fugaku replied. Money is never enough, especially when teaching Itachi, the young clan head. It's not worth trying to save on expenses. As head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku's wealth was considerable. Given that he had agreed to this arrangement, there was little doubt he would not be stingy next time. Uchiha Wankawa had full confidence in this. Itachi, remember this as your first lesson, Uchiha Wankawa said, turning to Itachi. The latter looked confused. I don't understand. What first lesson? Uchiha Wankawa smiled. The so-called first lesson is to teach you that as a ninja, every effort must yield a reward. This is the very essence of a ninja's existence. Itachi furrowed his young brow, seemingly trying to comprehend the words, then voiced his inner doubt. But father says ninjas are tools. Uchiha Wankawa's smile remained unchanged. Tools are valuable. Itachi pondered this anew, but at that moment, Uchiha Fugaku frowned deeply, as if eager to refute Uchiha Wankawa's words. Do you disagree with me, clan leader? Uchiha Wankawa inquired. Uchiha Fugaku frowned but ultimately said nothing more. In that instant, he seemed to regret bringing Itachi here. Yet he kept his composure and said, in 3 days, the third Hokage will leave the village to report to the daimyo. At that time I will have Itachi come over. With that, he nodded ceremoniously and turned to depart. Uchiha Wankawa paid no mind to his attitude and looked toward Uchiha Mikoto. You don't think what I said earlier was wrong, do you? His tone was expectant, as if awaiting her response. But Uchiha Mikoto knew him all too well and merely smiled faintly. You teach in your own way, naturally for good reason. We interfere excessively. Uchiha Wankawa could only raise his thumb in approval. You all have such big hearts. Then, turning to Itachi, he grinned broadly. Well then, I hold back. At that moment, he found himself wondering if it might be quite interesting to reshape Itachi in his own image. Thus concluded the first formal meeting between Itachi and Uchiha Wankawa. Still very much a child, Itachi lacked deep understanding of the encounter. All he knew was that the man they met that day was held in high esteem by his father and mother. Naturally, as a child, he would be influenced by his parents. On the way home, Itachi could not suppress his curiosity and asked, Father, is that man very powerful? Uchiha Mikoto glanced at him, willing to explain but hesitated, leaving the opportunity to Uchiha Fugaku. The latter was momentarily silent before taking a deep breath. It's not about being powerful. Yes, the rare kind. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head, struggling to find the right words. If I explain too deeply, I fear you won't understand. If too shallowly, it would be meaningless. Fortunately, Uchiha Mikoto stepped in to clarify, continuing, Wankawa-kun is a genius of the Uchiha clan, born with the sage mode. Previously, due to physical limitations, he could not wield ninjutsu, but that restriction no longer exists. With his talent, he will undoubtedly become a formidable ninja quickly. Uchiha Fugaku sighed, as if reflecting deeply. In truth, his greatest strength was not his innate talent but something else. Itachi was curious but remained silent, knowing his father would answer his questions. Sure enough, Uchiha Fugaku resumed, I have always been at odds with him, but there is one thing I acknowledge. His vision and understanding surpass most in Konoha. Moreover, his way of perceiving tangible things is especially unique. He often sees through their essence at a glance. That is the most important aspect. Itachi appeared to grasp the meaning faintly but still asked the question lingering in his heart. So, is he stronger than father? Uchiha Mikoto hesitated to speak, but Uchiha Fugaku showed no emotional turmoil and simply nodded. In that respect, he truly is stronger than me. Patting Itachi's head, he admonished, Itachi, I am the head of the Uchiha clan, and it is my responsibility to make the family better. He, however, has forsaken all that. His gaze has never been fixed on the clan. So, learning from him, you must observe, think deeply, and ask many questions. I believe it will not be long before you gain something valuable. Itachi nodded solemnly. Yes, father, I understand. Had Uchiha Wankawa been present, he might have felt somewhat uneasy hearing Uchiha Fugaku speak so candidly. It was common knowledge that the two were at odds, a fact that had been apparent since Itachi was about 8 years old. It was difficult to imagine that at such a young age, Itachi had once said something to Fugaku, newly appointed clan leader at the time, that left a lasting impression on him to this day. If you only accommodate the clan and the village, the future of the Uchiha will never be bright. At that time, Fugaku Uchiha was bewildered, yet in retrospect, it seemed that Goken Uchiha might have long since perceived certain truths lurking between their clan and the village. As for him, even now, he could only barely hold himself together. It was precisely for this reason that when Mikoto Uchiha expressed her wish for Goken to become Itachi's mentor, he did not outright refuse. Allowing a child to learn under the tutelage of a wise individual, by any measure, could never be deemed a misstep. What transpired when the Fugaku Uchiha family returned remained a mystery to Goken Uchiha, and he had no desire to know. His life continued with placid regularity, seemingly untouched by the incident. Yet, the circumstances around him were far from static. He encountered Setsuna Uchiha once more, though this time, the youth was not alone. The elders who once staunchly resisted leaving the clan lands had now resigned themselves to their fate. Shinobi dispatched by the village assisted them in relocating, without causing harm. Working in pairs, they would simply carry the elderly away, while the remaining people moved the furniture and belongings en masse. There was no need for the elders to lift a finger, an all-encompassing service, with everything transported to the new clan territory. In this regard, the village displayed a rare patience. This particular meeting between Goken Uchiha and Setsuna Uchiha occurred at the entrance of the clan lands. The place was now desolate, as Setsuna himself was among those being relocated. He seemed resigned, showing no resistance, but rather cooperation. It was unclear what was going through his mind. Perhaps he believed that since Goken had accepted the scroll, even if he verbally declined the invitation, certain matters were inevitable for an Uchiha. Returning once again from the training ground, Goken encountered Setsuna at the clan's entrance.
Goken-kun.
When you have time, come visit this old man at the new clan lands. With that, Setsuna nodded and smiled at Goken, then hunched his back and proceeded with the relocating shinobi, decisively and without hesitation. Goken found this inexplicable and gave it little thought. Several Konoha shinobi stood nearby at the clan entrance. Upon seeing Goken, their leader stepped forward. Goken Uchiha, by order of the third Hokage, we are here to seal the entrance of the Uchiha clan lands. Before he could finish, Goken waved him off. Seal it if you will. I'll open it just the same. Do you truly believe a mere wall can stop me? Noticing the change in their expressions, Goken chuckled. You do your duty, complete the task the third entrusted to you, and I'll pretend I never saw a thing. I'll do my part. And you'd best not take it too seriously. Just don't give me any more trouble. Goken Uchiha. The leader's face turned grave, clearly intending to say more, likely a warning of some sort. But Goken had already turned and strode into the clan lands, his voice carrying back to them. Fine then, you can return and report to the third. Say another word, and I won't be so accommodating. These men were unfamiliar, evidently not shinobi of the shinobi clan, for Goken recalled most of the Uchiha shinobi. It was obvious they were commoners. Hiruzen Sarutobi, after decades as Hokage, understood that such dealings with the Uchiha should not involve shinobi of the shinobi clan, lest they harm their own kind. A sensible approach. Though these men were plainly infuriated by Goken's attitude, they held back, mindful of the Hokage's orders. The entire Uchiha clan had been relocated to the new clan lands. Even with Goken still lingering in the old territory, it mattered little. After all, this was merely a gesture to the village. Precisely because Goken comprehended this, he cared even less. He continued to live as before. The chill within the clanlands seemed to affect him not at all. On the morning he had arranged to meet Mikoto and the others, a knock came at Goken's door. Upon opening, a small child stood there. It was Itachi Uchiha. He carried a modest backpack and immediately bowed upon seeing Goken. Teacher Goken. The little fellow was polite, delicate in appearance, and undeniably endearing. Komein, have you eaten breakfast? Goken invited him inside, casually inquiring. I already have, Itachi replied, setting down his backpack and opening it. Father sent me with this, it's the tuition for your instruction, teacher. Goken took the backpack without hesitation and examined its contents. 3 stacks of coins, totaling 3 million ryo, a considerable sum. It was worth noting that even the highest-ranked S-class missions rarely paid more than 1 million ryo, and that amount was shared with the village, leaving the shinobi with only a fraction. Meanwhile, the expenses for shinobi were far from trivial. Maintenance and acquisition of ninja tools, training in ninjutsu, and daily necessities all demanded funds. This explained why shinobi eagerly pursued missions. They produced nothing themselves, and missions were their primary source of income. Though shinobi wielded the true power, they remained subject to mundane authorities, a system patently unjust, yet unchallenged, as if ordained by fate. It was perplexing. Itachi added, Father also said this is for the current year. Goken raised an eyebrow, mildly surprised, yet smiled. Very good. Your father has finally shown generosity. Tell him I am satisfied. Yes, teacher Goken. Without further ado, Goken declared, your lessons begin today. I will first teach you chakra control. It will be difficult. Are you prepared to endure the hardship? Itachi nodded earnestly. I can endure it, teacher Goken. Good. Wait for me a moment, we shall depart shortly. Goken gathered his things swiftly, not keeping Itachi waiting, and the two stepped out together. Surveying the desolate scene within the clanlands, Goken asked, what do you feel? Itachi had been silent since leaving the house, his gaze often lingering on the buildings lining the street. Goken could perceive that something weighed on his mind. After a moment's thought, Itachi shook his head. Very well. If you cannot understand, then observe more closely. If you desire answers, ask me. Yes, teacher Goken. Together, they walked out of the clanlands. As expected, the main gate had been sealed, bearing official seals. Itachi said at this point, Teacher Goken, I climbed over the wall to enter. Goken nodded and stepped forward, tearing off the seal and flinging the gate open without ceremony. Teacher, Itachi looked surprised and somewhat uneasy. It's nothing, Goken replied with a smile, saying no more. Let us go. They arrived at the training ground after a short walk. Itachi remained silent throughout the journey, and Goken made no effort to ease his thoughts. They walked in quiet companionship. At the training ground, they stopped. Goken set down his backpack containing water and miscellaneous items, about to speak when his brow furrowed. He looked toward a certain direction where a sturdy tree stood. Drawing Itachi behind him, he spoke in a low voice. Those hiding over there, come out at once. Itachi Uchiha was slightly startled, yet he remained silent, fully aware that this was no time for any inappropriate actions. Before long, a figure emerged from behind the thick tree trunk. The newcomer was clad entirely in a black robe, wearing a black-striped single-eyed mask, standing there silently. Uchiha Wataru raised an eyebrow, instantly recognizing the visitor, but still spoke up. Dressed like that and wearing a mask, you are not from the village. Who might you be? The man took deliberate steps toward the two, his voice hoarse as he replied, I am the old man, Madara Uchiha. Uchiha Wataru showed no immediate reaction, but Itachi Uchiha was taken aback. Madara Uchiha. Sensing his tension, Uchiha Wataru did not even turn his head and chuckled lightly. So it turns out you, that foolish fool, are still alive? The atmosphere grew heavy. No, to be precise, it was solemn. At least, that was the impression Itachi Uchiha perceived. Standing behind Uchiha Wataru, observing the two men separated by a considerable distance, he seemed to sense a peculiar aura of deadly intent lingering around them. This exerted considerable pressure upon him. Despite his youth, he was the son of the clan leader, according to the ninja clan's customs, that made him the junior clan leader. As such, he had been trained extensively from a young age, especially regarding matters related to his own family, which he had long been exposed to through both hearing and sight. Others might not be sensitive to the name Madara Uchiha, but he fully understood. This was the man known as the Azura of the ninja world, who, alongside the first Hokage Hashirama Senju, had ended the Warring States period, a figure powerful as a deity. Now, with such a person suddenly appearing before him, claiming to be Madara Uchiha, it was clear that the visitor bore ill intent. Though young and perhaps lacking full comprehension, Itachi could still discern right from wrong in this situation. Beneath the visitor's mask, one eye was visible, an eye all too familiar to Itachi Uchiha. It was the Sharingan. Thus, Itachi instinctively believed the claim. At this moment, the self-proclaimed Madara Uchiha fell silent, his single eye fixed intently on Uchiha Wataru. Whether he was angered by Wataru's words was unclear. Very well. Uchiha Wataru admitted that his insults were rather crude, but he spoke the truth, after all. Madara Uchiha was indeed a foolish fool, an undeniable fact. As for Uchiha Obito, who bore the guise of Madara Uchiha, he might as well be called Uchiha Daibai, a derogatory pun. On this occasion, Uchiha Wataru refrained from exposing the visitor's true identity. Instead, he chose to keep it a secret for his own amusement. As for why Uchiha Obito had come here, Wataru had his suspicions. Today was the day Sarutobi Hiruzen had left the village to report to the daimyo. With the Hokage absent, it was an opportune moment for Obito to infiltrate undetected. Why approach him? Wataru guessed either to recruit him or simply to show his face. In any case, it was certainly no good news. But did Uchiha Wataru care? He cared not a whit for the entire Uchiha clan, so why would he care for a loser? Overthinking it was futile. Not going to answer? Or are you just here to stand around and put on a show? Wataru taunted. Madara Uchiha moved, stepping forward toward the two once more, emitting a deep, low laugh. Hehehe, sharp-tongued brat, do you think such words would provoke the old man's anger? Uchiha Wataru merely smiled, slowly drawing the ninja blade at his waist. This blade was the exquisite weapon gifted by Uchiha Fugaku and his wife. As for the Kusanagi sword, that flashy thing was best left untouched for the time being. You claim to be Madara Uchiha, so I shall treat you as such for now. I assume you did not come here to chat with me, right? Azura of the ninja world? Madara halted, standing several meters away from Uchiha Wataru, arms crossed. Naturally, I came to gauge your mettle. Wataru's eye twitched slightly, almost betraying his composure. Honestly, knowing the truth, it was rather amusing that the figure before him was actually Uchiha Obito, striving hard to masquerade as Madara Uchiha. The arrogance was present, but not overwhelming, enough to intimidate others, but not him. It was somewhat abstract. Yet, considering that Uchiha Obito himself was an abstract character, it made a certain sense. I see. Then come, let me see just how strong you, the Azura of the ninja world, truly are. As he spoke, the ninja blade was fully drawn, its edge gleaming coldly. Aren't you drawing your weapon? Uchiha Wataru inquired. Humph. Against a brat like you, it's unnecessary. Madara Uchiha stood proudly, exuding confidence. Hehe. Uchiha Wataru chuckled twice, easing the inexplicable tension. Then without turning, instructed, step back, keep your distance. Itachi Uchiha snapped back to attention, sweat glistening on his youthful face, and obediently retreated without hesitation. The next moment, a sharp clang resounded. Clang. It was the sound of a blade striking. Instinctively, Itachi glanced back, eyes wide with astonishment. In his line of sight, Uchiha Wataru's figure moved like a streak, almost instantly appearing before the supposed Madara Uchiha, the ninja blade descending in a powerful strike. The latter seemed caught off guard, unprepared for Wataru's astonishing speed, and could not evade in time. A slash tore through the black robe covering his chest. A closer look would reveal faint currents of electricity flickering across Uchiha Wataru's legs and feet. Boom! Only then did the explosive sound emerge. The ground beneath where Wataru had stood caving inward slightly, cracks spreading, clearly stamped out by his forceful step. Amazing, Itachi Uchiha forgot to continue his retreat, standing frozen, eyes wide as he witnessed the scene. With a swoosh, Madara swiftly retreated, making several bounding leaps to distance himself from Uchiha Wataru. He glanced down at the slash across his chest. Fortunately, no injury to the body, only the fabric was cut. Yet even so, his expression beneath the mask darkened. Careless. His original intention had been to observe this famed genius of the Uchiha clan. After all, having unleashed the Ninetales and battled the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, sparking the Ninetales incident, he had accomplished great deeds and considered himself a formidable warrior. Bearing the guise of Madara Uchiha, he naturally placed himself above his opponent. But a single slash from Uchiha Wataru had jolted him awake. That strike was too swift. Uchiha Wataru straightened slowly, the electric sparks on his legs gradually dissipating, and spoke proactively. This technique is based on the monstrous strength of the Senju and the Cloud-Hidden Lightning Release ninja body art, a developed form of the body flicker technique. Azura of the ninja world. What do you think? This body flicker technique was still only a half-finished product, imperfect, yet it sufficed to demonstrate before the one claiming to be Madara Uchiha. Seeing no response, Uchiha Wataru continued. Are you about to say that I, a mere speck of sand, am not even half your match? The other remained silent, but beneath the mask, The corner of his eye twitched. An interesting brat. Uchiha Wenkawa grinned broadly and said, "Is that so? Then shall we continue?" With those words, his figure vanished once more, this time dashing toward his opponent like a streak of lightning, generating a formidable momentum. Yet, Uchiha Madara remained rooted in place, motionless, as if completely unfazed by the incoming strike. In the next instant, the two passed by each other. Uchiha Itachi watched without blinking. He clearly saw that for a fleeting moment, their bodies overlapped. It was evident that Uchiha Wenkawa had passed through Madara's form, yet not a single strand of Madara's hair was disturbed. How could this be? Itachi's small head struggled to comprehend what had just transpired, but witnessing the scene caused his heart to suddenly sink. With a swift motion, Uchiha Wenkawa dodged a kunai, landing lightly on a nearby tree, overlooking from above. Space-time ninjutsu. Huh? Not bad. But I wonder, how long can you sustain this technique once activated? Madara's fingers trembled slightly. Then Uchiha Wenkawa spoke again. A very unique jutsu, one not known within the shinobi world. So, is this the power of your eyes? Madara lifted his head, meeting Wenkawa's smile directly. If you are Uchiha Madara, then you surely possess those eyes. It seems my guess was not wrong. Wenkawa spoke to himself, seemingly speculating. But in truth, he was merely toying with him, deliberately playing with Uchiha Obito's psyche face-to-face. At last, his smile faded, and his expression turned cold and indifferent. Do you also wish to dance? Madara fell silent, inhaled deeply, then exhaled slowly, his voice still hoarse. I underestimated you, Uchiha Wenkawa. Very well, then let me defeat you in what you pride yourself on most, and show you reality. Before the words had even fully left his mouth, Madara's right eye began to turn slowly, causing the space before him to warp and twist, forming a spiraling vortex. From within it, a jet-black ninja sword gradually materialized. The blade was slender, slightly curved, its edge glimmering with a cold, sharp light. He reached out, grasping the hilt, drawing the sword from the void with steady, powerful movements. Uchiha Wenkawa observed this closely, understanding immediately. This was Kamui, a technique that allowed storing objects within the Kamui dimension, ready to be summoned at will. Quite convenient. He felt a twinge of envy for Uchiha Obito's jutsu. It was essentially a personal pocket dimension, far more practical than a sealed scroll. Finally willing to show your true skills? Wenkawa leapt down from the tree, landing gracefully with his ninja blade angled toward the ground. Madara offered no reply, only tightening his grip on the sword's handle. In the next moment, they both moved simultaneously. Clang! The blades clashed, sparks flying. Wenkawa's sword descended in a powerful overhead strike, heavy and forceful, while Madara blocked with a horizontal slash, the tremendous force pushing him back half a step. Sizzle! The sharp edges emitted a piercing sound, carving grooves into the earth beneath them. Unbeknownst to many, both had simultaneously infused their swords with wind-release chakra nature transformation, forming chakra blades, razor-sharp yet dissipating instantly upon impact. Beneath Madara's mask, his expression shifted subtly. Such strength. But Wenkawa gave him no chance to recover. The second slash came swiftly. The strike was faster, fiercer, and came from a more cunning angle. The blade sliced through the air, emitting a sharp whistle. Madara dodged sideways just in time. The blade grazed his mask, sending a chill along its path. Immediately, a third strike followed. Wenkawa's swordsmanship was devoid of any flashy flourishes. Each cut aimed straight for the vital points, executed with utmost simplicity yet unparalleled ferocity. Electric currents surged along his legs and feet again, propelling his movement to astonishing speeds as he constantly shifted position around Madara, pressing the attack relentlessly. Clang, clang, clang. 3 consecutive strikes, each heavier and faster than the last. Madara was forced onto the defensive, retreating step by step. His swordsmanship was by no means poor. In fact, it was quite commendable, having been trained by the true Uchiha Madara himself. Yet, against Wenkawa's relentless, oppressive assault, he found himself overwhelmed. Because Wenkawa's power was immense, his technique combined the brute strength of the Senju clan with the swiftness of the Kumogakure's lightning-style chakra mode. From the outset, it was like a tempestuous storm, ceaseless and unyielding. Each clash sent a powerful shockwave through Madara's wrist, numbing his hand. Madara attempted to counterattack, but Wenkawa's offense was like an unrelenting tide, wave after wave, granting no opening whatsoever. Another slash swept diagonally. Madara raised his sword to block, but his footing faltered completely, the impact forcing him backward several paces, nearly toppling over. Though he steadied himself in the end, his posture was disheveled. His breathing grew rapid, and the eyes beneath his mask shifted from initial composure to shock. How could this youngster possess such formidable swordsmanship? No, this was more than mere swordsmanship. The electric currents on his legs, the astonishing speed and explosive power, and the terrifying force behind every strike. What kind of monster was this? Madara's apprehension deepened with each exchange. In truth, he and Uchiha Wenkawa were of the same age, even the same generation. If Wenkawa had been able to attend the Chunin exams, they might well have been classmates. Because of their similar ages, Madara truly comprehended Wenkawa's strength. Under the same circumstances, he simply could not achieve this. He had believed that with his own prowess, even without space-time ninjutsu, his swordsmanship alone would suffice to suppress his opponent. But reality dealt him a harsh slap. Since the battle began, he had scarcely gained any advantage. Instead, he had been consistently overwhelmed. It was fair to say he was thoroughly suppressed. With a swift sweep, Wenkawa's blade sliced horizontally, aiming directly for Madara's neck. Had that strike landed, the consequences would have been dire. Madara's eyes sharpened. He suddenly retreated as he raised his right hand, releasing his ninja sword, which flew directly toward Wenkawa's face. Wenkawa tilted his head, narrowly evading the blade as it whistled past his ear. Madara seized the opening to create distance. His hands moved rapidly before him, forming seals with incredible speed. His chest expanded. Then he unleashed a fierce jet of flames. The mouth area of his mask instantly burned away, leaving a circular hole from which a scorching flame surged forth like a streak, then suddenly expanded. Simultaneously, his right Sharingan eye rotated again. Space warped. Flames erupted from the warp center, no longer ordinary fire release. The fire twisted and spiraled like a colossal dragon forged from flames, radiating outward from Madara as its center, wildly spreading. A tempest of explosive winds and swirling flames. This was a technique combining Kamui's spatial distortion with fire release, the flames spinning along the warped space, covering an astonishingly vast area. In the blink of an eye, the entire training ground was engulfed in fire. Trees, rocks, the earth itself, all consumed by raging flames. The firestorm continued to expand, incinerating every forest within dozens of meters, thick smoke billowing, waves of heat crashing forward. The moment the flames began to spread, Uchiha Wenkawa was already in motion. His legs flashed like bolts of lightning, his entire form transforming into a fleeting afterimage as he dashed straight toward Uchiha Itachi's location. Let us go. He grasped the back collar of Itachi's small frame, hoisting him up, his feet never ceasing, speeding out of the fiery expanse with incredible swiftness. Behind them roared a sea of flames, the heat scorching his back. Yet his speed surpassed the Inferno's wrath. After several bounds, he had already distanced himself from the training ground and set Uchiha Itachi down on a safe patch of open ground. Stay here. Don't move. With those words, Uchiha Wenkawa turned and charged back into the blaze. The flames still raged, but the most ferocious wave of expansion had passed. Standing at the edge of the inferno, he began forming hand seals. Snake, goat, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. His chest swelled as chakra surged wildly within, coalescing into a scorching breath gathered at his throat. Fire release. Majestic fire extinguishment. He roared, unleashing a massive torrent of flame. Unlike scattered embers, the fire condensed into a colossal stream of molten fury, flowing along the ground like lava, surging toward Uchiha Madara's direction. Wherever the immense blaze passed, the earth blazed red-hot. The conflagration of majestic fire extinguishment collided with the swirling embers of the exploding wind dance, stirring up even greater waves of heat. Uchiha Madara stood amidst the inferno, his eyes beneath the mask fixed unblinkingly on the enormous fire rushing toward him. Several dozen meters away, Uchiha Wenkawa locked gazes with him. Flames licked around Wenkawa's body, yet not a single ember harmed him. A closer look revealed a thin layer of air currents enveloping Uchiha Wenkawa, blowing away the encroaching flames. He strode through the blazing inferno, step by step advancing toward Uchiha Madara. The clash of their ninjutsu naturally stirred tremendous commotion. Undoubtedly, some of the village's shinobi were already rushing toward this direction. After all, this was no ordinary ninja skirmish. How is my chakra? Uchiha Wenkawa asked with a smile. Uchiha Madara remained silent for a moment before responding. Truly worthy of the Uchiha clan's prodigy. I acknowledge that. As he spoke, his figure slowly blurred, then twisted. But next time we meet, you will not be so fortunate. His intention was to deliver a warning strike to Uchiha Wenkawa, then lure him further. Yet, suppressed by Wenkawa's swordsmanship, his temper flared, and he unleashed the exploding wind dance, resulting in the current massive upheaval. Naturally, he was now unwilling to linger here. But in the next instant, the expression beneath his mask abruptly changed. How can this be? Originally distorted, Uchiha Madara's form suddenly solidified again. His previously invincible Kamui failed at this very moment. Alarmed, he looked toward Uchiha Wenkawa, who was approaching him. They were now separated by barely a dozen meters. At this distance, Uchiha Madara could clearly see the other's eyes, a pair of crimson orbs, devoid of the traditional three tomo, instead adorned with a pattern resembling the shutter of a camera. 6 curved lines radiated from the pupils across the irises to the edges. Truly, a pair of exquisite eyes. At that moment, an inexplicable thought crossed Uchiha Madara's mind. Yet he quickly regained composure, his face beneath the mask darkening. The other possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, and his Kamui was disabled. Did this mean he could not leave Konoha? Meanwhile, Uchiha Wenkawa smiled and said, "Surprised? Curious why I have these eyes, too? Curious why your ability failed?" Uchiha Madara said nothing, but his heart was far from calm. He had underestimated the situation. His original plan was merely to test this Uchiha prodigy and see if he could be swayed. With his current strength and the name of Uchiha Madara, even if the other refused allegiance, he could at least retreat unscathed. With Kamui in hand, he never imagined being trapped. But now, this possibility had become reality. The opponent's Mangekyo Sharingan interfered with his space-time ability, rendering him unable to blur or escape through Kamui's dimension. Had this been outside Konoha, he could have fled if overwhelmed. But here, within Konoha's borders, and with the recent commotion so loud, the village's shinobi would soon be drawn here. At that time, forget about persuasion, it would be a question whether he could even escape safely. Thinking thus, Uchiha Madara's brows furrowed tightly beneath his mask. The flickering flames cast shifting shadows upon it. The once training ground had been utterly obliterated. The scorched earth cracked and blackened, resembling a dried riverbed. The trees were even more pitiful, first torn to shreds by Kamui's warped spatial forces, then devoured by the flames of exploding wind dance, leaving only charred stumps standing, still smoldering. Looking around, within several hundred meters, everything had been devastated by this battle. Beyond that, the burned forest still blazed, the firelight dazzling beneath the morning sun. This was no ordinary ninja duel. Humph. Uchiha Madara finally spoke, his voice hoarse and low, deliberately cold. Don't be too proud, brat. It's merely that your eye's abilities happen to counter mine. You think that's enough to hold me? Uchiha Wenkawa laughed, his steps unceasing as he continued advancing. Now you cannot leave that essay fact. To be honest, I'm looking forward to what other tricks you have up your sleeve. He halted several meters from Uchiha Madara, slowly raising his ninja blade, its tip pointing directly at him. If you truly are Uchiha Madara, then let me see your true prowess. The Azura of the ninja world surely has more to offer than this, right? In truth, Uchiha Wenkawa was overjoyed at this moment. Having traversed the ninja world and grown until now, limited by the sage's body, he had never truly fought recklessly before. For one, there was no worthy opponent. Anyone who even touched a bit of chakra would self-destruct. Anyone would be troubled, unable to provoke, able to avoid. But now, with the sage's body's drawbacks gone, having learned ninjutsu, and at this very moment such an opponent presenting himself, this was simply exhilarating. As for whether revealing his mastery of ninjutsu might bring future troubles, Uchiha Wenkawa never cared for such trifles. He would only grow stronger. Whoever wanted to cause trouble, let them come. He would see if he could not deal with them. At this moment, upon hearing these words, Uchiha Madara's eyes darkened. His right hand reached to his side, space once again twisting, and the ninja blade he had thrown earlier reappeared in his grasp. Seeing this, Uchiha Wenkawa's eyes flickered slightly. Kamui can be used this way? Interesting. In the next instant, Uchiha Madara wasted no words and charged forward. The two clashed once more. Clang. Their blades met. This time, Uchiha Madara was evidently more cautious, no longer being pushed back by that overwhelming force. His swordsmanship had grown increasingly cunning, each strike aimed precisely at the vital points of Uchiha Wenkawa, his style gradually drawing closer to that of Wenkawa himself. Haha, finally willing to use the Sharingan's copying ability. Though he spoke these words, Uchiha Wenkawa showed no sign of yielding. Activating his imitation lightning released chakra mode to its fullest, electric currents crackled around his legs and feet. He moved like a bolt of lightning, continuously shifting positions around Uchiha Madara. The two darted and twisted among the ruins, the glint of their blades flashing as sparks flew in every direction. Madara thrust his blade forward, aiming straight for Wenkawa's heart. Wenkawa sidestepped swiftly, simultaneously countering with a reverse diagonal slash. The blade grazed Madara's ribs, slicing a shallow wound. You're still too slow. Madara retreated 2 steps, his left hand reaching for the ninja tool pouch at his waist. 3 kunai flew from his fingers in a triangular formation, targeting Wonkawa's face, throat, and chest. Wonkawa's kunai clashed with the 3 incoming kunai with 3 crisp metallic clangs, knocking all 3 away. Yet, no sooner had he deflected the kunai than Madara charged forward again, his blade descending in a powerful overhead chop. Wonkawa blocked horizontally with his sword, following through with a kick aimed at Madara's abdomen. Madara dodged the kick by shifting his body sideways, his right wrist flicking to change the blade's direction, slicing upward from below. Wonkawa stepped back half a pace, the blade grazing his chin. Both warriors distanced themselves, stepping back several paces. The recent skirmish had drawn their styles ever closer. Although Madara's speed still lagged behind Wonkawa's, their exchanges were evenly matched. It must be said, the Sharingan's copying ability truly excelled in both taijutsu and swordsmanship. In just a brief moment, Madara had mimicked nearly 70 to 80% of Wonkawa's sword and hand-to-hand combat style. From this perspective, Uchiha Obito, who was masquerading as Madara, was no less formidable in personal ability. In the next instant, Madara bit down on his kunai and formed hand seals once more. Snake, sheep, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball, several meters in diameter, erupted from his mouth, hurtling directly toward Wonkawa. Wonkawa's feet sparked with a flash of electricity as he slid sideways several meters, evading the fireball's direct impact. At the same time, he formed a hand seal with one hand and spat out a technique. Water release, water formation wall. A wall of water surged up from beneath his feet, extinguishing the remaining flames of the great fireball. Where water met fire, thick white mist billowed forth, instantly enveloping the entire battlefield. Within the mist, the 2 silhouettes collided once again, the clashing of blades ringing incessantly. In the distance, several dark figures rapidly approached. Leading them were several members of Konoha's Umbu, clad in standard uniforms and wearing animal masks. They halted at the edge of the ruins, gazing at the utterly devastated area before them, faces beneath their masks filled with shock. What on earth is going on here? Quick, send a signal. Inform the advisors. One Umbu member pulled a flare from his waist and ignited the fuse. A red flare shot skyward and exploded midair. Behind them, more Umbu and Konoha shinobi rushed to the scene. The commotion was too loud to go unnoticed. The battle between the 2 was inevitably discovered by Konoha's forces. Before long, the Umbu and shinobi spread out, encircling the center of the conflict. The flames gradually began to subside, but the combat between the 2 showed no signs of abating. If anything, it grew ever more perilous and fierce. That is Uchiha Wonkawa, the genius of the Uchiha clan. Some recognized the figure in the fray and naturally identified him as Uchiha Wonkawa. Others noticed Uchiha Itachi stationed in a distant corner of the battlefield. They immediately escorted him away and called out, "What happened here?" Itachi, who had witnessed the entire sequence, was still in shock. He opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. Swish! Several figures landed nearby, led by none other than Uchiha Fugaku, followed by a group of Uchiha shinobi. "Father." Itachi finally regained his composure upon seeing them. "What is the matter?" Fugaku asked. Itachi hurriedly explained, "Teacher Wonkawa brought me here. We encountered a strange man who claimed to be Uchiha Madara, and then he fought with Teacher Wonkawa." "What?" Fugaku was astonished. Not only him, but the Uchiha shinobi behind him also turned pale. The Umbu who had escorted Itachi trembled as well. The news was too shocking.
Impossible.
Uchiha Madara is already dead. Fugaku frowned deeply. The lines on his face grew more pronounced. Meanwhile, the battle on the field seemed to have reached a climactic phase, with both combatants unleashing every technique they had. Yet astute observers could see that Wonkawa held the upper hand. "Your mind is unsettled. Have you decided how you want to escape?" Wonkawa asked with a smile. The 2 collided once more, separated by some 10 meters. Seeing Madara remain silent, Wonkawa continued, "Don't bother. Your space-time abilities are restrained by me. You 1T get away. I will remove your mask and have a good look at the face beneath." Beneath his mask, Madara's eye twitched twice. He took a deep breath but said nothing. From his vantage point, he could already see the surrounding Konoha shinobi, their gazes fixed on this very spot. It was obvious. These people awaited only a single command to swarm in. With Wonkawa suppressing his space-time powers, Madara dared not imagine what the outcome would be. "Damn it, At this moment, he truly regretted his arrogance. He had thought that relying on Kamui's power, even if he couldn't win over his opponent, he could at least retreat gracefully. But now, Kamui was completely countered by those eyes. Intangibility was useless, and he couldn't open a spatial tunnel. He was trapped here, living a nightmare. Had he known this would happen, even sending a white Zetsu clone would have been better than this predicament where he was stuck with no way out. It was exceedingly awkward. At this moment, outside the battlefield, Uchiha Fugaku and the clan's shinobi had already approached the battlefield's edge. "Wankawa," he shouted loudly. "He cannot be Uchiha Madara. Madara died long ago." Wankawa did not turn his head but smiled in response. "I know." Fugaku was taken aback, then said gravely, "If that is so, join forces to take him down. We cannot allow him to sully the Uchiha clan's honor by bearing Madara's name." Wankawa's expression grew slightly strange, and he curled his lips. "No need." He crossed his kunai horizontally. "I will personally unveil his mask and see exactly who hides beneath this face." At that moment, Uchiha Obito spoke up. "Is this what the Uchiha clan's head is like? Always preaching about family honor. Yet it must be hard for you to live in the same clan with someone like him." "I senti it." Wankawa opened his mouth but ultimately said nothing. "What? Struck a nerve?" His expression grew even stranger as he tilted his head slightly, opening and closing his lips without uttering a sound. Opposite him, Uchiha Obito watched intently. Possessing the Sharingan, he could clearly read Wankawa's lip movements. "What are you pretending in front of me? You've only been away from the Uchiha clan for a few years." A sudden tightening gripped Obito Uchiha's heart, an inexplicable unease washing over him. When he met Uchiha Wataru's gaze, he found the latter wearing an expression that was neither fully smiling nor frowning. "He knows my identity? Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Yet, what did his words mean? At that moment, Obito's mind was thrown into turmoil. Beyond the battlefield, Uchiha Fugaku heard Wataru's words and opened his mouth briefly, but ultimately said nothing further. With a stern face, he stepped back several paces with his clan members, making space in the arena. He knew Wataru's temperament all too well. He was nothing short of shameless. If he really led people forward, that fellow might even dare to turn against him. With this thought, Fugaku suddenly realized how much of a failure he was as the clan leader. But at this moment, no one cared about his thoughts. More Konoha shinobi were arriving. The figures of Mito Munin and Tizune Koharu appeared at the edge of the ruins, followed by a contingent of elite Umbu operatives. They stared at the utterly devastated training ground and forest before them, their faces ashen with shock. "What happened here?" Mito Munin asked gravely. An Umbu member stepped forward to report swiftly. "When we arrived, the battle was already underway. The one fighting against Uchiha Wataru was a masked shinobi of unknown identity." Another Umbu added, "According to Uchiha Itachi, son of clan leader Fugaku, the masked man claimed to be Uchiha Madara." "What?" Mito Munin and Tizune Koharu's expressions changed simultaneously. They exchanged a glance, seeing shock and unease mirrored in each other's eyes. They knew all too well what the name Uchiha Madara signified. Squinting, Tizune Koharu carefully observed the figure in the arena. Beneath the mask, a single crimson eye was revealed. Though distant and unclear, her experience allowed her to recognize it immediately. Sharingan. She took a deep breath. Regardless of whether he was truly Uchiha Madara, it was certain that he belonged to the Uchiha clan. Mito Munin made a decisive command in a deep voice. "Everyone, listen carefully. Capture that masked man at all costs, alive or dead." At this order, the Konoha shinobi and Umbu operatives, who had been on standby nearby, leapt forth. From all directions, dozens surged toward Uchiha Madara, raining kunai and shuriken like a torrential downpour. Uchiha Madara looked at the enemies closing in from every side, a cold laugh escaping beneath his mask. Did they really think they could easily overpower me like this? His right eye suddenly snapped open, the Mangekyo Sharingan spinning rapidly. Pale blue chakra burst forth from his body, swiftly coalescing on the surface. First the ribs, then the arms, and finally a colossal skeletal giant enveloped him entirely. The first stage, Susanoo half-body form. The skeletal giant towered over 10 meters tall, its pale blue bones shining eerily and seductively in the sunlight. Madara raised his hand, and the massive arm of Susanoo swung across with a sweeping force. Boom! A fierce gale roared as the dozens of Konoha shinobi rushing forward were flung like kites cut loose from their strings, crashing heavily into the ruins tens of meters away, their cries of pain rising in waves. This is Mito Munin's pupils contracted sharply, the wrinkles on his face smoothing out from astonishment. Tizune Koharu retreated 2 steps, her voice trembling. "Susanoo is Susanoo. As a disciple of the second Hokage, she had witnessed Uchiha Madara wielding this power when she was very young. The overwhelming might capable of shattering heaven and earth was still deeply etched in her memory. We must capture him, Mito Munin commanded fiercely. He must not be allowed to leave Konoha. If he escapes, the consequences will be endless. Tazun Koharu snapped back to reality and shouted, Umbu, seal off all exits. Summon reinforcements. He must not be allowed to flee. As the orders spread, the Konoha shinobi, though fearful, gritted their teeth and charged forward once more. Meanwhile, in the shadows on the other side, two figures watched quietly. Orochimaru stood in the darkness, his narrow eyes fixed intently on the pale blue skeletal half-body in the arena. A strange gleam flickered in his pupils. His tongue slowly slid out to lick his lips. So this is the divine power passed down through the Uchiha clan? Orochimaru's voice trembled with barely concealed excitement. Truly terrifying. Beside him, Danzo Shimura stood with half his face concealed beneath bandages, the exposed eye fixed unblinkingly on the Susanoo half-body. His expression was so dark it seemed to drip with malice. His fist clenched tightly within his sleeve, his body trembling slightly. This is the power of the Uchiha. If such power were mine, if I possessed such strength. Danzo's breathing grew heavy, his gaze filled with suppressed longing and bitter discontent. In the arena, facing the renewed charge of the Konoha shinobi, Uchiha Madara raised his hand. The skeletal half-body enveloping him mirrored his motion accordingly. At this moment, Uchiha Wataru quietly observed the scene, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Indeed, one-eyed Susanoo is not a feat only Uchiha Shursui could achieve. It seemed this kid had been pushed to his limits as well. With this thought, a smile crept onto his lips. Ha ha ha! Everyone, step aside. He called out sharply and suddenly charged forward. As he moved, bright yellow chakra erupted from his body, quickly coalescing on his surface. First the ribs, then the skull, followed by both arms. Just like Madara's pale blue skeletal half-body, a bright yellow skeletal half-body now appeared before everyone's eyes. The same skeletal half-body, the same chakra-cloaked exterior, the same first stage, the same Susanoo. Wataru swung his arm violently. The gigantic skeletal half-body responded by swinging its arm, clenching its clawed fist and smashing it fiercely onto the ground. Rumble! With the tremendous noise, the earth cracked with sprawling fissures, stones scattered, and dust billowed. The Konoha shinobi rushing forward were instantly halted by the commotion. Then Wataru's voice rang out across the arena. Everyone, step aside. This guy is mine. Don't cause any trouble. The charging shinobi halted abruptly, exchanging glances of uncertainty. They looked at the two colossal skeletal figures in the arena, unsure whether to advance or retreat. The oppressive aura radiating from those two Susanoo half-bodies was so overwhelming that merely standing near them was suffocating. Their comrades who had been swept away by Susanoo's arm still groaned in pain in the distance. Such power was beyond their ability to confront. Some tightened their grip on their kunai but dared not move forward. Others quietly retreated half a step, cold sweat pouring down their foreheads. Mito Munin's expression darkened. Wataru's words made him deeply uncomfortable, as if he was completely disregarded as a counselor and as if the fellow villagers' shinobi were beneath consideration. Yet he had to admit, in a battle of this magnitude, ordinary shinobi rushing forward was nothing but a death sentence. Therefore, he could only raise his hand with a grim expression and signal. Seeing this, Tazun Koharu also waved her hand. The shinobi and Umbu members, as if granted amnesty, swiftly fell back and re-established a perimeter around the ruins, leaving the arena to those two alone. Fugaku Uchiha stood not far away, his eyes wide and round. His three-tomo Sharingan had activated on its own, fixated unwaveringly on the bright yellow skeletal torso in the arena. That familiar chakra fluctuation, that overwhelming pressure, and the very form of the skeleton, this was unmistakably Susanoo. When had that guy awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan? Not yet 14 years old, and he had already unlocked the Mangekyo. Had such a phenomenon ever existed in the entire history of the Uchiha clan? The few Uchiha standing behind him likewise gaped in astonishment, their three-tomo Sharingan slowly rotating in their eyes. Compared to Fugaku's shock, those behind him wore expressions of wild delight. That is Susanoo. Yes, it is the power of our Uchiha clan. Lord Watarikawa truly is a prodigy. The Uchiha are like this, devotees of power, revering strength above all else. As long as you possess strength, the Uchiha will acknowledge you. In a way, it's surprisingly straightforward. Fugaku Uchiha remained silent, but his breathing grew labored. In the arena, beneath the mask of Uchiha Obito, his face had darkened to its utmost. The bright yellow Susanoo torso stood tall before him, opposing his pale blue skeletal half. The crushing pressure and the skeletal form conveyed a single undeniable truth. The opponent's Mangekyo not only countered his space-time abilities, but his Susanoo was no less formidable. He must find a way to leave this place. Just as the thought arose, Watarikawa moved. The bright yellow skeletal torso shifted with his steps. A massive palm crashing onto the ground with a thunderous boom, scattering stones in all directions. Immediately after, the colossal skeletal arm swept through the air, howling like the wind, striking directly toward the pale blue Susanoo. At the same moment, Watarikawa's voice rang out from within. Your Susanoo is blue, but mine is golden. Ha ha ha. My color surpasses yours. Bright yellow is indeed golden. Though such an assertion may not be absolute, it was not far from the truth. Watarikawa's exclamation was born of excitement. How long had it been? How long since he had faced a worthy opponent to truly display his skills? Perhaps never. Uchiha Obito's arrival was truly timely. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito had no time to ponder further. He hurriedly commanded his Susanoo to raise its hand in defense. Boom! The skeletal arms from both Susanoos collided, erupting in a deafening roar. The shockwave radiated outward from the point of impact, stirring a gale that swept up stones and charred wood from the ground. The surrounding ninja instinctively raised their arms before their faces, yet the fierce wind still forced their eyes shut. Without hesitation, Watarikawa's other skeletal arm followed with a crushing blow. Again. Uchiha Obito gritted his teeth to block. The two skeletal forms clashed once more, the crimson hue in his right eye socket intensifying, even bleeding. Watarikawa grinned broadly. Not enough. Not enough. Give me pressure. Come on. Give me pressure. Boom. 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 3 consecutive collisions, each accompanied by thunderous rumbles and trembling earth. The pale blue Susanoo's footing caused cracks to spiderweb across the ground. Uchiha Obito was forced backward, each step leaving deep impressions in the earth. He steadied himself and commanded his Susanoo to counterattack. The pale blue skeletal arm clenched into a fist and struck toward the bright yellow Susanoo. Watarikawa neither dodged nor blocked, meeting the blow with a punch of his own. Their fists collided again with a tremendous crash. Just like that. Come on, fight me to the limit. To be honest, it was a bit unhinged, but Watarikawa was thoroughly enjoying himself. This time, fine cracks appeared on the pale blue Susanoo's fist. Uchiha Obito's heart sank. His chakra was depleting rapidly. Maintaining Susanoo's sustained offense was extremely taxing. Yet the opponent seemed entirely unaffected, his assaults growing ever more ferocious. This discovery sent a chill through Obito. He realized that Watarikawa's chakra reserves appeared even greater than his own. Remember, Obito had transplanted Hashirama's cells and grafted White Zetsu's body, endowing him with a massive chakra pool. Yet even so, he now felt his own reserves draining too swiftly. He might not endure much longer. The battle raged on. The bright yellow Susanoo surged forward again, its arms battering down in relentless succession, each strike heavy and forceful. The pale blue Susanoo was forced into constant defense, its cracks multiplying, fragments crumbling from the skeletal surface. Uchiha Obito retreated step by step, the earth beneath his feet shattered and broken. The more they fought, the more alarmed and uneasy he became. This could not continue. Suddenly, Obito withdrew several paces, clapping his hands against the ground before him. Would release. Hellish turmoil. Countless sharp wooden spikes burst forth beneath Watarikawa's feet, growing and spreading instantly, entwining the bright yellow Susanoo and binding its skeletal arms tightly. Simultaneously, more wooden spikes exploded before Susanoo, scattering debris that obstructed Watarikawa's line of sight. Now was the moment. Obito's right eye spun rapidly as Kamui activated. His form began to distort, attempting to slip into the Kamui dimension. Yet in the next instant, his pupils suddenly contracted. Kamui had failed once again. I told you. Watarikawa's voice echoed above him. Obito looked up sharply. Reflected in his pupils was a colossal figure. The bright yellow Susanoo had somehow appeared directly overhead, looming imposingly. The skeletal torso's surface began to transform. Pale yellow chakra condensed between the bones, forming muscles and veins that wrapped the entire skeleton in flesh. Susanoo had evolved from its first stage into the second, morphing from a mere bone framework into a massive flesh and blood giant. In its right hand, a long sword forged from condensed chakra slowly took shape. Looking back at the area covered by the wood release, there was no trace of Susanoo remaining. Here, a control space. Watarikawa's voice was calm and cold. If you wish to leave, you need my permission. The chakra sword fully solidified, its blade glowing with dazzling yellow light. Watarikawa swung his arm downward. Susanoo followed suit, wielding the giant sword in a mighty overhead slash. The pale blue Susanoo raised both arms in defense, but before the chakra blade, the bones were effortlessly cleaved. Crack. The sword severed the skeletal torso in two, splitting it down the middle. Pale blue chakra fragments scattered, dissipating into points of light in midair. The sword's momentum did not falter. Its aftershock surged forward, aimed straight at Uchiha Obito's face. Obito barely managed to turn his head aside. Thwack! His right arm, along with a small portion of his shoulder, was swept away by the sword's residual energy, immediately shredded to powder by the blade's aftershock. Snap! The crisp, resonant sound of the mask breaking echoed sharply. Fragments peeled away from his face, tumbling through the air and revealing the visage beneath. A face bearing a trace of astonishment, its right half covered in fused flesh and scarred extensively. Uchiha Genkawa stood towering above, a faint upward curve gracing the corner of his lips. Shards of the mask spun in midair, emitting a soft sound as they clattered to the ground. Uchiha Obito remained rooted in place. His right arm, along with a portion of his shoulder, had vanished, yet surprisingly little blood seeped from the wound. His right arm had originally been grafted from white zetsu, including much of the shoulder, making his physique markedly different from that of an ordinary man. The exposed half of his face was a patchwork of scars, the skin shriveled and contorted, resembling damage wrought by a heavy object crushing it before growing back in a haphazard manner, truly a terrifying sight. In contrast, the left half of his face appeared perfectly normal, youthful, and intact. The stark dichotomy between the two halves of his face formed a striking contrast. Uchiha Obito made no attempt to conceal it. At this stage, any disguise was utterly meaningless. The mask was shattered, his identity revealed, and his arm severed. What else could he possibly do? Would hiding his face make all of this vanish as if it had never occurred? His gaze was fixed unwaveringly on Uchiha Genkawa. The emotions burning in those eyes were intense beyond measure. Rage, resentment, humiliation, and a murderous intent so fierce it seemed as though he wished to tear his opponent limb from limb. Were eyes capable of killing, Uchiha Genkawa would have already been pierced 1,000 times over. Yet Uchiha Genkawa paid no heed to such a gaze. Descending gracefully, he regarded his adversary with an inscrutable smirk. Suddenly, a sharp rush of wind cut through the air. Uchiha Fugaku appeared at the edge of the battlefield, his three-tomo Sharingan spinning rapidly as he locked his gaze onto that revealed face. The twisted right half hideous and alien, the whole left half youthful and familiar. Something in his mind exploded abruptly. This person was about the same age as Genkawa. Those contours, those eyebrows and eyes. Uchiha Fugaku's pupils contracted sharply as a name was dredged from the depths of his memory. Obito? His voice was low but carried clearly to many present. Are you Uchiha Obito? Uchiha Obito shifted his gaze from Uchiha Genkawa to glance briefly at Uchiha Fugaku. His lips twitched, first forming a faint smile that gradually widened until it erupted into uproarious laughter. Ha 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 ha. The laughter echoed over the ruins, tinged with madness, mockery, and something indefinable. Then, abruptly the laughter ceased. Uchiha Obito stared directly at Uchiha Fugaku, his eyes reflecting the image of the clan leader. Uchiha Genkawa observed closely. Obito's eyes appeared normal, though his right was a Mangekyo Sharingan, while his left bore a standard three-tomo Sharingan. Upon reflection, it was clear that the Sharingan in his left eye must have been either bestowed by Uchiha Madara or one that Madara himself originally possessed. As a former clan leader, it was not unusual for Fugaku to keep such a relic privately. After all, it was necessary for using Izanagi. At that moment, Uchiha Obito spoke. Clan leader Fugaku, now that you have seen my true face, do you regret it? Uchiha Fugaku's expression darkened. His fists clenched tightly until his knuckles turned white. He voiced the question weighing heavily on his mind. The Ninetales rampage, was it your doing? It was. Uchiha Obito replied decisively, without hesitation. Uchiha Fugaku drew a deep breath, his voice trembling. Why did you do this? You were clearly a good child before. Obito, what happened to you? Why? Uchiha Obito repeated the question, savoring its absurdity. It's all because of war, because of the foolishness of people like you, because of the very corruption of this world. His voice rose steadily, imbued with a near-obsessive fury. War forces shinobi to slaughter each other, tears families apart, turns friends into enemies. Rin died, Kakashi was crippled. Everyone struggles in pain. Everyone clings to life in this hellish world. So I will destroy it all. His gaze bore into Uchiha Fugaku's soul. I will create a perfect world. One without war, without suffering, without tears. A world where everyone can find what they desire. Uchiha Fugaku opened his mouth to speak but could not utter a word. He had no understanding of what Obito had endured to become what he was now. All he felt was a chilling coldness. This man was an Uchiha, the very cause of the Ninetales rampage, now appearing openly within the village with clear hostility toward both the village and the Uchiha clan. Most alarmingly, he wielded would-release Kekkai Genkai. All these realities pointed to a single conclusion. The Uchiha clan was facing grave danger. At the outskirts, Mito Uzumaki and Koharu Yutane had long since abandoned any concern for propriety. Their eyes were fixed intently on the remaining wooden spikes scattered across the battlefield. Sharp would-release constructs that had grown from beneath the earth, entwining around Susanu's form. Would-release. Mito Uzumaki's voice trembled. Koharu Yutane's face had lost most of its color. Impossible. Would-release was thought to have been lost. Since the first Hokage, no one has been able to use it. Would-release was the power of Senju Hashirama, the first Hokage, the force that had once subdued the Ninetales and brought peace to a chaotic era. And now, this power had manifested in the hands of an Uchiha. They exchanged a glance, each seeing the same unease reflected in the other's eyes. This could not be allowed. Under no circumstances should would-release be allowed to spread, nor should it fall into the hands of the Uchiha. Though neither spoke, years of tacit understanding made their intentions clear, and their expressions grew heavy in unison. Around them, the other shinobi reacted in various ways. Some widened their eyes, mouths agape yet silent. Others instinctively took a step back, as if fearing the wooden spikes might suddenly come to life and attack. Some dropped their kunai with a clatter, oblivious to it. Their astonishment was no less profound than that of Mito Uzumaki and Koharu Yutane. Would-release. The legendary Kekkai Genkai wielded by the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, the power that had defined an era of shinobi history, now lay bare before them. How could anyone fail to be shaken? Elsewhere, concealed in the shadows, Orochimaru's golden vertical pupils shone with an eerie brilliance. His body leaned forward involuntarily, his tongue slowly licking his lips as his breathing grew heavier. Would-release, indeed would-release, he murmured with barely audible excitement. The thrill and desire contained in his voice threatened to overflow. Beside him, Danzo Shimura had completely lost his usual composure. His body jerked forward abruptly, one foot stepping out of the shadows as if ready to charge forward. Lord Danzo, Orochimaru reached out to grasp his sleeve, but Danzo seemed deaf to the call. His exposed eye remained fixed on the would-release on the battlefield. His pupils dilated, his entire being consumed by a near-manic state. Would-release, this is would-release. If such power could be mine, if I could possess both the Sharingan and would-release like that man. His breathing grew heavier and heavier. The hand clenched into a fist had fingernails deeply embedded in the palm, seeping blood. At this moment, the minds of those present were divided, while Uchiha Fugaku, standing in the midst, was about to speak but was interrupted by Uchiha Wataru. Clan leader, under these circumstances, don't deceive yourself any further, and don't even think a few words can sway his resolve. This guy is a bona fide Uchiha. Do you know how he awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan? Uchiha Fugaku's expression faltered. Yes, that's exactly how Uchihas are. In that instant, an inexplicable sense of despondency washed over him. Uchiha Wataru raised his hand, and the bright yellow half-body Susanoo mirrored the motion. Oi, do you still have something to say? Uchiha Obito sneered coldly. Do you think you've got me all figured out just like that? Uchiha Wataru arched an eyebrow, casting a glance beneath Obito's feet. There's an extremely faint chakra signature there. If not for the keen spatial sensitivity granted by these eyes, it would be nearly impossible to detect anything. White Zetsu. Unbeknownst to anyone, it had emerged from the earth beneath his feet. Stop. At that moment, Mito Uzumaki and Koharu Yutane arrived simultaneously. The former immediately spoke up. He is the culprit behind the Ninetales incident and should be dealt with by the village. Despite their deep apprehension toward Uchiha Wataru's Susanoo, given the presence of would-release, they chose the path most advantageous to the village, keeping would-release under the village's control. It was evident they did not wish for Uchiha Wataru to take further action. Though well aware of Uchiha Wataru's temperament, both confidently believed that under the watchful eyes of all present, he would not go too far, hence their decision to speak out. Their reasoning was not without merit. Yet Uchiha Wataru's expression was peculiarly ambiguous, caught between a smirk and restraint. He first glanced at Uchiha Obito, then at Mito Uzumaki and Koharu Yutane. Are you certain? Likewise, Uchiha Obito looked toward the two, as if amused by some private joke, and once again burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, this is Konoha, so genuine, so fascinating. Obito's laughter did not abate. It only grew louder. He bent over, clutching his stomach with his intact hand, his entire body trembling, as if he had heard the world's most hilarious joke. Ha 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 ha, I can't take it. It's too funny. Ha 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 ha. To be frank, Obito was rather foolish before awakening his eyes. Although his purity of heart was high afterward, it did not mean he was truly naive. His reaction stemmed from perceiving the shift in Uchiha Wataru's stance. Indeed, after Mito Uzumaki and Koharu Uchitain spoke to restrain him, Obito understood Wataru's intentions. Perhaps this was the unspoken accord between adversaries. Meanwhile, Mito Uzumaki's expression darkened considerably. He stood motionless, lips pressed tightly together, veins throbbing at his temples. Koharu Uchitain's face was no better. She narrowed her eyes, staring at Obito with a gaze as cold as ice. To be mocked so brazenly by an enemy, both having held high positions for years, naturally stirred their indignation. Obito finally ceased laughing, straightened up, and wiped the corner of his eye with his remaining hand. Apologies, I just couldn't help myself. He looked at Mito and Koharu, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. You just said that Konoha would deal with me? Are you sure you can handle me? Mito Uzumaki ignored his taunt, turning to the surrounding shinobi and umbu, and spoke in a grave tone. Uchiha Obito, defector from Konoha, assailant of the Jinchuriki, manipulator of the Nine Tails to attack the village, causing the deaths of the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze and his wife Kushina Uzumaki, as well as thousands of villagers. Such crimes are unforgivable. His voice echoed across the ruins, each word falling with resolute weight. All Konoha shinobi, arrest the rogue ninja Uchiha Obito immediately. Koharu Uchitain followed swiftly. This is a direct order from the village council. No one is to disobey. Her words bore unmistakable intent, directed squarely at Uchiha Wataru. The shinobi and umbu exchanged glances, uneasy but bound by duty. They gripped their weapons tightly and advanced toward Uchiha Obito. The charges were sealed: defection, the Nine Tails incident, the 4th Hokage's death. Before the eyes of all, these accusations were firmly pinned upon Uchiha Obito. No matter who he once was, no matter his grievances, from this moment forth, he was a criminal of Konoha. Justice stood resolutely with the village. Uchiha Wataru observed the scene, letting out a soft chuckle. Though quiet, the laughter was unmistakable to all present. Very well, I leave this fellow to you. He shrugged as the bright yellow chakra cascading over him ebbed like a receding tide. The bones, flesh, and veins of his Susanoo dissolved into the air, as if never having existed. He retreated 2 steps, then another 2, and finally 2 more, seemingly satisfied with the distance, nodded and folded his arms, standing aside. Then I shall leave this matter to you. Mito Uzumaki and Koharu Uchitain both breathed a sigh of relief. Their greatest fear was that Uchiha Wataru would defy orders and continue to intervene. His Susanoo was too formidable. Should he unleash it, none present could hope to match him. Now that he had voluntarily withdrawn, the situation was ideal. After all, the capture of a Konoha criminal must be carried out by the village. Would release must also remain under the village's control. Uchiha Fugaku's face was stern, his complexion grim. His fists clenched and unclenched repeatedly. Yet in the end, he chose to remain rooted in place. He understood the councilor's intentions, but as head of the Uchiha clan, he could not afford a misstep now. The next moment, Mito Uzumaki raised her hand and struck down heavily. Tack! Dozens of shinobi and umbu surged toward Uchiha Obito. Obito stood firm, watching the onrushing figures with a crooked smile. His right eye began to whirl. Space distorted around him. His body seemed to be twisted by an invisible hand, starting from his feet, gradually transforming into a rotating vortex. His form was drawn into the vortex's center, from bottom to top, accelerating. The charging shinobi struck only empty air. Kunai and shuriken passed through the warped silhouette without contact. Obito's body was reduced to merely his head and shoulders. His final smile lingered in the eyes of all as his voice emerged from the warped space, laden with scorn. This is Konoha, speaking constantly of the village and justice, yet you know full well the deeds done behind the scenes. His gaze swept over Mito Uzumaki and Koharu Uchitain. You want me dealt with by the village? Do you even deserve it? The vortex contracted steadily. Obito looked toward Uchiha Wataru. The latter met his gaze. The two shared a silent glance. Uchiha Wataru smiled. Uchiha Obito smiled back. Then Uchiha Obito vanished. The shinobi and the umbu stood rooted to the spot, exchanging wary glances. Some cast their eyes around. Others leapt to higher vantage points in search, yet nothing was found. Obito Uchiha had seemingly vanished into thin air, leaving not a trace behind.
Mitoémon en S expression darkened considerably.
He abruptly turned his head to look at Uchiha Watarikawa, who stood with arms crossed beside him. Did you know all along that he had the ability to leave? Uchiha Watarikawa raised an eyebrow but remained silent. Kurenai Koharu's voice deepened. Why didn't you stop him? With your power, it was clearly possible. Uchiha Watarikawa interrupted him. He unfolded his crossed arms, took 2 steps forward, and fixed a steady gaze upon Maito Iman En and Kurenai Koharu. What did you just say? That I didn't stop him? His voice was low but every word rang out with crystal clarity. You two jumped out just now, righteously declaring that the village would handle this and told me to stand down. So, were your words meant for the air to hear? Maito Iman En opened his mouth in protest, but Uchiha Watarikawa gave him no chance to speak. Now that the man has escaped, you come here to blame me? Shifting all the responsibility onto me. Does that make you clean? He spat deliberately, the saliva landing squarely on Maito Iman En's shoe. Maito Iman En froze in place. The surrounding shinobi and umbu were all stunned, as if the very air had solidified. You what? Uchiha Watarikawa's voice echoed across the ruins, laced with unrestrained mockery. It was you two who forbade me from taking action, only to then claim the credit for yourselves. Isn't it clear you were both intent on keeping the wood release within your grasp? Now that the man's gone, you want me to take the fall? He spread his hands and glanced around at the shinobi. Tell me, isn't this just pure clownery? The saliva still clung to Maito Iman En's shoe as he trembled with fury, lips quivering in silence. Kurenai Koharu stood nearby, his face ashen, equally speechless. I what? Uchiha Watarikawa paid no heed to the tense atmosphere, breaking into a cold laugh. Brilliant idea, really. Now that the mission's botched, you're all fools, huh? One by one, the shinobi lowered their heads. Some feigned deafness, averting their gaze. Others stared at their own toes as if there was something worth examining there. A few quietly stepped back half a pace, as though seeking to distance themselves from this quagmire of blame. An indescribable sense of shame began to spread among the crowd. They had all heard, they had all seen, and they all understood that Uchiha Watarikawa spoke the truth. The intentions of the two advisors were clear to any rational person. They could understand and sympathize, but to then try to pin the blame on others, and that too in the full glare of onlookers, was simply unbearable. Ignoring the expressions on the two men's faces, Uchiha Watarikawa approached Uchiha Fugaku and patted his shoulder with a look of mock pity. Fugaku, I admit I was stubborn and extreme in my ways before, failing to understand your difficulties. I apologize for that. He shook his head and sighed. As clan leader, having to face such riffraff daily would break anyone. Now I see, it's not easy for you either. His words dripped with sarcasm and irony to such a degree that Uchiha Fugaku's face twitched involuntarily. Were it not for the tense atmosphere, he might have laughed outright. Perhaps in a fit of vexation, Kurenai Koharu's voice rose sharply. Uchiha Watarikawa, do not forget your position. I now have reason to suspect you deliberately let him escape. A chill ran through the room. Uchiha Fugaku, who had felt a secret satisfaction at Watarikawa's words, suddenly felt his heart drop and thought, this is not good. Beside him, Maito Iman En's expression also shifted, and he instinctively moved to stop Kurenai Koharu. But it was too late. Uchiha Watarikawa's smile vanished, replaced by a stoic expression. He strode toward Kurenai Koharu, meeting her gaze head-on. Not playing games anymore? Fine, then you'd better stand by your accusations. He halted. A brilliant yellow chakra burst forth from within him once again, swiftly coalescing around his body. The half-formed skeletal frame of Susanoo materialized in a breath, enveloping him completely. Every person present felt an oppressive weight descend upon them. Some felt a heavy dread, others unease, and a few wore grim expressions. Those with the darkest faces were naturally Maito Iman En and Kurenai Koharu. To speak such words reveals how little you respect the Uchiha. Uchiha Watarikawa's voice emanated from within Susanoo. Whether you respect the Uchiha is of no concern to me. But if you slander me, he paused. You'd better give me a satisfactory explanation. I am not Uchiha Fugaku. I want to indulge you old relics out of clan loyalty, so think carefully before you speak. Kurenai Koharu's face turned pale as chalk. She instinctively took half a step back but forced herself to stand firm. As a Hokage advisor, she could not afford to show weakness before so many eyes. Maito Iman En's expression was equally grim. He knew all too well how foolish Kurenai Koharu's accusation was. To claim that Uchiha Watarikawa had deliberately let Obito escape was to hand him the perfect leverage. How could they hope to lead Konoha effectively while working alongside such vermin? But now it was too late to say anything. Kurenai Koharu gritted her teeth and forced herself to speak. I am merely raising a reasonable suspicion. Why must you react so fiercely? The innocent have nothing to fear. Close your foul mouth. Uchiha Watarikawa cut her off, his voice laced with a chilling amusement. You told me to stand down when I tried to act. When I obeyed, you accused me of letting him go on purpose. So I'm supposed to take the blame for everything? He sneered relentlessly. To think such scoundrels hold high positions in Konoha, even as advisors. I have every reason now to suspect you have a mouth not made for speech, but for spit. A stifled snicker finally escaped someone, quickly muffled. Yet many faces in the room twisted into expressions of disbelief. You! Kurenai Koharu's face flushed a deep purple, her gaze burning with fury, as if to incinerate him. What's the matter? I'm only suspicious, and you think that's so reasonable? Uchiha Watarikawa was unfazed, then added. Only you get to suspect me, but I can't suspect you? That's nonsense. Of course, maybe you think I'm easy to bully. Well, I'll make sure you see reality clearly. I know a thing or two about fighting. With that, Susanu's arm lifted slightly, and with that simple gesture, the atmosphere thickened palpably. Mito Iman and took a deep breath and stepped in front of Kurenai Koharu. He knew retreat was not an option now. Uchiha Watarikawa, Koharu's words were indeed improper. But you must understand, this is a serious matter, and everyone is bound to overthink. Put away Susanoo first, and then we can talk properly. Put it away? Uchiha Watarikawa smiled. Last time I put it away, you slapped a label on me. Now if I do it again, will you just attack me outright? The atmosphere instantly plummeted to a freezing point. Fugaku Uchiha finally made a move. He stepped forward, standing beside Wataru Uchiha. Several Uchiha clansmen behind him also advanced, their Mangekyo Sharingan slowly rotating within their eye sockets. They remained silent, yet their stance was unmistakably clear. Koharu Udatane's expression grew even grimmer. As she met the gaze of those Uchiha clansmen, a chilling sensation crept up her spine. The shinobi and umbu operatives behind Hamura Mitokado unconsciously drew closer. Some clenched their kunai tightly, while others assumed battle stances. They might not have genuinely wished to defend the two advisors, but orders were orders. In the presence of the village's upper echelon, obedience had become instinctual. Yet, some remained motionless. The shinobi descended from the ninja clans stood their ground, neither aligning with the advisors nor approaching the Uchiha. Some wore impassive faces, others cast their eyes downward, and a few even stepped back several paces, watching the unfolding drama from afar. To them, this was a matter between the village's leadership and the Uchiha clan. Right or wrong held no consequence for them, nor did they desire involvement. Thus, the standoff took shape. On one side stood Wataru Uchiha and the Uchiha clan. Opposite them were the two Hokage advisors, flanked by shinobi and umbu. Between them lay a neutral zone, unoccupied by either party. The tension was so dense it seemed as though water might drip from the air. Sweat beaded on Hamura Mitokado's forehead. He fixed his gaze on the gleaming yellow half-body of Susanoo, his throat dry. At this proximity, in this condition, if Wataru Uchiha truly made a move, he dared not contemplate what might follow. Koharu Udatane finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Her lips trembled slightly, yet she persisted in maintaining her stance. She knew she had erred in her previous words, but in front of so many, she could not admit fault. To do so would be to acknowledge injustice on the part of the village's leadership, thereby undermining their authority. If their authority wavered, who would heed the advisor's commands in the future? Therefore, she could not concede, even if everyone knew she was wrong. Wataru Uchiha regarded the two with a growing curve of disdain at the corners of his mouth. Have you made up your minds? His voice was deliberately slow. Give me an explanation, and this matter will be over. Otherwise, the Susanu's arm rose further. I cannot say what will happen next. Hamura Mitokado clenched his teeth, his voice betraying a brittle resolve. Wataru Uchiha, are you intending to betray the village? The moment those words escaped, the surrounding air grew several degrees colder. Wataru Uchiha fell silent for a moment, then laughed. That laughter emanated from within the Susanoo, dripping with unmasked contempt. You claim to represent the village? His gaze swept from Hamura Mitokado to Koharu Udatane and back again. Then this village must be awfully small. Hamura Mitokado's face flushed crimson. Koharu Udatane's lips quivered even more violently. The shinobi standing behind the advisors exchanged glances, a flicker of subtle doubt passing through some eyes. Among the neutral ninja clansmen, some shook their heads softly, others sighed silently. No one spoke. No one dared to speak. The air was so heavy it threatened to solidify. At that moment, a commanding voice rang out from a distance. Enough of this at once. Everyone turned their heads simultaneously. The figure of Hiruzen Sarutobi appeared at the edge of the ruins, still clad in the ceremonial robes worn during official duties. His Hokage hat was nowhere to be seen. Clearly, he had run all the way back, his breathing somewhat uneven. Beside him, a young man with white hair and a mask covering the lower half of his face followed closely. Kakashi Hatake. Kakashi's visible eye scanned both sides of the standoff and the Susanoo in the center, his pupils narrowing slightly. Hiruzen Sarutobi strode swiftly into the fray, his gaze passing over Shimura Mitokato and Koharu Yutate's faces, then over Fugaku Uchiha, and finally resting on Wataru Uchiha's Susanoo. His expression was grim, yet he said nothing at first, simply drawing a deep breath before speaking in a low voice. Can someone tell me what exactly is happening here? His eyes lingered on the radiant yellow Susanoo briefly. A shadow of gravity flickered within them before he shifted his gaze to the faces of all present. No one immediately answered. Silence enveloped the ruins, broken only by the crackling of the still-burning flames. Is there truly no one who can tell me? Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice deepened. The scene remained hushed until Koharu Yutate broke the silence hurriedly, her tone sharp and rapid. Sarutobi, your timing is impeccable. Wataru Uchiha engaged in combat within the village, causing widespread destruction, yet he did not notify the village proactively. I have reason to suspect he is connected to the other party, perhaps even deliberately allowed them to escape. Koharu. Shimura Mitokato whispered sharply, but it was already too late. Every word she spoke had reached the ears of all present. Fugaku Uchiha's expression first stiffened, then flushed red, before breaking into an angry laugh. Deliberately allowed them to escape, you say? His voice dropped but was laced with barely suppressed fury. Advisor Utate, you are truly skilled at twisting right and wrong. Wataru was attacked at the training ground, with my eldest son, Itachi, present. In a battle of that magnitude, he had to split his attention to protect Itachi. Where was the time to notify the village first? It was already a feat that he could keep Itachi alive. What more do you expect? He drew a deep breath and continued. Moreover, Wataru fought the opponent from beginning to end. It was only when the two advisors insisted the village handle the matter that he ceased. Now that the enemy has fled, the blame is being shifted onto him. Fugaku's chest heaved with anger, clearly at his limit. In the past, he had harbored many grievances against Wataru Uchiha, a responsibility he bore as clan head. After all, the prodigy of the clan had become estranged, even harboring significant dissent toward him. Naturally, he was angered, but that was all in the past. After all, that was the Mangekyo. What more could one ask for? Hiruzen Sarutobi refrained from immediate judgment, clearly unwilling as Hokage to favor either side. Instead, he turned to Shimura Mitokato. Mitokato, you tell me, what is the truth of this matter? Shimura Mitokato inhaled deeply, knowing he must avoid exaggeration lest the situation spiral beyond control, especially with so many witnesses present. When we arrived upon hearing the commotion, the battle was already underway. Wataru Uchiha was facing a masked shinobi, who claimed to be Madara Uchiha. During the fight, the opponent employed Susanoo and would release techniques. Hiruzen Sarutobi's eye twitched. The name Madara Uchiha had clearly unsettled him beneath his calm exterior. Mitokato paused, as if choosing his words carefully. Eventually, the opponent's mask was shattered, revealing his true face. Clan head Fugaku identified him as Obito Uchiha, who openly admitted to instigating the Nine-Tails attack. We ordered his capture, but he escaped using spacetime ninjutsu. Having finished, Shimura Mitokato fell silent. His narration was reasonably objective, neither embellishing nor clarifying the fact that they witnessed Uchiha Obito being subdued and aimed to keep him under the village's control. Naturally, Hiruzen Sarutobi discerned the unspoken implication in his words. Their years of tacit understanding prevented him from addressing it directly, and he merely nodded slightly. Standing behind Hiruzen Sarutobi, Hatake Kakashi stiffened as if struck by lightning the moment he heard that name. Impossible. His voice issued from behind his mask, laden with disbelief. Uchiha Obito is already dead. I saw it with my own eyes. At Canopy Bridge, he was pinned beneath a massive boulder, and he gave me his left eye. He is dead. How could it possibly be him? Kakashi's voice trembled, and the single exposed eye brimmed with incredulity. No one responded. The silence over the ruins was more merciless than any utterance. Kakashi looked toward Uchiha Genjen, seemingly seeking answers from him. At that moment, a faint sound shattered the stillness. The brilliant yellow chakra receded like a tide, and the skeletal form of Susanoo swiftly dissipated. Uchiha Genjen reappeared before everyone, as if nothing had happened, turning to walk toward the place where Uchiha Obito had vanished. All eyes followed him. He stepped onto the charred ground, bent down, and picked up a jet-black ninja blade. It belonged to Uchiha Obito. His left arm had been severed by the chakra sword of Susanoo, so naturally, this blade was left behind. Perhaps Obito, fearing that Uchiha Genjen would not let him leave, had fled in haste and not taken the weapon. The blade was slender and slightly curved, its edge gleaming with a chilling light. Despite the fierce battle, the edge bore no nicks. Uchiha Genjen weighed the blade in his hand, nodded in apparent satisfaction. This sword is quite fine. With this one added, he now possessed 3 ninja blades. The Kusanagi sword, a gift from Uchiha Fugaku, and this blade in his hand. With these, he might well cosplay as Roronoa Zoro wielding 3 swords. He did not sheath it but casually held it by his side, the tip pointing downward, carving a shallow line into the ground. Standing upright, he lifted his gaze beyond Hiruzen Sarutobi and fixed it upon Haruno Koharu. Finished speaking, his voice was low but crystal clear to all present. If you are done, then it is my turn. He raised his empty left hand and pointed toward Haruno Koharu, facing Hiruzen Sarutobi. I demand an explanation. Why does this old hand bear such animosity toward me? Haruno Koharu's face instantly flushed a deep purplish red. Old hand. He called her that in front of everyone, an insult too great to bear. Her lips quivered as she tried to speak, but Mito Iman and seized her sleeve abruptly. Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression darkened. He glanced at Uchiha Genjen, then at Haruno Koharu, and fell silent for a moment. Koharu. His voice was steady, devoid of emotion. Do you have anything to explain? Haruno Koharu parted her lips but uttered not a single word. What could she say? Claiming mere reasonable suspicion? That excuse was already refuted. Denying intentional targeting? Everyone had witnessed that she was indeed targeting him. She stood silently, her lips pressed into a thin line. The surrounding air grew heavy with silence. The ninja behind the advisors lowered their heads, none speaking in her defense. The neutral shinobi of the Uchiha clan remained motionless, some expressionless, others gently shaking their heads. Everyone could see that Haruno Koharu held no moral high ground in this matter. Her words were untenable, her accusations baseless, and her actions blatantly targeted at Uchiha Genjen. Hiruzen Sarutobi discerned much from this silence. He inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly. Beside him, Uchiha Genjen regarded him with an ambiguous smile, neither angry nor hostile, but calmly watching as if witnessing a fine spectacle. Hiruzen Sarutobi's fists clenched and unclenched beneath his sleeves. Haruno Koharu. His voice was low but each word was enunciated with precision. Effective immediately, you are suspended from your duties as Hokage's advisor. Haruno Koharu abruptly lifted her head. Her eyes widened in shock, and the color drained completely from her face. Sarutobi, you cannot. Her voice pierced the air, nearly shattering. You cannot treat me this way. Hiruzen Sarutobi met her gaze, his expression serene. I am the Hokage. For words, no more. Haruno Koharu's lips trembled violently. She glanced at Hiruzen Sarutobi, then at Uchiha Genjen, and finally swept her eyes over every face present. No one stood up to defend her. Even Mito Iman and turned his head away, refusing to look at her. In this moment, she finally understood the feelings that Shimura Danzo had once endured in the Hidden Leaf Village. You will regret this, Sarutobi, she declared. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a deep breath. I am the Hokage. Uchiha Genjen's expression immediately shifted to one of peculiarity. So the legitimate successor to Shimura Danzo has become Haruno Koharu. Has it? The atmosphere grew strange. Uchiha Genjen felt a flicker of amusement. The scene before him nearly broke his composure. Others were stunned by the third Hokage's decisive action. Suspending an advisor outright was somewhat astonishing. Those with insight instinctively glanced at Uchiha Genjen, mentally placing him among those not to be trifled with. Not to mention, the half-formed Susanoo earlier had already plunged many into despair. After handling Haruno Koharu's matter, Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed softly and turned to face Uchiha Fugaku, clan head Fugaku. Advisor Koharu's handling of this matter was indeed somewhat biased. I hope you will not take offense. To be frank, Hiruzen Sarutobi's decisiveness was evident in this affair. Uchiha Fugaku's expression softened somewhat. He gave a slight nod, accepting the explanation. The suspension of an advisor was clearly sufficient for him. Unaccountably, Uchiha Fugaku felt a sense of relief, especially when standing alongside Uchiha Genjen. This sensation was particularly pronounced. Had I been too harsh on this child Genjen before? He wondered silently. Hiruzen Sarutobi then shifted his gaze back to Uchiha Genjen. Genjen, you managed to hold the enemy here and prevented greater harm from befalling the village. That is commendable. He scanned the assembled shinobi and ANBU, raising his voice slightly. You all contributed to this matter. The village will remember your efforts. This was clearly an attempt to close the chapter on Haruno Koharu's incident. Uchiha Fugaku, bolstered by the Hokage's approval, visibly relaxed. He instinctively glanced at Uchiha Genjen, only to find the latter merely offering a faint chuckle, disregarding Hiruzen Sarutobi's words. Clearly, this taciturn attitude was itself a statement. Hiruzen Sarutobi perceived Uchiha Genjen's disposition. That soft chuckle was faint, but he heard it distinctly. Uchiha Watarikawa did not even glance at him directly. He merely kept his head bowed, fiddling with the knife in his hand. An inexplicable unease rose from the depths of his heart, yet Hiruzen Sarutobi swiftly suppressed it. Now was not the time to dwell on such matters. He cast a sweeping glance around. The ruins still smoldered. Charred tree stumps lay scattered everywhere, and the ground was etched with cracks. The scale of the devastation was immense, too vast to conceal. He needed to bring this matter to a swift conclusion, containing its impact within the smallest possible scope. Otherwise, if the common villagers found out, it would surely incite another wave of turmoil. Everyone stand at attention. Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice was steady and resolute. Immediately begin clearing the battlefield and assessing the losses. The wounded are to report to the medical unit. The rest, return to your posts. There are no injured, someone remarked. The one most gravely wounded has already departed. It's uncertain whether Uchiha Obito or Uzumaki Koharu sustained the greater injury. Hiruzen Sarutobi's words were meant to downplay the incident. Maito Iman Hamura, a comrade of decades, immediately grasped Hiruzen Sarutobi's intentions. Without hesitation, he turned to organize the personnel, directing the shinobi and ANBU to disperse. Those individuals were eager to leave this troublesome place, promptly obeying orders and scattering. Observing this scene, Uchiha Watarikawa's lips curled into a more pronounced smile. First, suspend the advisory position. Then handle things delicately. Once the storm passes, quietly reinstate it. By then, no one would mention today's events again. He was all too familiar with this routine. The Hokage was indeed decisive. Uchiha Watarikawa spoke, his voice measured and deliberate. But is merely suspending the advisory role too simplistic? Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression shifted, his brows knitting tightly. Just as he was about to respond, a figure suddenly interjected. Kakashi Hatake. The man strode up to Uchiha Watarikawa. His exposed eye fixated intently upon him. Was that really Uchiha Obito just now? His voice was low, barely above a whisper, trembling slightly yet restrained by sheer will. Uchiha Watarikawa lifted his eyelids, casting a glance at him. What do you think? Those three words pierced Kakashi's chest like needles. His pupils contracted subtly. His lips quivered but uttered nothing. Unconsciously, he raised his hand to the position of his left eye, the Sharingan Obito had given him. That eye glowed faintly with heat. Kakashi's expression grew vacant, as if plunged into memories he wished to avoid confronting. Though I never attended the Ninja Academy, I'm still your contemporary. I wouldn't mistake that man's appearance, he said, patting Kakashi's shoulder. I have no interest in what happened between you two earlier, but that man is the murderer of the fourth Hokage and his wife. Kakashi Hatake, what will you do? As he spoke, Uchiha Watarikawa leaned in slightly, smiling, locking eyes with his counterpart. At that moment he resembled a villain. Yet he was genuinely curious. Kakashi was dazed, staggering back 2 steps before regaining his footing. I don't know, he admitted. Uchiha Watarikawa laughed heartily at this and then dismissed him. He had said what needed to be said. As for what Kakashi would do next, that was his own concern. All he had to do was sit back and watch the show unfold. Beyond the village, deep within the forest several leagues away, space suddenly warped. A swirling vortex materialized out of thin air. Uchiha Obito stumbled out of it, nearly falling to the ground. He reached out to steady himself against a tree trunk, barely regaining his balance. At the sight of his severed arm, white Zetsu's tissue writhed slowly, attempting to mend the damaged area. Yet the arm was completely lost, shredded into fragments along with a portion of his shoulder by the chakra blade. Ugh! He suddenly spat a mouthful of fresh blood, pulling open his chest garment to reveal a deep wound on his chest. It was inflicted by the chakra blade's wave, clearly a grievous injury. He had been enduring it silently since his time in Konoha. Now he could no longer bear it. Damn it! Uchiha Obito gritted his teeth, punching the tree trunk. With a loud crack, bark splintered and wood chips scattered. He was unwilling to accept defeat. His original intention had merely been to observe the so-called genius, to probe his depths, if possible to subtly sow discord within the Uchiha clan and the village. Yet what was the result? He was suppressed, his arm severed, his mask shattered in public, and finally he fled like a stray dog. Uchiha Watarikawa, the name ground between his teeth, repeated over and over. Beside him, a figure slowly emerged from the earth. Its body was black and white, encased by pitcher plant-like leaves wrapping its torso. Zetsu. Oh dear. This is quite a sorry sight. White Zetsu's voice carried a teasing tone. Black Zetsu's voice was far more composed. Your identity has been exposed. This will significantly impact our plans. Uchiha Obito remained silent, staring toward Konoha. His intact left eye swirled with complex emotions. I understand. I will adjust the plan, he said. Black Zetsu inquired. What will you do? White Zetsu chimed in with a grin. Yes, do you have a new plan? Uchiha Obito's face twisted. Shut up. I am Uchiha Madara. I will not fail. Come on, man, in this situation you still say that? Playing the role so deeply you've fooled yourself? Do you really think you are Uchiha Madara? If the real Uchiha Madara were like this, he'd be ashamed to death. It was only because Black Zetsu had no face, no expressions, that the scene was spared from becoming even more dramatic. So what exactly is your plan? Black Zetsu asked. Uchiha Obito's face twitched. He fell silent for a long moment. His expression shifted repeatedly, but, in the end, he said nothing. Black Zetsu regarded him with inscrutable eyes, yet those eyes clearly bore scrutiny. You were too impulsive this time. Black Zetsu's voice was low, seemingly devoid of reproach, merely stating a fact. Yet to Uchiha Obito's ears it was humiliating, especially when he thought of Uchiha Watarikawa, his peer, possibly even an equal in their cohort. The mere thought stoked his fury. From now on, you must never set foot in Konoha again, Black Zetsu added. Uchiha Obito's expression darkened. His fist remained pressed against the tree trunk, fingers digging into the splintered bark. I know. This time I was careless. There won't be a next time. His voice was low, laced with suppressed rage. He turned his gaze back toward Konoha. The village lay several leagues away. From this vantage point, only a vague silhouette was visible, along with wisps of lingering smoke. His eyes churned with unwillingness. Just a little more. If that IS power had not just so happened to counter Kamui, if his chakra had been greater, if he had not arrogantly come alone, no more ifs. A loss is a loss. He clenched his teeth, withdrawing his gaze from the direction of Konoha. Kuratsuchi gazed upon him with a profound sense of speechlessness. Naturally, lacking both heart and lungs, it did not preclude him from harboring disdain toward the pawn before him. Who among the family could understand? The great Otsutsuki Tanko had devoted himself to sowing chaos within the ninja world, stirring up turmoil, yet he had never encountered a pawn so utterly foolish. To be frank, even within the entire Uchiha clan, this individual was remarkably pure in his naivety. Were it not for the utter lack of alternatives, he would never consent to designate Uchiha Obito as a mere pawn. This man was utterly devoid of intellect, and worse, ignorant of his own folly. Despite possessing Hashirama cells, wielding the Mangekyo Sharingan, and mastering Kamui, a transcendent space-time ninjutsu, he still managed to be beaten into such a sorry state. Being struck was one matter, but to have his mask publicly shattered, his true identity laid bare to the world, if Uchiha Madara knew that he had been supplanted by such a figure, he would surely rise from his grave in fury. Let us go. Kuratsuchi uttered no more than these two words. He lacked the inclination to waste breath with Uchiha Obito any further. Obito cast one last glance toward the direction of Konoha, then turned and vanished into the depths of the dense forest. His figure was swiftly swallowed by the trees, leaving only the rustle of footsteps echoing through the woods. Kuratsuchi's form gradually sank into the earth, as though merging with the soil itself.
Moments later.
The clearing was restored to silence, as if no soul had ever passed through. Within the village hidden in the leaves, Uchiha Fugaku walked alongside his clan members on the path returning to their domicile. His pace was somewhat brisker than usual. His chest held a little higher with pride. Today was truly a day of great satisfaction. One Uchiha could not restrain himself from speaking, his tone brimming with excitement. Did you see the expressions on those two advisors' faces? Like they de-swallowed a fly. Another chimed in with a chuckle. Lord Utsukawa S. Susanoo. TSK. I still can't forget it. Golden, oppressive the counterfeit S. Blue Susanoo was nowhere near comparable. Counterfeit? That S. Uchiha Obito, no doubt. But that S beside the point. What matters is that someone from our Uchiha clan has finally awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan again, and such a young one at that. The group grew increasingly animated as they exchanged remarks. Uchiha Fugaku listened to their words, the lines of his face softening considerably. He turned his head slightly to glance at Uchiha Utsukawa walking beside him. Utsukawa, you have done well. His voice was earnest, truly worthy of being a genius of our Uchiha clan. Uchiha Utsukawa, clutching the newly acquired kunai, merely responded with a faint hum, offering no further reply. He had intended to deliberate more thoroughly with Hiruzen Sarutobi, but their earlier exchange on the battlefield had been interrupted by Kakashi Hatake, allowing Tenten to escape by a hair's breadth. Reflecting on it now, he felt somewhat shortchanged. Yet Sarutobi was a crafty old fox who had slipped away without granting him another opportunity to speak. One must admit, an old fox remains an old fox. Fortunately, Utsukawa did not dwell on it excessively. Given the nature of those men, the chance to settle scores would surely arise again. At that moment, another clan member approached with a broad grin. Lord Utsukawa, today truly forced the high-ranking officials to bow their heads. The third Hokage himself ordered the suspension of that woman, Tenten. That is unprecedented. Indeed, even the Hokage has conceded. Who dares to belittle us Uchiha from now on? Utsukawa's expression shifted subtly. Brothers, I am not yet carried away. This is but a small victory. Why have you all become so boastful? He glanced at the speaker, then at the others ahead, noting the triumphant gleam on their faces, as if the entire Uchiha clan had emerged victorious today. He said nothing, only a faint twitch at the corner of his mouth. He understood. Once again, the Uchiha pride had flared, contagious as ever. The group reached a fork in the road. To the left lay the old Uchiha territory, the dwelling of Uchiha Utsukawa. To the right lay the new Uchiha lands, where Uchiha Fugaku and the others resided. Utsukawa did not pause, naturally veering left. After a few steps, he seemed to recall something and turned back. Aren't you coming in? His tone was casual. Uchiha Fugaku halted. The previously jubilant clan members also stopped, standing at the crossroads, their expressions gradually shifting to awkwardness as they gazed toward the path leading to the old clan lands. That was Utsukawa's home, not theirs. They dwelled in the new clan lands, assigned by the village, watched by the umbu, and enclosed by high walls. Utsukawa had refused to relocate from the start, living alone in the old lands, untouchable by anyone. This steadfastness was unrivaled within the entire Uchiha clan. Yet they, while speaking of family honor, had chosen compromise at critical moments. And just now, they had felt as though they had triumphed, believed the higher-ups had bowed, and thought the Uchiha had finally regained their pride. All of this was due to Utsukawa. In the past, they had been angry with him, even despised him. But now, standing at this crossroads, they suddenly realized, the strong one was Utsukawa, not them. No matter how much they identified with him, how excited they were, or how proud they felt of him, they still lived in the new clan lands. And Utsukawa remained the same Uchiha Utsukawa, not one of their kind. Uchiha Fugaku's lips moved, attempting to speak, but he found himself utterly speechless. Utsukawa seemed to have anticipated this reaction. Smiling faintly, he turned away, gripping his blade as he continued toward the old clan lands. No one followed. In that moment, Uchiha Fugaku keenly sensed Utsukawa's complete detachment from the Uchiha clan. This thought unsettled him profoundly. Standing at the crossroads, he watched Utsukawa's retreating figure. Unhurried, carrying his blade, his steps casual, no different than when he had arrived, nor from any previous journey along this path. It seemed as though nothing had changed, yet everything had. Now, reflecting on it, he realized it was not Utsukawa who had changed, but himself. A complex, ineffable feeling stirred within Uchiha Fugaku. Before witnessing that golden Susanoo, his attitude toward Utsukawa had been conflicted, admiring his talent, vexed by his obstinacy, wary of his uncontrollability. But when he truly saw that Susanoo towering on the battlefield, all those emotions were swept away. In their place arose a yearning and dependence he had not even realized. It was as if the Uchiha's fate was secured by that Mangekyo, as if Utsukawa's willingness to act signified his recognition of the family, as if so long as he remained, the Uchiha were saved. Yet had Utsukawa's demeanor changed at all? No. He was still the solitary figure, still residing in the old clan lands, still distant from the Uchiha clan. His action today was prompted by Obito Uchiha seeking him out, not by any desire on his part to defend the Uchiha clan. His decision to desist was his own, not the result of any directive from the advisors. His laughter was born solely from amusement, not from any sense of triumph on Obito's part. Obito had gained nothing. The suspension of Koharu's position was not due to Obito, nor was Hiruzen Sarutobi's evident apprehension today caused by him, nor was the very reason for their current joy attributable to Obito. All of this was merely a one-sided wishful thinking shared by him and his clansmen. Father. The voice of Itachi Uchiha rang out beside him, breaking through Fugaku Uchiha's reverie. He looked up, eyes filled with both confusion and curiosity. Why don't we go inside? Fugaku lowered his gaze to his eldest son. Itachi's expression was pure, genuinely puzzled, his eyes wide with wonder. He did not understand why a group of people so jubilant, suddenly halted their steps here. He did not understand why. After Hankawa-sensei's question, everyone had fallen silent. He was even more perplexed as to why, though they were of the same clan, they did not live together in one place. This place had clearly been their ancestral home not long ago. Fugaku parted his lips but found himself unable to utter a word. Instinctively, he glanced back at the clansmen behind him. The excitement that had once lit up their faces had largely faded, replaced by a complex array of emotions. Conflicted, awkward, and a faint, ineffable sense of shame. They had come to realize that all the earlier excitement, pride, and triumphant glee were founded solely upon the power of Uchiha Hankawa. But what had they contributed to that power? Nothing. What support had they ever given to Hankawa? None. In fact, in days past, their attitude toward the boy who dwelled in the old clan lands had been one of complaint. And now, they stood here, lacking even the right to enter his home. Those who had been so vocal moments before now lowered their heads one by one, or turned their faces away. They finally understood how laughable their earlier words must have sounded to Hankawa, like a troupe of clowns. Fugaku Uchiha remained silent for a long while before speaking. He did not answer Itachi's question but simply said, "Do not seek out Hankawa tomorrow." Itachi was taken aback, lifting his head to look at his father. "Wait a few days before going." Fugaku's voice was dry. He did not know how long Itachi should wait, nor what those days might change. He simply had an instinctive feeling that today was not the right time. Hankawa's words still echoed in his ears. The casual tone was so indifferent it stung. "Yes, father." Itachi did not press further and replied earnestly. Yet the confusion in his heart remained unresolved. He lowered his head, replaying everything he had witnessed today over and over in his mind. The golden Susanoo and the blue Susanoo, and the face revealed beneath the shattered mask, seemed about the same age as Hankawa-sensei. Was that an enemy? He did not know. But that person was clearly also an Uchiha. What had that man endured? Why had he sought out Hankawa-sensei and engaged him in combat? And why did his father and the others stand here without entering? He pondered for a long time and still could not understand. Fugaku Uchiha led the clansmen back to the new clan lands. He did not return to his own home but went straight to the clan council chamber. At this time, the Nanha River Shrine had not yet been restored. Due to the new clan lands, the council was temporarily held in the chamber. He summoned all the awakened clan members. Tonight, a clan meeting was necessary. The news spread swiftly. In less than half an hour, the council chamber was filled to capacity. The Uchiha who had awakened the Sharingan arrived from all directions. Some had just returned from missions, still dust-covered. Others had dropped their tasks without even tidying their hair. Yet on every face was the same expression, expectation. Fugaku Uchiha sat in the seat of honor and recounted the day's events from beginning to end. He neither exaggerated nor concealed anything, laying bare the facts in their entirety. And evidently, the assembly was already well aware of the matter. After all, such a commotion could not be missed. First seen by Lord Fugaku, then the disturbance continued to escalate. More and more shinobi rushed over, including members of the Uchiha clan. Thus, many present had witnessed the two Susanoo today and knew that one of them was Uchiha Hankawa. When Fugaku finished speaking, the council chamber erupted. Mangekyo, it truly is Mangekyo. I knew that boy Hankawa would have this day eventually. That is the legendary divine power of our Uchiha clan. How wonderful. Since Lord Madara, such power has finally reappeared in the shinobi world. This is great. Let us see if those village bigshots dare to look down on us Uchiha now.
Koharu est suspension?
Ha ha ha. Splendid. Even the Hokage bowed, something unheard of. One voice after another rang out in the chamber. Animated, fervent, exhilarated. Some pounded the table laughing. Others stood and paced. Some exchanged high-fives with their neighbors. The entire chamber was suffused with a long-lost fervor, as if years of pent-up grievances had finally found release. The village's upper echelons must be regretting this now, right? Exactly. With Susanoo on our side, anyone who dares oppose us, let them try. Hankawa is only 13. Imagine what he'll be capable of in a few years. The era of the Uchiha is coming. Fugaku Uchiha sat on the seat of honor, surveying the excited clansmen and listening to their enthusiastic words. Yet his heart grew ever colder. He recalled the figure at the crossroads, and the expression on Hankawa's face. Seemingly devoid of any emotion, merely indifferent. That indifference was more unbearable than any other attitude, because it meant he simply did not care. He did not care how the Uchiha viewed him, did not care how the Uchiha treated him, did not care whether the Uchiha won or lost, whether they felt pride or humiliation. He had never changed. And those sitting here, excitedly discussing the coming Uchiha era, had never truly seen this truth. They had never considered that their past exclusion and disdain toward him now only served to make them proud of his talents. Once again, the glory and pride of the Uchiha. Fugaku slowly closed his eyes. They were still dreaming sweet dreams, and he had just awakened. What was this? Was this the clown that Uchiha Henkawa had spoken of? Now he finally understood. Enough. Fugaku Uchiha's voice was soft but struck the chamber like a bucket of cold water poured over a blazing fire. His tone gradually lowered. Some were still speaking when a neighbor tugged their sleeve, forcing them to swallow their words. The last few whispering conspirators fell silent. All eyes fixed upon the seat of honor. Fugaku's expression was grave beyond measure. He sat there, hands clasped before him, his gaze sweeping over the faces of everyone present. There was no anger in his solemnity. Rather, it was a heavy, weighty seriousness. I will ask you all a question, he said in a steady voice. You are all here in high spirits because you believe Gengawa will surely aid the Uchiha. Correct? The council chamber fell into a profound silence. No one spoke. Some parted their lips, only to close them again. Others furrowed their brows, as if pondering the true meaning behind the question. A few still bore expressions of lingering excitement, which were abruptly stifled by the inquiry, their faces taking on a somewhat comical look. This question was difficult to answer, especially as some instinctively bowed their heads upon hearing it. After a moment, someone finally spoke. Gengawa is the genius of the Uchiha. Why wouldn't he help the Uchiha? The speaker was Inaho Uchiha, a contemporary of Gengawa Uchiha, known for his keen insight at their age, an acknowledged talent among the Uchiha clan. His words echoed the thoughts of many present and were immediately met with agreement from several others. Indeed, Gengawa is, after all, a member of the Uchiha. We have never denied his identity. He is one of us, and that is an unchangeable fact. His abilities are a blessing for the entire clan. Wasn't Lord Madara himself fighting for the Uchiha? Gengawa's strength represents the strength of the Uchiha. What else is there to discuss? The voices intermingled, each adding to the sense of inevitability. Clearly, as they professed, this was sincerely their belief. Such individuals were the most common within the Uchiha clan, those who always wore their honor and pride on their tongues, and who were the most numerous. Yet, some remained silent. Uchiha Yashiro sat in a corner, having not participated in the prior heated discussion from beginning to end. He had spent these past few days reflecting deeply, from the Ninetales incident to the present, from Gengawa Uchiha's attitude to the village's reaction. The more he contemplated, the more he felt the matter was far from simple. He lifted his head and looked toward those still speaking with such fervor. Then do you believe that what you hold dear is important to Gengawa? His voice was low, but the chamber was so quiet that every person heard him clearly. The few who had been speaking paused. Or do you think he even cares about the Uchiha clan? Yashiro finished, and then fell silent. No one dared to deny the truth of his words. Many changed their expressions, subconsciously glancing at those beside them, then toward Uchiha Fugaku seated at the head of the room. They remembered, recalling Gengawa Uchiha's past actions. It was evident that he was someone who felt little connection to the clan. From a young age, he rejected the family's arrangements. Now, he refused to move into the new clan territory, living alone in the old territory, avoiding all contact with others. They had once thought this was rebellion, willfulness, immaturity. But looking back now, it was clearly indifference. From beginning to end, he simply did not care what the Uchiha thought. The atmosphere shifted abruptly. The prior excitement and enthusiasm seemed to have been drained away, replaced by an indescribable oppression. Some lowered their heads, others turned away, and some grew pale, their lips trembling slightly. Uchiha Fugaku observed these changes with some relief. At least there were still clear-headed people in the clan. Yashiro was right. He spoke again, his voice even graver than before. Gengawa has never received any favors from the clan throughout his growth. Everything he has achieved is his own doing. Whether or not he belongs to the clan, that truth should be clear to all of you. No one responded. Fugaku paused, then continued. Furthermore, have you forgotten that every Uchiha who has awakened the Sharingan has endured life-threatening trials and suffering? His gaze swept once more across all those present. Then what kind of pain must he have endured to awaken the Mangekyo? The words were stark, almost too raw, especially among those who had awakened their own eyes. Reflecting on their own torment and then comparing it to Gengawa Uchiha's experience sent chills down their spines. The agony endured to awaken even the most ordinary one-tomo Sharingan was already something they wished to forget. What, then, of Gengawa, who had awakened the Mangekyo? What suffering had he endured? Fugaku's words continued. He has had no enemies, no need to fight on the battlefield, no dangerous missions to carry out, not even to leave the village. So where does his pain come from? His voice was chillingly calm. What pain could surpass that which the clan itself has inflicted upon him? The air in the council chamber seemed to freeze. Faces changed drastically, as if struck in their vital spots. Some clenched their fists until their knuckles turned white. Others opened their mouths but could utter no sound. They remembered. They recalled how the clan had treated Gengawa all these years. Cold stares, exclusion, verbal insults, even being told you are nothing in his presence. They had thought it fitting because he was disobedient, uncooperative, and refused to follow the clan's plans. But now, in hindsight, what was that but bullying? A child, from the time he was very young, subjected to such treatment by his own kin. His environment was not a battlefield, not an enemy nation, but his own home. The pain inflicted was not by foes, but by his own people. So why did he awaken his Sharingan? Why the Mangekyo? Who, then, is his true enemy? The more they pondered, the colder their blood ran. Perhaps it was they who had caused Gengawa's suffering, thus triggering the awakening of his Sharingan, and later, his Mangekyo. Yashiro closed his eyes, unable to bear the expressions of those around him any longer. Silence. A long, enduring silence. No one spoke. No one dared to speak. Those who had just been so vociferous now lowered their heads, staring intently at the tatami before them, as if it held some profound mystery. Fugaku sighed softly. From this moment on, do not disturb him, he said quietly but clearly. Some things require time to heal. No one opposed this. None present were fools. Some had previously been unwilling to think deeply on the matter, but now, with just a little reflection, the truth was obvious. The fact that Gengawa Uchiha had not harbored hatred toward them despite awakening the Mangekyo was, in itself, a fortunate circumstance. If anyone were to provoke him now, the outcome would undoubtedly be tragic. Some thought further. Gengawa Uchiha's treatment of the clan, had it not already made his stance clear? No one in the council chamber spoke again. Old clan territory. For the next 2 days, Gengawa Uchiha lived in quiet solitude. No one sought him out, neither from the Uchiha clan nor from the village. Even the regular patrol guards deliberately avoided the vicinity of the old clan territory. He knew this was Uchiha Fugaku's doing, but he remained unaware that the clan members had finally begun to comprehend certain truths. Even if he knew, he did not care. What occupied his mind was something else entirely. The unceasing practice of his ninjutsu. With the talent he now possessed, failing to harness it would be a grievous waste. The original training ground had been utterly destroyed in his battle with Obito. It remained a vast wasteland, utterly unusable. He needed to find a new place. On this particular day, the weather was clear and bright. Uchiha Wenchuan changed into clean clothes, took only the ninja sword gifted by Uchiha Fugaku, and stepped out of the old clan territory. The old clan territory was as cold and desolate as ever, not a soul in sight. Upon reaching the gate, he halted. A solitary figure stood outside the clan gates, leaning against a tree, posture somewhat stiff, clearly having waited for a long time. White hair, a mask covering the lower half of the face. Kakashi Hatake. Hearing footsteps, Kakashi lifted his head, and the one visible eye met Uchiha Wenchuan's gaze. Wenchuan sighed inwardly. He had no idea how long Kakashi had been waiting there, but it was evidently not a short while. Was this the bond of the ninja world? How was it different from the brotherhood on Chuanshi Road? Standing at the gate of the old clan territory, Wenchuan looked at Kakashi without any particular expression, merely observing a familiar yet strange stranger. He did not speak. Kakashi also remained silent for a few seconds as they locked eyes, until finally Kakashi moved first, stepping away from the tree and approaching Wenchuan. About that day, Kakashi was straightforward, without a hint of evasion, going straight to the point. His voice was hoarse, as if he had long abstained from water. Can you tell me the exact situation? His eyes were red, not from crying but from lack of sleep. The whites were bloodshot, and the dark circles beneath his eyes were heavier than usual. Wenchuan regarded him silently, neither agreeing nor refusing. How long have you been waiting here? He asked. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, seemingly not expecting the question. He lowered his gaze, thought for a moment, then replied, every day. Not exactly brothers, yet so persistent. That brat Obito really is hard to let go of. Huh? Wenchuan could not comprehend, but he showed respect with a slight nod. He hadn't left his home these past days and was unaware of this matter. Yet, thinking about it, Kakashi was the type who, once resolute about something, would persist indefinitely. Waiting here was nothing. He could stand for hours before the memorial stone, let alone wait for news related to Obito Uchiha. Wenchuan did not ask why Kakashi did not enter the clan territory to look for him. The old clan territory was effectively sealed off now. No one but Wenchuan entered. Kakashi, being ANBU, must have known this, hence his choice to wait outside. I can tell you the details, Wenchuan finally spoke. Kakashi's eyes suddenly brightened, as if a drowning man had grasped the last straw. However, Wenchuan shifted tone, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. But you'll have to please me first. Kakashi was stunned. Please you? His mind momentarily failed to grasp the meaning. The visible eye was filled with confusion. Wenchuan's gaze fell upon the short blade on Kakashi's back. The style was simple, but the mark on the scabbard denoted his identity, the Hatake family's sword, also the weapon of Konoha's White Fang, Hatake Tsukumo. I'm eager to witness the Hatake family's swordsmanship, Wenchuan said lightly, as if casually making the most ordinary request. He had discovered the joy of combat. The battle with Obito, though the latter was somewhat battered, had been exhilarating. That feeling of giving one's all without restraint was truly enjoyable. It was an experience he had never before encountered. Indeed, there was immense pleasure in dueling with others. The Hatake family's swordsmanship was renowned throughout the ninja world. Wenchuan had heard much of Tsukumo's former glory. Now, having the chance to witness it firsthand, he naturally did not want to miss it. Kakashi's pupils contracted slightly. Instinctively, he raised his hand and grasped the hilt behind him. He had not wielded the blade for a long time. Since his father's death, he had seldom used the sword, relying more on ninjutsu and the Sharingan instead. Yet, he did not hesitate for long. Fine, he said with a single, decisive word. His sole desire now was to uncover the truth about Obito Uchiha, the boy trapped beneath the great stone on the Canopy Bridge who had given him his eye, the one he thought was dead. Why had he appeared in Konoha? Why did he wear a mask and call himself Uchiha Madara? Why had he fought so fiercely against Uchiha Wenchuan? His heart harbored countless doubts and many questions. He needed answers. As for the cost, Kakashi did not care. Very well. Follow me. Seizing the moment, Wenchuan turned and strode outside the old clan territory. After a few steps, as if suddenly recalling something, he paused briefly, then casually lifted his gaze toward a point in the sky. There was nothing there, only blue sky and a few white clouds. Yet Wenchuan's eyes narrowed slightly before he withdrew his gaze and continued forward. Kakashi did not utter a word. He turned and followed, the two walking in tandem toward the northern part of the village, near the Forest of Death. Hokage headquarters, Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat behind his desk, the crystal orb before him clearly displaying the scene at the gate of the Uchiha Old Clan territory. He saw the meeting between Uchiha Wenchuan and Kakashi Hatake, their brief conversation, and the moment Wenchuan looked upward. In that instant, the boy within the crystal orb seemed to look directly at him, not at the orb but at him. Hiruzen's expression shifted slightly. Having served as Hokage for so many years, he had monitored countless individuals using this technique, and had been detected only a handful of times. And yet, that glance from Uchiha Wenchuan unmistakably revealed his awareness of the surveillance, his knowledge of being watched. Is that the Uchiha child? A deep voice sounded from nearby. Beside Hiruzen stood a tall figure, robust in stature, with long white hair cascading over his shoulders, a forehead protector engraved with the kanji for oil adorning his brow. Arms crossed, he too watched the crystal orb with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Jiraiya. Hiruzen nodded, reaching out to brush his hand over the orb, causing the image to dissipate. Uchiha Wenchuan, he said. He is 13 this year, a prodigious child, and he has already awakened the legendary eyes of the Uchiha clan. Jiraiya fell silent for a moment, his gaze lingering where the orb's image had vanished. The Mangekyo? He asked. Hiruzen nodded. Yes, the very eyes that Uchiha Madara once possessed. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya furrowed his brow slightly. He had never seen Madara's eyes himself, but he had heard tales of Madara's fearsome reputation since childhood. Anything connected to him was no trivial matter. Not to mention the Mangekyo Sharingan itself, an existence even he regarded with grave weight. He was looking this way just now? Jiraiya changed the subject. Hiruzen Sarutobi offered no reply, yet his silence alone spoke volumes. At that moment, within the crystal orb, the two figures had already commenced swift movement, hastening toward the Forest of Death. Jiraiya uttered in surprise, for within the orb, their voices ceased at the very edge of the Forest of Death. That area still belonged to the village's territory, albeit its outermost fringe. Due to the forest's perilous nature, few dared venture there on an ordinary day. Jiraiya's astonishment stemmed from the fact that upon halting, the two wasted no time, unsheathing their blades to engage in combat immediately. What are they? Jiraiya discerned the deadly intensity of their swordplay. It seemed they were not comrades training together, but rather rivals locked in a duel. Sigh. Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed softly, his tone tinged with helplessness. That child, Kakashi, ever since learning the truth about Uchiha Obito, has sought answers. Unfortunately, I cannot provide him with those answers. So he went to find Uchiha Wataru. I hope no trouble arises between them. Jiraiya observed the scene within the crystal orb and let out a hearty laugh. Old man, there's no need to worry too much. It's merely a battle between two prodigies. Nothing to be concerned about. Having said this, Jiraiya's expression grew solemn as he shifted the topic abruptly. When I received the news this time, I returned as swiftly as possible. But before that, I made a detour to Mount Mayaboku. The great Toad Sage informed me that there is a change concerning the Child of Prophecy. The atmosphere within the Hokage's office grew heavy. Hiruzen Sarutobi furrowed his brows tightly, lightly tapping his fingers twice on the desk, producing a dull sound. Do you still put faith in those prophecies? Jiraiya responded with a hearty laugh, his smile imbued with a sense of freedom and certainty. The great Toad Sage's prophecies never err. He turned toward the window, gazing out at the streets of Konoha, his voice taking on a serious tone. This time, the great Toad Sage told me he dreamt of a pair of extraordinary eyes, pure beyond compare. He also envisioned a land of shinobi engulfed in blood and fire, a catastrophe. Yet, after disaster comes rebirth. Jiraiya turned back to face Hiruzen Sarutobi. Old man, I am not asking you to act on this. I merely want you to be aware of it. It is always wise to remain vigilant. Hiruzen Sarutobi did not respond immediately. He sat quietly, ceasing his finger taps, his gaze fixed on the desk as if deep in thought. The image of those pure eyes was the first thing that came to his mind, the Mangekyo Sharingan. Although the Mangekyo Sharingan hardly evoked a sense of purity, he inexplicably felt as though it did. He recalled hearing from his teacher, the second Hokage Tobirama Senju, that the Uchiha clan was a highly emotional people, yet also the most devoted to love. The Mangekyo Sharingan had never been a symbol of purity. Behind those eyes lay pain, loss, and searing emotions etched into the soul. Uchiha Madara was such a case, as was Uchiha Obito, and Uchiha Wataru would be no exception. I understand this matter. Hiruzen Sarutobi finally spoke, his voice steady and devoid of overt emotion. After all, it was merely a prophecy, and he chose not to dwell on it. Instead, he shifted the subject. The reason I called you back this time is to ask that you remain in the village for a while. Jiraiya pondered for a moment, then sighed softly. Very well. I want to visit that child Naruto first. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded without objection. Jiraiya possessed that authority. The child is currently under the vigilant care of the Umbu's elite. There is no danger. However, he paused, weariness creeping into his voice. Because of the Obito Uchiha incident, my official duties have been delayed. The daimyo cannot wait indefinitely. I must hurry there. In the meantime, I entrust the village's affairs to you. Jiraiya's expression instantly fell. Please spare me. He waved his hand, his face full of reluctance. I'll stay in the village for a few days at most. Once you return, I'll leave. You know I'm not cut out for office work. I prefer roaming outside, seeking material. He uttered the word material softly, as if wary of the old man overhearing. Hiruzen Sarutobi snorted, his voice tinged with mild irritation. You and Tsunade, neither of you make things easy. If you were willing to shoulder responsibility, I wouldn't have to take up the mantle of Hokage again. Jiraiya, feeling somewhat guilty, scratched his nose and muttered something under his breath before suddenly lifting his head. What about Orochimaru? Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression froze momentarily. He fell silent for a moment, then sighed softly, shaking his head. Lately, that fellow has grown quite close to Danzo. I can no longer fathom him, and he is unfit to be Hokage. A shadow crossed Jiraiya's eyes. Orochimaru. He was once a comrade, once a friend. But now, as the old man said, he had become increasingly inscrutable. Some things seemed to have changed since the war ended. Jiraiya shook his head, casting those thoughts aside as if fearing the fire might consume him. Suddenly, he raised his hand, pointing at the crystal orb on the desk. Look closely. It seems they are about to determine a victor. Hiruzen Sarutobi's gaze was drawn there. Within the crystal orb, the scene at the edge of the forest of death unfolded with vivid clarity. Blades flashed. Uchiha Wataru and Hitaki Kakashi's figures crossed paths on the open ground, their speed leaving only afterimages behind. The edge of the forest of death. The clearing lay at the forest's entrance, the ground hard-packed yellow earth, surrounded by towering trees whose canopies blocked the sky, slicing sunlight into fragmented patches that dappled the ground. The timeline rewound to a few minutes earlier. Uchiha Wataru and Hitaki Kakashi stood several meters apart. Kakashi's hand rested on the hilt of the blade behind his back. He did not rush to draw his sword but drew a deep breath, as if steadying himself. He had not wielded this blade in a long time. The sensation of grip felt unfamiliar. Yet he soon rediscovered the feeling. The sound of the blade sliding from its sheath was soft and crisp. It was a short sword, its blade roughly 1/3 shorter than a typical ninja sword, with an exquisitely thin edge that appeared nearly translucent in the sunlight. The hilt was wrapped in black cord, worn pale in places, a mark left by Kakashi Tsukumo. Uchiha Wataru observed the sword in Kakashi's hand and nodded. Then he drew his own ninja sword, a gift from Uchiha Fugaku. The blade was slender, slightly curved, its edge gleaming with a cold light. He did not wield the blade left by Uchiha Obito. The two swords were stylistically different. He wished to test Kakashi's swordsmanship using the weapon he was most familiar with. Kome. No sooner had Uchiha Wataru spoken than Kakashi moved. His speed was astonishing, relying solely on physical prowess without the aid of lightning release chakra. The short sword seemed to come alive in his hand, slashing diagonally upward from below, aimed straight for Uchiha Wataru's throat. The strike was devoid of flourish, clean, precise, and ruthlessly deadly. It did not even stir a breath of wind, silent and terrifying. Uchiha Wataru's eyes gleamed faintly. He sidestepped, simultaneously swinging his ninja sword horizontally toward Kakashi's waist. Kakashi's body spun forcibly in midair, executing a half-turn. His short sword parried, and with a metallic clang, the two blades met. Sparks flew in all directions. Kakashi Hitachi's wrist dipped slightly, and the immense force emanating from the blade startled him. Such tremendous strength, this was not the augmentation of chakra, but pure physical power. He swiftly retreated, creating distance. Uchiha Wenchuan afforded him no respite. With a flash of lightning beneath his feet, he surged forward. The ninja blade descended from above with overwhelming momentum, accompanied by a roaring gust. Kakashi evaded with a swift sidestep, the blade grazing his shoulder and severing a strand of white hair. He countered with a reverse stab aimed directly at Wenchuan's heart. Wenchuan parried, the clash ringing sharply as Kakashi's dagger was deflected. Yet he did not relent. In the instant his blade was pushed aside, he twisted his wrist, altering the dagger's trajectory to strike again from a different angle. This strike was cunningly angled and astonishingly swift. A faint smile curved Wenchuan's lips as he leaned back slightly, the blade sliding past the tip of his nose. Simultaneously, his ninja blade swept horizontally, forcing Kakashi to retreat once more. The two re-established distance before colliding again in the next moment. Within a mere handful of breaths, they had exchanged over a dozen rounds. Wenchuan's swordsmanship was unconfined by convention. Fundamentally rooted in the Uchiha style of swordsmanship, he had infused it with his own insights. To him, swordsmanship was merely a means to slay an enemy, a fusion of speed and power, nothing more. Every strike was concise, devoid of superfluous movement, yet each carried the weight of 1,000 pounds. That power was not granted by chakra, but derived from his own physical prowess, enhanced by the Senju clan's formidable strength techniques, coupled with the swiftness of the lightning release chakra mode. His swordsmanship resembled a tempest, relentless once unleashed. In contrast, Kakashi's style was entirely different, cold, ruthless, every strike a killing blow. The Hitaki family's swordsmanship never indulged in flamboyance or schools of thought. It focused solely on one thing, killing. Every strike targeted a vital point, leaving no room for mercy, not even a path of retreat for himself. That unyielding resolve stirred in Wenchuan a long-lost thrill. Clang, clang, clang. 3 consecutive clashes, blades flashing, sparks flying. Kakashi's offense intensified, the dagger in his hand flashing like a silver lightning bolt, continuously shifting angles and varying rhythm. He required no Sharingan to anticipate. The swordsmanship was etched into his instincts. Yet Wenchuan was stronger. His power was immense, each collision sending numbness through Kakashi's wrist. His speed was so great that Kakashi could only react instinctively. His swordsmanship was so succinct that no flaw could be exploited. Another horizontal slash. Kakashi raised his blade to block, the impact forcing him to stagger back 3 paces, his shoe soles carving deep grooves into the earth. His breath grew rapid. Wenchuan stood his ground, ninja blade angled toward the ground. Combat. Exhilarating. His body warmed with the thrill. The Hitaki swordsmanship was indeed extraordinary. Wenchuan's voice carried a hint of satisfaction as he slightly lifted his blade, the tip pointing at Kakashi. Again, as his words fell, his eyes transformed. The ebony pupils swiftly flooded with crimson. 3 tomo slowly appearing within the irises, beginning to rotate at a steady pace. Kakashi's pupils constricted slightly. He saw the Sharingan and understood what activating those eyes signified. Yet he did not flinch. Though dormant for so long, he still bore his own pride. Kakashi reached up and pulled down the mask obscuring his left eye, revealing the same crimson Sharingan with 3 tomo. This eye had been gifted by Obito and was the thing he least wished to confront over the years. Yet now, he bared it without reservation. So those are Obito's eyes, huh? You should be able to sense the power contained within them, Wenchuan remarked. Kakashi's expression shifted subtly. Seems I hit the mark. When did you realize? Wenchuan asked with a smile. Kakashi said nothing, merely fixed his gaze on him. The 3 Sharingan eyes met in silent confrontation. The next moment, they moved simultaneously. This clash was even fiercer than before. Blades flashed as their forms interwove. Moving so swiftly they became mere afterimages. Wenchuan's Sharingan captured every motion of Kakashi with crystal clarity. The rotation of his wrist, the shifting of his steps, the angle of his blade, even the rhythm of his breathing. He deconstructed the essence of the Hitaki swordsmanship stroke by stroke, absorbing and integrating it into his own technique. Kakashi too was observing. Truly a genius, despite the Sharingan originating from Obito and not being a native Uchiha. His mastery of the eye far surpassed many within the Uchiha clan. Frankly, even if Kakashi were placed among the Uchiha at his age, reaching this level of Sharingan development would still mark him as a true prodigy. His Sharingan dissected Wenchuan's swordsmanship, the unique style blending Uchiha sword techniques, Senju brute strength, and lightning release chakra mode, taking shape within his mind. Yet his body could not keep pace. After several exchanges, their movements began to mirror each other. Wenchuan executed a diagonal slash. Kakashi mirrored with the same. Clang. The blades collided, sparks flying. Wenchuan followed with a horizontal slash. Kakashi responded likewise. Clang. Another clash. They were like reflections in a mirror, each strike almost identical. Yet the disparity in strength could not be bridged by technique alone. Every collision sent numbness through Kakashi's wrist, a dull ache blossoming in his tiger's mouth. His breathing grew heavier, his steps heavier still. Wenchuan's breathing remained steady, his footing light. Blessed with the innate constitution of a sage, his physicality was unmatched by Kakashi. The same moves, the same techniques, his execution was simply faster, heavier, deadlier. Gradually, Kakashi fell behind. He began to retreat, shifting from proactive offense to passive defense. Yet even defense could not withstand it. Wenchuan's blade was too swift, too fast for Kakashi's Sharingan to fully track, his body unable to keep up. Another horizontal sweep. Kakashi raised his blade to block, the impact forcing him to stagger back several paces, his footing faltering, nearly toppling. He barely regained his balance. The dagger remained in hand, but the grip trembled. Wenchuan ceased his assault. Sheathing his blade with a crisp sound, he stood under the sunlight, sweat beading on his forehead but breathing steady, a smile playing on his lips. That's enough, he said. You've shown me the Hitaki swordsmanship. I am satisfied. Kakashi remained silent, bent over with hands resting on his knees, gasping heavily. Sweat dripped from his hair strands, dampening the yellow earth beneath his feet. After a considerable lapse of time, he barely managed to steady his breathing. Rising upright, he sheathed the short blade strapped to his back. Then he lifted his head, his solitary exposed eye fixed intently upon Uchiha Togikawa. Was that truly Obito? His voice was hoarse, laden with an urgency he could scarcely suppress. Uchiha Togikawa regarded him with a faint, inscrutable smile. Haven't you already found your answer within your heart? Kakashi Hitaki's lips twitched, yet no words emerged. Did he truly possess an answer? Undoubtedly he did. On that battlefield, he had witnessed that face with his own eyes, that left eye, that feeling both familiar and alien. He was reluctant to accept it, but acceptance was inevitable. Without awaiting his reply, Uchiha Togikawa continued, on the contrary, I have a question. Could you answer it for me? Kakashi Hitaki paused momentarily, instinctively inquiring, what question? If you encountered a beast like Uchiha Obito, would you kill him? The air seemed to freeze. Kakashi Hitaki remained silent. He stood motionless, like a statue carved from stone. His gaze was hollow, as if all emotions had been hollowed out from within. The Sharingan in his eye remained wide open, the 3 Magatama slowly revolving, yet reflecting nothing. Uchiha Togikawa looked at him, the answer already clear in his mind. As expected, he gently shook his head. The bond between you two requires that you sever it with your own hand. Take my advice, let go sooner rather than later. It's just a broken cage, unworthy of remembrance. Uchiha Togikawa harbored no illusions about Uchiha Obito. That man might have his reasons, but they were irrelevant to him. He merely spoke the unvarnished truth. To him, Obito was beyond redemption. After all, even someone indifferent to the Uchiha like himself had never contemplated eradicating the clan. It was utterly foolish to entertain such a notion. Kakashi Hatake remained silent. His hands hung limply by his sides, trembling faintly. Those hands, capable of wielding a blade, had knuckles whitening as if exerting tremendous effort to restrain something. Uchiha Madara turned away, taking a few steps before halting again. If I meet him next time, I will kill him outright. He did not look back. At that time, is there anything you wish me to convey to him? Kakashi Hatake's hands trembled even more violently. He parted his lips beneath the mask, moving them several times, yet no sound escaped. What did he wish to say? That he did not want him killed? That Obito surely had his own reasons? That he had once been such a kind-hearted soul? But he could not utter a word, because even those thoughts struck him as laughable. Uchiha Madara waited a moment. Receiving no answer, he chuckled softly. Bonds can grant strength, but likewise, they can render one weak. That is why I never form attachments. He turned his head, casting a glance at Kakashi Hatake before withdrawing his gaze. You are just like this now. It seems the son of the White Fang is no different after all. With that, he strode away. The sound of his footsteps gradually faded, soon vanishing deep within the forest of death. Kakashi Hatake stood rooted in place, motionless for a prolonged moment. Within his eyes, the Sharingan continued its slow rotation, yet it no longer gleamed with the same vivid crimson. At that same moment, inside the Hokage's office, the image within the crystal orb froze upon the solitary figure of Kakashi Hatake standing alone. Hiruzen Sarutobi regarded the scene with a solemn expression. I wonder if that boy can recover this time. Jiraiya stood beside him, arms crossed, his gaze not on Kakashi but following the receding figure, his eyes tinged with contemplation. I find myself somewhat intrigued by that boy, he remarked. Hiruzen Sarutobi turned to look at him. May I meet him? Jiraiya inquired. Hiruzen Sarutobi was silent for a moment, then nodded. Very well. That boy harbors resentment towards the village and holds a poor impression of me as Hokage. Perhaps if you go, you might be able to communicate with him properly. After all, he was the wielder of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Even as an Uchiha from the Hokage's perspective, he remained a valuable asset to the village. Were it not for the strained relations between the village and the Uchiha, Hiruzen Sarutobi might have personally reached out to him. Regrettably, after several attempts at contact, Hiruzen Sarutobi had come to accept the reality that the boy desired no closeness either with the village or with him as Hokage. This posed a difficult predicament. Jiraiya stroked his chin, a faint smile curling the corner of his lips. A child with such a distinct personality is rare, especially one from the Uchiha clan. His eyes brightened. My curiosity deepens. Hiruzen Sarutobi shook his head, saying nothing further. His gaze settled upon the village beyond the window, a trace of worry concealed within. Noticing this, Jiraiya refrained from pressing further, bidding farewell before turning to leave the Hokage's office. Just so you know, I'll only remain in the village until you return from your report. Don't even think about assigning me any other tasks. Hiruzen Sarutobi watched his departing figure with a mixture of helplessness. His 3 disciples had nearly monopolized the 3 forbidden techniques of the ninja world. It was, in hindsight, quite a burden, at the edge of the forest of death. After Kakashi Hatake's departure, Uchiha Madara did not hasten back to the village. He circled the nearby clearing, eventually finding a relatively flat area. The ground was hard-packed earth, surrounded by several large stones that could serve as rudimentary obstacles. Though inferior to the previous training grounds, it was quiet and free from disturbance. He marked a clear boundary line along the edge of the clearing, effectively delineating the space for himself. Thus, a makeshift training ground was established. He then commenced his practice, beginning with basic sword swings, then footwork, followed by hand seals and ninjutsu, all foundational elements. He had now transitioned from mere study to incorporating his own understanding into every facet. This was the inevitable path to strength. The enhancements merely provided a foundation. True power required mastery through one's own effort. Otherwise, he would be nothing but a useless being inflated by artificial aid. Thus, the better part of the morning slipped away. The sun climbed overhead, its rays growing scorching. Uchiha Madara sheathed his blade and wiped the sweat from his brow. It was time to eat. His life had always followed such a disciplined rhythm, knowing when to do what. He set off toward the village. Konoha village. Upon entering the village, the atmosphere around Uchiha Madara shifted noticeably. Passers-by on the street halted briefly upon seeing him. Some lowered their heads, hastening past his side. Others stopped at a distance, watching him before whispering to those beside them. Their voices were so low that ordinary people could not hear, but Uchiha Watarikawa was far from ordinary. Every whispered word entered his ears with perfect clarity. That golden monster from that day. I heard that is the Uchiha clan S Susanoo, the legendary divine power. The Uchiha must be overjoyed. That group of people is truly detestable. The Hokage's advisor was even suspended for offending him. Keep your voice down, don't let him hear. He has gone far away now. No worries. You say there are such people in the village. So is that a blessing or a curse? Who can say? In any case, keeping a distance is undoubtedly wise. Sometimes, a person's malice is just that direct and blatant. Although Wataru Uchiha has never proactively done anything to harm Konoha, perhaps due to the legacy of the Uchiha clan, these ill intentions have been cast upon him. Can a normal person remain unchanged under such circumstances? It's likely that many of the Uchiha's awakened eyes owe something to this very environment fostered by the villagers. Loosely speaking, the village and the Uchiha clan can be considered mutually dependent. Wataru Uchiha's footsteps never faltered, his face betraying no emotion. He had long since become accustomed to it. With a few casual snaps of his fingers, a series of sharp cries followed. Those who had been whispering behind his back felt as if a sharp blade had pierced some part of their bodies, painful enough to bring tears to their eyes. Yet strangely, there were no visible wounds, only a pervasive weakness. After returning home, these people would be bedridden for at least 10 to 15 days. This was a little trick Wataru Uchiha had devised in the past 2 days, derived from medical ninjutsu's chakra scalpel, combined with certain properties of the Rasengan, capable of inflicting harm without leaving a trace. It was not yet a complete technique, merely a simple stratagem, but more than sufficient to punish those with foul tongues. Wataru Uchiha turned into another street, leaving behind the cries of pain and suffering. He arrived at the Akimichi family's barbecue shop. The cloth curtain at the entrance was somewhat worn, but the signboard gleamed brightly. Lifting the curtain, Wataru Uchiha entered, and the proprietor immediately recognized him. Wataru-kun, the usual spot? HM. Wataru Uchiha nodded and strode directly to the table in the corner. It was his customary seat against the wall, with a clear view of the entrance and the kitchen. He sat down and the owner promptly brought over a menu. What will it be today? The usual. Got it. The owner didn't ask further and retreated to the kitchen. Soon, plates piled high with pork belly, beef tongue, and ribs were set on the table. The owner even brought an extra pot of newly arrived sake and placed it on the table. Try this. Wataru Uchiha glanced at the sake but did not refuse. He picked up his chopsticks, placed a slice of pork belly on the grill, and the meat sizzled as it met the hot iron plate, instantly releasing a fragrant aroma of rendered fat. He poured himself a cup of sake and took a sip. The liquid slid down his throat with a subtle spiciness. Then he picked up a piece of cooked meat, dipped it in sauce and placed it in his mouth. The smoky flavor of the meat blended harmoniously with the salty sweet sauce. Delicious. He ate in this manner, one bite of meat followed by a sip of sake, engrossed and indifferent to anyone else. Other patrons occasionally glanced his way but none approached to speak. The curtain was lifted, and a figure entered. Tall and burly, with long white hair cascading over his shoulders, and a forehead protector engraved with the kanji for oil. Upon entering, he glanced around before fixing his gaze on Wataru Uchiha in the corner and strode over. One hand reached out for the sake pot on the table. You still have to observe the 3 prohibitions for ninjas, and you're not even of age, you mustn't drink. Before his hand could touch the sake pot, it was slapped sharply on the back of the hand. The crisp sound echoed clearly. Wataru Uchiha lifted his head, raising an eyebrow at the tall white-haired man before him. I'm not a ninja, so what nonsense about 3 prohibitions for ninjas do I need to heed? He set down his chopsticks and appraised the other man from head to toe. Rude uncle, who might you be? Jiraiya's hand reddened from the slap, but he did not show anger. Instead, he smiled. He withdrew his hand, crossed his arms, and struck a pose he thought was rather dashing. I am none other than the great hero Jiraiya. Wataru Uchiha regarded him silently for 2 seconds. Jiraiya, the Sannin who writes those yellow books? Jiraiya stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance, and hastily steadied himself with the table, raising his voice. That's not pornography. Those are highly artistic works. His expression turned serious, earnest. You don't understand art. How can art be simply labeled as pornography? It is literature, the sublimation of emotion. Do you even know what crossing swords and bracing beams, holding the moon in a cup, wild boars rooting in mud, or spirit monkeys climbing trees mean? Wataru Uchiha interrupted calmly. Jiraiya's voice abruptly ceased. Mouth agape, eyes wide, he froze on the spot. As he stone country, his voice faltered. Are there still so many things I don't know? Is your art really above mine? Wataru Uchiha smiled faintly, saying nothing, simply gazing at him. Jiraiya met his stare. After a moment, Jiraiya conceded. He had intended this opening to ease the awkwardness between them at their meeting, but he soon realized this young man was no ordinary youth. Hence, his expression grew solemn as he said in a low voice, "Those injured villagers on my way here, those were your doing, weren't they?" Wataru Uchiha did not deny it but nodded. "Yes, I punished them. What of it? Is that not allowed?" Jiraiya's expression turned grave. As a ninja, harming villagers was absolutely forbidden. This was the foundation of the village's existence and the very meaning of a ninja's role. Regardless of the reason, attacking ordinary people was, "I already said," Wataru Uchiha interrupted, waving his hand with a peculiar expression. "I'm not a ninja." He picked up the sake pot, poured himself another cup, raised it to his lips, and sipped leisurely before continuing. "These rules don't apply to me. When I punish them, it's just because they have foul mouths. I am merely an ordinary villager enacting a small measure of retribution. This kind of matter doesn't even warrant the involvement of the security division. It's simply a minor conflict among villagers. Understand? That's a reasonable argument." Jiraiya opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for rebuttal. He realized the boy before him was indeed not a ninja, unregistered, never assigned missions, never received the village's mission rewards. Strictly speaking, this boy had never even attended the ninja academy. The rules governing ninjas genuinely did not apply to him. Jiraiya fell silent for a moment, then took a seat opposite Wataru Uchiha. He felt this boy needed proper guidance. Had it been anyone else, he would not have entertained such thoughts or patience, but this was an Uchiha, one who had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan and was still a youth. His mindset must be corrected. "Judging from this, you do care about others' opinions of you, don't you?" Wataru Uchiha shook his head. "You're wrong. I don't care." Jiraiya looked at him without speaking. The meaning in his eyes was clear. If you don't care, then why bother punishing them? Wataru Uchiha read the question in his gaze and smiled. "You don't really think I punish those villagers because I care about what they think of me, do you?" Jiraiya countered, "Isn't that so?" "Certainly not." Wataru Uchiha set down his cup, leaned back slightly in his chair and said, "The reason I laid hands on them is simply because they were pestering me with their foul mouths. Nothing more. As for what they think of me, I care not in the slightest." He paused briefly, as if gathering his thoughts. "These are two entirely different matters. They voice their opinions, and I simply choose to ignore them. But when they make me hear those words, that becomes a different story altogether. If they dare say it to your face, then I dare confront them face to face. Those people don't have the courage to say it to me directly. They only dare to gossip behind my back." He let out a chuckle, tinged with a hint of disdain. "If any of them truly had the nerve to say it to my face, I would actually admire their courage." Jiraiya fixed his gaze on him for several seconds. He realized that the young man before him was far more complex than he had originally imagined. Calm, cold, and possessing a unique logic all his own. This was troubling. The old man hadn't mentioned that this kid was so difficult to deal with before coming here. How could a 13 or 14-year-old have such a distinct personal code, and hold onto it so firmly? At that age, shouldn't other kids be dreaming of becoming Hokage? Why did this boy have no such aspirations? Oh, right, he was an Uchiha with the Mangekyo Sharingan. Well, that explained it. As Jiraiya contemplated this, he also sensed another layer beneath the boy's words. This young man was indeed somewhat resistant to the village. Not vehemently so nor openly displayed, but the calm detachment, tinged with an air of entitlement, was unmistakably genuine. A slight headache crept over him. He shouldn't have come. Jiraiya thought to himself that he ought not to have come. The Uchiha matters should be handled by the old man, and he should not have indulged his curiosity. After a moment's reflection, he decided to try once more, asking, "What if they said those things to your face? How would you respond?" Without hesitation, Uchiha Genjen replied, "Simple, I'd break their legs." Jiraiya opened his mouth to speak but was cut off by Genjen. "Don't be stubborn. I have money, I can afford the compensation." Jiraiya's mouth twitched. He wanted to say something but felt that nothing he could say would be fitting. The answer was so straightforward, so blunt, that it felt less like angry words and more like stating an unvarnished fact. Because Jiraiya truly believed that this boy was serious about what he said. It was unsettling. A few seconds of silence passed. Then Genjen moved, reaching out to take a clean cup from the table and placed it before Jiraiya. He picked up a sake bottle and poured a full cup. The liquid was clear, with a fragrant aroma wafting from it. Jiraiya looked at the cup with some surprise. He had not expected the boy to pour sake for him of his own accord. Glancing up at Genjen, he saw no special expression on his face, just the air of someone performing a simple, everyday task. Jiraiya did not ask why. He raised the cup and took a sip. Excellent sake, he sincerely praised. Gen chuckled softly. Of course. This bottle costs 100,000 ryo. Then he picked up his chopsticks and resumed grilling the meat. The slices sizzled on the grill. The mingling aromas of rendered fat and sake stirred the appetite. After a moment, Gen spoke again. You've traveled far and wide all these years. You must have been to many places, right? Jiraiya raised his eyebrows, intrigued. Of course. Setting down his cup, he straightened his chest. I've been to all 5 great nations of the shinobi world, the vast deserts of the land of wind, the cloud-capped mountains of the land of lightning, the rocky cliffs of the land of earth, the misty seas of the land of water, and the dense forests of the land of fire. Every place has its own unique character, and every place has its own stories. Gen listened attentively, picking up a piece of grilled meat and slowly chewing. I hear the land of wind is perpetually dry, the desert stretching endlessly? That's right. Jiraiya launched into his tales, his words flowing freely. It rains only a handful of times each year there. The desert's sands are whipped by the wind into a blinding storm, blotting out even the sun. The village hidden in the sand is built in such a place. Those people sure have remarkable endurance. What about the land of lightning? That's a different story entirely. Mountains tower everywhere, and the clouds hang so low it feels like you could reach out and touch them. The village hidden in the clouds is perched atop those peaks. The sea of clouds seen from there is truly magnificent. Jiraiya grew more animated as he spoke, clearly eager to share, and perhaps to engage more with Gen. The village hidden in the rocks in the land of earth is even more interesting. An entire village nestled within rocky mountain ranges. The village hidden in the mist in the land of water is shrouded in thick fog. The first time I went there, I nearly got lost, wandering through the mist for hours before finding the village entrance. Gen remained silent for the most part, occasionally interjecting with a question or two. What are the people like over there? All kinds, Jiraiya answered, taking another sip of sake. There are good people, bad people, those warm and hospitable, and those who draw their weapons at the sight of outsiders. But generally, most are ordinary folks who just want to live peaceful lives. And the rules for ninja? Are they the same in every village? They're similar in principle, but the enforcement varies greatly. The village hidden in the clouds is rough and rugged. The village hidden in the mist is strict and severe. The village hidden in the rocks is isolated. The village hidden in the sand is more. Jiraiya trailed off suddenly, sensing something amiss. He looked at Gen. The boy was holding his sake cup, head slightly bowed, with a contemplative expression that seemed less like someone listening to a story and more like someone gathering information. Jiraiya's intoxication cleared somewhat. You're not thinking of leaving the village, are you? His voice carried a note of caution. Gen lifted his head, met Jiraiya's gaze, and smiled faintly. Jiraiya grinned sheepishly, regretting having said so much, and quickly added, better not. You're still young, it would be too dangerous out there. Gen replied quietly, are you saying it would be dangerous for them to confront me? Oh, Jiraiya's headache worsened. What now? If the old man learned that it was because of me that this kid was considering leaving the village, would he come after me? An Uchiha with the Mangekyo Sharingan wanting to leave the village. Jiraiya's mind raced. If such a thing truly happened, it would be no small upheaval for the village. The boy before him was simply too extraordinary, entangled in too many matters. Hey, don't worry, I'm just asking casually, Gen said. Jiraiya forced a smile. You'd better be. He truly regretted coming. The more he looked at this boy, the more he felt something was off. Though he claimed to be asking casually, that thoughtful expression was anything but casual. His intuition warned him that something was amiss. Jiraiya was instantly on high alert. This young man before him possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. Just a few days ago he hadn't returned, but Jiraiya had heard from the old man about the battle that had taken place. Uchiha Obito was the true culprit behind the Ninetales incident, wielding space-time ninjutsu and would release, yet this boy had defeated him so thoroughly that Obito fled with a severed arm and a shattered mask. The two were about the same age. Obito, also a Mangekyo wielder, had instigated the Ninetales attack and was the cause of the fourth Hokage and his wife's deaths. For a warrior of that caliber to be subdued so utterly by this boy, if this young man were to run off as well, and fall under someone else's influence, irreparably severing ties with the village, Jiraiya shuddered at the mere thought. The consequences were too dreadful to imagine. So this lad should remain within the village. Let him be troublesome if he must. It is far better than having him roam outside and cause constant unease. After all, Jiraiya himself had passed through this age once, was once young, and naturally understood the thoughts that occupy a boy at this stage. Some dream of becoming Hokage, others aspire to change the world, but this particular youngster was different. His thoughts perhaps ran deeper. Yet, Jiraiya could discern that the boy's intentions might not bode well for Konoha. As he pondered this, a voice came from across the table. I feel like you're thinking some rather impolite thoughts. Uchiha Wenjen squinted his eyes at him, a faintly amused smile playing on his handsome face. Jiraiya's heart skipped a beat, and he hastily chuckled. Not at all, nothing of the sort. I just find you quite interesting. I was thinking about how to have a longer conversation with you. Really? I don't believe you. Uchiha Wenjen raised his wine glass and took another sip, his eyes never leaving Jiraiya's face. Feeling somewhat unnerved under that gaze, Jiraiya quickly shifted to a sincere expression. Alright, I admit it. I was contemplating how to build a good relationship with a genius like you. After all, you represent the next generation of the village. And with such potential, it would be easy to get along in the future. Uchiha Wenjen cut him off casually. You just need to pay for this barbecue. Jiraiya's mouth twitched involuntarily. He glanced at the plates on the table, most already half empty, then at the bottle of wine worth 100,000 ryo, silently calculating the total cost of the meal. Haha, is that so? Very well, I'll treat you this time. He smiled as he consented, but the hand resting under the table quietly grasped the wallet at his waist, knuckles turning slightly white. He resolved in his heart that after this meal, he would absolutely cease all contact with this boy. Boss, another order, please. Uchiha Wenjen raised his hand, his voice low but sharp enough for the shopkeeper to catch immediately, who promptly responded. Jiraiya's expression froze. His mouth opened, then closed. What more could he say? The words were already out. For the remainder of the time, Jiraiya ate without enthusiasm. He picked at a few pieces of meat, drank 2 cups of wine, and spent most of the time watching Uchiha Wenjen eat. That boy ate with such relish, piece after piece, mouthful after mouthful, completely immersed in the food. Jiraiya's heart was heavy, but he said nothing. Finally, when Uchiha Wenjen put down his chopsticks, Jiraiya immediately stood. Well, I have some errands to attend to. I'll be off. He paid the bill swiftly, moving as if fleeing a crime scene. Let us chat again when you have time, he tossed over his shoulder, lifting the curtain and stepping out without looking back. Uchiha Wenjen watched his retreating figure vanish beyond the curtain and shook his head gently. He had originally planned to glean some benefits from this one. After all, Jiraiya was one of the legendary Sannin, possessing a wealth of ninjutsu, especially those involving long hair and the Rasengan technique. Orochimaru had even offered his ninjutsu voluntarily, yet Jiraiya had fled, truly unpredictable. Never mind, there will be other days, he murmured. Rising, he brushed off imaginary dust from his clothes and stepped out of the barbecue shop. In the days that followed, Uchiha Wenjen's life remained steady. Every morning he rose and trained at the makeshift training ground on the edge of the forest of death, day after day without change. He returned to the village for lunch, resumed training in the afternoon, and went home to rest at dusk. It seemed monotonous, yet Uchiha Wenjen found joy in it. He had experienced many interesting things in his previous life, but in this one, he cared little for such matters. Instead, he was deeply fascinated by chakra, this versatile form of energy. Everything appeared normal, but subtle, inexplicable changes seemed to be unfolding. One day, while walking through the street, he encountered a group of Uchiha clan members dressed in the security division uniform. They immediately recognized him. One of them opened his mouth as if to greet him but hesitated, then closed it, paused, and finally said nothing, lowering his head as he passed by. Uchiha Wenjen looked back at them, puzzled. What was that about? Wanting to greet yet not greeting, making him feel like some kind of dangerous beast. He didn't dwell on it and continued forward. A few days later, Uchiha Itachi arrived. That morning, as Uchiha Wenjen prepared to leave for the training ground, he opened the door to find a young boy standing outside the gates of the old clan territory. Uchiha Itachi wore dark clothes and stood upright. Teacher Wenjen. Uchiha Itachi bowed slightly, his demeanor respectful. Father said I may come to see you now. Uchiha Wenjen glanced at him and nodded. Follow me. He led Uchiha Itachi through the streets of the old clan territory, out of the village, and all the way to the makeshift training ground at the edge of the forest of death. This will be your training ground from now on. Uchiha Itachi surveyed the surroundings, his gaze lingering briefly on the boundary lines cut by blades, then nodded earnestly. Yes. Uchiha Wenjen did not rush to teach but first inquired, what can you do now? Uchiha Itachi considered for a moment before responding, I have mastered the 3 bodies technique, the transformation technique, the substitute technique, and the clone technique, all usable in combat. Uchiha Wenjen raised an eyebrow. Who taught you? I taught myself, Uchiha Itachi answered calmly. I studied the clan scrolls and practiced on my own. Uchiha Wenjen was silent for 2 seconds. A child of 4 or 5 years old, self-taught in the 3 bodies technique, That was beyond what the word genius could describe. How about fire release? I know some basics, but I'm not very proficient. Show me one. Uchiha Itachi nodded and stepped into the center of the clearing, beginning hand seals. Snake, sheep, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. His movements were precise, rhythm steady, completely unlike the speed of a 4 or 5-year-old child. His chest swelled, and then he exhaled sharply. Fire release, great fireball technique. A fireball about half a meter in diameter shot from his mouth, flying forward 7 or 8 meters before exploding on the ground, leaving a scorched patch. Uchiha Itachi's breathing was slightly rapid but soon steadied. Uchiha Wenchuan looked at the scorched earth, then at Uchiha Itachi, his mind fixed on a single thought. This boy is truly, damn it, a genius. What? A more of a genius? Then never mind. The great fireball technique was something many Uchiha clan members struggled to master even after a month of practice. Uchiha Itachi's self-taught version was this proficient, with remarkably stable chakra transformation and precise chakra control. Not bad, Uchiha Wenchuan assessed, but there are a few areas for improvement. He stepped beside Uchiha Itachi and began to explain. Your hand seals are fine, but the timing of your fire release could be earlier. By the time you form the tiger seal, your chakra should already be gathered at your throat, not only after completing all the seals. Also, your chakra output is unstable, too strong at first, then too weak, causing the fireball to be larger at the front and smaller at the back. Uchiha Itachi listened intently, his eyes unwavering. Come, try again. Uchiha Itachi formed the hand seals once more. This time, his rhythm was noticeably swifter than before. Fire style. Great fireball technique. The fireball was nearly twice as large as the previous one and soared much farther. When it exploded upon striking the ground, it emitted a deep, muffled boom. Uchiha Wataru nodded with satisfaction. Have you memorized it? Yes, I have. Uchiha Itachi's reply was brief but conveyed unwavering certainty. Uchiha Wataru regarded him thoughtfully. Teaching a student like this was truly effortless. The 300,000 ryo that Uchiha Fugaku had bestowed was indeed well earned. From that point onward, life settled into utter tranquility. Every day, Uchiha Wataru trained, ate, and slept, occasionally instructing Uchiha Itachi. His routine was as orderly and precise as if measured by a ruler. Yet, the atmosphere within the village subtly began to shift. One noon, while dining at Akimichi's barbecue shop, he passed through a commercial street and overheard several villagers conversing quietly by the roadside. Have you heard? It seems things are unsettled over at Mangekyo. What's going on? I'm not sure, but apparently there's some commotion near the border. Yesterday, I overheard 2 passing ninja adults discussing it. Could it be another war breaking out? Who knows? Don't worry yourself unnecessarily. It won't escalate. Uchiha Wataru's footsteps continued unabated as he passed them by. Mangekyo? He paid little heed. The possibility of unrest in Mangekyo held no significance for Uchiha Wataru. Even if he knew it was an inevitable occurrence, he remained indifferent. During the Third Great Ninja War, Mangekyo had been nearly single-handedly crushed by Minato Namikaze. The Golden Flash's reputation alone could soothe a crying infant in Mangekyo, and even the battle-hardened elite of Mangekyo would flee at the sight of the blonde figure. This was no exaggeration. Now that Minato Namikaze was deceased, Mangekyo would only rejoice. Subsequently, they would seek opportunities for retaliation. This was inevitable. After all, among all the ninja villages across the world, regardless of size, Mangekyo was indisputably the most militant. They revered strength, admired the powerful, and bore grudges deeply. Konoha had lost the Golden Flash, their cornerstone of deterrence, and thus lacked high-level intimidation. They were vulnerable to provocations or even direct assaults from Mangekyo. But what did this have to do with Uchiha Wataru? He was not a ninja and had no need to enter the battlefield. If Konoha triumphed, he would continue living his life. If Konoha fell, he would still continue living his life. At most, the village would hang a different flag. It would not affect him in any meaningful way. Therefore, he gave the matter no thought. Days passed by one after another. Uchiha Itachi visited the old clan grounds every 2 or 3 days to train under Uchiha Wataru's tutelage. Each visit brought new questions. First, they concerned ninjutsu, chakra control in fire style, shuriken throwing angles, taijutsu exertion techniques, and so forth. Uchiha Wataru could answer these with insightful clarity. However, as time went on, Uchiha Itachi's inquiries began to change. One afternoon, after training concluded, the two sat upon a large rock at the edge of the forest of death, resting. Uchiha Itachi lowered his head, fiddling with a shuriken in his hand, and suddenly spoke. Teacher Wataru, why is it that people can never truly understand one another? Uchiha Wataru paused mid-sip of water, then turned to look at the 4 or 5-year-old child beside him. Such a question, coming from a child so young, felt somewhat incongruous. Yet, upon reflection, this was Uchiha Itachi, the Uchiha who had pondered life, war, and peace since infancy. And Wataru felt a sense of acceptance. Because every individual possesses a self, he said, setting down his water bottle. As long as there is a self, perfect mutual understanding cannot exist. You cannot completely become another person nor fully comprehend all their thoughts and feelings. What you can achieve is only a certain degree of understanding. Uchiha Itachi fell silent, furrowing his brow, evidently perplexed by this answer. He thought deeply for a long while, and the shuriken in his hand ceased spinning. So, people can never truly understand one another? In a manner of speaking, Uchiha Wataru hesitated, observing Itachi's earnest contemplation, and felt such matters were still too advanced for the child. This is something too early for you to grasp. You need not delve too deeply. In truth, just remember one thing. Uchiha Itachi raised his head, looking at him intently. What is it? Discover your own talent, master the power that talent bestows, and only then can you influence others. Uchiha Wataru's voice was calm and even. Without power to support you, all that you think and wish to do is but a castle in the air. If you ponder these grand truths now, you will find no conclusion. It is better to strengthen yourself first. When you have sufficient power, then consider how to change the world. Your thoughts may differ then, and you will have more choices in how to proceed. Uchiha Itachi nodded thoughtfully. He asked no further questions, but the intensity of contemplation remained visible in his eyes. Several days passed. The weather had turned chilly. The leaves in the forest of death began to yellow and drift downward with the wind. After training, Uchiha Wataru instructed Itachi to swim a lap in the river. This was a fixed regimen he assigned to Itachi. Swimming in cold water to strengthen both physical constitution and chakra control. Maintaining chakra adherence to the body in water was far more challenging than on land. Without hesitation, Uchiha Itachi removed his clothes and plunged into the river. He swam back and forth more than a dozen times before climbing ashore. The autumn breeze evaporated the water droplets on his skin, carrying away heat, yet Itachi's complexion remained steady and his breathing calm. Uchiha Wataru sat on a stone by the shore, watching him dress. Itachi was swift, donning his clothes in just a few movements, but halfway through he suddenly halted, looked down, and his expression turned puzzled. Teacher Wataru, he said, looking up, I have discovered the talent within me, but there is something I do not understand. He lowered his gaze again. I always feel this talent must have another purpose, but when I asked my mother, she was unwilling to tell me. Teacher, could you tell me? Uchiha Wataru fell silent, sitting on the stone. He regarded the earnest child before him, his mind consumed by a single thought. This child was no ordinary prodigy. This question surpassed even the profundity of understanding between people. He considered his words carefully. When you grow a few years older, you will understand naturally. Knowing now would be no benefit to you. Why? Because if you know, you will start to think. Thinking too much leads to distraction, and distraction prevents you from focusing on training. Uchiha Wataru's response was logically impeccable, leaving no room for rebuttal. Uchiha Itachi pondered this and found it reasonable, choosing not to press further. Wataru exhaled in relief inwardly. He felt he ought to find an opportunity to discuss this with Mikoto. After all, as a teacher, some things were inappropriate to say, and even if said, not fitting. Such matters were best taught by parents. Let Fugaku bear that burden. As the days slipped by, the atmosphere within the Hidden Leaf Village gradually underwent a subtle transformation. The reconstruction following the Ninetales incident had been completed. The once relentless busyness and exhaustion had dissipated, and the villagers' lives had returned to their usual rhythm. Yet, in recent times, an indescribable gravity had settled over the village. The streets bore fewer passers-by, patrols by shinobi increased, and the once ubiquitous street vendors had dwindled significantly. Uchiha Wataru strolled through the village, acutely aware of this shift. Occasionally, he caught fragments of conversation from ninja and villagers brushing past him. Mostly discussions about the current state of the shinobi world. The topics most frequently mentioned were the Cloud Village and the Borderlands. Around this time, he also noticed a subtle redeployment of the village's ninja forces. Though covert, Wataru's keen senses detected it. Familiar faces that once roamed the streets were suddenly absent. The ranks of the security division had thinned, reportedly drawn away on missions. All signs pointed to impending turmoil. One evening, as Wataru returned from the training grounds with Uchiha Itachi, they came upon a squad of ninja assembling midway. Clad in the standard Hidden Leaf shinobi attire, some bore pouches of ninja tools at their waists, Others wielded kunai, unmistakably preparing for deployment. Leading them was a jonin, methodically counting the members. Are all present? He inquired. 2 are still missing, came the reply. Don't wait. We'll move out ahead. They catch up. The leader ordered. The squad swiftly mobilized, heading beyond the village boundaries. Wataru stood silently by the roadside, watching them pass. The ninja glanced briefly at him. A few recognized him, their gazes lingering momentarily, yet no words were exchanged. The group soon faded into the direction of the setting sun. Retracting his gaze, Wataru resumed his path toward the old clan's quarters. Though he had not sought out information deliberately, stray whispers had reached his ears. It seemed the Cloud Village was already amassing forces at the border, and Hidden Leaf was making corresponding deployments. The Third Great Ninja War had ended only recently, yet another conflict appeared imminent. Still, none of this concerned him directly, until that day when outside the old clan grounds, he encountered a man. Uchiha Fugaku. He had come personally to retrieve Uchiha Itachi. Father, Itachi greeted hurriedly upon seeing him. How was today's training? Fugaku inquired. Itachi replied, Teacher Wataru taught me a new fire release jutsu. I'm close to mastering it. Fugaku nodded approvingly. Good. Wait here a moment. I have something to discuss with your teacher. He stepped forward and produced 3 bundles of currency from his pocket. This is for Itachi's training expenses 2 months from now. Wataru raised an eyebrow. 2 months ahead? What about next month? Fugaku's tone turned grave. I intend to take Itachi to the battlefield. Wataru was momentarily stunned. Then his expression twisted into something peculiar. Are you even aware of what you're saying? Sending such a small child to the battlefield, you must be mad. His voice was low, each word tinged with scorn. Fugaku seemed to anticipate this reaction. His expression unchanging. Voice steady. You understand his talent. Mere conventional training won't yield genuine progress. As an Uchiha, he must experience the harshness of the battlefield to truly grasp his power. Experience the battlefield's cruelty? Wataru laughed as if hearing a ridiculous joke. I once thought you were merely yielding to village pressure, appearing somewhat indecisive but still caring for the Uchiha clan. But now, he paused, locking eyes with Fugaku. You're simply a fool. Fugaku's face darkened instantly. Being so bluntly insulted by Wataru, especially before his son, was difficult to accept. As a man, and the clan head no less, he could not remain indifferent to such words. Yet, the youth before him was not merely the clan's most gifted scion. He possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. For this alone, Fugaku could only endure the rebuke in silence. His brow furrowed deeply. The lines on his face grew pronounced as he clenched his jaw. I do this for Itachi's sake. His voice was low, laced with unmistakable anger. As his father, he must bear the responsibilities of the clan's young head. It is my duty and his, for his sake. Wataru sneered. His eyes transformed. The irises darkened, suffused with crimson, 3 tomo slowly materializing. Sharingan. His gaze bore unwaveringly into Fugaku's, as if seeking to pierce through his very soul. I know your intention. To bring him to the battlefield, expose him to bloodshed, provoke his awakening, correct? Are you certain this will not inflict irreversible damage upon Itachi? His voice chilled. As a father, you should know what kind of child Itachi is. He is smarter and more sensitive than others his age. Aren't you afraid that the battlefield might warp him, pushing him toward extremity? He stepped forward, the crimson glow of the 3 tomo Sharingan shimmering in the sunset. Don't tell me you're unaware of the toll of awakening the Sharingan, the loss, the pain, the despair. You want a child barely 4 or 5 years old to endure such burdens. He is not strong enough, you know this well. Fugaku's expression became solemn. After a moment of silence, he spoke with a voice steady to the point of stubbornness. Itachi possesses such talent. I believe in him. Wataru remained silent for 2 seconds, then laughed. The laughter was quiet but carried an indefinable quality. Not the anger one might expect, but rather a sudden sense of release. All right, he said thrice. He is your son. It's south not my place to interfere. Do as you please. He paused. Just don't regret it later. Fugaku's expression remained unchanged, as if he had long anticipated these words. I will not regret. Everything is for the sake of the Uchiha clan. As clan head, he bore pressures from all sides, the village, within the clan, and from the youth before him. Yet those burdens were manageable. But now, the boy possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan yet harbored discord with the clan. Even though Fugaku had resolved to mend their relationship, he knew it was futile. The boy had his own ideas and convictions, not swayed by mere words. There would be no reconciliation between him and the Uchiha. In such circumstances, Fugaku's burden grew heavier still. He understood his own limitations, unable to change Wataru, unable even to attempt reconciliation without the other's consent. Naturally, his gaze turned toward the next generation. Itachi's talent was well known to him, perhaps not quite on par with Wataru's, but among the entire clan, even within all of Hidden Leaf, his giftedness was exceptional. Why not nurture a prodigy of the clan, one devoted to its cause? He was confident he could accomplish this because he saw hope in Itachi Uchiha. Uchiha Wataru gazed at him, the smile on his face gradually fading away, remaining silent. Suddenly, he raised his hand and threw 3 stacks of paper currency directly onto Uchiha Fugaku's face. The bills scattered and fluttered in the air like a cascade of snowflakes. A few landed on Uchiha Fugaku's shoulders, but most drifted down to the ground. "Damn it, you fool!" Uchiha Wataru's voice was low. "Stay out of my sight from now on. Seeing idiots like you irritates me." Uchiha Fugaku's complexion turned ashen. His fists clenched tightly at his sides, knuckles whitening, yet he did not lash out. He stood there motionless, a few stray bills still clinging to his face. "Teacher Wataru," Itachi Uchiha's voice rang out, tinged with unease. Uchiha Wataru had already turned around and was heading toward the old clan district. Upon hearing Itachi's voice, his footsteps faltered briefly. He did not look back. "I cannot help you." His voice came from ahead, calm and void of any emotion. "This is your fate. Having such a father, you must accept it." After speaking, he continued walking forward, his pace neither hurried nor slow, soon vanishing deep into the streets of the old clan district. To be honest, he certainly possessed the power to alter Uchiha Fugaku's mindset, perhaps by exerting force to suppress him, trusting that Fugaku would make the right choice. But he refrained from doing so, because it was unnecessary. He was merely a paid instructor responsible for training. At this moment, Uchiha Wataru's resolve to avoid forming bonds with others only grew stronger. Indeed, sometimes the cunning of villains could not compare to the sudden inspiration of fools. In his eyes, Uchiha Fugaku had been thoroughly relegated to the category of a fool. Some people and some matters he only needed to observe from afar. Respecting others' destinies was quite enough, wasn't it? As for what Itachi would become in the future, whether he would stray from the path, Uchiha Wataru could only say that having such a father, some outcomes seemed already predetermined. Meanwhile, Itachi Uchiha stood in place, watching that departing figure. His lips moved slightly but ultimately he said nothing. Uchiha Fugaku remained silent for a long time before bending down to pick up the scattered bills one by one. His hands trembled slightly, but his movements were slow and deliberate. Itachi looked up at his father. "Father," his voice was soft yet clear. "Must I really go to the battlefield?" Uchiha Fugaku paused in his movements. For a fleeting moment, a flicker of struggle crossed his eyes. His hand hovered midair, fingers trembling slightly, as if wrestling with a decision he was unwilling to face. But that moment passed swiftly. He straightened up, neatly folded the bills he had collected, and placed them in his pocket. Then he lowered his head, gazing at his eldest son. "Sorry, Itachi," his voice was hoarse. "This is the path you must walk to become strong. It is also the fate of the Uchiha. Do not blame me." Itachi remained silent for a long while, then nodded. He said no more. In that instant he seemed to have matured, yet it was as if nothing had changed. However, some things had already begun to transform quietly. Deep within the forest of death, towering trees blocked the sky, sunlight barely piercing through the dense canopy. The ground was covered with thick moss, and the air was heavy with the damp scent of decay. This place was rarely trodden by humans, and even wild beasts seldom ventured here. Yet beneath the forest, hidden away from sight, lay a secret realm. A narrow passage extended downward from the roots of a withered tree. Dim lamps were embedded along the walls, faintly illuminating the path. At the passage's end stood a metal door. Beyond the door was a sizable underground chamber, featuring corridors and rooms. One of these rooms had been converted into a laboratory at an unknown time. The lab was modest in size but fully equipped. Shelves against the wall were lined with bottles filled with liquids of various colors. Several tables held microscopes, petri dishes, and other unidentifiable instruments. The air was thick with the smell of disinfectant, mingled with an indescribable metallic sweetness. At the center of the laboratory stood an operating table, upon which lay a man. He was connected to numerous tubes, the other ends attached to several machines. The screens flickered with dense arrays of numbers and waveforms. Some tubes entered his arms, others his chest, and one extended from the side of his neck to a transparent container filled with dark red fluid. Standing beside the operating table was Orochimaru. Dressed in a white sterile suit, his golden vertical pupils fixed intently on the fluctuating data. His expression was focused, as if observing the results of a precise experiment. After a moment, he licked his lips. Vital signs have stabilized, he said hoarsely, yet with a trace of amusement. Congratulations. The man on the table stirred. He propped himself up slowly, movements sluggish as if just awakening, not fully conscious. The tubes shifted with him, and the machine readings began to fluctuate. Half of his face was bound in bandages, revealing only one eye and half of his face. The right side of his body, from shoulder to arm, was an almost colorless pale, less the hue of skin than that of something lifeless, drained of blood. On his right shoulder was an even stranger sight. A small human face with closed eyes, its features distinct as if another person were concealed beneath the skin. The face remained quietly shut, impossible to discern whether it was alive or dead. The rest of the area from his shoulder toward the left was of normal skin tone. The entire scene was eerie and unsettling. No matter how one dared to interpret it, this was undeniably linked to certain modifications. This man was Danzo Shimura. He yanked off the tubes connected to his body, and as they were pulled from his skin, faint popping sounds were heard, some tube openings dripping blood droplets. Yet he appeared unfazed by the pain, his expression unchanged. He sat up on the operating table and moved his right arm, clenching his fist, opening it, then clenching again. He stared at his right hand, that pallid hand, as if sensing the power contained within. Suddenly, Danzo's expression twisted sharply. A fierce pain surged through his right arm, as if something were burning inside his blood vessels, racing upward to his chest. His face contorted instantly. He clenched his teeth and emitted a muffled groan. Humph! Sweat beaded on his forehead, and the one visible eye was bloodshot. Orochimaru stood nearby, still clad in his sterile suit, wearing a sly smile. He observed Danzo's condition without stepping forward to assist or showing any surprise, speaking calmly. Lord Danzo, although the balance between the Hashirama cells and the right arm obtained from Uchiha Obito has been fairly well achieved, this level is already the limit. He paused briefly before adding, if you wish to activate that power, further procedures will be necessary. Danzo Shimura caught his breath for a moment, his chest heaving violently as the pain in his right arm gradually subsided. Gritting his teeth, he steadied himself by gripping the edge of the operating table with his uninjured left hand. Sweat trickled down his cheek, dampening the white sheet spread across the examination table. What was still missing? Danzo's voice was icy, devoid of any emotion. Orochimaru licked his lips and began to explain. The arm left behind by Obito Uchiha was too severely damaged. Using immature cloning techniques combined with Hashirama S cells, I managed to patch it up to this extent. He moved to the nearby control panel and pointed to a petri dish containing some pale pink tissue. But this, in a way, is fortunate. Within Obito Uchiha's arm lies a unique chakra. This chakra can actually fuse with the chakra from Hashirama S cells, thereby truly preserving this extraordinary limb. Get to the point, Danzo interrupted, his tone laced with impatience and irritation. Orochimaru's smile remained unchanged as he licked his lips again. The crux is that both types of chakra are yang release, embodying the pinnacle of vitality and infectious power. He turned to face Danzo. Lord Danzo, once you activate your chakra, this vitality will be triggered, infecting your own system and throwing your chakra network into chaos. He paused, his golden vertical pupils narrowing slightly. The end result is eventual consumption and assimilation by these yang release chakras. The laboratory fell silent for several seconds. The humming of the instruments felt piercingly loud. Danzo's expression darkened. His exposed eye glinted with venom as he fixed his gaze on Orochimaru. Why didn't you tell me this before the surgery? His voice was low, each word heavy with anger. Orochimaru chuckled softly, his smile faint yet strangely sincere and unsettling. Lord Danzo, didn't you say the surgery was necessary? And that you could bear the side effects yourself? I figured such a cost wouldn't really count as a mere side effect. Danzo remained silent, staring him down. Orochimaru paid no mind and continued, of course, this infection requires a process. There won't be any immediate problems, so Lord Danzo need not worry excessively. How long will it take? Danzo asked, his voice still icy. Orochimaru pondered briefly. It's hard to say. He tilted his head as if calculating something. But certainly, it will take at least a year or two. Danzo's face grew even grimmer. His fist clenched tighter, veins bulging on his pale hand. A year or two. He had believed he had gained a new arm, the power of Hashirama S cells, and the residual chakra of Obito Uchiha. Yet all of this came at a cost far greater than he had imagined. Within a year or two, he would be devoured and assimilated by these yang release chakras. What then was the meaning of all this? However, Orochimaru's voice broke the silence again. This side effect is not entirely without benefit, nor is it without a solution. Danzo suddenly lifted his head, his eye fixed intently on Orochimaru. He said nothing, but the meaning in his gaze was unmistakable. Orochimaru chuckled lightly and explained, "It only requires neutralizing with an equal level of Yin release chakra." He extended a finger and traced a symbol in the air. When Yang and Yin release chakras reach equilibrium within your body, no problems will arise. On the contrary, if the two can be fully fused, not only will your vitality increase, but your chakra will expand as well. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed, as if envisioning something magnificent. "I even have a hunch that a perfect fusion of Yin and Yang chakra attributes might give birth to an unprecedented power." Danzo fell silent, deeply tempted by such a prospect. His left eye flickered subtly, as if lost in contemplation. "Are you referring to the Uchiha's Sharingan?" he inquired. Orochimaru grinned broadly. "I never said that." He waved his hand casually, his tone lighthearted. "That's your own deduction, Lord Danzo." Danzo paid no heed to his theatrical display. Gritting his teeth, a cruel smile crept across his face. The exposed eye shone with a hint of madness. "I understand." Rising from the operating table, he stepped barefoot onto the cold floor. "This time, I will lead the forces to the border, spearheading the war against the hidden cloud." He paused as if calculating. "To acquire the Sharingan." He turned his gaze sharply toward Orochimaru. Lowering his voice further, he said, "After that, I will obtain Uchiha Wataru's eyes and master his power. When that day comes, I will be the Hokage of the village." Orochimaru licked his lips, a trace of excitement flickering in his golden vertical pupils. "If you can accomplish that, I eagerly await it." Danzo stared at him a moment longer, and seeing Orochimaru's expression unchanged, he scoffed and tore the sheet from the table, wrapping it around himself before exiting the laboratory. Orochimaru watched his departing figure, his eyes shimmering as a smile curved his lips. "Teacher, oh teacher, are you aware there is a demon dwelling within your home?" The atmosphere within the village grew heavier with each passing day. The number of patrolling shinobi increased, their footsteps noticeably quicker than before. The young men donning green flak jackets no longer wore their usual carefree expressions. Instead, a tension had taken hold. This pervasive unease influenced the villagers as well. Smiles became scarce among the pedestrians. Elderly citizens who once basked in the sun at alleyways now seldom ventured outside. Children were cautioned by their parents not to wander far, confined to play only within their own doorsteps. Shopkeepers kept their businesses open, but trade had clearly diminished. The occasional customer hurried in, purchased their goods, and left without lingering. Only a few years had passed since the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War, yet the memories of wartime had not fully faded. Now, with unrest stirring once more along the border, the hidden cloud was rallying its forces, while Konoha was also mobilizing its troops. No one knew whether conflict would erupt again, nor what would follow if it did. Uchiha Wataru strolled through the streets, largely indifferent to these changes. He was well aware that another clash between Konoha and the hidden cloud was imminent, but it mattered little to him. He was not a shinobi. He had no battlefield to fight on, no border to die defending. It was of no consequence. So long as it did not involve him, he remained indifferent. That morning, Uchiha Wataru rose later than usual. After washing up and changing into clean clothes, he retrieved a fishing rod from the tool shed and a box of hooks and line from the cabinet, items left behind by his father in this world. Yes, he intended to take a break. Though he admired ninjutsu, it did not mean he would devote all his time and energy to it. He had essentially mastered the techniques on the scroll Orochimaru had given him. What remained was merely the gradual accumulation of proficiency and his own innovations. These things could not be rushed. Impatience was futile. A sound mindset was essential for progress. Carrying the fishing rod, he made his way to the clan's gate, then halted. Uchiha Itachi stood outside the gate, clad in dark clothing, standing rigidly straight, his hands empty. At this moment, Itachi Uchiha's youthful face was tinged with a faint flush, the tip of his nose also slightly reddened, clearly having stood here for some time. The morning breeze carried a chill, gently stirring his hair, yet his body remained perfectly still. Genzawa Uchiha raised an eyebrow. "What brings you here?" Itachi lowered his gaze slightly, his voice barely above a whisper. "To bid farewell." Genzawa fell silent for a moment, his eyes resting on the 4 or 5-year-old boy before him. He had intended to say more, but upon meeting Itachi's calm eyes, the words caught in his throat. "Wait here." He turned and walked back toward the clan grounds. After a while, he returned, carrying a pouch of ninja tools. A deep blue fabric, bulging with contents, evidently filled with many items. He handed the pouch to Itachi. Take this. After all, you've been my student for some time. Even if I can no longer teach you anything, I hope it will keep you safer on the battlefield. Itachi accepted the pouch with both hands, holding it reverently, nodding solemnly. Yes. He hung the pouch at his waist, then lifted his head. Thank you for your guidance, Teacher Genzawa. He stepped back and bowed deeply. Your teachings will remain with me always. Genzawa looked at him but said nothing. He had certainly taught with sincerity, after all. It was partly out of respect for Mikoto Uchiha, but the lessons were limited to chakra and ninjutsu knowledge, something anyone could impart. As for other matters, he said little. The boy was still too young. Thus, the teacher-student relationship between them was now dissolved, and Genzawa felt no regret, only a sense of relief. Itachi straightened, glanced once more at him, then turned and departed. His pace was neither hurried nor slow, and his small figure soon vanished at the end of the street. Standing at the gate, Genzawa watched in that direction, shaking his head softly. Thoughts of Fugaku Uchiha crossed his mind, prompting a slight sneer. No one's going to disturb his fishing. With fishing rod in hand, he headed out of the village. Afternoon, Genzawa Uchiha returned to the village carrying an empty bucket, his expression sour. After all, anyone would be displeased after sitting idle for most of the day with no catch at all. Next time I'll try a different river. The one to the west is no good, surely affected by the new Uchiha clan grounds. Bad luck. He walked along the familiar street back, passing the new Uchiha clan grounds. From a distance, he noticed a crowd gathered at the entrance. The people wore various clothing, some in ninja uniforms, others in ordinary dark attire. Some whispered among themselves, some checked their ninja tools, and others stood silently, gazing at the distant sky. Fugaku Uchiha stood at the forefront. He wore the Konoha flak jacket, a ninja sword hanging at his waist, his expression unreadable. Beside him were several elderly clan members, speaking softly to him. He nodded occasionally, responding with a few words. Itachi was there too, standing behind Fugaku, the pouch from that morning at his waist, a short blade on his back. His face was serene, betraying neither nervousness nor fear, standing quietly as if already accustomed to it all like an adult. Genzawa's arrival drew attention. Some noticed him, their expressions flickering before they lowered their gaze. Others stole quick glances, then swiftly looked away. Some stood still, their faces complex, hesitating whether to approach and greet him. A few young Uchiha clan members' eyes visibly brightened upon seeing him, their gazes filled with admiration, longing, even a hint of fervor. Yet no one stepped forward. Genzawa's eyes swept over them without resting on anyone. He glanced once at Itachi and nodded slightly, a silent greeting. Itachi saw him and bowed faintly in return. Then Genzawa lifted his bucket and walked on. The gazes behind him lingered on his back, but he seemed utterly oblivious. He walked back from the village's west side, stopping briefly to buy 2 fish, determined to eat fish today no matter what, before turning into an alley. The alley was short, flanked by high walls, with a narrow strip of sky overhead. Sunlight could not penetrate, leaving the alley somewhat dim. He had only taken a few steps when his footsteps halted. A figure emerged from the shadows, tall and slender, pale-skinned, with long black hair cascading over his shoulders. Orochimaru. Genzawa narrowed his eyes slightly. Orochimaru. His voice was calm. Have you come to challenge me to a fight again? As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Orochimaru's right arm. It had once been severed by him, but now appeared intact, with no trace visible beneath the sleeve. Clever technique. Orochimaru chuckled hoarsely. I wouldn't dare fight you again, Genzawa-kun. He stood there, neither advancing nor retreating, smiling faintly at Genzawa. Have you given any thought to my last proposal? Genzawa shook his head. No interest. His tone was crisp, leaving no room for negotiation. You'd better not come looking for me again. When facing a sycophant, outright refusal was best. Orochimaru's smile remained unchanged as he licked his lips. If you're not interested, then why have you learned the jutsu from my scrolls? There was a hint of pride in his voice, as if he had caught him in a snare. He had expected Genzawa to be at a loss for words, or at least show some sign of guilt. Instead, Genzawa merely glanced at him and replied with righteous confidence. That was your penance. Otherwise, do you think I would have let you go last time? Orochimaru's expression faltered slightly. He looked at Genzawa's self-assured face and was momentarily at a loss for words. The young man's logic carried an innate sense of entitlement. After a brief silence, Orochimaru smiled ominously. In that case, as a gesture of goodwill, I'll share another piece of news. Genzawa said nothing, simply watching him. Orochimaru lowered his voice. Danzo Shimura has secretly made contact with Obito Uchiha. You'd better be careful. With that, his figure took a step back, seeming to dissolve into the shadows. Gradually fading from view, the alley returned to silence. Genzawa stood still, his eyes narrowing slightly. Danzo Shimura. Obito Uchiha. He scoffed softly, his gaze flickering. Time passed unnoticed, and the weather had turned thoroughly cold. The trees in Konoha had shed all their leaves, leaving only bare branches. A thin layer of frost coated the morning grass, crunching underfoot. The breeze carried a dry chill that crept into one's collar. Snow had fallen yesterday, cloaking Konoha in white. The village's atmosphere had not softened with the weather's change. Instead, it grew heavier. News from the border came in fits and starts, some good, some bad. No one could say when this friction would end. At the Hokage's office in the Hokage building, the atmosphere was somewhat somber. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat behind his desk, clutching a freshly delivered intelligence report. His eyes fixated on the words before him, his brow furrowed into a tight knot. A pipe dangled from the corner of his mouth, wisps of pale smoke curling and swirling around his face, rendering his features somewhat indistinct. Hatarubi Mito sat silently in a chair nearby, hands folded neatly before him, eyes closed as if resting or perhaps lost in thought. His expression remained impassive, yet his brow had unconsciously drawn together. The office was enveloped in a profound stillness, broken only by the subtle crackle of burning tobacco in the pipe and the faint rustle of Hatarubi shifting in his seat. Sarutobi set the intelligence report down and lifted his gaze. The information arrived promptly. He murmured, his voice hoarse, as if strained from excessive smoking, though only he knew it was the weight of concern over the frontline battles that wore on him. Age was catching up. He no longer possessed the vigor of his youth. From the report, it appeared that the Hidden Cloud did not intend to launch an all-out assault on Konoha, at least for the time being. Border skirmishes remained within manageable limits. Hatarubi opened his eyes and nodded in agreement. For now, yes, the village is not under significant pressure. His tone was calm and measured. However, we cannot be certain that the Hidden Cloud will not escalate their response. These probes have already granted them some insight into our intelligence. Sarutobi nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, we must remain vigilant. He paused, drawing deeply on his pipe. The smoke exhaled from his nostrils coalesced into a dense white mist before him. The Uchiha have played a considerable role on the battlefield. It may be prudent to grant them a degree of autonomy in combat. Hatarubi's brow furrowed further. He parted his lips as if to speak but, after a moment's hesitation, nodded in assent. Very well. I will contact Danzo and have him make the necessary arrangements. As an advisor and a senior figure within the village hierarchy, Hatarubi, despite inheriting the principles of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, which bred wariness, even hostility, toward the Uchiha clan, understood when it was necessary to delegate authority. That understanding remained intact. Sarutobi cast a glance at him and drew another puff from his pipe before casually inquiring, "How is Danzo faring?" Hatarubi's expression softened somewhat. "Quite well." He elaborated, "He has secured several victories. The Hidden Cloud has suffered losses among several squads, all attributable to his strategic hand." Sarutobi exhaled softly. "That is reassuring. Let us hope this conflict proceeds smoothly, and the Hidden Cloud chooses to retreat." After a brief silence, Hatarubi spoke again. "Danzo seeks to restore his reputation through this opportunity. Upon his return, he may request reinstatement." Such a prospect was hardly unexpected. As lifelong comrades, Hatarubi knew this old friend too well. Sarutobi's brow tightened. He contemplated for a moment, fingers tapping lightly on the desk as if weighing his options, then resolved firmly, "We shall see what he can accomplish on the battlefield." He sighed. If he earns sufficient merit to satisfy the Jonin squad, his request may be granted. Hatarubi nodded without objection. Though Root might pursue extreme measures at times, for senior leaders like themselves, the existence of Root was ultimately beneficial. Certain tasks were unsuitable for the village's ninja to undertake, and even the Umbu were ill-suited for them. In such circumstances, the shadowy Root was the most fitting instrument within Konoha's darkness. After a moment's reflection, Hatarubi added, "As for Koharu, she seems eager to join the front line." Sarutobi shook his head resolutely. "She is not ready yet." He paused, gathering his thoughts. "Let her wait a while longer. Should other villages make unexpected moves, it will be easier to coordinate." He was always lenient toward his comrades. Hatarubi nodded silently, offering no further comment. Quiet settled over the office once more. Sarutobi turned to gaze out the window. The sky was a dull gray, heavy clouds pressing low, threatening snow. Familiar village structures appeared desolate beneath the dim light, and the streets were nearly deserted. He stared long and seemed momentarily lost in thought, a hint of melancholy in his voice as he finally spoke. The Uchiha clan truly are formidable. There was an ineffable undertone to his words. Fugaku's eldest son, that child Itachi, had already awakened his Sharingan before he was even 5 years old. And Uchiha Shursui at the academy is much the same, though a few years older, both are prodigies. Hadarubi remained silent. Though he said nothing, his silence was a response in itself. It was precisely what he feared. Like his teacher Tobirama, he had always been wary of the Uchiha clan. Their strength was never a cause for celebration. For those who sat in the Hokage's office, each additional pair of Sharingan represented yet another seed of instability within the village. Especially when that child was so young. With a long path ahead, who could say to what heights he might ascend? Sarutobi seemed to shift his thoughts and changed the subject. What has Uchiha Watarigawa been up to lately? Hadarubi collected his thoughts and replied, nothing remarkable. His life is routine, leaves early, returns late. It seems he hesitated, as if recalling something. He has been fishing. Sarutobi's expression grew somewhat peculiar but then relaxed. Fishing? In this weather? That child is just like that. Such quietude might be for the best. For now, at least, we need not worry about any unforeseen incidents. The year draws to a close. Let us hope the new year passes peacefully. Hadarubi seemed on the verge of speaking but held back, his lips moving slightly as if uncertain. Sarutobi noticed the hesitation. What is it? After a brief pause, Hadarubi spoke in a lowered tone. There is one matter still unclear. What matter? Hadarubi's voice dropped further. An Uchiha squad on the front line has gone missing. Their whereabouts are unknown. We have no confirmation if the hidden cloud is responsible. Sarutobi's brow knitted tightly. He set down his pipe, then picked it up again, finally speaking gravely, informed Danzo to search diligently. His voice carried weight. The Uchiha are part of the village. At times like these, we cannot allow them to be burdened with suspicion. Hadarubi nodded. Very well. I will send word to Danzo. The new year had arrived. Snow had begun falling the previous night, fluttering down ceaselessly until dawn. The rooftops, streets, and trees of Konoha lay blanketed beneath a thick layer of white. From afar, the entire village seemed enveloped in a snow-white shroud, silent save for the soft patter of flakes touching the ground. The atmosphere within the village had shifted. Though border tensions persisted, with occasional reports of skirmishes and casualties, the new year demanded a temporary reprieve from such troubles. Shops reopened along the streets, and some villagers built snowmen adorned with red scarves, lending a festive spirit to the winter scene. Children darted back and forth along the street, clutching small packets of snacks in their hands, chasing one another playfully, their laughter echoing from one end of the street to the other. Before the shops, numerous people queued up, some taking advantage of holiday sales to shop, others purchasing gifts, and some simply standing by the roadside, engaging in conversations about plans for the coming year. The izakaya was filled to capacity, warm steam billowing through the gaps in the Norin curtain, mingling with the savory aroma of grilled skewers and the sounds of jovial chatter. The restaurants were equally crowded, families gathered around tables, savoring steaming hot nabe dishes, their faces aglow with smiles. Even in the world of ninjas, the new year carried fresh sentiments, little different from those of ordinary folk. Compared to his past life as Uchiha Jengawa, the new year here was free of intricate traditions, no elaborate rites or vigils, merely a pure celebration, a day for families to come together and share a meal. No missions, no training. Uchiha Jengawa walked along the street carrying 2 large bags of ingredients, observing the lively scenes around him. He could not help but compare this to his previous life, ultimately concluding that the festive atmosphere in both worlds was quite similar, differing only in minor details. Quite pleasant indeed. He turned into the old clan estate. The estate remained as it always was, cold and deserted, not a soul in sight. He stopped at the gate. Outside stood a figure cradling a child. It was Uchiha Mikoto. She wore a dark garment beneath a white haori. Her hair was neatly pinned up, and her face bore subtle makeup. The child in her arms was wrapped snugly in a small quilt, only a round little face visible peacefully asleep. Upon seeing him, Uchiha Mikoto smiled. Jengawa, Mikotone. Uchiha Jengawa returned the smile, lifting the bags of ingredients. Why did you bring Sasuke along? This is the first time I've met this little rascal. Uchiha Mikoto glanced down at the child in her arms, gently patting his back. There wasn't much to do at home. Since it's New Year's, I thought I'd bring Sasuke along to keep you company. Perfect timing. Uchiha Jengawa pushed open the gate and stepped aside to let her enter first. I could use a break. Besides, it's been a while since I've tasted Mikotone's cooking. Uchiha Mikoto shot him a playful glare and stepped into the courtyard. So that's what you had in mind? Of course, he replied with a smile, following her inside and gently closing the gate behind him. Soon, the kitchen came alive with activity. Uchiha Mikoto tied on an apron, rolled up her sleeves to her forearms, and began preparing the ingredients. Her hands moved deftly, her knife skills precise and fluid, every cut clean and efficient, without a trace of hesitation. Uchiha Jengawa did not enter the kitchen. He was assigned to the living room with the task of watching the child. Sasuke lay on the tatami mat, a small quilt spread beneath him. The 3-month-old baby gazed around with large, dark eyes, taking in the ceiling, the windows, and finally resting his gaze on Uchiha Jengawa. Sitting beside him, Uchiha Jengawa looked down at the infant. This little one was quite endearing at this stage. A round face, big eyes, a small mouth that sometimes curled into a smile, revealing pink gums. It was impossible to imagine that this cherubic child would grow into the awkward and brooding Sasuke. He extended a finger, wiggling it before Sasuke's eyes. The baby's gaze followed the finger's movement, eyes darting about, then reaching out with tiny hands to grasp the finger. His hands were so small that he could only clutch a single joint, yet he held on tightly, as if seizing a precious treasure with notable strength. Uchiha Jengawa gently wiggled his finger, and Sasuke's hand moved in tandem, accompanied by soft cooing sounds, as if he were trying to converse. Your big brother was much better behaved at your age, he said. Of course, Sasuke could not understand, merely holding his finger and smiling. Uchiha Jengawa continued to tease him for a while longer, eliciting brighter laughter. The baby's little hands waved in the air, as if attempting to grasp something unseen. His chuckles were soft and tinkling, instantly uplifting one's spirits. At the kitchen doorway, Uchiha Mikoto peeked out, witnessing the scene and smiling gently. She said nothing, retreating once more to continue cooking. Shortly thereafter, the meal was served. The table was laden with fish and meat, soup and vegetables, and a pot of freshly warmed sake. Uchiha Mikoto removed her apron and took a seat at the table. Try it and tell me if it suits your taste. Uchiha Jengawa picked up a piece of fish and placed it in his mouth. Delicious, as always. Honestly, Fugaku really hit the jackpot. He spoke truthfully. Uchiha Mikoto's culinary skills had always been excellent, and her demeanor bore a resemblance to that of Yamato and Fusako. Uchiha Mikoto smiled and took a bite herself. The two ate and chatted comfortably. She did not mention the Uchiha clan affairs, nor did she speak of Fugaku, Itachi, the battlefield, or the clan's troubles. Instead, she spoke of everyday matters, how many times Sasuke woke at night, how he cried and needed to nurse, and how he would then fall soundly asleep. Before leaving, Itachi had written her a letter assuring her that all was well on the battlefield and urging her not to worry. Uchiha Jengawa listened attentively, occasionally adding a word or two, but mostly remaining silent. He knew Mikoto deliberately avoided these topics, just as she knew he disliked hearing them. Both understood this unspoken agreement, allowing their meal to be lighthearted and filled with laughter, reminiscent of years gone by. Back then, he had been a child, and Mikoto had not yet married. They often dined together just as they did now. After the meal, Uchiha Mikoto helped clear the dishes, then fed Sasuke, wrapped the child anew, and cradled him in her arms. Time to go, she said, standing at the door and looking at Uchiha Jengawa. Happy New Year, Jengawa. Happy New Year, Mikotone. Uchiha Jengawa escorted her to the gate, watching as she disappeared into the snowy night with the child in her arms. He closed the door behind them, returned inside, washed the remaining dishes alone, wiped the table clean, and tidied the kitchen once more. Having finished, he poured himself a glass of sake, took a small plate of cold appetizers, and sat at the entrance of the living room, gazing out at the snow-covered courtyard. Snow continued to fall, adding a fresh layer to the yard. In the center of the courtyard lay a stone, blanketed in snow, resembling an oversized rice ball. The bare branches of a tree in the corner were adorned with icicles, shimmering faintly in the lamplight. He sat thus, sipping sake, nibbling on the side dish, watching the snow. Time passed moment by moment. The village's festivities gradually subsided. Streetlights one by one flickered out. From afar came an occasional sound, then silence once more. Uchiha Jengawa glanced at the clock on the wall. It was nearly midnight. He set down his cup and straightened in his seat. The second hand ticked steadily. Tick, tick. Its sound distinctly audible in the quiet night. The minute and second hands simultaneously pointed to 12. Midnight had arrived. The first day of the new year and his birthday. Within the shinobi world, the first day of the new year is known as Jinjitsu, a term embodying the continuity of time and space. His name, Genkawa Uchiha, is derived from this very day. This day, too, is an annual occasion when the system activates. Just as it is now, a sudden voice echoed in his mind. Beep. Congratulations, host, you have earned a single chance to draw a lottery. Would you like to proceed? Genkawa Uchiha suppressed the slight excitement stirring within, then resolved silently in his heart. Draw the lottery. This system was fine in every other respect, but allowing only one draw per year was somewhat vexing. If he could draw every day, he would have long since left Konoha. No sooner had the thought arisen than the system panel before him burst forth with a dazzling array of colors visible only to him. The radiant light exploded from the center of the panel, scattering multicolored sparks in all directions before gathering into a luminous orb that danced irregularly across the panel in splendid display. Red light, blue light, purple light, golden light, each hue corresponded to a particular ability. It might be a bloodline limit, a secret technique, or perhaps a rare power he had never before encountered. The colors shifted so rapidly that he could scarcely discern the significance of each. Fixated on the shimmering display, his heartbeat quickened beyond its usual rhythm. After all, it was a lottery. Even with his composure, encountering such moments inevitably stirred some emotional fluctuation. Soon, the pace of the shifting lights began to slow. From rapid to gradual, from frantic to measured, the colors ceased their wild dance, as though someone were gently turning a dial, stepping down notch by notch. The red faded away, the blue dissolved, the purple dimmed, the golden hue waned, until finally, the sequence settled upon a flowing, pristine white glow. This white light was not harsh. Rather, it was soft and gentle, reminiscent of a polished jade radiating a serene luminescence. It rested quietly at the panel's center, no longer changing. Then, the glow condensed. The white light slowly solidified on the panel, lines emerging, contours taking form. First, two oval shapes, then intricate details within, pupils, irises, the corners of the eyes. It was a pair of eyes, identical in shape to his own, yet utterly distinct within. The sclera was white, pure white akin to a translucent diamond-esque clarity. There was no black, no red, only unblemished, crystalline white. The Byakugan. Genkawa Uchiha stood frozen. He stared at the eyes on the panel, his expression shifting incrementally. Byakugan? His voice tightened. How could this be the Byakugan? An inexplicable surge of emotion welled within him, best categorized as astonishment. He had considered countless possibilities. Stronger taijutsu, more potent ninjutsu, even would release but never the Byakugan, the trademark of the Hyuga clan. Especially given that he already possessed the Sharingan, such a development seemed utterly absurd. An Uchiha drawing the Byakugan in a lottery, what was this? Was the system mocking him? The eyes on the panel offered no answer to his doubts. The light fully dissipated, and the pair of white eyes transformed into a streak of light, merging into the ability bar. A new line of text appeared in the ability section. Byakugan, infusion. Having experienced the sage body, Genkawa naturally grasped what this signified. Simply put, the Byakugan was not an external artifact but genuinely growing from within his own body, a process underway. Immediately, a peculiar tingling sensation radiated from his eyes, neither painful nor itchy, but distinctly sour and numb, as if a slender needle were gently pricking his eyeballs, or as if something inside was pressing outward against his eyes. He rose and walked to the full-length mirror in the living room. Reflected back was his face. A 14-year-old youth, handsome and refined, hair grown somewhat long and falling beside his ears. He examined his eyes. Black irises, black pupils, seemingly unchanged. Yet upon closer inspection, subtle alterations were discernible. The black of the iris appeared less saturated, not drastically lighter, but unmistakably diluted. The darkness was gradually being thinned by some unknown force. With a focused thought, he activated the Sharingan. The pupils turned scarlet, 3 tomo slowly emerging. The Sharingan functioned normally without anomaly. The tomo spun smoothly, the output of ocular power stable. He then triggered it again. Mangekyo Sharingan. The intricate pattern appeared on the iris, resembling the shutter of a camera extending outward from the pupil. The scarlet background and black lines were identical to before, unchanged and flawless in activation. He stared at the Mangekyo reflected in the mirror, sensing carefully. Was his ocular power growing? Felt nourished by some unseen source. Indeed, his Mangekyo power had been increasing since merging with the sage body, a growth that had never ceased. Fundamentally, the sage body represented the pinnacle of yang release, nourishing the Mangekyo's extreme yin release, creating a delicate equilibrium within his body. Although not yet reaching the all-encompassing level of the 6 paths, progress was undeniable. His sage body was modeled after the sage of the 6 paths. Unlike the sage, who could independently evolve the Byakugan into the Rinnegan, he was naturally lacking. After all, compared to the sage of the six paths, he was missing a mother named Kagaya Otsutsuki, as well as the chakra derived from her. To attain the Rinnegan, a process was necessary. Now that growth had accelerated, the fusion with the Byakugan was hastening this evolution. Genkawa Uchiha stood before the mirror, silent for a moment, then raised a hand to rub his eyes. Not good. He seemed to have realized something, his expression turning oddly peculiar. Damn it, I'm a hybrid. A fusion of Uchiha and Hyuga. If he walked out in public bearing a pair of Byakugan, what would others think? His parents in this world, both Uchiha, how could two Uchiha produce a Byakugan? This was utterly vexing. He lowered his hand and continued gazing at his reflection. The Mangekyo still revolved, the scarlet glow painting his face, lending him an almost unreal appearance. Then he sensed another change. Chakra. The chakra within his body began to stir vigorously, as if something inside was awakening, calling to his chakra, and his chakra answered. Starting from his eyes, flowing down along his meridians, spreading throughout his entire body. Every cell quivered subtly. He could feel his entire chakra network rejoicing, the birth of the Byakugan. This was becoming difficult to endure. Genkawa Uchiha closed his eyes, concentrating. The chakra was active yet orderly, as if his body had entered a rapid growth phase, with even the quantity increasing imperceptibly. He opened his eyes. Could it be that the fusion of the Byakugan had triggered some underlying logic within the sage body? He was still uncertain, but he surmised that there must be a connection between the two. The sage mode embodies the pinnacle of yang release, while the Byakugan represents the Hyuga clan's Kekkei Genkai, fundamentally also the ocular power of the Otsutsuki lineage. Yang release nourishes the body, and the body carries the Byakugan. Perhaps there truly exists some connection between the two that he has yet to comprehend. As for what he will become once the fusion is complete, he has no knowledge at present, but he can wait. The only concern lingering in his mind pertains to the Hyuga clan. The Byakugan is their lifeblood. Every pair is regarded as a core family secret. If they were to discover that a pair of Byakugan has fallen into the hands of an Uchiha, he wonders what their reaction would be. Yet, upon reflection, he finds himself unconcerned once more. Just as he harbors discord with the Uchiha clan, his estimation of the Hyuga clan is even lower. Trash. A group of wastrels guarding caged birds, dividing their kin into branch and main families. Calling them trash is actually generous. If they truly desire to find some sense of significance within him, that would be quite entertaining to witness. Uchiha Wataru withdrew his thoughts and glanced once again at his reflection in the mirror. The fusion of the Byakugan requires time, but judging from his previous experience with fusing sage mode, this process should not be overly prolonged. Perhaps a few days, perhaps a few weeks, at most no longer than a month. What will he become once the fusion is complete? He does not know, but he eagerly anticipates it. Turning to the system panel, he noted the obvious changes now displayed. Host. Uchiha Wataru. Abilities. Sage Mode SS, Mangekyo Sharingan S, Water Release S, Fire Release S, Earth Release A, Lightning Release A, Wind Release A, Een Release S, Yang Release S, Superhuman Strength, Byakugan A Fusing, Lottery, 0. The system panel S data hadn't just changed today. He had long since noticed these alterations. Water Release had been elevated from A to S, Fire Release from A to S, Wind Release from B to A, Een Release from A to S, and even Lightning and Earth Release had shown improvement. Most of these advancements owed their credit to Orochimaru. That ninjutsu scroll was something he had meticulously studied and gradually mastered, not because he was slow to learn, but because the scroll contained an immense amount of information. Orochimaru had inscribed his understanding of ninjutsu, his insights into various chakra nature transformations, and even his conjectures about forbidden techniques. Every page was densely packed, representing invaluable experience. It must be said without exaggeration that Orochimaru was truly a genius in this regard. His desire for ninjutsu was pure, so pure that he could dedicate a lifetime to its pursuit. When Uchiha Wataru studied these teachings, he could feel Orochimaru's excitement and concentration as he penned those words. At his current level, he had yet to fully grasp all of Orochimaru's insights. Those deeper layers required time to digest and practice, to truly make them his own. Even so, his ninjutsu abilities had already undergone a qualitative leap. Uchiha Wataru had to admit Orochimaru's mastery of ninjutsu was extraordinary. Otherwise, he would not have been able to develop the Edo Tensei, nor perfect and refine the reanimation jutsu to such a degree. These accomplishments demanded profound foundations. They could not be built merely by stacking one or two forbidden techniques. In this light, he felt he owed Orochimaru a favor. Although the scroll was nominally a form of apology, he kept that debt in mind. Yet, while he remembered it, he would still refuse what needed refusal. There was absolutely no chance he would join Orochimaru in those covert experiments. He rose from his seat and closed the living room door behind him. Regarding the Byakugan lottery draw, he felt little pressure. Such an event happening to him was hardly surprising. With his current strength, self-preservation was no issue. He had already made waves within the Uchiha clan. He had been cursed at clan meetings, fought at the clan territory gates, had money thrown in his face by Fugaku. He had offended both those who should be offended and those who should not. And the result? He was still living well, fishing, eating, sleeping every day, with no one daring to provoke him. What could the Hyuga clan do? The Byakugan was their lifeblood. Every pair was the clan's core secret. The branch family's Byakugan were caged birds, while the main family's were tightly guarded. If they were to discover a pair had fallen outside, and worse, was in the possession of an Uchiha, he wondered at their reaction. But so what? If the Hyuga clan truly sought to find significance in him, he would not hesitate to defy them. Days passed by, more than 10 now. The snow ceased, then fell again, then ceased once more. A layer of white remained upon the rooftops of Konoha village. The number of pedestrians on the streets had diminished somewhat compared to the New Year's days, but the atmosphere was noticeably more relaxed. The frontline battles continued, but their intensity was controlled. Whether from Mangekyo or Konoha, both sides tacitly maintained the current state, showing no intention to escalate the dispute into full-scale war. This was good news for Konoha. The Third Great Ninja War had ended only a few years prior, and neither side could endure another war. Yet there was also bad news. Kiramigakure displayed signs of restlessness. Intelligence from the border revealed that the water country's ships were moving more frequently than usual. Some speculated that Kiramigakure might seize the opportunity of Konoha's entanglement with Mangekyo to make moves elsewhere. None of this concerned Uchiha Wataru. His life remained normal, utterly unaffected. Every morning, he would rise and spend some time at the training grounds on the edge of the Death Forest, practicing swordplay, throwing shuriken, and occasionally casting a few ninjutsu to maintain his skills. The rest of the time, he either went fishing or read at home. At night, he washed up early, sipped a drink, watched the snow, and then went to sleep. Though the days seemed monotonous, Uchiha Wataru quite enjoyed them. Only those who have truly been exhausted know how precious such tranquility is. However, his recent ninjutsu training had not been as vigorous as before. He had already learned all the jutsu from Orochimaru's scroll. What remained was personal comprehension and insight, as well as the development and application of certain techniques. These matters could not be rushed. They could not be mastered with a few extra hours of practice. Sometimes one needed to pause and reflect, allowing the mind's contents to settle. He spent less time at the training grounds and more time fishing, yet each time he returned without a catch. He had already traversed the several rivers around Konoha that had undergone sudden changes, but the fish simply would not bite. It was puzzling. The influence of the Air Force affected his mood. Now he even felt a sudden impulse to break his fishing rod. During this period, the changes in his eyes became increasingly pronounced. The color of his irises grew lighter by the day, from the initial black to deep brown, then normal grayish-brown, and now a light brown. The iris color had faded to about half of its original depth, appearing as if veiled by a thin frost in sunlight. He never considered concealing it. He displayed it openly, carrying on with his affairs unabashedly. Shopping in the market, dining at the barbecue shop, fishing by the river, he avoided no one. Whoever wished to look could look. He did not care. Uchiha Mikoto came once again and naturally noticed his eyes. "Your eyes," she expressed concern, given the stark transformation. "Is something wrong with your body? Are you feeling unwell?" "No." Uchiha Wenchuan hastily concocted a flimsy excuse to evade the matter. His dojutsu was intensifying, the color of his eyes shifting, a phenomenon undoubtedly linked to this change. Uchiha Mikoto was not one of those Uchiha clan members solely obsessed with the power of the Sharingan. Having watched Wenchuan grow up, her concern for him was genuine and heartfelt. Upon hearing that his ocular power was increasing, she did not feel reassured. Instead, her worry deepened. "Are you certain there's nothing wrong? Should we consult a medical ninja?" she inquired. "No need," replied Uchiha Wenchuan with a casual tone. "I know what I'm dealing with. Rest assured." In the end, Uchiha Mikoto refrained from pressing further. She was well acquainted with Wenchuan's temperament. When he chose to keep something to himself, no one could pry it out of him. "Still, if you ever feel unwell, you must tell me." "Understood." As the color of his eyes transformed, some abilities characteristic of the Byakugan began to manifest gradually within Uchiha Wenchuan. First came the power of X-ray vision. At the outset, He could only occasionally see through a wall to glimpse what lay beyond. The sensation was peculiar, as if his eyes had suddenly acquired the power to penetrate solid matter, allowing him to peer into the room behind the wall. However, this ability was fleeting and erratic, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. Over time, this power grew more stable. He was now capable of seeing through objects within several hundred meters. Standing in the courtyard of the old clan estate, he could discern the layout inside the neighboring house, observe pedestrians on distant streets, and even detect minute cracks on the exterior walls of faraway buildings. His field of vision spanned a full 360 degrees. There was no need to turn his head or body. His sight encompassed every direction around him simultaneously: front, back, left, and right. At first, he found this overwhelming, as if an influx of too much information flooded his mind, causing dizziness. But he quickly learned to filter out irrelevant details, focusing solely on what was pertinent. He estimated that once the fusion of his eyes was complete, he would master this ability entirely. At that point, how far he could see, how finely he could discern details, these remained unknown to him. Crucially, it would no longer be a passive, uncontrollable activation as it was now. He looked forward to that day eagerly. Fishing would no longer end in vain. Unsurprisingly, as the transformation of his eyes progressed and his refusal to conceal it persisted, this change attracted the attention of those with vested interests. After all, he was extraordinarily unique. Bearing the Uchiha name was no mistake, but his watchers had never been limited to the Uchiha clan alone. Especially as his eye color grew paler, increasingly resembling the Byakugan, some could no longer remain indifferent. Their identities were obvious without a word. They were members of the Hyuga clan. That afternoon, Uchiha Wenchuan returned from the riverbank, carrying an empty bucket with a sullen expression as he walked through the street. His mood was sour. Now that his eyes could see through the water, he could spot the fish below, many of them, but damned if they would bite. Passing a general store, he noticed two figures standing across the street. They were shinobi clad in Konoha flak jackets, forehead protectors secured firmly. Their eyes shone with a brilliant whiteness. Both were staring intently at him, more precisely at his eyes. Uchiha Wenchuan halted. Across the street stood two ninjas dressed in the standard Konoha shinobi uniform, complete with forehead protectors. The most striking feature was their eyes, gleaming pure white, a hue distinct from ordinary scara, resembling faintly azure-hued white jade. That very shade of white now adorned his own eyes, though only partially. His irises had shifted from pure black to deep brown, then to light brown and now a pale grayish white. The color of his irises faded day by day. The characteristics of the Byakugan became increasingly pronounced. He had neither concealed this transformation nor intended to. This process was unfolding openly and unabashedly. Hence, the arrival of these two men was unmistakably deliberate. Uchiha Wenchuan turned to face them squarely, his gaze cold and indifferent, as if he were regarding two stones by the roadside. His scrutiny caused a subtle change in their expressions. They exchanged glances. One lowered his voice. "It feels like being watched through Byakugan sight." The other nodded, his voice equally subdued. "Yes, I sensed it as well. This sensation is unmistakable." The speaker paused, furrowing his brow, his tone tinged with concern. "The main family has instructed us to avoid conflict, but that man seems difficult to deal with." The first speaker frowned, weighing his options. "Let us approach and ask first. Since this concerns the Byakugan, we must exercise caution." Agreed. Without hesitation, the two advanced toward Uchiha Wenchuan. He remained rooted in place, expressionless, merely observing them as they closed the gap step by step. The closer they drew, the more unnatural their expressions became. Not out of fear, for this was a village setting with ordinary civilians nearby. Both trusted that no rash actions would be taken here. Moreover, they had done nothing yet. There was no reason to be afraid. Still, tension lingered, for Uchiha Wenchuan was infamous within Konoha, not merely for his strength but also for his temperament. In the past, he would self-destruct at the slightest provocation, prompting many to worry about inadvertently incurring his wrath and suffering a grim fate. Though he no longer resorted to self-destruction, his mastery of the Golden Susanoo was even more terrifying. This was the legendary divine power of the Uchiha clan, once wielded by the shinobi warlord Uchiha Madara himself. A mere thought was enough to instill immense pressure, particularly since Wenchuan had no qualms about berating or attacking figures like Danzo Shimura, disregarding their high status within Konoha's hierarchy. Who among the village-s clans would dare provoke such a man lightly? Their thoughts racing, the two halted 3 paces from Uchiha Wenchuan. Then the elder Hyuga shinobi took a deep breath and spoke first. "Wenchuan-kun, pardon the intrusion." His voice was steady but carried a trace of tension. May I ask? Do your eyes possess the ability to see through objects? The question was blunt. Uchiha Wenchuan met their gaze in silence. The Hyuga shinobi shifted uncomfortably under his stare but pressed on with a strained explanation. X-ray vision is a fundamental ability of the Byakugan. Throughout the shinobi world, only the Hyuga clan's Byakugan holds this power. Wenchuan-kun, the changes in your eyes are quite pronounced and remarkably similar to the awakening process of our clan's Byakugan. I wonder, he did not finish, but the implication was clear. You are awakening the Byakugan. And Uchiha awakening the Byakugan, an abstract notion indeed. The Hyuga clan's awakening process was entirely distinct from that of the Uchiha. The Uchiha required extreme emotional stimuli, pain, anger, despair, to reach the zenith of their feelings, triggering the activation of the Sharingan. By contrast, the Hyuga's awakening was far gentler. Upon reaching a certain age, their eyes would naturally transform. This process typically lasted several months, sometimes as long as a year. During this awakening, the Byakugan's basic abilities gradually manifested but remained uncontrollable. Much like Uchiha Wenchuan's sporadic, passive activation of X-ray vision. One more common fact. The Hyuga clan members were born with white eyes. But that was not the Byakugan. It was merely that the iris was white in color, indistinguishable from the eyes of ordinary people. Only after the awakening of the eye could it be properly called the Byakugan. This information was known to any shinobi clan of some standing throughout Konoha and indeed the entire ninja world. It was hardly a secret. It was precisely because of this gentle method of awakening that the Byakugan was more coveted by others than the Sharingan. The Sharingan required pain to awaken, whereas the Byakugan only required time. Uchiha Wenchuan finally spoke, and then, neither denying nor admitting. Upon hearing this, the two felt a heavy weight settle in their hearts. Not denying, in certain circumstances, was tantamount to tacit acceptance. But if he truly was awakening the Byakugan, the nature of this matter would be entirely different. An Uchiha possessing the Hyuga clan's Kekkai Genkai. Any normal person would find such a thing utterly insane. Yet this was precisely what was unfolding before these two Hyuga shinobi. The older Hyuga shinobi swallowed hard and steeled himself to continue the explanation. During the awakening process of the clan's eyes, the ability of clairvoyance would unconsciously be triggered. Those who also possessed the Byakugan were extremely sensitive to this kind of clairvoyant perception. As he spoke, he formed a simple hand seal before his chest. Byakugan, activate. The veins beside his eyes immediately bulged, blood vessels grotesquely protruding as the power of the Byakugan surged fully. Uchiha Wenchuan instantly sensed an inexplicable sensation. It was difficult to describe, like being watched by many eyes at once, a subtle, unsettling feeling of being covertly observed. So that was it. No wonder the Hyuga clan had a rule forbidding the use of the Byakugan within their territory. Such a sensation of being seen through was indeed uncomfortable. Before he could say anything else, the Hyuga shinobi who had activated the Byakugan began sweating coldly at his forehead, his expression shifting instantly from nervousness to shock. His eyes widened greatly, pupils constricting slightly, and instinctively he took a step backward. See, this is, his voice faltered. What an immense chakra! He saw it. The Byakugan's clairvoyance pierced through what Uchiha Wenchuan had deliberately concealed. He beheld the deepest chakra hidden within Wenchuan's body, nourished by the sage's energy, refined through the Sharingan and the Mangekyo, and even catalyzed by the fusion with the Byakugan itself. That immense chakra quantity far exceeded that of ordinary men, verging on monstrous. The other Hyuga shinobi beside him paled as well. Though he had not activated his Byakugan, he discerned from his comrade's reaction what was unfolding. Uchiha Wenchuan narrowed his eyes, the corners of his mouth curling slightly in a half-smile. Interesting, he murmured. His voice was low but caused both of them to tense. Are all of you Hyuga this bold? To spy on my secrets right before my eyes? Upon hearing this, the two exchanged glances, their expressions changing drastically. The Hyuga shinobi who had activated the Byakugan instinctively sought to deactivate it, but his gaze inadvertently met Uchiha Wenchuan's eyes. His pupils suddenly contracted. Such pure Byakugan. He involuntarily exclaimed aloud, immediately realizing his mistake. He saw clearly that within Wenchuan's eyes, both the iris and the pupil bore the unmistakable mark of an authentic Byakugan. Although there remained slight differences in coloration between the two, the unique ocular power of the Byakugan was unmistakable. Upon hearing this, his companion instinctively activated his own Byakugan, his complexion shifting as well. At that moment, Uchiha Wenchuan moved, approaching the two with measured steps. Not hurried, not slow, seemingly no different from his usual gait. Yet to their eyes, each step carried an intangible pressure that grew heavier with every pace. The two stood their ground, trapped between advancing and retreating. Seeing him approach, The older Hyuga shinobi hurriedly spoke. Wenchuan, we bear no ill intent. Please allow us to explain our purpose. The elder's voice was hurried, marked with palpable tension. The other had already instinctively placed his hand on his ninja tool pouch, fingertips brushing against the cord sealing it, his body slightly crouched as if prepared for an attack at any moment. Yet just as his hand touched the pouch, his companion grasped his wrist firmly. Don't move. The older man shook his head at him, his eyes warning. The latter froze, then comprehension dawned, cold sweat instantly breaking out on his forehead. He suddenly remembered they were facing Uchiha Wenchuan, the one who had struck at the Nine Tails on that night of chaos, who had severed an enemy's arm with Susanoo in the training grounds, who had spat defiantly in front of the Hokage's advisor. Facing such a man, drawing a ninja tool was tantamount to courting death. He withdrew his hand, the palm slick with sweat. Uchiha Wenchuan observed this scene, raising an eyebrow slightly. Speak. He stopped in front of them, hands tucked inside his sleeves, clearly somewhat interested and in no rush. The elder Hyuga shinobi took a deep breath, unwilling to delay. After learning of the change in your eyes, Wenchuan, the main family has taken this matter very seriously. We have come to invite you to visit the Hyuga clan to discuss matters concerning your eyes. He paused, as if carefully choosing his words. After all, the Byakugan is our Hyuga clan's Kekei Genkai. The appearance of such a change in you, Wenchuan, is a matter of great importance both for you and for us. The main family wishes to speak with you in person to understand the cause. His tone was polite, but the meaning was clear. Your eyes have turned into the Byakugan. This concerns the Hyuga, and you must come with us. Uchiha Wenchuan listened quietly, not interrupting. When the elder had finished, he responded slowly. Two birds locked inside a cage can only obey the commands of their master. His voice was low, but every word was distinctly audible. How pitiful. The faces of the two men changed instantly. Birds in a cage, this was a reference to their branch family status. The caged bird, the curse mark passed down through generations of the Hyuga branch family, a shackle they could never escape in their lifetimes, etched beneath the bandages on their foreheads. The elder's lips moved, as if to say something, but ultimately no words came forth. His face flickered with humiliation, anger, helplessness, and finally settled into numb resignation. The other clenched his fists at his sides, knuckles whitening. Yet neither contradicted him, for this was the truth. Wenchuan, the elder stifled his emotions, his voice hoarse. We are merely following orders. The main family's directive cannot be defied. We beg you, Wenchuan, to consider what? Uchiha Wenchuan cut him off. Consider the fact that you are branch family Hyuga, or that you bear no ill will. He shook his head. Whether you hold ill will is of no concern to me, nor do your orders concern me. Having spoken, he lifted his foot to leave. The two exchanged glances and simultaneously stepped forward, blocking his path. Wenchuan, we mean no harm. We only wish to ask you to come with us. Step aside. Uchiha Wenchuan's voice was calm, yet that very calmness tightened the grip on their hearts. They did not yield. The elder grimly pressed on. We implore you, Wenchuan, for our sake, please help us this once. If we fail to secure your presence. He did not continue, yet the implication was unmistakably clear. Upon their return, punishment awaited them. Uchiha Wenchuan, however, merely smiled. Are you the Hyuga branch family? That has nothing to do with me. His smile faded. I am quite satisfied that you approached with humility and clearly stated your purpose. But to come with such an attitude, attempting to morally coerce me, I find most displeasing. No sooner had he finished speaking than he acted. The two men only saw a blur before their eyes. They did not even discern how he struck. The elder felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, bending forward and collapsing to his knees. The other was seized by a sudden numbness in his chest, losing balance and falling heavily to the ground. Two movements, executed one after the other, swift and decisive. Struggling briefly on the ground, neither could rise. Wenchuan's force was not great, yet it struck precisely at their vital points, rendering them immobile. Standing before them, he looked down. Go back and tell the Hyuga main family. Cease such actions at once. His voice was calm. Whether my eyes are Byakugan or not is none of their concern. If they dare to complain again, I will kill them. With that, he stepped around the two fallen men and proceeded forward. His pace was neither fast nor slow, unchanged from before. Behind him, the two men could no longer endure. After hearing these words, darkness engulfed their vision and they lost consciousness. Passers-by watched from afar, none daring to approach. Shortly thereafter, several ninjas clad in identical Konoha vests arrived at the scene. Their eyes shone white, their foreheads wrapped in bandages. Hyuga clan members. Upon seeing the two fallen men, their expressions darkened. One crouched to examine them, discovering they were merely unconscious and not in mortal danger. He finally exhaled in relief. Take them back. With several hands, they lifted the two men and vanished at the street's end. Within the Hyuga clan's domain, in the main council chamber, an elderly man with graying hair sat at the head of the table. His eyes, like all Hyuga, were white, but this whiteness was deeper, more somber, and clouded like frost accumulated over many years. He was the elder of the main family, entrusted with assisting the clan head in managing clan affairs. The two unconscious branch family ninjas were brought in and laid on the floor. Cold water was splashed on them to rouse them. They opened their eyes and, upon seeing the elder's grim face, their bodies involuntarily trembled. Speak. The elder's voice was low yet authoritative. The elder of the two struggled to rise, knelt, and recounted the entire sequence of events in detail, from how they found Uchiha Wenchuan, to how they explained their purpose, to how he refused, and finally how they were subdued. He spoke candidly, concealing nothing. The elder listened with an increasingly displeased expression. So you not only failed to recruit him, but allowed him to disgrace our Hyuga clan? Lord Soma, we have done our utmost. Your utmost? Hyuga Soma sneered coldly. In service of the main family, there is only success or failure, no room for utmost efforts. Upholding the clan's honor is your duty. He raised his hand and formed a hand seal. The two branch family ninjas' faces instantly turned ashen, their bodies trembling violently. Veins bulged at the corners of their eyes, as if something writhed within. Ah! Their agonized cries echoed through the chamber. They collapsed to the floor, clutching their heads, curling into fetal positions, convulsing uncontrollably. The pain was not mere flesh and blood agony but a torment bursting from the depths of their brains and nerve endings. Like the harshest punishment imaginable, unbearable. The branch family ninjas standing nearby lowered their heads, neither daring to look nor speak. They stood in the shadows, their expressions obscured. The wails lasted over 10 seconds before gradually subsiding. The two lay gasping, drenched in sweat. Hyuga Soma lowered his hand, his expression still grim. Leave. They struggled to their feet, supporting each other, limping out of the council chamber. Hyuga Soma remained seated, silent for a moment, then rose and headed toward Hyuga Hizashi's residence. Hizashi had been clan head for scarcely 2 years, in the prime of his vigor. He sat in his study, frowning over intelligence recently sent from the border. When Soma entered, he looked up. What is it? Soma recounted the events, then spoke in a lowered voice. Clan head, this matter concerns the Byakugan and cannot be taken lightly. The changes in Uchiha Wenchuan's eyes clearly indicate the activation of the Byakugan. The appearance of our clan's bloodline limit in an Uchiha must be thoroughly investigated. I request you to personally consult the Hokage and have the village intervene. Hizashi listened, withholding immediate response. He set down the intelligence and was silent for a moment. This matter you shall handle. Soma's expression faltered slightly. Clan head, as elder of the main family you should set an example at such a time. Hizashi's tone was calm. If I must personally intervene in everything, what use are you elders? Soma's face darkened. He opened his mouth to reply but, confronted by Hizashi's composed gaze, swallowed his words. Yes, sir. He bowed and left the study. Hizashi watched his retreating figure disappear through the door, expressing no displeasure. He lifted the teacup on the table, sipped, then smiled faintly, murmuring to himself, that is for the best. After all, he is the boy who possesses the Mangekyo. He set down the cup, eyes drifting to the window. I only wonder whether your desire to uphold the clan's honor can withstand that challenge. 062 Damn, it's painfully glaring. For Uchiha Wenchuan, the two Hyuga ninjas who appeared that day were merely an interlude. In the days that followed, life returned to its tranquil course. No Hyuga clan members crossed his path again. Those two branch family ninjas he had knocked unconscious seemed never to have existed. Their presence vanished from the streets. No further Hyuga came to disturb him, not even passing by. It seemed the matter had quietly passed. Yet Wenchuan knew full well this was but the beginning. The Byakugan was the Hyuga clan's lifeblood. They would never allow a pair of Byakugan eyes to drift beyond their control, especially not in the possession of an Uchiha. The absence of action now did not imply there would be none in the future. They might be waiting, deliberating, or plotting a more thorough plan. He was not worried. In fact, he rather looked forward to it. After all, it had been some time since any excitement had arisen. Day by day, the weather gradually passed its coldest phase. The snow ceased, the sun emerged, and spring approached. The transformation in Wenchuan's eyes grew increasingly pronounced. The color of his irises had shifted from grayish-white to an almost translucent white, a hue resembling semi-transparent jade. beneath the sunlight. His eyes appeared as two carefully polished gemstones, pure and luminous. As time passed, the fundamental abilities of the Byakugan manifested more frequently within him. Clairvoyance, telescopic vision, a full 360-degree field of view. At times, as he strolled down the street, he would suddenly catch sight of someone lurking in the alley behind him, observe a figure cooking inside the house to his left, notice someone counting money behind the shop on his right, and even glimpse two men locked in an embrace, exchanging kisses in a room on the second floor. It was utterly shocking to behold. These images flooded his mind uncontrollably, as if dozens of cameras were simultaneously broadcasting scenes directly to him. At first, he found it somewhat disconcerting, but now he had grown accustomed to it. He had mastered the art of filtering this influx of information, focusing solely on what he deemed necessary while dismissing the irrelevant. He estimated that in another 2 or 3 days, this phenomenon would come to an end. By then, the Byakugan would be considered fully integrated. On this day, the village was bustling with activity after a long silence. By noon, villagers had gathered near the gates of Konoha. Some held bouquets, others looked on with eager anticipation. The wounded soldiers returning from the front lines were coming back to the village. This marked Konoha's first large-scale mobilization since the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War. Though the conflict had been merely border skirmishes, it had persisted for so long that many casualties had accumulated. Now that the situation had calmed, although the Cloud Village had yet to signal a willingness to negotiate, the wounded from the front were already being sent home. Uchiha Genjen did not join the commotion. Such matters held little interest for him, and he found fishing far more enjoyable. Yet, once again, he ended the day empty-handed. He had spent most of the morning by the river, switching among 3 different baits and relocating 4 times, but had not caught a single fish. Thanks to his Byakugan's penetrating vision, the schools of fish beneath the water were crystal clear. They swam right beside his hook, occasionally pausing to inspect the bait before turning away. He stared at the fish underwater for a long time. The fish were watching him as well. Very well. He packed up his fishing rod. "You're cunning," he thought, "next time I'll bring a different rod." Uchiha Genjen walked back along the riverbank, passing through the woods on the outskirts of the village, and entered through the side gate of Konoha. The main gate was lively. A long line of people was slowly entering from outside. Leading the procession were several ninja clad in jonin vests. Their garments bore bloodstains and tears, yet their posture remained upright and resolute. Behind them followed stretcher teams, each stretcher borne by 2 people, carrying injured ninja. Some wrapped in bandages, others in casts, and some covered with white cloths. Everyone knew what lay beneath those white coverings. Villagers lined the roadsides, welcoming them. Some waved their hands, some applauded, and some wept. A young woman rushed out from the crowd, throwing herself before an injured soldier sitting on a stretcher, clutching his arm and crying loudly. The wounded man patted her head with his uninjured hand, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his mouth, though his eyes were already reddened. Several villagers at the rear of the procession scrutinized each passing stretcher, their faces devoid of smiles, filled only with anxiety and fear. Uchiha Genjen stood by the roadside, merely casting a casual glance. He had witnessed such scenes many times before during the Third Great Ninja War, when he too waited here like these people, greeting the parents of this world. He did not linger long. His gaze swept over the procession and paused briefly on one individual. Shimura Danzo. Danzo walked in the middle of the line, wearing a vest similar to a regular jonin-s, neither on a stretcher nor using a cane, simply walking on his own. His right hand was hidden inside his sleeve. His exposed left hand and face bore several fresh wounds, though none appeared severe. His expression was calm, even cold. While others focused on the injured or the stretchers draped in white, he stared straight ahead without wavering. Then their eyes met briefly in midair. Uchiha Genjen's lips curved into a faint, enigmatic smile before he withdrew his gaze. Danzo's steps faltered momentarily, then resumed their steady pace forward. The Hokage's office. When Danzo emerged from the Hokage's office, evening had already fallen. He had spent some time inside, reporting the frontline situation to Hiruzen Sarutobi, submitting battle reports, and discussing certain matters known only to the 2 of them. In short, his position as the leader of Root had been restored. Danzo exited the Hokage building, passed through several small alleys, and entered an underground passage through a hidden door in an abandoned building. The corridor was long and narrow, with dim lights spaced every few meters along the walls. His footsteps echoed rhythmically through the tunnel. At the corridor's end stood a metal door. Pushing it open revealed an underground base. Though modest in size, the base was fully equipped. Several such bases existed throughout Konoha, all belonging to Root. Several root members training in the gym halted their exercises upon seeing Danzo enter and immediately knelt on one knee. Danzo ignored them and proceeded directly to a room at the corridor's end. Orochimaru was inside. He sat in a chair, engrossed in a book. Hearing the door open, he looked up, his golden vertical pupils glimmering faintly in the dim light. "Lord Danzo, you have returned?" Danzo took a seat opposite him, remaining silent for a moment before speaking. "Have you noticed Uchiha Gengen's eyes?" Orochimaru set the book aside and tilted his head. "I have noticed. What about them?" Danzo asked in a low voice. "What is the situation?" Orochimaru pondered briefly. "I don't know the details, but from what I've gathered, it appears to be the Byakugan." Danzo's pupils contracted slightly. "The Byakugan?" "Yes." Orochimaru's expression bore a hint of amusement. "Recently, members of the Hyuga clan came to see me, but the meeting was unpleasant. I heard that 2 ninja from the Hyuga branch families were knocked unconscious by him and left in the street." Danzo fell silent. That was something only Uchiha Gengen could have done. His fingers tapped lightly on the armrest of his chair, his gaze flickering. "Byakugan." He repeated the word, as if savoring its significance. Orochimaru watched him silently, offering no prompt. After a moment, Danzo spoke. "Arrange for the transplantation of the Sharingan as soon as possible." Orochimaru smiled. "Very well. It seems, Lord Danzo, that you have gained much from the battlefield this time." Danzo did not respond but said, "You may leave now. The items you require will be delivered to you. I hope you will not disappoint me." Orochimaru glanced at him, licked his lips, and without further inquiry, turned and left the room with a smile. After the door closed, Danzo sat alone for a long time before rising and walking to a desk in the corner. He picked up paper and pen and wrote a few lines. Folding the paper, he sealed it in an envelope, stamped it with the root emblem. Someone. The door opened, and a root member wearing an animal mask entered. "Deliver this to the Hyuga clan. Hand it to the Hyuga main family." "Yes, sir." The root member took the envelope and left the room. Danzo stood before the desk, his eyes fixed on a map of Konoha hanging on the wall. His finger traced slowly over the map, finally resting on the location of the Uchiha clan South Old Estate. "Uchiha Gengen, the secrets you carry, I will unravel them. When that time comes, all that you are will belong to me." The Uchiha clan South Old Estate. The streets lay deserted, devoid of a single soul. Within the Uchiha Watarikawa household, a solitary light flickered softly. Watarikawa Uchiha reclined upon the tatami in the living room, a warm towel draped across his face. The towel had just been steeped in hot water. Its heat permeated through the fabric, seeping into his skin, bestowing a soothing warmth upon his eyes. In recent days, the sensations within his eyes had become increasingly frequent. A peculiar ache and numbness that surfaced unpredictably, sometimes by day, sometimes by night, with no discernible pattern. Yet today was different. Since the afternoon, that very feeling had persisted unceasingly. He knew what this portended. The moment was nearly upon him. Watarikawa lay motionless for a prolonged time. The clock in the living room ticked steadily, each second slipping away. Suddenly, he sat upright. The warm towel slid from his face, falling onto the tatami. Veins near the corners of his eyes stood out faintly. Compared to the fierce bulging of blood vessels characteristic of the Hyuga clan's Byakugan activation, the protrusions on his face were subtle and delicate. The veins extended outward from the sides of his eyes like slender threads, fading near his temples. His eyes had undergone a complete transformation. The black pupils had vanished, replaced by a translucent white resembling exquisite glass. The irises shone with a radiant whiteness, and the pupils, also white but slightly deeper in hue, resembled a small jade-green gem nestled within white jade. Coupled with his handsome countenance, he bore an almost porcelain doll-like appearance, so strikingly beautiful as to seem unreal. He blinked once, and his vision shifted entirely. Instantly, he could see beyond the wall into the kitchen, further still into the storage room, through the floorboards to the foundation beneath, beyond the foundation into the soil, and deep within the earth the scattered stones and roots. This was clairvoyance now fully under his control. With a thought, his gaze extended further, penetrating through the living room's walls, the streets of the old clan's territory, the outer walls of the hidden leaf village and the woods beyond. His sight pressed onward. Beyond the final stretch of forest he beheld water, the Nanka River. The river flowed steadily. Beneath the surface, schools of fish were clearly visible, each scale shimmering faintly. This represented the farthest reach of his Byakugan's long-distance vision. His mind stirred slightly as he calculated the distance. Approximately 6 kilometers, a little more. Not a vast distance, yet unquestionably surpassing that of the vast majority of the Hyuga clan. To his knowledge, most Hyuga Byakugan users could see up to 1 or 2 kilometers. Some exceptional ones reached 3 or 4 kilometers. Those who had achieved his level were exceedingly rare. But he was well aware that 6 kilometers was not the ultimate limit of his potential. These eyes were evidently still evolving, much like his Mangekyo Sharingan, gradually increasing in power each day. He withdrew his gaze and shifted his focus once more. The Byakugan faded, replaced by a vivid crimson, the 3-tomo Sharingan. The tomo rotated slowly within the iris, fluid and natural, indistinguishable from before. He tested his dynamic visual acuity. It had improved somewhat. The fusion with the Byakugan had augmented his ocular power, nourishing the Sharingan as well. He activated it again, this time revealing the Mangekyo Sharingan. 3 tomo connected as a pattern emerged, 6 curved tomo radiating outward from the pupil like the blades of a camera shutter. Rising to his feet, he approached the full-length mirror in the living room and examined his eyes closely. Then he noticed something different. Near the pupils on each of the 6 tomo, there was a tiny black dot, so minuscule that it would escape notice unless scrutinized carefully, yet undeniably present. From their shape, these dots were slowly extending outward, progressing at an imperceptibly slow pace. These ink-like spots had not appeared suddenly. They had gradually grown during the period of Byakugan fusion. Watarikawa was certain of one thing. His Mangekyo Sharingan was evolving toward the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The Yang chakra nourished the Yin reciprocated the Yang, and the Byakugan S integration formed a subtle cycle, providing additional sustenance to itself. He sensed changes not only in his eyes but throughout his body. His chakra reserves were gradually increasing, and all aspects of his physical constitution were improving. It felt as though he had entered a phase of accelerated growth, growing stronger with each passing day. The Byakugan brought not only trouble but progress. That alone was deeply satisfying. In the Hokage's office, Hyuga Soma sat opposite Sarutobi Hiruzen, back straight and hands resting on his knees. His expression was grave, almost rigid. This was his second visit to the Hokage. The last time, the Hokage had declined to offer a definitive response, citing pressing frontline matters. This time, he would not be placated by evasion. Hokage-sama, his voice was steady, marked by the distinctive cadence of a Hyuga clan elder, measured and deliberate. The matter of Watarikawa Uchiha's eyes can no longer be postponed. The appearance of the Byakugan within an Uchiha is an issue that must be resolved, both for the Hyuga clan and the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind his desk, holding a pipe that remained unlit. His brows furrowed slightly as his gaze lingered on Soma's face before shifting aside. Shimura Danzo occupied another chair. Recently returned from the battlefield, his wounds had yet to fully heal, but his spirit appeared robust. Hiruzen spoke with a hoarse voice. I understand your purpose, but I cannot approve the solution you propose. Soma's brows knitted tighter. Hokage-sama, I only ask that you summon Watarikawa Uchiha to the Hyuga clan's territory so that we may ascertain the origin of his Byakugan. As for subsequent measures? Sarutobi interrupted sharply. You mean branding him as a caged bird? Soma fell silent for a moment but then resolutely replied. That is the Hyuga clan's tradition. The Byakugan must not be disseminated beyond the clan. It is an ironclad rule established at the founding of the Hidden Leaf Village. If Watarikawa's eyes truly are Byakugan, then he must either accept the caged bird mark or... He did not finish the sentence but the implication was clear. Either accept the mark or the Hyuga clan would resolve the matter by their own means. Sarutobi set down his pipe and leaned forward slightly. Hyuga-soma, do you know who Watarikawa Uchiha is? I do. No, you do not. His voice was low but heavy with meaning. He is a Mangekyo Sharingan wielder of the Uchiha clan, capable of awakening Susanoo at the age of 13. And you suggest branding him as a caged bird? To Sarutobi, the Hyuga clan was courting disaster with this stance. Soma's expression shifted briefly but soon returned to calm. Hokage-sama, I never said we would forcibly brand him. I only wish for you to intervene so that we can first clarify the situation. Sarutobi picked up his pipe again, cutting him off. His eyes are turning white. That is a fact. But he is an Uchiha, not a Hyuga. The Hyuga's rules do not apply to him, unless you intend to provoke a war between the Hyuga and Uchiha clans. Soma's lips moved as though to speak but fell silent. At that moment, Shimura Danzo interjected appropriately, Hiruzen, Elder Soma's concerns are not without merit. His voice was measured and unhurried. The emergence of Byakugan in a member of the Uchiha clan was unprecedented. Such an event was momentous not only for the Uchiha but also for the Hyuga. If mishandled, it would inevitably sow discord in the future. Hiruzen Sarutobi cast him a glance but remained silent. Shiburo Danzo continued, I have a proposal. Root will take the initiative to collaborate with the Hyuga clan to form an inquiry committee to conduct a formal investigation into Uchiha Togikawa. We must ascertain the origin and cause of this Byakugan. This way, the Hyuga clan will have their questions answered, and the Uchiha clan will have no grounds for objection. Sarutobi's brow furrowed even more deeply. Everyone in the village knows your relationship with Togikawa. You will lead this. I assure you it will be purely an inquiry, no coercion. Danzo's tone was earnest. Mito Munin, who had been silent beside them, finally spoke. Sarutobi, I believe Danzo's proposal deserves consideration. After all, Uchiha Togikawa is still a member of Konoha. The changes he is undergoing have attracted the attention of the village's two great dojutsu clans. He bears the responsibility to explain himself. Sarutobi remained silent for a long moment. The tobacco in his pipe burned down completely without being replenished. Very well, he finally spoke. But there is one condition. Speak. No coercion. No violence. Inquiry is inquiry. Once it's done, it ends. Danzo nodded. Agreed. Sarutobi glanced at him, then at Hyuga Soma. So be it. Arrange it and inform me of the time. Danzo and Soma simultaneously stood and turned to leave the office. The door closed behind them. Sarutobi sat back in his chair, staring at the portraits of the successive Hokage hanging on the wall, motionless for a long while. In the corridor, Danzo and Soma walked side by side. Neither spoke. Their footsteps echoed in the empty hallway. Upon reaching the stairwell, Danzo halted. Soma stopped as well and looked at him. Danzo turned his head and gave a slight nod. Soma nodded in return. No words were exchanged, yet an unspoken understanding had been forged between them. The skies over Konoha had cleared, revealing a rare fair day. The sun hung warmly in the sky, and even the breeze felt gentle. Snow on the rooftops of Konoha began melting, droplets fell from the eaves, striking the stone pavement below with a crisp sound. Uchiha Togikawa, unwavering in his habit, went fishing. This time he chose a new spot, the lower reaches of the Nanka River. Departing from the old clan lands, he followed the riverbank downstream for nearly half an hour before arriving. This place was already some distance from Konoha. Traveling another 10 or so kilometers downstream would lead to the village's renowned landmark, the Valley of End. He had yet to visit that site, rumored to feature two colossal statues, one of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the other of Madara Uchiha. The two figures stood facing each other across a waterfall, as if locked in an eternal battle. But today he had no intention of going there. He selected a spot where the river widened and the current slowed, set up his folding chair, prepared his fishing rod, baited the hook and cast the line. The hook splashed into the water, sending out gentle ripples before all returned to calm. The river water was crystal clear. Sunlight danced on the surface, sparkling like scattered diamonds. He sat in the chair, hands clasped behind his head, eyes closed, basking in the sun. The sounds of flowing water, wind rustling through treetops, and occasional bird calls filled his ears. It was peaceful. Yet this tranquility was short-lived. He sat from morning until noon, the fishing rod utterly still. He took out his lunchbox, ate, then resumed waiting. As afternoon sunlight shifted from east to west, the rod remained motionless. Under the gaze of the Byakugan, he saw everything beneath the water with perfect clarity. There were fish, plenty of them, in fact. They swam lazily around his hook. Some were as large as a palm, others as long as an arm. Occasionally they would pause, circle the bait twice, nudge it with their mouths, then turn away. Around his hook had gathered a sizable school. The bait he used had nearly become chum. The fish multiplied, yet none took the bait. Togikawa stared at the fish beneath the water, a vein twitching on his temple. The fish swam leisurely, sometimes looking toward his hook with eyes that seemed tinged with mockery. His right hand rose, fingertips crackling with electric sparks. A single strike of lightning release would flip every fish belly up. But his hand lowered again. To do so would betray the true spirit of fishing. He took a deep breath, suppressing the anger welling inside, and continued waiting. At that moment, though no wind stirred, rustling sounds emerged from the woods behind him. Not the whisper of leaves, but the swift, crunching steps of many moving through fallen leaves and dry branches. Not just one, but at least several dozen, scattered yet all converging on his position. Togikawa did not turn around, but a slow, chilling smile spread across his lips. It was a small smile, yet one that sent a shiver down the spine. It did not express joy, but rather a long-suppressed excitement finally finding an outlet. The smile grew wider, until his face took on an almost ferocious expression. No need to look back to know who was coming. They had arrived just as expected. Figures emerged from the woods, landing some 10 meters behind Togikawa in formation. At the forefront stood Shimura Danzo. He wore the dark uniform of Root, his right hand still concealed within his sleeve, the left holding a scroll. His face was expressionless, but the single exposed eye fixed unblinkingly on Watarikawa's back. Behind him were more than 30 Root operatives wearing animal masks. They spread out with deliberate positioning. Some before him, some on the flanks, others behind, sealing off every avenue of escape. Hyuga Soma stood to Danzo's right, flanked by 6 ninja of the Hyuga branch family. Each branch ninja had a bandage wrapped around their forehead, their eyes activated with Byakugan. Veins around their eye sockets bulged slightly as they scanned the surroundings. Danzo spoke. Uchiha Watarikawa, by the joint resolution of the village's leadership, you are summoned for questioning. His voice was low, yet each word was articulated with crystal clarity. As his words fell, Root operatives shifted. Some dispersed to tighten the encirclement. Others leapt onto branches to seize higher ground. Several figures darted swiftly through the woods, crossing to the opposite riverbank, forming a pincer around the area. Front, rear, left, and right, all exits were blocked. Watarikawa exhaled deeply. The breath was slow and long, as though preparing for something significant. He set down his fishing rod and rose, turning around. Sunlight illuminated his face. His eyes gleamed white in the light, like 2 kindled stars. A smile graced his lips, a smile that caused both Danzo and Soma to shudder inwardly. It was a strange smile, the kind one wears when confronted with something intensely exhilarating. Ferocious, defiant, unrestrained. Very well, very well, very well. He repeated the words thrice, his voice laden with barely contained emotion. The fury of the seasoned fisherman was laid bare in this very moment. I was fretting over having no outlet for my wrath, and yet you all came seeking trouble yourselves. His gaze settled upon Danzo Shimura. It seemed that you had utterly forgotten what I previously told you, had you not? Aoyama Hyuga paid no heed to his words, his entire attention fixed on Uchiha Wataru's eyes. Those eyes, glowing with a radiant whiteness, pure and untainted by the slightest impurity, were identical to his own, if not even more translucent. He could be absolutely certain those were Byakugan, genuine Byakugan, possessing a purity surpassing even his own eyes. His expression darkened. In that instant, jealousy surged within him. Then, with a grave tone befitting his status as a member of the Hyuga main house, he spoke. Uchiha Wataru, from whence did you acquire those eyes? Wataru's gaze shifted from Danzo to Aoyama's face. He tilted his head slightly, as if examining an unfamiliar entity. What are you? Aoyama's fury erupted. How dare you? Instinctively, he raised his hand to form a seal, his fingers shaping the caged bird hand sign. Having performed this gesture for decades, it was etched into his very instinct. Whenever confronted with matters pertaining to the Byakugan, his immediate reaction was to form the seal. Then realization dawned upon him. The other was not a Hyuga, nor did he bear the caged bird seal. His hand froze midair. His expression shifted from anger to embarrassment, then back to even greater anger. The faces of several branch family ninjas behind him changed. Some instinctively took a half-step back. Others bowed their heads, unwilling to meet Aoyama's gaze. To them, the caged bird seal was a terrifying punishment. Aoyama sheepishly lowered his hand, but his lips did not cease moving. No matter whence your Byakugan came, the Byakugan belongs to the Hyuga clan. His voice rose several octaves, as if bolstering his own courage. I hereby, in the name of the Hyuga main house, inform you that these eyes must be reclaimed by our clan. Wataru regarded him with a peculiar expression. Then he turned his head toward Danzo Shimura. The look in his eyes was unmistakable. Are you serious, bringing this fellow here? Danzo ignored the gaze and instead raised the scroll in his hand. As a member of the village Uchiha Wataru, you are obligated to reveal the origin of those Byakugan. He unfurled the scroll, presenting its contents to Wataru. This is a direct order from the Hokage. I am here on that mission. You may examine it. Speaking thus, he advanced toward Wataru step by measured step. His footsteps crunched upon the riverbank's gravel, emitting a crisp, creaking sound. The core members held their breath. The Hyuga branch family ninjas did likewise. Every eye was fixed upon him, upon the hand clutching the scroll. He arrived before Wataru, less than 2 meters away, then raised his hand and tossed the scroll toward him. The scroll flipped in midair, unfurling to reveal the writing and the crimson seal of the Hokage. Wataru raised his hand to catch it. Yet the instant his fingers touched the scroll, his body stiffened. From the soles of his feet, an invisible force bound him completely. His gaze dropped downward, and he noticed a slender black line extending from his shadow, reaching toward a certain direction. Shadow imitation technique. Someone had concealed a jutsu within the scroll's shadow. The chakra lurking in the scroll's shadow crept along his own shadow the moment he caught the scroll, pinning him in place. He lifted his eyes. Danzo's hand was already extended before him, less than an inch from his eye socket. The hand emerged from the sleeve, pale, gaunt, fingers slightly curved like an eagle's talon. Between the index and middle fingers, faint chakra flickered. Danzo's face bore an expression of unwavering certainty. His eyes narrowed, a faint smile curling his lips, as if to say, "Got you." In that moment, Wataru's lips suddenly stretched into a grin, more ferocious than before. From the moment Danzo threw the scroll to his sudden strike, everything happened so swiftly that Aoyama did not even have time to blink. He stood not far off, watching helplessly as that pale hand reached toward Wataru's eye socket, the fingers less than an inch apart. And then nothing more. Danzo's hand halted midair, his fingertips grasping at empty air, for Wataru had vanished. The young man, immobilized by the shadow imitation technique, should have been unable to move, yet he disappeared without a trace or sound as if he had never existed. Danzo's confident expression froze. His eyes widened, pupils contracted, and the smile poised to bloom on his lips stiffened. Impossible. How could one break free from the shadow imitation technique's control in such an instant? Yet the person was gone. It made no sense. "Where are you looking?" A voice came from behind him, causing the hairs on Danzo's body to stand on end. He tried to turn around, but before he could move, a sound like a chorus of countless birds erupted, followed by a muffled thud. The sound was heavy and dull, as though something had been pierced. Danzo looked down and saw a hand piercing through his chest. The hand was fair and slender, fingers slightly curled, with sparks of electricity dancing at the fingertips. In the palm of that hand, it grasped a still-beating object. A heart. His own heart. How is this possible? Danzo's voice was laced with incomprehensible bewilderment. Blood oozed from the corner of his mouth, trickling down his chin onto the gravel below with a faint dripping sound. "Have you underestimated me?" Uchiha Wataru's voice came from behind, calm and steady. "Even if you underestimate me, don't underestimate the Mangekyo Sharingan." Knowing full well these are the eyes once possessed by Uchiha Madara, do you not treat them with the slightest reverence? No sooner had the words fallen than the hand clenched tightly. The beating heart was crushed into a pulp, fresh blood squeezed between the fingers, dripping down the pale hand onto the ground. Danzo's whole body went limp, as though all strength had been drained. His eyes remained open, but his pupils had become vacant. His body sagged forward, collapsing to the earth with a heavy thud. Motionless, Wataru withdrew his hand, casually flicking off the blood. Droplets flew from his fingertips, landing upon the gravel of the riverbank, glinting a dark crimson in the sunlight. He lifted his head and cast his gaze upon the others. Aoyama Hyuga's face had turned as pale as his own eyes. "Lord Danzo," he blurted out instinctively, his voice piercingly sharp. "Why, you actually killed Lord Danzo?" He appeared panicked, stepping back 2 unsteady paces until he collided with a branch family ninja behind him. His lips trembled, fingers shook, and his expression shifted from shock to unease. The Hyuga clan shinobi from the branch family surrounding him each appeared as if confronting a formidable enemy. Some assumed the initial stance of the gentle fist technique. Others had already drawn their kunai, yet not a single one dared to advance, nor did anyone even make a move. In stark contrast, the root members exhibited a completely different demeanor. They neither retreated nor showed panic. Not a single person glanced at the fallen Shimura Danzo. Beneath more than 30 animal masks were over 30 pairs of eyes utterly devoid of any emotional fluctuation. To them, Danzo Shimura's death was like a tree falling or a stone shattering, utterly irrelevant. Yet they moved, not to flee but to attack. Over 30 figures surged simultaneously toward Uchiha Wankawa, with no hesitation, no retreat, and not even a single sound. Their movements were synchronized perfectly, resembling marionettes manipulated by a single hand. The 3 figures at the forefront drew the kunai from their backs, the blades gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Their speed was astonishingly swift, arriving before Uchiha Wankawa in the blink of an eye. The 3 kunai descended from 3 different angles, sealing off all avenues of evasion. The dance of the crescent moon. Shortly thereafter, several others began forming hand seals. Fire release, phoenix flower fire, water release, water bullet, wind release, wind cutter, fireballs, water bullets, and wind blades attacked Uchiha Wankawa from various directions, forming a flawless coordination with the swordsmanship of the 3 in front. Farther away, a root member clad in a black high-collared jacket stood motionless. He raised his right hand, and from his sleeve emerged a swarm of tiny insects. These insects were so minuscule they were almost invisible to the naked eye, forming a faint black mist under the sunlight as they silently drifted toward Uchiha Wankawa, an insect user from the Aburame clan. These insects were special poisonous bugs, extremely small in size and highly toxic. Once they touched the skin, they could invade the nervous system within seconds. All routes of retreat, front, back, left, right, above, and below were completely sealed. In the next moment, everything froze. The fireballs hung suspended in midair, flames still flickering yet no longer advancing. The water bullets were suspended, droplets solidified into motionless beads. The wind blades halted a foot before Uchiha Wankawa's body. The visible vortex continued spinning but ceased moving forward. The 3 kunai stopped before him, their tips less than half a foot from his body. The 2 root members wielding the blades maintained their slashing postures, bodies suspended midair as if paused by an invisible command. The faint black mist also ceased. The nearly invisible poisonous insects were frozen in the air like tiny black specks of dust. The entire battlefield was utterly immobilized at that moment. Only Uchiha Wankawa remained capable of movement. He took a step, walking between the 3 kunai with a measured pace, no faster or slower than a casual stroll. He passed through the suspended fireballs and water bullets. The vortex halted before him, and the root members frozen in midair. He extended his hand and retrieved a kunai from the air. It belonged to one of the root members who had thrown it. That person's hand remained in the throwing posture. Gripping the kunai, Uchiha Wankawa approached the insect user. The Aburame clan's insect wielder was frozen in place. Insects still crawling from his sleeve, but they halted at the edge as if blocked by an unseen barrier. Uchiha Wankawa raised his hand and inserted the kunai into the insect wielder's throat. The motion was light, as if piercing a block of tofu. Then, with a wrist twist, he twisted the blade. Blood welled from the wound, yet just as it emerged, it froze midair, forming dark red beads suspended in the atmosphere. Turning, he proceeded to the next. He plucked a shuriken from the air and approached a root member holding a kunai in a downward strike. He thrust the shuriken into the man's throat. Turning again, he withdrew another kunai, stabbing it into the heart of a 3rd individual. He took a 4th person's kunai and slashed across that man's throat. He walked slowly, as if taking a leisurely stroll. With each step, he withdrew a weapon from the air. Every root member he passed bore a lethal wound. The blood flowing from those wounds was frozen in the air, trailing behind him in a dark red path. As he walked, he began to speak. You must have realized it by now. His voice was calm, as if delivering a routine explanation. This is the power of my Mangekyo Sharingan, called Tokoyo no Kuni. He paused, glancing at the kunai still dripping blood in his hand. The function, naturally, is spatial manipulation. He casually tossed the kunai aside. It spun twice in midair before coming to rest, blade downward, suspended motionless. As his words fell, the space resumed normality. The fireballs, water bullets, and wind blades frozen in midair simultaneously lost their bonds. The fireballs continued forward, but with no one ahead, they collided with massive stones on the riverbank, exploding into showers of sparks. The water bullets smashed onto the ground, splashing droplets everywhere. The wind blades sliced through the air, leaving deep gashes on the earth. The root members pierced by sharp weapons fell from midair one by one. Some twitched twice upon landing, others twisted slightly, then fell utterly silent. The kunai thrown by Uchiha Wankawa pierced through a root ninja's skull in an instant. The man collapsed lifelessly. In less than half a minute, nearly half of the more than 30 had perished. The riverbank was thick with the scent of blood. Uchiha Wankawa turned, gazing at the fallen body of Shimura Danzo. The corpse lay face down, a pool of dark red blood beneath it, utterly motionless. Uchiha Wankawa sneered softly, "How long do you intend to keep pretending?" His voice was low but carried clearly across the silent riverbank. The body did not move. Uchiha Wankawa was unhurried, standing there with his hands tucked inside his sleeves, wearing a half-smile, completely indifferent to the remaining root shinobi and the tense Hyuga clan members nearby. 1 second, 2 seconds, the corpse vanished from its place, silently and without a trace, as if it had never existed. The next moment, Shimura Danzo appeared beneath a large tree some dozen meters away. He stood there, his expression dark and brooding. His clothes bore no stains of blood, no wounds marred his chest. His heart beat soundly and intact within his thorax. He was still alive, whole and unscathed. Witnessing this, Uchiha Wankawa laughed. Excellent. It sounded as though he were expressing genuine delight. You truly have mastered Izanagi. He paused, tilting his head slightly, locking eyes with Shimura Danzo. I wonder how many times you can die, but it matters little. It's perfect. I get to kill you over and over again. His smile broadened. You shall die today, and no one can save you. He stepped forward, approaching Shimura Danzo. As I said, the air along the riverbank seemed frozen. Hyuga Soma stood rooted to the spot, his legs feeling as heavy as if filled with lead. His eyes widened to perfect orbs, the white of his pupils reflecting the figure of Danzo Shimura. This man was clearly dead, his heart crushed to pulp, his chest pierced, lying motionless on the ground. Yet now he stood intact beneath a large tree some dozen meters away. His clothes bore no bloodstains, his chest no wound, as if none of the previous horrors had ever transpired. It was utterly inconceivable. This can't be possible. Hyuga Ao's voice was hoarse, as though a handful of sand had lodged in his throat. Instinctively, he took a step back, his foot slipping on a loose stone, causing him to stagger and nearly fall. The branch family ninja behind him steadied him, though he remained oblivious. Izanagi, the ultimate ocular jutsu of the Uchiha clan. As a senior elder of the Hyuga main family, he had lived for decades without ever witnessing such a technique firsthand. He was not even aware of its existence. Now that he had seen it, the shock far surpassed mere fear. A man who was unmistakably dead, yet standing alive and breathing before him, what kind of logic was this? His mind was thrown into utter turmoil. Danzo Shimura did not glance at him. At this moment, Danzo's face was as dark and somber as if it could be wrung to yield water, his exposed eye swirling with intense murderous intent. The muscles in his face twitched slightly as his gaze swept over the corpses strewn chaotically across the riverbank. Over 30 root elite operatives, nearly half of them now felled, each painstakingly cultivated over more than a decade, hand-picked with meticulous care, every one subjected to countless rounds of training and culling. Now they lay discarded like refuse upon the shore. Blood seeped into the gravel, staining patch after patch a deep crimson. His heart bled, yet he restrained himself. As long as he could seize those eyes, all his sacrifices would be justified. The Mangekyo Sharingan, and the already matured Byakugan. He absolutely must obtain them. His fingers curled slightly, his nails digging into his palms, using the pain to suppress the fury within. In the next instant, Danzo raised his hand, signaling with a gesture. From the woods across the river, several figures moved simultaneously. These were his root operatives lying in ambush on the opposite side, waiting for precisely this moment to strike. One leapt from a branch, hands flashing rapidly through hand seals, so swift that only afterimages remained. At the same time, the others launched their assault. Shuriken, kunai, explosive tags. Attacks converged from multiple directions upon Uchiha Wataru. Others formed seals, unleashing elemental ninjutsu. Fire release, wind release, lightning release. A myriad of techniques interwove in the air, forming an impenetrable net. Yet, as these attacks neared Uchiha Wataru, they seemed to collide with an invisible barrier, freezing midair. Fireballs hung suspended, shuriken stalled, explosive tags still burning but their flames no longer advancing. This was the boundary of Tokoyo no Kuni. Danzo's eyes narrowed slightly, fixated on the points where the attacks had halted. His mind raced, calculating the size of this domain, centered on Uchiha Wataru, with a radius of roughly 5 meters. At that very moment, Uchiha Wataru's body suddenly stiffened. His hand froze midair. His steps halted, and his expression momentarily froze. Shin Tensei no Jutsu, the secret art of the Yamanaka clan, transferring one S consciousness into another S body to temporarily control it. While shadow imitation techniques might be countered by the Mangekyo Sharingan, Shin Tensei no Jutsu, which operates on soul and mind, was not so easily thwarted. A faint smile curled at the corner of Danzo's mouth. Tack. His voice was low, yet carried an excitement he could not suppress. The remaining root operatives surged forward simultaneously. They had been waiting just outside the boundary of Tokoyo no Kuni, anticipating this very instant. Over a dozen figures lunged at Uchiha Wataru from various directions, some wielding ninja swords, others clutching kunai, still others with hands already formed into seals, ready to unleash their jutsu upon entering the domain. Uchiha Wataru's body remained rigid. Though the brief control lasted only a moment, it was enough to nullify Tokoyo no Kuni. The ninjutsu and attacks frozen midair lost their restraint simultaneously. Fireballs resumed their forward trajectory, shuriken flew onward, and the fuses on explosive tags burned down to their end. Boom! A blaze erupted, smoke billowing skyward. Fireballs, wind blades, lightning flashes, and explosions all struck the very spot where Uchiha Wataru stood. The thunderous roar echoed across the riverbank, shaking eardrums painfully. The ground was blasted into a crater. Stones and soil hurled high before crashing down with a crackling clatter. Smoke thickened. Flames surged skyward. Danzo's eyes gleamed. His lips parted in a long-suppressed smile. Got him, he thought, heart pounding, his exposed eye flashing with greedy light. The Mangekyo Sharingan and Byakugan would soon be his. He waited for the smoke to clear, for the youth to collapse, and then he would approach to extract those eyes. But the smoke did not dissipate. Instead, in the next moment, it halted. Dust particles suspended in the air, flames still burning, stones still flying. They all froze simultaneously. Neither blown away by the wind nor settling naturally. It was as if someone had pressed pause, suspending everything midair. Then, time began to flow backward. The smoke contracted, gathering from its dispersed state before vanishing. The flames recoiled, as if drawn back by an invisible hand, reforming into fireballs, wind blades, lightning flashes, then retreating along their paths of origin. Stones leapt from the ground. Returning to their pre-explosion positions, soil refilled the crater. Everything reversed. Ninjutsu rewound, explosions undone, time itself seemed to retreat. In the blink of an eye, all was restored to its original condition. The fireballs, wind blades, and lightning vanished back toward their sources. The smoke vanished entirely. The crater disappeared. Stones and earth returned to their rightful places. Uchiha Wataru stood motionless. His clothes bore no dust, his face no wounds, his hair no scorch marks. He stood there as if never having been attacked at all. Not a single hair out of place. Danzo's smile froze. His eyes widened, pupils constricted, his expression shifting from greed to stunned disbelief. How could this be? He had seen the attacks land, witnessed the flames engulf Uchiha Wataru, watched the explosion detonate upon him. Yet here he stood, unscathed. Could it be Izanagi? No. Izanagi did not activate in this manner. What kind of jutsu was this? Suddenly, Danzo's vision blurred. As if the world wavered before him, all lines momentarily misaligned before snapping back into place. When he regained his senses, he found himself standing elsewhere. No longer beneath the large tree, he now stood on the riverbank, directly before Uchiha Wataru. His right hand extended forward, 3 fingers spread, fingertips aimed squarely at Uchiha Wataru's eye sockets. This posture, this position, he was far too familiar with it. It was precisely the spot where he had previously struck to gouge out an eye. The same sensation surged over him. The same muffled sound echoed. The identical searing pain radiated from his chest throughout his entire body. Everything felt as if history were repeating itself. He lowered his gaze and saw a hand piercing through his chest. The hand was pale and slender, its fingers slightly curled, with electric sparks still flickering at the fingertips. In the palm of that hand, it held a heart that was still beating. Exactly the same. Even the position was identical. No, Shimura's voice seemed to be squeezed out from the depths of his throat. But suddenly, the fingers of that hand clenched tightly. The heart was crushed into a pulp. Fresh blood oozed between the fingers, trickling down the hand and dripping onto the ground. Shimura's body went limp. His eyes remained open, pupils dilated and unfocused, as his body weakly toppled forward with a thud. Motionless. The second time, the voice of Uchiha Wenchuan came from behind him, calm as if counting. Shimura lay prone on the ground, consciousness struggling in the darkness. He heard the voice but could not comprehend it. He had used Izanagi. He should have returned to an earlier point in time, evading that fatal position. Why was he back again? Why the same manner of death? How was this possible? It must be that man's Mangekyo Sharingan's other ability. Yes, time, that was it, time. Countless questions churned in Shimura's mind as his breath gradually ceased. Yet he was still alive. Izanagi had taken effect once more. Shimura's corpse began to contort again, as if kneaded by an invisible hand, vanishing inch by inch from his feet upward. Seconds later, the body was gone entirely, as though it had never existed. The next moment, his figure appeared on the opposite side of the riverbank, farther from Uchiha Wenchuan. He stood there, his complexion even more ghastly than before, lips tinged faintly purple, breathing rapidly. Using Izanagi twice in succession was a considerable mental burden. After all, each death was real. But he was still alive, and that was enough. At that moment, a piercing scream echoed from across the river. The Yamanaka shinobi who had employed the mind transfer technique suddenly stiffened, head thrown back, eyes rolling white beneath the mask, his body trembling violently. Anyone nearby would have heard the garbled syllables escaping his throat, as if uttering something or unconscious moans. Was that a god's voice? The sounds were intermittent, then his body jerked sharply, like a string stretched to its limit snapping abruptly, and he collapsed limply, motionless, dead. Uchiha Wenchuan did not even glance back. He did not look in that direction once, as if the Yamanaka shinobi's death was utterly irrelevant to him. And indeed it was. That person had invaded his body with the mind transfer technique, attempting to control his thoughts and soul. Had it been someone else, perhaps they would have been subdued. But the Yamanaka's soul was fragile as paper compared to Uchiha Wenchuan's. It shattered at the slightest touch. After all, in this world, the soul was but another expression of chakra. For a brief moment, the Yamanaka's intrusion had caused a flicker of hesitation in Uchiha Wenchuan, already the limit of that shinobi's capability. After that instant, his soul was pulverized by the immense chakra and spiritual power within Uchiha Wenchuan, leaving not even a trace. Uchiha Wenchuan turned his gaze to Shin Shimura. He grinned broadly, saying nothing. The smile, illuminated by the flickering flames, was particularly sinister, as if savoring a long-anticipated game. In the next instant, his figure vanished. Shin Shimura's pupils contracted sharply. He tried to retreat, tried to form hand seals, tried to unleash a jutsu, but it was too late. Uchiha Wenchuan had already appeared before him. The realm of Tokoyo was activated. Space froze once again. Shin Shimura's body was immobilized in place, frozen in a posture of retreat, one foot lifted but not yet touching the ground, one hand reaching toward his waist to draw a kunai. His eyes could still move, darting wildly within their sockets, but the rest of his body felt as if cast in cement. Uchiha Wenchuan extended his hand, and in a flash of lightning, effortlessly pierced through Shin Shimura's chest. The motion was light, as if plunging a hand into water, meeting no resistance. No blood spurted from Shin Shimura's chest because the space was frozen. The blood remained congealed within his vessels. His eyes remained open, his pupils reflecting Uchiha Wenchuan's smiling face. Uchiha Wenchuan formed hand seals with one hand. Snake, goat, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. Fire release. Majestic fire extinguishment. A colossal blaze erupted from his mouth, transforming into a sea of flames. It was not an ordinary fire release in scale but a tidal wave of fire surging across the land. The root members frozen nearby were engulfed by the inferno, unable even to scream before being incinerated into ashes in an instant. The flames continued to spread outward, igniting the dry grass on the riverbank, setting fire to the trees along the shore, and consuming the distant forest. The conflagration soared skyward, thick smoke billowing, turning a radius of several hundred meters into a blazing sea. Shin Shimura's corpse was swallowed by the flames, reduced to ashes in the firelight. The third death. Hyuga stood frozen, stunned. He was positioned upwind on the riverbank, some distance from the inferno, but the heat waves still hit him, scorching his face. His eyes were wider than ever, mouth agape, jaw trembling faintly. What had he witnessed? He had seen Uchiha Wenchuan kill Shin Shimura once again, witnessed the sea of flames devour the root members, dozens turning to ash in an instant, and the youth standing amidst the firestorm, flames dancing around him yet leaving him unscathed. Hyuga legs trembled, but he did not flee. Not because he did not want to, but because he knew that at this distance, with that man's uncanny abilities, escape was impossible. Within the firestorm, Shin Shimura's figure appeared once more. The fourth time. He emerged from the flames, his clothing tattered and burnt, several burn scars marking his face, but overall intact. His Izanagi had revived him to an even earlier point in time before he was killed, before the firestorm consumed him. Yet the place of resurrection remained within the fiery radius. He burst forth from the inferno, smoke still rising from his clothes, his hair half burnt to a crisp, burn marks on his face, hands, and neck. He gasped heavily, eyes bloodshot. 3 times now. He had died 3 times. Uchiha Wenchuan emerged from the blaze, his pace neither fast nor slow. He gazed at the disheveled Shin Shimura, his smile unwavering. Shin Shimura gritted his teeth and formed hand seals. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. He forcefully expelled a massive compressed gust of air, which shot toward Uchiha Wenchuan like a cannonball. It traveled at tremendous speed with devastating power, leaving a visible white trail in the air. Uchiha Wenchuan sidestepped, evading the attack. The vacuum great sphere whirled past him, striking the colossal boulder on the opposite riverbank and shattering it into fragments. Danzo Shimura did not pause. He continued to form hand seals and exhale steadily. Wind release, vacuum continuous waves. Several razor-sharp wind blades surged from his mouth, fanning out as they surged toward Uchiha Wataru. Each gust was exceedingly sharp, carving deep grooves into the earth beneath. Uchiha Wataru moved. He slipped through the narrow gaps between the wind blades at a speed so swift only afterimages remained. Danzo Shimura caught only a flash of lightning before a hole appeared in his chest. Wataru's hand emerged from his chest, clutching once again a still-beating heart. The 4th time. As always, it began with Tokoyo Kuni, followed by Raikiri. Danzo Shimura's body collapsed once more, but moments later, he reappeared. This time, he was wiser. Upon revival, he immediately retreated, biting his finger and striking the ground with both hands. Summoning technique, a massive plume of smoke erupted, revealing a colossal dream taper before him. The creature bore an elephant-esque trunk, rhinoceros-like eyes, and the body of a Chilan, its entire form sheathed in black scales. It opened its enormous mouth and unleashed a deafening roar toward Uchiha Wataru. Danzo Shimura concealed himself behind the dream taper, forming hand seals once again. Wind release, vacuum continuous waves. This time, his wind release harmonized with the dream taper's suction. The creature gaped wide, generating a tremendous vacuum that pulled Uchiha Wataru's body forward. Simultaneously, Danzo's wind blades sliced out from the dream taper's flank, aiming straight for Wataru's vital points. Uchiha Wataru stood firm, unmoved by the dream taper's pull. He glanced at the creature, then extended a finger and pointed at it. Space froze. The dream taper's massive form was immobilized mid-air. Its jaws still agape, suction ongoing, yet the air ceased to flow. Danzo Shimura's wind blades also hung suspended less than 3 feet from Uchiha Wataru. Wataru strode past the suspended wind blades and approached the dream taper. Raising his hand, he delivered a crushing punch to its head. Boom! The dream taper's head shattered under the blow, and its enormous body collapsed with a thunderous crash, sending dust billowing into the air. The smoke dissipated. The dream taper's corpse vanished, leaving only a pool of blood staining the ground. Uchiha Wataru turned to face Danzo Shimura. The 5th time, Danzo Shimura began to flee. He ceased attacking, stopped attempting to gouge out eyes, and refrained from any superfluous action. He simply ran, exerting every ounce of strength toward the direction of Konoha village. Tokoyo Kuni, Uchiha Wataru whispered softly as time rewound. And then Danzo Shimura died. The 6th time, Uchiha Wataru caught up to him, pressing his head into the ground until it was embedded among the stones and soil, as if it were a seed planted in the earth. Danzo Shimura revived and resumed running. He knew only this: if he did not flee, he would truly perish here, for he had already died 6 times. Yet, running was futile, for Uchiha Wataru's words echoed once more in his ear. Tokoyo Kuni. Space froze again. Wataru casually tossed a kunai, which pierced through Danzo's throat. The 7th time, death was utterly meaningless. But Danzo Shimura's corpse vanished yet again, and when it reappeared, it was at the edge of a sea of flames. At that moment, Danzo Shimura turned and fled, abruptly glancing at Hyuga Soma. The venerable elder of the Hyuga main family still stood rooted in place, surrounded by several branch family ninjas, all wearing expressions of sheer terror. They did not run. They did not act. They merely stood as if struck dumb by fear. What are you still watching for? Danzo Shimura bellowed at Hyuga Soma, his voice hoarse and nearly breaking. If you do not intervene to aid me, do you think he will spare you? Hyuga Soma trembled throughout his body. That roar jolted him awake. Indeed, if he took no action, Uchiha Wataru would not spare him. He had seen the boy kill, had witnessed him sever Danzo's head, had seen him immolate those root members. He was already an accomplice. Even if he did nothing, Uchiha Wataru would not ignore his existence. Yet he dared not act. His legs still quivered. His hands still shook. Only one thought filled his mind: he did not want to die. Go. His voice was barely audible, scarcely more than a whisper. The branch family ninjas behind him remained motionless. Go. He turned and shouted at them. His eyes were wide open, the white pupils filled with terror and madness. The Hyuga main family's orders. Dare you defy them? The branch family ninjas exchanged glances. Their expressions varied. Some were desperate, some numb, some gritted their teeth, others closed their eyes. Yet they moved. It was neither loyalty nor courage but the plight of caged birds. If they disobeyed the main family's command, a fate worse than death awaited them. 6 branch family ninjas charged simultaneously toward Uchiha Wataru. One assumed a gentle fist stance, chakra condensing in both palms as he struck toward Wataru's chest. Another flanked from the side, kunai in hand, aiming for Wataru's nape. One activated the Byakugan, attempting to discern Wataru's weaknesses. Uchiha Wataru did not even glance at them. He raised his hand and gently clenched it in their direction. Space froze. The 6 branch family ninjas were immobilized simultaneously. Some remained mid-charge, some mid-strike, others mid-throw, their eyes still moving, white pupils brimming with terror. Uchiha Wataru approached them, plucked a kunai from one's hand, and then, one by one, slashed across their throats. His movements were light and swift. 6 men, 6 cuts. Blood gushed from the wounds, frozen in the air like 6 strings of crimson beads suspended midair. Uchiha Wataru released his grip. The kunai fell to the ground with a crisp clink. Space resumed. The 6 bodies collapsed simultaneously, blood spurting from their throats, staining the stones of the riverbank a deep red. Hyuga Soma's legs finally gave out. He collapsed backward, sitting on the ground, hands supporting him from behind, eyes wide as copper bells, mouth agape but unable to utter a sound. Uchiha Wataru approached him. He crouched down to meet Hyuga Soma's gaze. His eyes were white, appearing pure and sacred, yet in that moment, those white eyes were more terrifying than anything else. Hyuga main family? Uchiha Wataru's voice was soft, as if conversing with an old friend. Hyuga Soma's lips quivered. He tried to speak, but his throat felt constricted, strangled by some unseen force, leaving him unable to utter a single word. Uchiha Wataru reached out, grasping his head. His fingers clasped the crown, thumb pressed against the brow, the remaining 4 fingers gripping the sides and back of the skull. Hyuga Soma's eyes widened further, his white pupils reflecting Uchiha Wataru's face. With a slight pull, Uchiha Wataru detached Hyuga Soma's head from his neck, as if removing a cork from a bottle. The severed edge was neat as if cut by a blade. Blood had just started to flow but was frozen midair, not a single drop falling to the ground. Uchiha Wonkawa rose to his feet, casually tossing the severed head aside. He turned around, casting his gaze toward the opposite side of the inferno. Shimura Danzo had already fled far into the distance. He sprinted wildly between the blazing fire and the forest, every step fueled by the last reserves of his strength. His garments were tattered and singed, his face, hands, and neck marred by burns and blisters, and his hair reduced to a mere stub by the flames. His breathing was ragged, akin to the bellows of a forge, each inhalation accompanied by searing pain. Yet he dared not halt. Before him loomed the silhouette of Konohagakure. The village's outer wall was not far ahead. He discerned the emblem of the leaf etched upon the wall and the sentinels stationed atop it. Moreover, he spotted a figure hurtling from the village's direction. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Clad in the Hokage's ceremonial robe, bareheaded without his customary straw hat. His expression was one of shock. Trailing behind him were several Umbu operatives, each moving with astonishing swiftness. Ecstasy welled up in Shimura Danzo's eyes. Hiruzen. He bellowed toward the Hokage, summoning every ounce of his remaining strength. Save me. Hiruzen's speed intensified, his silhouette bounding across treetops, each leap spanning several dozen meters. At that very moment, Shimura Danzo's vision blurred. The entire world wavered before him, all lines distorted and then realigned. He ceased his flight and realized he was no longer upon the earth. He stood amid the raging inferno, directly before Uchiha Wonkawa. His pupils contracted sharply. No! Uchiha Wonkawa extended his hand, pressing it upon Danzo's head. It's futile. You have long been marked by my power, Yomi no Kuni. Under this mark, as long as I see you and sense your chakra, you cannot escape the dominion of time. Stop! Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice rang out from afar, laden with fury and urgency. Uchiha Wonkawa. Cease this at once. Wonkawa neither looked back nor faltered. He lowered his gaze toward Shimura Danzo, a serene, composed smile gracing his lips. I told you, he murmured, his voice low but unmistakable amid the crackling flames. You shall perish this day. Crack. Danzo's head twisted a full 180 degrees in Wonkawa's grasp. The crisp, resonant snap of his broken neck reverberated through the inferno. His eyes remained open, pupils dilated, his expression frozen between terror and disbelief. Uchiha Wonkawa! Hiruzen's voice brimmed with rage. The firestorm still roared, waves of heat distorting the air into translucent ripples. Hiruzen landed upon the riverbank, the Umbu close behind, their footsteps crunching softly against the gravel. They beheld a gruesome scene. The bodies of root operatives, members of the Hyuga branch family, sprawled haphazardly across the riverbank. Blood seeped into the stones and soil, glowing a dark crimson under the fiery light. Their eyes then fell upon the charred forest, the riverbank engulfed in blazing flames, and the youth standing amid the conflagration. Uchiha Wonkawa stood there, clutching a man in his hand. Shimura Danzo. Danzo's head hung at an impossible angle, his neck broken. His body hung limp, a boneless husk. His clothes were tattered and burnt. His face was scorched and stained with blood. The single eye visible beneath the bandages was half open, its pupil dilated and devoid of light. Hiruzen's gaze fixed upon the corpse. His pupils narrowed slightly, his expression shifting from urgency to shock, then from shock to wrath. That fury surged within him like a blazing fire, reddening his face and causing his fingers to tremble. Drawing a deep breath, Hiruzen forcibly quelled the inferno in his heart and lifted his gaze to meet Uchiha Wankawa's. Wankawa met his stare, the scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan devoid of emotion, only a calm, indifferent scrutiny. In that instant, Hiruzen's fury faltered. His mouth opened slightly, his voice dry and hoarse. "Why do you not stop?" His words were soft but echoed clearly amidst the crackling fire. "Do you even realize what you have done? You have harmed the village's upper echelon. This is treason." Wankawa regarded him silently, offering no immediate reply. He tilted his head slightly, a faint, enigmatic smile playing upon his lips. "Why should I stop? Third Hokage. Why would you ask such a question?" Hiruzen inhaled deeply, his eyes never leaving Wankawa. "Are you betraying the village?" Such an accusation was grave. Yet Wankawa remained unfazed, shrugging casually. "If you wish, I can be." Hiruzen's voice faltered. At that moment, Wankawa retorted with a question of his own. "Do you not wonder what Shimura Danzo did?" He glanced down at the corpse in his grasp, then raised his head again. "Ah, he is dead, so I suppose I cannot ask." No sooner had the words left his mouth than he acted, yanking the bandages from Danzo's head. The wrappings unraveled, revealing the pallid face beneath, and the eye long concealed beneath the cloth. It was no ordinary eye. The sclera was a lifeless gray, the pupil dilated and lacking luster. Yet beneath that ashen hue, the faint tinge of 3 Magatama could be discerned. That subtle coloration upon the iris, even as Izanagi's technique had drained its brilliance, still distinguished it from the rest of the eye. A Sharingan. Hiruzen's pupils constricted abruptly. Wankawa's movements continued unabated. He seized Danzo's jacket and tore it open, the rip of fabric piercingly sharp against the crackling fire. The garment parted, exposing Danzo's upper torso. Hiruzen's eyes then fell upon Danzo's right arm. From shoulder to fingertips, it was an unnatural, ghostly pale, reminiscent of a corpse long deceased. Embedded densely along the arm were 6 eyes, each a Sharingan. Half open, pupils dilated, sclerae of deathly gray, casting an eerie glow in the firelight. What struck terror into Hiruzen was the face upon Danzo's shoulder. Slightly smaller than a normal human face, it bore complete features. Tightly closed eyes, a straight nose, and lips pressed into a faint line. Hiruzen knew those features all too well. He had gazed upon that face for decades, from youth to silver-haired age. Senju Hashirama, his teacher, the visage of the first Hokage. His mind seemed to explode. He staggered, retreating half a pace, his foot crunching over a stone. The umbu behind him reached out to steady him, but he raised a hand to forbid it. Hiruzen's eyes remained fixed upon Danzo's corpse, upon the arm bristling with Sharingan, upon the face belonging to Senju Hashirama. His lips trembled, his fingers shook, his entire being quivered with a mixture of rage and sorrow. That emotion, the profound despair born of betrayal by one most trusted, filled his chest, extinguishing the fury that had just surged within him as if doused by ice-cold water. Uchiha Wataru cast the limp body of Shimura Danzo out, letting it fall at the feet of Sarutobi Hiruzen. The corpse struck the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. The arm, riddled with Sharingan eyes, lay outstretched and lifeless, palm facing upward, as if imploring for something. "Take a look." Uchiha Wataru's voice was calm. "This is your loyal comrade. See what he has done." He turned away and stepped into the sea of flames. The fire danced around him, yet it did not harm him in the slightest. Approaching the corpse of Hyuga Aoba, he bent down and picked up the severed head he had removed. The wound no longer bled. The hair was disheveled, and the face was frozen in a final expression of terror. He tore off Hyuga Aoba's outer robe, wrapped the head carefully, and tied it at his waist. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not glance at his actions. Instead, he crouched beside Shimura Danzo's body, reaching out to turn over the arm covered in Sharingan eyes. Those eyes were half open. The ashen pupils reflected his own face. His fingers brushed the skin of the arm. The sensation was not like touching living flesh but more akin to lifeless rubber. He looked again at the face Senju Hashirama's face. Eyes closed, resting quietly on Shimura Danzo's shoulder, as if asleep, or perhaps mocking him. Sarutobi Hiruzen closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, then opened them once more. The anger that had burned moments before had faded, replaced by profound exhaustion. Uchiha Wataru returned. He stood before Sarutobi Hiruzen, less than 2 meters away, slightly bowed, his crimson Mangekyo Sharingan fixed intently on him. Raising his hand, he pointed a finger at Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Shimura Danzo held your orders, but while carrying them out, he turned on me. attempting to gouge out my eyes. He paused. This matter demands an explanation from you and from the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen said nothing. He stood silently, meeting Uchiha Wataru's gaze, seeing his own reflection in those Mangekyo Sharingan. Behind him, the Umbu had already become alert. Some drew their ninja swords, others reached into their pouches for tools, and a few began to form hand seals. They positioned themselves behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, shielding him in the center. Every one of them watched Uchiha Wataru, their nerves taut to the breaking point. Uchiha Wataru ignored them. He withdrew his hand, the Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes gradually fading back to their usual pale hue. His eyes felt slightly sore, a side effect of prolonged use, but otherwise there was no change. His vision remained sharp, his ocular power intact, and he felt no dizziness. Turning, he walked past the Umbu. No one stopped him. It was not for lack of trying but for lack of courage. The scene had already spoken volumes. Shimura Danzo was dead, and the Umbu were stunned. As the young man passed through their midst, they instinctively gave way, as if parting for a fierce beast. Sarutobi Hiruzen spun around sharply, eyes fixed on his retreating figure. What are you going to do? His voice carried urgency. Uchiha Wataru did not look back. His voice came calmly from within the inferno ahead, composed and unruffled. I will seek out the Hyuga clan and demand an explanation. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched that silhouette, his pupils narrowing slightly. He was not joking. The thought was like a bucket of cold water, sobering him somewhat. Stop! Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice rang out behind him, edged with urgency. Uchiha Wataru did not turn. He raised a hand behind him and waved it dismissively, as if brushing off an unfamiliar stranger. The gesture was so casual it sent a chill down Sarutobi Hiruzen's spine. Instinctively, he commanded the Umbu beside him. Stop him. Several Umbu moved simultaneously. Their speed was remarkable, leaving afterimages in the firelight as they closed in on Uchiha Wataru. Some reached to seize his shoulders. Others circled to block his path. A few already plunged their hands into their pouches. Suddenly, Uchiha Wataru whipped his head around. In that instant, his eyes shifted from pale to a vivid crimson, the Mangekyo Sharingan pattern slowly spinning within his irises. The bodies of the Umbu shuddered simultaneously, as if struck in the brain by an unseen force. Their movements froze mid-action. Their eyes rolled back. Their bodies stiffened before collapsing limply to the ground. Hud hud hud. Several Umbu lay sprawled across the rocky earth, their kunai clattering sharply. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression shifted drastically. He took a step forward instinctively, but before his foot touched the ground, Uchiha Wataru's voice reached him. Do not provoke misunderstandings, Third Hokage. His voice was low. If you believe Konoha cannot tolerate me, then I am willing to become a rogue ninja, if that is your wish. Uchiha Wataru paused, then added, consider this my counsel. The moment his words fell, he vanished from sight. Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand hung frozen midair. His mouth parted slightly, but no sound escaped. He stood there, gazing at the fallen Umbu, watching their chests rise and fall, confirming they were still alive, before slowly lowering his hand. An illusion, just an illusion. Uchiha Wataru had neither killed nor harmed them. Yet the words he left behind were more lethal than any weapon. Rogue ninja. Sarutobi Hiruzen closed his eyes and drew a deep breath. The air reeked of burning, mingled with the stench of blood and earth, nauseating. He opened his eyes and looked down at Shimura Danzo's corpse. The arm covered in Sharingan gleamed eerily in the firelight. Those half-open eyes seemed to gaze at him, or perhaps mock him. His mind was flooded with images. Young Danzo, full of ambition. Danzo standing proudly by his side, swearing together to protect Konoha. Those memories overlapped with the corpse before him, overwhelming him with a dizzying wave. He closed his eyes. Danzo, he whispered, so softly only he could hear. What exactly have you done? The root of it all lay largely with Shimura Danzo. His ambition, his greed, and his ruthless creed that any means were justified for the sake of Konoha. And the one who condoned Danzo's actions was none other than himself. He had granted Danzo power and given him chance after chance. He had believed Danzo would restrain himself, would know limits, would prioritize the village's welfare. He was wrong. Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand hung at his side, fingers trembling slightly. He did not know how to handle Uchiha Wataru. The boy had lost faith in the village. His words were not threats but statements of fact. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his head, gazing in the direction where Uchiha Wataru had disappeared. There was nothing there. Across the riverbank, in the shadows some 30 meters away, a small white snake slithered out from the edge of the inferno, gliding through the charred grass, crawling over several shattered stones, and ultimately coming to rest behind a towering tree. There was a modest hollow in the tree trunk, into which the little serpent retreated. Deep within the hollow, a hand extended outward, catching the tiny snake. The serpent climbed up the fingers of that hand and nestled itself within the broad sleeve, vanishing from sight. Orochimaru leaned against the tree trunk, the golden vertical slit of his pupil reflecting the flames flickering on the opposite bank. He flicked out his tongue to lick his lips, the corner of his mouth curling into an enigmatic smile. From his bosom, he withdrew a small glass container, transparent and compact, enclosing within it 2 eyeballs. Those 2 eyes were blood-red, the 3 distinct tomo of the Sharingan clearly visible on the irises. Sharingan. Unexpectedly, that fellow Danzo Shimura had perished just like that. Orochimaru's voice was barely a whisper. What a pity, losing a rather capable collaborator all at once. He replaced the glass vessel back into his chest, straightened his garment with a pat, and then his body began to unravel. One by one, tiny snakes emerged from beneath his hem, scattering across the ground and slithering off in different directions. His form resembled a disassembled set of building blocks, completely vanishing within mere seconds. Farther away, deep within the forest, atop the treetop of a giant tree, the air began to distort. A vortex materialized from thin air, as if someone had torn open a rift in the atmosphere. Obito Uchiha stepped out from the swirling portal, landing silently on the treetop. He was clad in the white Akatsuki cloak, his face concealed behind the white spiral-patterned mask, revealing only his right eye. His right hand covered the socket of his right eye, fingers pressing lightly. In the palm of his hand, a pale white eyeball squeezed out from between the seams of the mask, falling into his hand. The eye was a ghastly white, the same hue as the white Akatsuki cloak draping his body. Obito Uchiha pressed the eye into the inner lining of the cloak, where something received it, then assimilated it seamlessly until it disappeared. How did it turn out? Came a voice from beside him. Zetsu's body, black and white intertwined, emerged from the tree trunk, resembling a pitcher plant sprouting from the earth. The half of Zetsu's face that was white bore its usual mischievous grin, while the black half remained as silent as ever. Obito lowered his hand, his voice beneath the mask utterly calm and devoid of emotion. Danzo Shimura is dead. Oh? The white half of Zetsu's face expressed mild surprise. That quickly? What a failure. Obito's tone was laced with undisguised contempt. The black half of Zetsu remained silent, expressionless on the surface, though inwardly he was speechless. To think that someone like you would call others failures, beaten to the point of losing an arm and fleeing, your mask shattered, escaping Konoha like a broken dog, and yet you have the audacity to brand others as worthless. Truly befitting the Uchiha. Let us go. Obito's voice interrupted Zetsu's thoughts. There's nothing more to see here. We need to find someone else. No more visits to Konoha for now. The space warped once more. Obito's form swallowed by the vortex. Zetsu's body merging back into the tree trunk, as if they had never appeared. The treetop returned to tranquility, disturbed only by the rustling of leaves in the breeze. Konoha village, the Hyuga clan territory. Within the council chamber of the main family residence, Hiashi Hyuga sat at the head seat, hands clasped before him, his expression serene to the point of coldness. On either side of him sat several elder members of the main family, all graying men whose eyes bore the distinctive restraint and pride unique to the Hyuga main house. No one spoke. The atmosphere in the chamber was somewhat heavy, not with tension, but with the dull anticipation of watching a drama unfold. They were all awaiting news of Hayata Hyuga. Today, Hayata had gone out with a party, accompanied by Danzo Shimura, to deal with that Uchiha youth, the one who somehow possessed the white eye. This matter had been under discussion within the Hyuga main family for several days. Some advocated a hardline approach, others urged caution. But ultimately everyone agreed to Hayata's plan. The village's upper echelon would intervene to bring Uchiha Wataru back to the Hyuga territory and uncover the origin of the white eye. If possible, to reclaim the white eye. They held great confidence in Hayata's mission, especially since he was accompanied by Danzo Shimura, representing the will of the village's leadership. No matter how rebellious Uchiha Wataru might be, he could not defy the village on this matter. Who was Danzo Shimura? The Hokage's right hand, the leader of Root, whose opinions even the third Hokage had to respect on certain issues. With him personally involved, and together with the Hyuga elders, how could a mere teenage boy overturn everything? The elder sitting immediately to Hayashi's right raised his teacup, took a sip, then set it down with a faint clink. He glanced around with an air of composure. Hayashi observed their expressions with a sense of amusement. Being younger than Uchiha Fugaku, the head of the Uchiha clan, and having only recently assumed the role of head himself, He considered his own mindset far clearer than these time-worn elders of the main family. He fully understood the weight the name Uchiha Wataru carried. That boy was no ordinary Uchiha. He possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, and was someone even Danzo Shimura approached with caution. These elders had long been blinded by the prestige of the main family. They believed the Hyuga-s Byakugan was the strongest dojutsu in the ninja world, that the Hyuga-s Kekkei Genkai was inviolable, and that anyone, even someone wielding the Uchiha Mangekyo, must bow before the Hyuga-s rules. Hayashi lowered his eyelids, concealing the trace of derision in his gaze. Very well. Letting the main family face reality might not be such a bad thing. As he pondered this, he suddenly sensed something. His brow furrowed slightly as he raised his head and looked toward the council chamber's entrance. The chamber and its surroundings were eerily silent, an unnatural stillness akin to deathly quiet. The elders continued murmuring among themselves. Some noticed his expression and paused, fixing their gaze upon him. "What is it?" asked the elder seated to his left. Hayashi raised a hand to silence him. He turned his head, tilting his ear toward the door's direction, closing his eyes to listen intently. Footsteps, very light, approaching from the front of the council chamber's entrance. The steps were neither too large nor too small, neither too fast nor too slow, with intervals between each almost perfectly regular. It sounded as if someone were strolling, yet also as if measuring something. Hayashi's eyes snapped open, the white pupils reflecting the direction of the doorway. "Someone is coming," he declared. The murmurs ceased. Teacups were set down, and everyone's gaze shifted toward the entrance. The footsteps drew nearer. "Hayata has returned, hasn't he?" said the elder to Hayashi's right, setting down his cup with an air of natural certainty. By now, there should be a conclusion. Several of the other elders nodded in agreement. Some stroked their beards indifferently, and others did not even look up, still fixated on the cup of tea before them. No one expected any surprises. They had been the main family for so long that they had forgotten what reverence meant, so long that they truly believed the Byakugan could perceive all, even danger itself. So accustomed were they to the notion that the branch family's caged birds belonged naturally to them, and that the authority of the main family was beyond reproach, that their stance regarding Uchiha Wenchuan's unique Byakugan was unanimous. Under no circumstances should it be allowed to fall into outsider hands, but rather be brought firmly under their control. Hyuga Hizashi remained silent. His brow furrowed ever more deeply, an uneasy sensation growing heavier upon his chest. Rising to his feet with deliberate slowness, several elder clan members nearby cast him questioning glances. Hizashi offered no explanation. His gaze fixed intently upon the main entrance of the council chamber, his pale irises narrowing slightly. There was a clan edict forbidding the use of the Byakugan without just cause. Though Hizashi had not activated his eyes, the oppressive weight pressing upon him sent a chill crawling along his spine. Footsteps halted at the doorway. Then the door was flung open with a thunderous crash. The twin sliding wooden doors were ripped from their tracks by overwhelming force, hurtling aside and shattering against the walls into splinters. Wood chips scattered like fragmented mist in the dust stirred by the disturbance, glimmering under the chamber's lighting. A figure stepped into the hall. His pace was neither hurried nor slow, matching perfectly the rhythm of the footsteps moments before. Passing through the cloud of wood fragments and dust, his clothing stained with blood, his face expressionless. Yet those eyes, those translucent, glass-like white eyes, shone with a piercing brilliance beneath the chamber's illumination. "Uchiha Wenchuan." The council chamber erupted instantly in uproar. "Who are you? Such insolence!" An elder seated nearest the door sprang to his feet, finger pointing at Uchiha Wenchuan as he bellowed reprimand. His face flushed crimson, his beard trembling, and even his finger quivered, not from fear, but from fury. For an outsider to have kicked open the doors of the Hyuga main family's council chamber was unprecedented. "He is Uchiha Wenchuan." Another elder also rose, his voice booming louder still. "How dare you? Do you know where this is? The Hyuga main family's council chamber is not a place for you to barge in at will. Where are the guards? Where are the guards?" Several elders spoke in near unison, their voices overlapping in waves of anger and disbelief. There was no trace of fear upon their faces, only outrage and incredulity. The sanctity of the Hyuga main family had been violated, a matter graver than any other. Yet some remained silent. Hyuga Hizashi stood unmoving in the chief seat, wordless. His gaze was locked tightly upon Uchiha Wenchuan, more precisely, upon those eyes. The white sclera, the iris like a semi-transparent diamond, pure and unblemished. Those eyes were unlike any others present, brighter, clearer, deeper. A bottomless spring of clarity, a meticulously polished jade stone, profound and radiant. Paired with Uchiha Wenchuan's handsome, refined countenance, it gave an almost unreal impression, as if a figure had stepped forth from a painting, too beautiful to be alive. But Hisashi did not feel beauty, he felt pressure. A silent communion between Byakugan and Byakugan. His own eyes met those, and an instinctive sense of suppression welled within him. This sensation had been felt long ago, when he was a child, in his grandfather Hyuga Tennin. Yet the force emanating from Uchiha Wenchuan's gaze was stronger, purer, more irresistible. This man's Byakugan surpassed all of the Hyuga main family's. Hisashi's throat tightened imperceptibly. Uchiha Wenchuan stood at the entrance of the chamber, surveying the room with a smile unaltered. It was a small smile, yet carried an unsettling undercurrent. Not mockery, but a condescending calm, as if regarding a colony of ants with effortless ease. "Oi, you're all here," he said softly, his voice clear amid the chamber's clamor. "Good. Saves me the trouble of hunting you down one by one." An elder finally voiced the most pressing question, still unaware of the full gravity. His tone tinged with restrained anger. "Why are you alone? Where is Soma?" Uchiha Wenchuan tilted his head thoughtfully. "Soma? Hyuga Soma, you mean? That old Byakugan geezer." He raised a hand and untied a cloth pouch fastened at his waist. The pouch was roughly torn from Hyuga Soma's outer robe, loosely tied and bulging. Along the journey, blood had soaked it through. With a casual flick, he tossed the pouch into the chamber. It traced an arc through the air, landing on the floor with muffled thuds, rolling several times before coming to rest at the chamber's center. The pouch's opening loosened, and a head rolled out. Hyuga Soma. His eyes were open, his face frozen in a death mask of terror, defiance, and disbelief. Yet where his eyes had been were two bloodied sockets. The Byakugan had vanished, and the blood had long since dried, leaving two dark crimson streaks on his cheeks, like dried tears, horrifying to behold. Suddenly, silence engulfed the chamber. The Hyuga elders felt as though something had seized their throats. Then, a sharp intake of breath, some stepping back instinctively, others dropping their teacups to the floor, shattering them. No one spoke. All eyes remained fixed upon that severed head, the head of Hyuga Soma, the very elder who had been sipping tea and chatting here only this morning. Hisashi's hand clenched inside his sleeve. A cold shiver rose from his feet, coursing up his spine to the crown of his head. A nameless dread gripped him. What on earth had this youth done? Yet some still had not grasped the situation. "What audacity you have!" one elder cried out, his fury overcoming his fear. Pointing a trembling finger at Uchiha Wenchuan, his voice quivered but he spoke nonetheless. "How dare you do this? Are you trying to ignite a war between the Hyuga and Uchiha clans?" His words were like a spark, instantly igniting the emotions of those gathered. "Guards! Guards! Come quickly!" Another elder shouted toward the doorway. "Where are Soma's eyes?" A third demanded sharply, eyes locked on Uchiha Wenchuan. "You dare scheme against the Hyuga Byakugan? Do you even realize what you've done? This is a declaration of war against the Hyuga. The Uchiha clan will not protect you. You're mad." Voices multiplied, growing louder and more chaotic. Calls for guards, accusations, threats, and some retreating, seeking distance from that severed head. Yet not one stepped forward. Not a single soul. Uchiha Wenchuan remained at the chamber's threshold, watching their reactions with the same unchanging smile. He listened patiently as they spoke, waiting until every voice had ceased before turning his gaze to Hyuga Hisashi. "So," he said with casual indifference, "are all you old Hyuga relics this kind of scum? I have to admit, in this regard, the Hyuga truly fall short of the Uchiha." Before his words had fully faded, a sudden rush of swift footsteps sounded outside. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Figures poured in from all directions, arriving in the corridor beyond the chamber. The Hyuga branch family's shinobi had come. Some wore the Konoha flak jackets. Others donned traditional Hyuga attire, encircling the council chamber and sealing off every exit. Uchiha Wenchuan did not even cast a glance at them. Instantly, his smile faded, and the expression on his face shifted from composed to stern. He fixed his gaze upon Hyuga Hisashi, yet those pale eyes held no warmth whatsoever. "Your people, in collusion with Shimura Danzo, sought to seize my eyes." His voice was low, but each word resonated clearly within the ears of everyone present. "Now, Shimura Danzo lies dead by my hand, and this old relic is no more." He pointed to the severed head on the ground. "But this matter is far from over." He paused, his gaze sweeping across every elder of the main family present, before settling once more on Hyuga Hisashi. "The Hyuga clan owes me a satisfactory explanation for this. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to annihilate you all." Before Hyuga Hisashi could respond, an elder of the main family leapt forward. His hair and beard were pure white, his face deeply lined with wrinkles, and his pale eyes glimmered coldly under the light. Pointing at Uchiha Wenchuan, his voice thundered so loudly that the entire council chamber seemed to hum. Do you think this is some place you can act recklessly? Before Hizashi could utter a word, the elder waved his hand sharply and issued a fierce command to the branch family shinobi stationed outside the chamber. What are you still watching for? Move at once. Seize this man. Under no circumstances shall the ninja world witness a second pair of Byakugan outside the Hyuga clan, perhaps accustomed to being the superior, or perhaps because he had not encountered anyone daring to wreak havoc in Hyuga territory for a long time. The elder was consumed by rage at this moment. To him, the Hyuga clan had always been the premier dojutsu clan of the shinobi world, unparalleled in the insight granted by the Byakugan, and unbeatable in close combat with their gentle fist technique. This was still Hyuga territory, their home ground. Both inside and outside the council chamber, dozens of branch family shinobi had surrounded the area in layers, while Uchiha Wenchuan stood alone. One man against dozens. Was there any need to wonder the outcome? The corner of his mouth even lifted slightly, as if he could already envision this impudent youth being subdued, branded a caged bird, and locked away in some forgotten corner of Hyuga land. Upon hearing this, Hyuga Hizashi's face changed dramatically. He sought to intervene, but it was too late. After all, he had only been the clan head for less than 2 years, and his prestige was still in the process of consolidation. That elder who had stepped forward was a venerable figure of the main family, having served for decades, and wielded far greater control over the branch family shinobi than Hizashi, the young clan head. Thus, when the branch family shinobi heard the order, their bodies moved instinctively. It was not a matter of loyalty or courage, but obedience. The clan's commands meant everything to them. To disobey invited the punishment of the caged bird, a torment erupting deep within the mind, a pain no one wished to endure twice. The branch family shinobi surged into the council chamber. They activated their Byakugan, veins bulging at the temples, their white pupils reflecting the figure of Uchiha Wenchuan. The 3 shinobi at the forefront struck simultaneously. Gentle fist. 3 invisible palm strikes came at Uchiha Wenchuan from different directions, their speed astonishing, slicing through the air with sharp whistles. Uchiha Wenchuan sidestepped, evading the first strike. His body tilted back slightly as the second palm strike grazed past his chest. When the third strike approached, he did not dodge. Instead, he raised his hand, fingers splayed, and dispersed the palm strike with a single palm. The palm strike exploded in his palm with a muffled sound, but his hand remained motionless. The 3 branch family shinobi exchanged glances before simultaneously advancing. Gentle fist 8 trigrams palm. The trio unleashed 6 palm strikes from different angles, targeting the vital points around Uchiha Wenchuan's body. Each strike was imbued with chakra, each aimed precisely at the critical nodes of the human meridian system. Uchiha Wenchuan's eyes transformed. The white Byakugan instantly flushed with scarlet, 3 tomo slowly appearing in the irises. The 3 tomo Sharingan with its full dynamic vision was activated. He moved not to counterattack, but to evade. His body flowed as if boneless, weaving between the incoming palm strikes. A left dodge, a right sidestep, a duck, a lean, a backward lean, a forward tilt, each motion exquisitely timed, each palm strike passing mere inches from his body, none landing a blow. The branch family shinobi's speed increased, their palm strikes growing denser, but Uchiha Wenchuan's evasive movements accelerated in tandem. His Sharingan captured every motion, guiding his body to respond with utmost precision. About 10 seconds passed. All the 8 trigrams palm strikes missed their mark. The 3 branch family shinobi's breathing grew ragged, sweat beading on their foreheads. They stepped back half a pace, readjusting their breath, preparing to launch another assault. More branch family shinobi flooded in. Some attacked from the front, others flanked from the sides, and a few leapt onto the council chamber's beams, diving down from above. Over a dozen struck simultaneously, their gentle fist palm strikes weaving a dense, intricate net in the air. This time, Uchiha Wenchuan's eyes changed again. The scarlet faded, replaced by pure white. His Byakugan activated once more, veins subtly bulging at the temples, granting him a 360-degree panoramic view that captured every person's position, movement, and even breathing rhythm. He ceased evasion and assumed a stance. The posture stunned everyone present. Feet shoulder-width apart, knees slightly bent, center of gravity lowered. Right hand forward, left hand behind, palms facing each other, fingertips pointed upward. The textbook opening form of the gentle fist. Hyuga Hizashi's pupils contracted sharply. Then Uchiha Wenchuan moved. His figure spun within the council chamber at such speed that only afterimages remained. His hands traced graceful arcs in the air, palm strikes bursting forth from his palms, striking every branch family shinobi who dared approach. Gentle fist 8 trigrams palm. Smack. 2 palms. Smack. Smack. 4 palms. Smack. 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 The crisp sounds echoed through the chamber. Calm. Composed, as if reciting a mantra he had uttered countless times. 8 strikes. 16 strikes. 32 strikes. His speed increased and the palm strikes multiplied. The branch family shinobi had no time to react. Their vital points were struck, their chakra sealed, their bodies stiffened, and their movements halted. 64 strikes. 64 palm strikes exploded simultaneously like 64 bombs detonating in unison. The branch family shinobi's bodies seemed struck by an invisible force, each falling from midair, landing heavily on the tatami mats with dull thuds. Some twitched, some fainted outright, and some lay with eyes open but bodies paralyzed. In less than half a minute, over a dozen men lay defeated. Silence enveloped the council chamber. Those branch family shinobi still standing outside widened their eyes. Shock etched across their faces, utterly bewildered. What had they witnessed? An Uchiha, wielding the Hyuga clan's gentle fist technique, had defeated the Hyuga clan's own shinobi. Moreover, this gentle fist was executed more perfectly than any they had ever seen. The angles, force, rhythm of the palm strikes, the synergy with the Byakugan, achieving heights beyond their reach. It was not mere imitation, but a genuine mastery surpassing the gentle fist skills of the vast majority within the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Hizashi's hand clenched tightly within his sleeve. His gaze remained fixed unwaveringly on Uchiha Wenkawa, on those pale eyes, on the youth adopting the gentle fist combat stance. A single thought consumed his mind. What kind of monster was this person? The elder heads of the main family were equally stunned. Uchiha Wenkawa afforded them no time to react. His figure vanished from where he stood. The next moment, he appeared before the elder who had issued the order. The latter's pupils contracted sharply, instinctively activating the Byakugan. His hands traced a circular arc before him, chakra erupting from his palms to form a rapidly spinning barrier around his body. Gentle fist secret technique. Kaiten. This was the Hyuga main family's time-honored absolute defense technique, releasing vast amounts of chakra from the body's pressure points to spin rapidly, creating an indestructible chakra shield. Any approaching enemy would be repelled by this barrier. Yet, as is well known in the world of the Hokage, absolute defense is never truly impenetrable. Uchiha Wenkawa did not even pause. A sudden surge of chakra coursed through his body surface, condensing into his palm. With a single strike, he targeted the barrier's weak point. The high-speed rotating chakra shield was like a sheet of thin paper in the face of immense force, instantly torn apart. The elder's body was exposed before Uchiha Wenkawa. His kaiten was broken, his chakra disrupted, and his body stiffened briefly. In that fleeting moment, Uchiha Wenkawa's hands reached out, 2 fingers precisely inserted into the elder's eye sockets. Pop! Both eyeballs were gouged out, still tethered to delicate nerves and blood vessels, trailing 2 streaks of blood through the air. A piercing scream echoed throughout the council chamber. The elder clutched his eye sockets, blood gushing through his fingers, streaming down his face, staining his clothes and the tatami mats. His body trembled, curling into a ball like a mouse whose tail had been stepped on. Uchiha Wenkawa showed no sign of stopping. He raised his hand, chakra condensing into an invisible scalpel on his fingertips, and with a swift, light motion like striking a match, he slashed across the elder's neck. The elder's scream abruptly ceased. A fine red line appeared on his throat, rapidly widening as blood spurted from the wound. Clutching his neck, he stared wide-eyed into 2 blood-filled sockets, his mouth opening and closing silently. Then his body went limp, collapsing onto the tatami with 2 convulsions before falling still. From his bosom, Uchiha Wenkawa withdrew a glass vial, unscrewed its cap, and placed the 2 eyeballs inside. The vial already contained 2 eyeballs, those of Hyuga-soma, now quietly floating in pale green preservative liquid, the white irises appearing exceptionally translucent beneath the fluid. He tightened the cap and returned the vial to his bosom. A deathly silence descended over the council chamber. The elder heads of the main family stood frozen, some faces drained of color, some lips trembling, some legs quivering. Not a single soul spoke or dared move. The branch family shinobi stationed outside did not dare enter either. They watched the youth standing beside the elder's corpse. Some instinctively stepped back half a pace. Uchiha Wenkawa lifted his head, surveying the surroundings. Those pale eyes held no warmth. "You Hyuga clan are truly arrogant," he said softly. "Did you think I was joking with you?" He glanced down at the corpse at his feet. The elder's throat still seeped blood, staining the tatami with a spreading crimson pool. Retracting his gaze, Uchiha Wenkawa looked back at the elder heads. The hunt has begun. Are you ready? At these words, Hyuga Hizashi's heart turned cold. Having witnessed Uchiha Wenkawa's methods, his earlier unease crystallized into grim reality. No matter how unwilling he was for events to spiral beyond control, Wenkawa's words had been spoken. Like water spilled, they could not be reclaimed. Hyuga Hizashi parted his lips to speak, but before he could utter a word, Uchiha Wenkawa moved. The hunt has begun was no mere threat. Wenkawa's figure vanished from his spot, moving with the speed of a phantom. The next instant, he stood before another elder of the main family. This elder sat third to the left of Hyuga Hizashi. His hair was streaked with gray, his wrinkles deeper than those of the elder who had just fallen. His eyes were wide, the pale pupils reflecting Uchiha Wenkawa's image, yet his body remained motionless. Wenkawa's right hand shot forward, fingers together, electric sparks dancing at the tips. Not quite a full Chidori, but a condensed lightning chakra blade, short and razor-sharp, formed at his fingertips. His arm extended, palm thrust out with decisive precision like a steel knife piercing tofu. Pop! The palm plunged into the elder's chest. Not from the front, but from the side, slipping between ribs to avoid bone and strike the heart directly. The elder's mouth gaped, eyes wider still, pale pupils filled with confusion. He did not understand why his body would not move, why his chest felt so cold, or why the face of the youth before him blurred. Uchiha Wenkawa withdrew his hand, palm smeared with blood, fingertips still clinging to fragments of heart muscle. The elder's body trembled before collapsing straight onto the tatami, producing a dull thud. No! Hyuga Hizashi's voice rang out from the main seat, fraught with shock, anger, and grief. He no longer cared for anything else. Despite his unease and the clear knowledge that he might not be a match for this youth, he was the head of the Hyuga family and could not stand by while main family elders were slaughtered like chickens before him. He acted. Hyuga Hizashi sprang from the main seat, hands crossing before him as chakra gathered in his palms. His Byakugan was activated to its fullest extent, veins bulging grotesquely at the corners of his eyes. He observed Uchiha Wenkawa's movements, his trajectory, and the angle of his attack. 8 trigrams empty palm, both palms thrust forward, sending 2 invisible gusts roaring toward Uchiha Wenkawa. Wherever the palm strikes passed, air compressed into visible white ripples. Tatami mats were lifted and scattered, the floor cracked with chips flying. Uchiha Wenkawa did not invoke his Mangekyo Sharingan abilities. He merely shifted his body, sliding half a step to the left. The 2 gusts of the 8 trigrams empty palm swept past his side, crashing into the rear wall of the council chamber. 2 enormous holes appeared in the wall, bricks shattered, dust billowing. While sidestepping, Uchiha Wenkawa's right hand brushed the face of the elder who had just fallen. 2 fingers precisely probed the eye sockets, lightly prying out both Byakugan. Without a glance, he casually placed the eyeballs into the glass vial in his bosom. You! Hyuga Hizashi's eyes reddened, breath growing rapid, chest heaving violently. His trembling hands betrayed the depth of his fury. 8 trigrams empty chop. He charged forward, hands like twin blades, striking down upon Uchiha Wenkawa with relentless force. Each strike bore a razor-sharp edge, capable of cleaving through rock and severing steel. His speed was astonishing, and the Byakugan's insight allowed him to precisely discern every movement of Uchiha Wenchuan, enabling him to anticipate and counter in advance. Yet, all these were effortlessly evaded by Uchiha Wenchuan. At this moment, Uchiha Wenchuan's body seemed weightless, drifting gracefully amidst Hyuga Hizashi's palm techniques. He merely dodged, and in the brief intervals between evasions, his figure vanished once more, only to reappear before another elder of the main family. That elder was already prepared. The instant he saw Uchiha Wenchuan charging at him, his hairs stood on end. With both hands tracing arcs before him, chakra surged forth from every point along his body's meridians as he spun rapidly. Once again, he unleashed Kaiten absolute defense. Uchiha Wenchuan did not even decelerate. He charged straight at the swirling chakra barrier, extended his hand, fingers splayed wide, and struck a specific point on the barrier. Under the scrutiny of the Byakugan, no matter how much one boasted of absolute defense, its vulnerabilities were still laid bare. Chakra coalesced into a singular point in the palm before erupting instantaneously. The barrier trembled violently, then began to collapse from the struck point. Almost in an instant, the entire Kaiten shattered like fractured glass. The elder's body was exposed before Uchiha Wenchuan. His Kaiten broken, chakra in disarray, leaving him momentarily stiffened. Uchiha Wenchuan's right hand reached out and brushed across the elder's face. Two Byakugan eyes fell into his palm. He did not kill the man, at least, not yet, only taking the eyes. The elder screamed in agony, clutching his eye sockets with both hands as blood gushed from between his fingers. He writhed on the floor, his wails echoing throughout the council chamber. Behind him, Hyuga Hizashi's 8 trigrams mountain-breaking strike came crashing down. An enhanced version of the 8 trigrams empty palm. It concentrated all chakra into both palms, delivering a blow powerful enough to shatter a small mountain. Uchiha Wenchuan did not look back. His figure vanished once more, reappearing on the opposite side of the council chamber. Hizashi's palm struck the floor, detonating a massive crater several meters wide. Tatami fragments and splinters of wood scattered into the air before crashing down with a cacophony. Uchiha Wenchuan moved through the council chamber with a speed that seemed to flicker. Each time he appeared, an elder of the main family suffered. Their eyes were taken with clean, precise motions, devoid of any superfluity. Hizashi's fury grew ever fiercer, yet his attacks could never land a hit. It was not that his speed was insufficient or his palm techniques lacking finesse, but rather that Uchiha Wenchuan refused to engage him directly. Whenever Hizashi closed in, he vanished. Whenever Hizashi pursued, he materialized in another direction. The council chamber bore the scars of Hizashi's palm strikes everywhere. Holes in the walls, massive craters in the floor, shattered pillars, and collapsed ceilings. The branch family ninjas dared not stand idle any longer. They surged from all directions to seize Uchiha Wenchuan, wielding gentle fist techniques, ninja tools, and some even brandishing kunai and shuriken. Yet, none could touch him, not even the hem of his garment. Uchiha Wenchuan weaved through the crowd like a slippery fish, his Byakugan perceiving every movement, enabling the most precise evasion. One elder of the main family attempted a sneak attack from behind, palms slapping toward his back heart. Without turning his head, Uchiha Wenchuan tilted his body slightly. The 2 palms slid past his side. Then, with a reverse sweep of his hand, 2 fingers plunged into the elder's eye sockets, extracting 2 Byakugan eyes. The elder screamed and collapsed, blood pouring from his eye sockets. From the front, Hizashi's twin palms struck. Uchiha Wenchuan flickered, appearing 3 meters away. Hizashi's palm force slammed into the spot where he had just stood, blowing another large crater in the floor. At that moment, the sound of tearing air came from outside. Swish, swish, swish. Figures streaked across the night sky, landing in the corridor outside the council chamber. Leading them was a man clad in the Hokage's robe, his head bare of a straw hat, his expression shifting from shock to solemnity, then to anger. Sarutobi Hiruzen. He had hurriedly dealt with Danzo Shimura's corpse, sealed the arm covered with Sharingan and the face of Senju Hashirama, then led the Umbu to the Hyuga clan's domain. He had hoped to arrive in time to prevent the worst, but upon witnessing the scene inside the council chamber, he knew he was too late. Several corpses lay strewn across the floor, bloodstains smeared over the tatami mats. Elders of the main family lay sprawled in pools of blood, some pierced through the chest, others with hollow, bloodied eyes, rolling and wailing on the ground. Hyuga Hizashi stood at the chamber's center, panting heavily, bloodshot eyes, his garments soaked through with sweat. And Uchiha Wenchuan stood beside one elder, holding a glass tube into which he placed 2 freshly extracted Byakugan eyes. That glass tube was already nearly full. Uchiha Wenchuan. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice rang from the doorway, laced with fury. Cease at once. Uchiha Wenchuan turned his head, seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Umbu behind him, the drawn ninja swords in their hands, and fingers already beginning to form seals. He smiled coldly, then vanished. The next instant, he appeared before another elder of the main family, who had just finished casting Kaiten and was panting. Before the elder could react, Uchiha Wenchuan's hand plunged into his chest, crushing his heart. Pulling back, he brushed his hand across the elder's face and extracted 2 Byakugan eyes. The motion was seamless, fluid as flowing clouds and running water, so practiced. Uchiha Wenchuan placed the Byakugan eyes into the glass tube, tightened the cap, tucked the tube back into his bosom, then lifted his head to face Sarutobi Hiruzen, 3rd Hokage. His voice was low, yet amid the groans and wails blanketing the floor, it rang out clearly. Did you think what I told you before was a joke? Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils contracted sharply. He drew in a deep breath, closed his eyes, then reopened them. The hesitation was gone, replaced solely by a heavy resolve. Everyone, obey the order. Eliminate the traitorous Uchiha Wenchuan within the village. The words fell, and the Umbu he brought surged forward simultaneously. They charged from the corridor into the council chamber, some drawing blades, some forming seals, others hurling kunai. The branch family ninjas of the Hyuga clan moved as well, converging from all sides, encircling the chamber tightly. Uchiha Wenchuan stood in the midst of the council chamber, watching those rushing toward him, gazing at Sarutobi Hiruzen's solemn face, at Hyuga Hizashi's bloodshot eyes. He laughed. The laughter was soft but carried a sense of liberation. Ha ha! The sound echoed through the chamber. Finally, no more pretense? His smile vanished abruptly. Those white eyes held no warmth. Very well. His figure disappeared from where he stood and reappeared among the crowd. Then the battle erupted in an instant. The Umbu Sarutobi Hiruzen brought were no ordinary ninjas. They were the village's elite, each at least a special jonin or mastery over a secret technique. At this moment, they held nothing back, revealing all their trump cards. Mind-body transfer technique. A member of the Yamanaka clan's Umbu formed hand seals swiftly, channeling his spiritual energy into intangible arrows that shot forth toward Wataru Uchiha. This was a secret technique that directly assaulted the soul, impervious to any physical defense. Shadow imitation technique. Another Umbu of the Nara clan saw the black shadow beneath his feet rapidly elongate, slithering across the ground like a dark serpent, targeting Wataru Uchiha's own shadow. Once ensnared, the body would be immobilized. Multiplication technique. An Umbu from the Akimichi clan suddenly expanded in size, his palm swelling to resemble a giant fan as he struck toward Wataru Uchiha with a force capable of flattening a person like a pancake. Parasitic worms. An Inuzuka clan insect user unleashed a swarm of tiny black insects from his sleeve. These minuscule creatures, dense as dust, surged toward Wataru Uchiha, clouding the air in their wake. Meanwhile, others were casting fire-style, water-style, and lightning-style jutsu, weaving a dense web of firepower in the air. Kunai, shuriken, and explosive tags were hurled from all directions, sealing off every avenue of retreat. Ninja from the branch family of the Hyuga clan also joined the fray. Their gentle fist techniques proved devastating in such close quarters, each strike aimed precisely at Wataru Uchiha's chakra points, each blow attempting to seal his chakra flow. At the same moment, the attacks of dozens erupted simultaneously. Boom! The council chamber was utterly shattered under the immense energy impact. The roof was torn away, walls toppled, pillars fractured, and beams collapsed. With chips, rubble, and dust swirled in the air, transforming the entire chamber into a wasteland in an instant. The commotion of battle rapidly escalated, spreading from the council chamber across the entire Hyuga territory. The clan members had long since been alerted. Some fled their homes, others dashed into the streets clad only in their nightwear. They witnessed towering flames from the direction of the council chamber and heard the thunderous explosions of jutsu and the shouts of ninjas, their faces etched with unease. At the outskirts of the Hyuga lands, residents of Konoha also caught wind of the disturbance. Some gazed from a distance, others climbed onto rooftops, while some whispered among themselves. Tonight was destined to be anything but peaceful. Amid the ruins, Wataru Uchiha stood atop the rubble. His clothes fluttered wildly in the blast winds, dust clinging to his hair, yet his eyes, those pale orbs, shone with extraordinary brightness. Surveying the onrushing attacks from all directions, a wide, mischievous grin spread across his youthful face. In the next instant, chakra surged violently within him. This tremor was not physical but spiritual. The Yamanaka shinobi who had attempted the mind transfer technique found his spirit crashing against an impenetrable iron wall the moment it touched Wataru Uchiha's soul. His spirit rebounded with tremendous force. Spurt. Blood gushed simultaneously from the 7 orifices of the Yamanaka ninja's body. He stiffened, his eyes rolling back, and collapsed stiffly to the ground. Dead, his soul shattered before he could even utter a scream. Wataru Uchiha's form flickered and vanished from his original spot. The shadow extending beneath the Nara Umbu's feet swung futilely through empty air. Gritting his teeth, the Nara Umbu manipulated the shadow to continue the pursuit, but Wataru's speed was simply beyond reach. He appeared midair, directly facing the enormous palm descending upon him. The Akimichi Umbu's multiplication technique palm pressed down like a wall, the gust of the strike blowing Wataru's hair backward. Wataru twisted his body, his right foot tracing an arc in the air, delivering a fierce kick to the giant palm. Boom! The force was staggering. The Akimichi Umbu felt as though his palm had been struck by a colossal beast. His entire arm tingled numb. His hand was flung upward, his balance lost, stumbling back several paces before crashing into the ruins behind him, sending a cascade of broken bricks and rubble flying. Wataru landed, clutching a kunai in each hand. Before him, several Umbu-wielding ninja swords appeared. Their blades slashed from different angles with such speed that only silver afterimages remained. Clang, 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 clang. The clash of kunai and ninja swords sent sparks flying. Wataru's arms moved swiftly. The kunai in his hand seemed alive. Blocking, countering, blocking again, then countering once more. His movements were distilled to pure precision. Every strike deftly deflected his opponent's blades, and at the fleeting moment when a gap appeared in their swordplay, the tips of his kunai grazed one adversary's arm, drawing a string of blood droplets. The umbu were forced to retreat, glancing down at their arms. Though the wounds were not deep, their limbs had gone limp. Wataru had severed the chakra pathways in their arms. Standing atop the ruins, warmth coursed through Wataru's body. He threw back his head and laughed heartily. Battle, exhilarating. His laughter echoed through the air, carrying a long-suppressed exhilaration. Then he moved, charging forward boldly into the crowd, into the midst of those still forming hand seals, tossing kunai or rushing at him. At that moment, his eyes turned a vivid crimson. His Mangekyo Sharingan activated. Upon closer inspection, his eyeballs could be seen rotating rapidly within their sockets, capturing every movement, every attack trajectory, every opening. His speed surged once more, his entire being transforming into a streak of lightning as he weaved through the crowd. No foe could match him where he passed. An umbu raised his blade to strike. Wataru sidestepped deftly, his kunai slicing across the attacker's wrist, disarming him. A Hyuga branch family ninja struck with both palms. Wataru leaned backward, the palms sliding past his chest. He thrust off the ground with his foot, springing upward to ram his knee into the attacker's abdomen. The man grunted, eyes bulging, mouth agape, face reddened and contorted. Jutsu flew past him. Fireballs, water bullets, wind blades, earth walls. None could land a hit. Someone cast an illusion, attempting to disrupt his vision. But his Sharingan pierced through the genjutsu the instant it began, unaffected even for a moment. He blocked taijutsu and countered smoothly. He effortlessly parried sword strikes with his twin kunai. Then, as the opponent withdrew his blade, Wataru slid his kunai down the sword's length, stabbing the attacker's fingers gripping the hilt. He fought his way from one end of the crowd to the other, leaving behind a trail of fallen ninjas. Some clutched their wrists, others held their legs, some lay motionless. None were dead yet, at least still alive for now, but all had lost the ability to continue fighting. He landed atop a rooftop, casually running a hand through his hair before throwing back his head in laughter. Ah! In the sky above, the clouds seemed to echo his laughter. Gradually, they gathered, and the sky darkened. Before his laughter had fully faded, a bolt of lightning streaked toward him from his rear flank. The speed was astonishing, the angle cunningly precise. A figure appeared silently behind him, a short blade gleaming coldly in the air, crackling with lightning-style chakra. Kakashi Hatake. He emerged from the shadows, the short blade aimed straight at Wataru Uchiha's nape. Without turning his head, Wataru raised a kunai from his waist and reached back casually, as if scratching an itch behind him. Clang! The kunai's tip struck the edge of the short blade with a crisp metallic ring. Kakashi Hatake's kunai was held at bay, the blade no more than an inch from Uchiha Wenkawa's nape, yet it could not advance a single fraction. Kakashi Hatake. Uchiha Wenkawa's voice came from ahead, measured and unhurried. I helped you eliminate the enemy who killed your father. You showed no gratitude, and now you strike at me? Do you have no heart? Kakashi's pupils contracted slightly. His body halted midair. Then he drew back his blade and leapt away, landing on another rooftop several meters distant. He knelt on one knee, his left hand bracing against the eaves, his right hand gripping the kunai, its tip pointing downward. Yet his eyes, the one visible beyond his mask, were fixed unwaveringly on Uchiha Wenkawa, his pupils betraying a fleeting astonishment. What did you say? His voice was soft, but each word trembled with a barely suppressed emotion. Uchiha Wenkawa turned to face him, a smile curling his lips, an unsettling, glaring smile. He tilted his head slightly, as if regarding a wayward child. What? You don't believe me? He raised a hand, the tip of his kunai tapping his temple, as though urging Kakashi to recall something. Do you think your father, Tsukumo Hatake's death, was simply his own despair? His smile widened. Hehe, little did you know it was all the work of Danzo Shimura. That old dog spread rumors behind the scenes, manipulated public opinion, turning the entire village against Tsukumo, branding him a failure who abandoned his mission. Your father could not bear the torment within and chose to end his own life. He lowered his hand, twirling the kunai between his fingers. Now I have killed Danzo Shimura. You should be grateful to me. Kakashi's breathing grew rapid. His right hand trembled, the kunai humming faintly in his grasp. His eyes were filled with shock, confusion, and anger, along with an indescribable, ineffable emotion. Don't listen to his lies. The voice of Hiruzen Sarutobi came urgently from afar. He stood at the edge of the ruins, several newly arrived umbu behind him. Kakashi, act now. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Wenkawa's smile deepened. He turned his gaze to Hiruzen Sarutobi, raising his voice so all present could hear. Don't you know in your heart whether I'm lying? His eyes pierced Sarutobi like blades. What are you playing at here? You, the pure white lotus? His laughter echoed through the air, growing more gleeful. Without your tacit approval, could such a massive public outcry have erupted in the village? You watched with open eyes as Tsukumo Hatake was driven to death by the very village he loved. Uchiha Wenkawa paused, his smile now uncontrollable, as if recalling something ludicrous, bursting into loud laughter. Ha 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 ha. Kakashi's kunai slipped from his hand, clattering against the eaves with a sharp chime. His body froze, the visible eyes pupils now dilated and unfocused. Hiruzen Sarutobi's heart sank upon witnessing this. Kakashi's gaze was wrong. That vacant look was all too familiar, the one he had seen countless times on the faces of ninjas who had lost comrades on the battlefield. If Kakashi collapsed now, the consequences would be unimaginable. Kakashi. Sarutobi's voice rose in urgency. Don't listen to him. There's a misunderstanding. The voice roused Kakashi. His body trembled, his unfocused pupils gradually regaining some clarity. He lifted his head and looked toward Sarutobi, the exposed eye filled with bewilderment. What misunderstanding? He seemed to ask himself. Sarutobi opened his mouth to speak but swallowed his words. What misunderstanding? What could he say? That Tsukumo Hatake's death had nothing to do with Danzo? Yet what Uchiha Wenkawa said was clearer to him than anyone. Danzo had indeed spread rumors behind the scenes, manipulated public sentiment, and systematically driven Tsukumo Hatake to despair. And he, as the Hokage, had neither stopped nor, in a certain sense, had tacitly approved it all. Because his original intention was to use Tsukumo Hatake's example to warn other ninjas, to make them understand the importance of their missions. That was the Hokage's calculation. But compared to Tsukumo Hatake's death, compared to Kakashi's pain at losing his father, what did that calculation amount to? Sarutobi's lips moved. But in the end, he said nothing. Uchiha Wenkawa sneered, his laughter piercing the night wind. Third Hokage, you preach lofty principles all day long, but you must maintain your facade of righteousness. When some matters are inconvenient, you can only silently allow that old dog Danzo Shimura to handle them. His tone was dripping with scorn. You two are truly inseparable comrades. Such cooperation, I admire it. His gaze swept over everyone present, from the Umbu to the Hyuga branch family ninjas, from Hiruzen Sarutobi to Kakashi Hatake. One overt, the other covert, working together for decades, targeting this one, that one, turning Konoha into a chaotic mess. Tsukumo Hatake died, the fourth Hokage and his wife died, and now it's my turn? Many eyes instinctively turned toward Hiruzen Sarutobi. Those gazes were filled with doubt and unease, for Uchiha Wenkawa's words carried too much weight. They did not believe Sarutobi to be a schemer. In their hearts, the third Hokage was just and a venerable elder willing to sacrifice everything for the village. Yet Uchiha Wenkawa's accusations were so specific, so detailed, that they seemed hardly fabricated. Moreover, Sarutobi's silence just now was itself a form of response. Sarutobi felt those eyes upon him. A chill ran down his spine. This is bad. He could no longer allow Uchiha Wenkawa to continue speaking. If he did, not only Danzo's reputation but even the Hokage's authority would be shaken. After today, regardless of the outcome, the village would be rife with rumors. He could not permit such a thing. Seize him. Sarutobi's voice suddenly rose, commanding with unyielding authority. Do not let him cause any more trouble. All ninjas, obey orders. Attack with full force. An order was an order. Though some Umbu and Hyuga branch family ninjas hesitated inwardly, they suppressed their doubts and surged toward Uchiha Wenkawa once more. Some formed hand seals, some drew blades, some flanked from the sides, others dove from above. This time, Uchiha Wenkawa showed no mercy. Under the moonlight, his figure became a streak of lightning as he confronted the three Umbu at the forefront. The three drew their ninjato simultaneously, their blades slicing 3 silver arcs through the night sky. Uchiha Wenkawa spun his body amid the blades. The 3 swords grazed past him, not even touching the hem of his clothes. His hands darted out. His left hand clamped onto one assailant's throat, while his right plunged into another's chest. Chakra surgical blades coalesced invisibly at his fingertips, severing the throat and piercing the heart in one fluid motion. The third attempted to retreat, but Uchiha Wenkawa's foot crashed into his knee. The sound of shattering bone rang sharply through the night. A piercing scream erupted as the man's body pitched forward. Uchiha Wenkawa's palm followed through seamlessly, striking the back of his head. The force of the blow shattered the skull and pulverized the brain within. 3 corpses collapsed almost simultaneously. He did not pause. His form darted swiftly through the crowd, each appearance accompanied by the extinguishing of a life. Before any of the ninjas' attacks could reach him, he had already vacated their range. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, secret techniques, none could lay a finger on him. His voice echoed from all corners of the battlefield, sometimes to the left, sometimes to the right, sometimes ahead, sometimes behind, as if emanating from every direction at once. Third Hokage, at this juncture, do you regret it? A member of the Umbu attempted a stealth attack from behind, thrusting a kunai toward his lower back. Without turning his head, he grabbed the attacker's wrist with a backward motion, twisted it effortlessly. There was the sickening sound of bones snapping, followed by a scream. He flung the man away, sending him crashing into another Umbu who was in the midst of forming hand seals. The 2 tumbled to the ground in a tangled heap. First was Tsukumo Hatake. He appeared before 3 Hyuga branch family ninjas, who simultaneously unleashed the 8 trigrams palms, 6 streams of chakra striking from different angles. His body weaved through the onslaught as though devoid of bones, slipping past their defenses from an impossible angle. With both hands, 2 fingers pierced the eye sockets of 2 of them, while a kick shattered the jaw of the third, sending him flying backward into a ruined pillar, his body slumping limply to the ground. Next came the 4th Hokage and his wife. Those words detonated like a bomb amidst the crowd. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils constricted sharply. Finally, it was my turn. Uchiha Wenchuan's figure materialized atop a rooftop, standing on the corpse of an Umbu, his kunai still dripping with blood. He looked down upon Sarutobi Hiruzen with a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. Which of these matters is not connected to Shimura Danzo? Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression shifted. He instinctively gasped in alarm. What? The deaths of the 4th Hokage and his wife are also linked to Danzo? The moment those words left his mouth, he knew he had committed a grave mistake. The death of Tsukumo Hatake was related to Danzo, and so was the incident involving Uchiha Wenchuan. He had intended to deny it, but hearing the names of the 4th Hokage and his wife stunned him profoundly. Minato. That was the disciple of his disciple, the very person he had personally crowned with the Hokage's hat. The young man whose smile was as warm as sunlight, who sacrificed himself and his wife to protect the village. A hero. If Minato's death was also connected to Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind descended into chaos. Many ninjas on the field instinctively faltered in their movements. They had heard Sarutobi's words, had caught the weight of that conjunction also. Some gazed at Sarutobi in disbelief. Others saw their ninjutsu falter by half a beat. On some faces, doubt and unease flickered unmistakably. What did the 3rd Hokage mean just now? Was the matter of Tsukumo Hatake truly connected to Danzo? Was the incident with Uchiha Wenchuan also tied to Danzo? And the 4th Hokage and his wife, they dared not think further. Sarutobi Hiruzen snapped back to himself, cursing inwardly. Swiftly, he bit his finger and slammed both hands onto the ground. The summoning technique's runes spread out across the earth. Summoning jutsu. A plume of smoke erupted, and a towering figure emerged from the haze. It was a colossal ape clad in a black short jacket, with a purple apron tied around its waist. Standing over 2 meters tall, its body covered in brown fur, eyes burning bright with intensity. The Monkey King, Enma. Hiruzen, what do you summon me for? Enma's voice was deep and tinged with displeasure, but upon beholding the surrounding ruins, corpses and bloodstains, his expression shifted. Enma, transform. Sarutobi Hiruzen offered no explanation, his voice laden with urgency. Without further inquiry, Enma crossed his arms before him. His body morphed, compressed, and stretched in a swirl of smoke. When the haze cleared, a black, Rui Jingu Bang appeared in Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands. The adamantine staff. Gripping the staff firmly, Sarutobi Hiruzen channeled chakra fervently into it. The staff suddenly lengthened and thickened, transforming into a massive pillar, which he thrust toward the direction where Uchiha Wenchuan stood. Uchiha Wenchuan stood atop the rooftop, watching the enormous staff push toward him. He did not evade but instead planted his feet firmly on the rooftop, propelling himself backward with force. The adamantine staff advanced faster, his tip chasing after his body. He used his kunai to parry the staff's assault, but the momentum pushed him relentlessly backward. Rooftops, walls, trees, everything in the staff's path was shattered. Uchiha Wenchuan's body soared hundreds of meters through the air, propelled out of the Hyuga clan's territory and beyond Konoha's outer walls. Seal the rogue ninja Uchiha Wenchuan. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice reverberated through the air as he wielded the adamantine staff, pursuing the figure fleeing beyond the village. Several masked Umbu operatives surged forward from the formation. They bore sealing scrolls on their backs, their hands already forming seals. Their speed was remarkable, closely tailing Sarutobi Hiruzen as they charged outside the village. At that moment, urgent footsteps echoed from another direction of the village. Not a solitary figure, but a group rushing from the Uchiha clan's territory at a swift pace. Leading them was a woman clad in dark robes, her long hair billowing in the night wind, her expression both anxious and resolute. Uchiha Mikoto. Behind her followed dozens of Uchiha clan ninjas. Some wore the guard division uniform, others sported ordinary dark attire, but every pair of eyes glowed crimson. She had heard Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. Her face changed color, and her voice rose sharply in a fierce reprimand. Third Hokage, Wenchuan is not a traitor. The Uchiha behind her halted as well. Some drew their kunai, others reached into their ninja tool pouches. All eyes fixed intently on Sarutobi Hiruzen. The atmosphere was thick with tension, ready to snap. To be honest, the feelings within the Uchiha clan were complicated. Their reasons for coming here were hardly honorable. As Uchiha assigned to guard Konoha, they were far from elite. The truly elite clan members had mostly been taken to the front lines by Uchiha Fugaku. Those left behind were merely ordinary members with some insight but limited combat experience. They could handle the routine duties of the guard division but were ill-prepared for battlefield slaughter. Their perceptions of Uchiha Wenkawa were mixed. There was resentment, and there was admiration. The resentment stemmed from the fact that this youth had never valued the clan. From childhood onward, he rejected the clan's arrangements, refused to associate with other clan members, and even declined to move into the new clan territory. Elders in the clan said he was inconsiderate. Peers said he was antisocial. Cold words, exclusion, and isolation. Many among them had participated in Wenkawa's hardships growing up. At that time, they thought it justified. How could someone who disregarded the clan demand the clan's recognition? But now, things were different. The Uchiha were a clan that revered strength, and this was vividly manifest in them. If you were strong, they respected you. Uchiha Wenkawa displayed Susanoo, a power unmatched by anyone after Uchiha Madara. He was only 14, not yet of age, with a potential far from exhausted. Within the clan, whispers had already begun circulating in hushed tones, asserting that he might one day ascend to the caliber of Madara Uchiha. Madara Uchiha, that pinnacle of the Uchiha lineage, the most distant and dazzling star in every Uchiha's heart. Should the Uchiha clan ever produce another Madara, what a spectacle the clan would become. Yet, it was lamentable that such a prodigy had grown estranged from his own family, a source of profound regret. This was the very complexity that weighed on their minds. They yearned to rely on his strength, yet knew he was unwilling to be depended upon. They sought closeness but lacked the words to approach him. They wished to atone for past coldness and exclusion, yet could not bring themselves to humble their pride. But now, circumstances had shifted. The village intended to harm Uchiha Wataru. From the Uchiha perspective, this was utterly unacceptable. Whether or not Wataru was aligned with the clan was a separate matter from the village's decision to target him. No matter what, he was still one of the Uchiha. His Byakugan or Mangekyo Sharingan were powers of the Uchiha bloodline. For the village to act against him was a provocation to the entire Uchiha clan. Moreover, if they acted now, there remained a chance to alter Wataru's perception of the family. This was crucial. "My lady Mikoto, what shall we do?" a young Uchiha whispered, his three-tomo Sharingan glowing crimson as his gaze fixed intently on the direction where Hiruzen Sarutobi was retreating. Uchiha Mikoto did not turn around. Her eyes were likewise locked on that very direction. "Charge forward and rescue Wataru-kun," she said softly, yet with unwavering resolve. "Yes." The Uchiha behind her answered in unison. They moved. Dozens of figures surged simultaneously from their positions, swift as the wind, intent on passing through the hesitant EndP1 and Hyuga branch family shinobi to overtake Hiruzen Sarutobi and prevent him from striking Uchiha Wataru. "Stop!" An EndP1 sprang from the flank, blocking Uchiha Mikoto's path. His hand gripped a kunai, and beneath his mask, his eyes fixed upon her with unyielding intensity. "Uchiha, what do you intend to do?" More EndP1 and Hyuga branch family shinobi encircled them. Their faces were tense. Some hands trembled slightly on their ninja swords. Others struggled to form seals steadily. They knew well that though these Uchiha were not elite, the simultaneous activation of dozens of Sharingan instilled a pressure few could withstand. If the Uchiha were driven to desperation, the consequences would be dire. "Stand aside." Uchiha Mikoto's voice was calm yet firm. The EndP1 refused to yield, nor did their comrades behind them, yet they did not attack either, caught in a stalemate, unable to advance or retreat. Uchiha Mikoto said no more. She raised her hand and gestured behind her. Dozens of Uchiha accelerated simultaneously, slipping through the gaps between the EndP1 and Hyuga branch family shinobi. Some circled to the left, others flanked from the right, some leapt overhead. The shinobi attempted to intercept, but the Sharingan anticipated every move, rendering all attempts futile. In the blink of an eye, the Uchiha had breached the blockade and were pursuing the direction beyond the village limits. The EndP1 and Hyuga branch family shinobi dared not intervene directly, helplessly watching them depart. Elsewhere, Hiruzen Sarutobi also heard Uchiha Mikoto's voice. A weight settled in his heart. The Uchiha clan had come after all, and matters were spiraling beyond his control. Yet, he had no retreat left. His gaze swept over the sealing squad behind him, and he raised a hand to signal. The 4 EndP1 of the sealing squad understood immediately. Their speed surged. Chakra burst forth from their feet, carving arcs through the air as they raced toward Uchiha Wataru's landing point. Uchiha Wataru's feet barely touched the ground. Outside the village walls stretched an open expanse, beyond which lay a forest. He steadied himself, flexed his wrists, and lifted his gaze to survey his surroundings. For figures descended simultaneously from the 4 cardinal directions: east, south, west, and north. Clad in uniform EndP1 attire and wearing cat-faced masks, each had already begun forming hand seals. For purple flame formation, the 4 intoned in unison as chakra surged from their bodies, converging around Uchiha Wataru. For violet chakra barriers rose from each direction, forming a square luminous shield. The pale purple aura of the barrier was translucent, revealing the scenery beyond, yet the light itself radiated intense heat. The 4 purple flame formation was a barrier technique jointly cast by 4 jonin from 4 directions. The light walls were condensed from high-density chakra, burning anything that touched them with searing heat. Uchiha Wataru withdrew his hands, eyes gleaming with interest. He looked up toward the barrier's exterior. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood not far away outside the barrier, gripping his Vajra staff, his sacred priest robe fluttering in the night breeze. Behind him, more EndP1 were arriving. Some had begun forming seals, others were setting up outer perimeter blockades. The 3rd Hokage, the Uchiha, have come as well. What will you do now? Wataru spoke, a bright yellow chakra welling around him. That chakra surged from within, coalescing outside his body, gradually outlining a massive skeletal frame. Ribs, spine, arms. A half-length skeleton took shape within the barrier, its bright yellow chakra emitting a soft glow. The skeletal frame enveloped Uchiha Wataru like a fortress built just for him. Hiruzen's pupils contracted slightly. Susanoo. The last time had been in the ruins of the training ground, when that golden half-skeleton had cleaved Uchiha Obito's blue Susanoo in 2. Now it appeared here before him. The 4 EndP1 of the sealing squad did not pause. From behind, they unrolled massive sealing scrolls, spreading them before their chests. The scrolls were densely inscribed with intricate incantations. They bit their fingers, smearing blood onto the scrolls. In the next moment, the incantations seemed to come alive, rising from the scrolls, crawling along the ground, and climbing the light barriers of the 4 purple flame formation. Black runes intertwined and tightened across the pale purple light walls, like a net drawing taut. Uchiha Wataru glanced briefly at the climbing runes before withdrawing his gaze. He paid them no mind. His focus was on his own body. The Susanu's skeletal frame had fully formed, followed by flesh and blood. Bright yellow chakra condensed between the bones, transforming into muscles, veins, and skin. The half-length skeleton became a towering half-giant, its visage blurred, with only 2 eyes flickering a crimson light. Then, the giant's right hand rose, palm upward, as if cradling some invisible object. Chakra began to gather in the palm. At first, it was a minuscule sphere almost imperceptible, yet it spun rapidly, accelerating, emitting a sharp humming. The chakra orb expanded as it rotated, growing from the size of a grain of rice to that of an egg, then a fist, then a human head. Then came the influx of natural energy. Natural energy poured into the orb from all directions, merging with the chakra, compressing, merging again, compressing once more. The orb's color shifted from bright yellow to a deep, somber purplish red, resembling coagulated blood. Immediately thereafter, the spherical form underwent a rapid and relentless expansion. The size of a skull, a water bucket, a millstone. The chakra orb spun swiftly in the palm of Wataru Uchiha, emitting a deep, resonant rumble, like distant thunder or the tremors beneath the earth. The movements of the Umbu operatives from the sealing squad faltered. They gazed upon the orb, their faces pale beneath their masks. Within the 4 purple flame formation, violent gusts of wind arose, the oppressive force seeping through the barrier, making their breaths labored. Wataru Uchiha smiled, A subtle smile. Yet under the glow of the purplish-red light, it shone with an unsettling sharpness. Third Hokage. His voice emerged calmly from within Susanoo. You don't truly believe that after mastering ninjutsu, my initial power has vanished, do you? The chakra orb had swollen to a length and width of 3 to 4 meters, still growing. The purplish-red radiance illuminated the entire clearing, casting light upon the faces of the Umbu, the ceremonial robes of Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the eyes of the approaching Uchiha clan members. Very well. Wataru Uchiha's voice rose in pitch. Then let us part ways with this very power. The chakra orb ceased its expansion. Its diameter now exceeded 5 meters, suspended in the palm of Susanoo like a purplish-red sun held aloft. The surface of the sphere rippled continuously, undulating waves marking the fierce flow of chakra within. The air was thick with a scorched scent. Even the wind seemed to have stilled. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils constricted to their utmost limit. His mouth opened, and a voice strained from his throat, laden with a terror he himself had never known. Tailed beast ball. Identical. Impossible. The words escaped Hiruzen Sarutobi's lips in a whisper so faint only he could hear them. Yet Wataru Uchiha caught every syllable, his smile broadening further.